Somewhere in the void of space, you could hear clicking and clacking sounds of fingers hitting a mechanical keyboard. You could see a man with a bad posture sitting at a desk with multiple widescreen monitors on it. The screen was reflecting on his glasses as he was doing something. Suddenly the thin man heard a beep on one of the monitors. He turned his head to it, yawning as if he was quite tired from the work he was doing. Subject number 80,082 deceased, couldn't gather origin energy? Strange. He clicked the prompt and looked at the information that was displayed. Sector 42,069. He fits the criteria, over 30, he went with that option. Interesting, signal was lost here, oh well. He grabbed something that looked like a soft drink from the side and started rapidly clicking on his keyboard. I'll just let the bot find a suiting replacement, maybe someone like this. The man started filling out some kind of form, clicking check marks while leaving others blank. He then clicked OK on the prompt as he let the program work on its own. He soon forgot about the whole thing as he went back to his work. It was quite boring, but he would be punished if he slacked off. Somewhere in a different place, a somewhat obese gentleman was peeing into a bottle while sitting in a dimly lit room. He was looking at a computer screen, grinning while enjoying some naked lady pictures. After one glance you could tell what kind of person this was. The room looked like a trash heap, the man living there not really looking any better than that. He got interrupted by a prompt on his screen, a strange email appearing in his mailbox. Congratulations on getting chosen as an alpha tester for our new Xiangxia-themed game. Become the main character, build up your strength and conquer everyone under the heavens. The fuck is this? He shouted out while burping. Soon his chubby fingers started moving fast on his keyboard. A young girl was looking around her surroundings. She could see sunlight coming from a small window, the metallic rods placed in it casting a shadow on the ground. She wasn't the only person in this room. There were several other girls of various ages leaning up against the walls. Some were hugging their own knees, some of them were crying, some just spacing out wondering how it came to this. The young girl stood up. She was in a closed room that she was brought here by some scary uncles. She was dragged here while kicking and screaming, being sold off by her own family members that weren't able to meet ends meet. This wasn't something rare. Human trafficking and slavery was quite common in these parts. If you didn't have a strong family backing, you could very well be snatched up in the night and sold at some shady auction house. This was one of such places. The girls were brought here in the night and spent the rest of it locked up, worrying and not knowing what would happen to them. The most you could hope for was being sold to some rich clan member as a servant, but some families would beat you to death for any small mistake you made. There were no rules set up for the weak. The only way for them to subsist was to not stick out or beg. The girls in here were mostly people from the surrounding villages. The clans would tax the farmers exorbitantly, taking well over half their earnings. They would leave them with only enough food and resources so that they wouldn't die of starvation. But they were quite inflexible. If the crops turned out to be bad, the farmers still had to give the same amount, which in return made them starve. If you resisted, you would be lashed and strung up in front of the village as a reminder of who was in charge. Ling Ling here was one of those cases. There was a drought this year, so most of their rice fields dried up. The tax collectors weren't having any of it. If the farmers couldn't deliver the required amount of rice, they would have to pay out of pocket to cover the losses. She was one of the daughters from the village that got sold off, the people in it rather doing that to girls than boys that were better at working out in the fields. Everyone knew that it was unreasonable and tyrannical, but no one cared about a couple of dead farmers. The girls in the room ranged from 10 to 16, they were all young. Some of the lucky ones would be picked up by merchants or some rich families that needed some workers. Their life wouldn't be that bad. But the unlucky ones would be sold to brothels as toys for the rich young and old masters. I want to go home, what will happen to us? Sobbed one girl on the side, her hands hugging her torso as she was cold. The only thing on her was old robes that weren't keeping out the cold dungeon air. Ling Ling, on the other hand, tried pushing the large door. It had a tiny opening at the top with more metal bars in them, but she wasn't tall enough to reach. The door was wooden and reinforced with some metal here and there, much too sturdy for any of the girls that had no cultivation to break open. The girl could hear some people coming closer, thus making her and the other people in the room move back. Soon they heard sounds of heavy footsteps. 2 large men were going through the corridor, grinning and thumping on some doors that had other potential slaves in them. Hey Brother Bo, the new goods arrived today, right? Right, Brother Wang, they should all be in the last cell. The 2 men walked slowly while talking with each other. Have you heard? Some trouble with the ruling clan, something happened last night. You know those clans, they always like to fight with each other. we'll just have to bribe them as we always do. The two men grinned at each other as they strode towards the room that the young girls were in. Soon the girls inside trembled as they saw two old uncles staring at them through the small gap in the door, their eyes shining with lust. It's such a tragedy that old fatty never lets us play with the merchandise. Haha, better not let him hear that you called him like that, you'll be lashed to death, brother. The two men laughed out, their voices echoing through the hallways. They were ordered to check the new girls and bring them over to a separate room for inspection. The person that owned this slave trading establishment was known as Old Fatty Mew. He was quite the ugly-looking fellow and had a really short fuse. He was well aware of this nickname and would lash out at anyone that mentioned it around him. Yet, he even beat one of the working girls to death when she mentioned something about a diet. Ha, yes, such a shame. The two slammed the door open, the girls scattering to the walls as they looked at the two scary uncles. The old master had a peculiar taste, he would inspect the girls one by one himself. Most of the time they came out unscathed, but sometimes he would beat or force himself on some that he was keen on. Don't be scared of this, brother, little ladies, I'm not going to bite. One of the men said while licking his lips, his face making him look like a hungry wolf. The unlucky one came out to be Ling Ling. One of the men grabbed her arm and pulled her outside the cell door. They shut the door behind them and headed out, the girl squirming but unable to resist. While passing some other cells she could see old, young, and malnourished people with the light in their eyes long gone. She tried resisting, but the more she did the more the strange uncles yanked on her arms. She was tossed into a new room, this one looking cozier than the rest. It had a large bed in the corner, a desk with a large chair behind it. It looked like an office where you would do business. On that chair there was a person sitting. Well, the girl had to do a double take as the number of chins that this person had was astonishing. Mr. Mew, we have brought you the goods, have fun with her. The girl tried to turn around to run once more, but one of the men held her hands while the other grabbed a metallic collar from the side. They put the item around her neck before pushing the girl down to the ground. They left soon after, the girl looking back to the large man in the chair. No use running, girlie, it would be better if you realized in what situation you are in. He moved out his fat hand, his sausage-like fingers having many golden rings on it. One of these rings began glowing in a chilling light. The moment it did, some strange patterns started appearing on the girl's collar. Soon enough she felt pain running through her body. She screamed out while grasping the slave collar that she was now wearing. The pain subsides after a moment as the man moved his hand away. I bet you are smart and understand what that is. If you're good, no harm will come to you, but if you're naughty, then... Wee hee hee. He licked his lips while moving of his chair, his belly jiggled around in an obscene fashion as he slowly walked towards the girl. The shock collar worked like expected, the poor girl had tears in her eyes and her legs were shaking. She was terrified and unable to more, just looking at the ugly man moving towards her. That's a good girl, let Uncle Mew take a good look at you. He moved closer, the girl frozen, allowing the man to grasp her hair. He walked around her, leaning his fat round head closer as he examined the scared farm girl. Not the prettiest thing, but I bet the other ladies can fix you up later. Guess I can pawn you off to a wealthy man as a plaything, or we can send you to the pleasure district. You are old enough now. The girl finally mustered up some strength to smack the man's large hand away, scooting back as she shouted out. Don't touch me, why you, fat pig. She moved backward, straight into the wall while the man's eyes started going red, but not just that, his whole face was in the color of a tomato. What did you call me, you damn wench? If there was one thing that this man didn't like, it was being called fat. His forehead was showing a large pulsating vein that looked like it would burst at any moment. The man had a whip strapped to his side which he promptly pulled out. In his mind, this girl needed some discipline. 10, no. 20 lashes. I can't damage your face, but the rest is fine, get over here. He used the ring to shock the poor girl that tried to flee, making her spasm on the ground. He was ready to give her a good throughout lashing. Thud, thudum. The room was sealed and soundproof from both sides, so the man didn't hear that noise, which was the main shop's door being slammed open. Soon strange cultivators in blue robes burst in, the bodyguards and slave merchants looked frightened as fighting broke out. The slave shop wasn't a big one, so the quality of the guards was quite low, even old Fatty Mew was just in the foundation establishment early stage. The azure cultivators made short work of the weaker group, sending them flying against the walls. They put strange-looking bindings onto their arms while forcing their wrists behind their backs. Some of them remained behind while another group ran further in, Two peculiar-looking people in the front were wearing even more distinct robes and stuck out like a sore thumb from the others. Back in the lower soundproof room, Fatty Mew was preparing to punish poor Ling Ling, but before he could do that the door burst open. One of his guards flew in and crashed into the desk, splinters flying everywhere. "What is this? How dare you? Do you know who I am? I'll have you all killed." The mad Fatty looked at the intruders. A person in a strange robe walked in. It was dark blue and he was wearing some kind of weird mask that was covering his face. The second person was clearly a woman due to the curvature of her body that was showing thanks to the robe being more form-fitting than a regular one. "Shut up, you damn fatty! Take this!" An aura in Foundation establishment early stage burst out and the woman of the group charged at the bewildered fatty. The man snorted and used his whip to attack the charging woman, but she skillfully evaded his attack, sending a palm strike towards his chest. The man screamed out in shock. This was clearly a seasoned fighter, not someone like him that mostly gained his cultivation thanks to expensive pills and elixirs. The woman's attack coiled towards the fatty like a snake, smacking him good and sending him flying like a sack of potatoes. The man crashed into that already damaged desk and buried the passed-out bodyguard under a mountain of his flesh. The woman cultivator looked at the trembling girl on the side, then looked back at the man that was coughing up blood. "Pigs like you deserve death." She picked up the whip from the ground and started whipping the fatty with it. The man that was standing to the side moved his hands to his helmet to remove it. His facial features making him look like a snake, his eyes quivering as he looked at his clan sister delivering divine punishment to the slave trader. "Sister Ai, we are supposed to take them alive, don't kill him," this was ordered by the patriarch. The woman quickly stopped as she heard the patriarch being mentioned. The man was beaten and bruised, the whip leaving a lot of bloody marks all over his rotund body. This was Zhang Teng and Zhang Ai, the members of Platoon 9. They were fulfilling a new mission that was given to them by the clan elders. They were wearing their old battle robes, but there was one thing that was different. Both of them had a shield-like emblem stuck to the left side of their chest. There was a carving of a city on it with some words under it that read Police Department and Moonlight City under it. The old fatty groaned and squirmed on the ground, unable to move his bloated body, hurting all over after being trashed by the Zhang clan sister. Zhang Ai removed her helmet. Her hair was in a bun to make it fit in. This was one thing that she didn't like about these battle helmets that the clan produced. "I remember, still he needed a good thrashing." The woman gave the already beaten and bruised man a kick with her foot and only then moved back. While Ai was still by the old guy, Zhang Teng tried to help the girl up, but his snake-like features and his long tongue were giving the poor frightened girl a scare. "It's okay, don't worry, this older brother will protect you." He smiled brightly, or so he thought, his smile looking like a pervy grin that sent shivers down Ling Ling's spine. Zhang Ai shoved her clan brother to the side, quickly moving between him and the frightened girl. "Brother Teng, please stop, you are scaring the little thing." "Scaring? How could anyone be scared of my valiant appearance?" He stuck out his chest proudly, standing tall as if he was trying to show off his good features. "Listen here, little girl, this older brother here is quite famous. I am one of the heroes from the Zhang clan. I even helped our glorious patriarch fight it out with a ferocious demon cultivator. It was a tough battle, but thanks to my quick wits our patriarch managed to land the killing blow on the nascent soul cultivator." Zhang Ai looked at her clan brother, squinting her eyes and sighing inwardly. This wasn't the first time that the man told this to others. The story was more exaggerated the more he talked about it. At first, he only mentioned taking part in the expedition and making it out alive, but soon he was turning to the hero of the story. He even had the gall to mention the patriarch in this blatant lie. "Hero? Helping the patriarch? Don't believe his lies, little one. This brother here passed out under some rubble when the demon cultivator appeared. Only after our patriarch slew the monster of a cultivator we found this useless brother under it. He even soiled his brand new robe that our clan painstakingly fashioned for us. The stench was horrendous." The woman still remembered the appearance of her clan brother. He was in quite the silly position, slumping forward with his posterior in the air. You could clearly see stains through the partially broken up robe. It had suffered some damage in the fighting, his posterior positioned in such a fashion that you could see it all. The man blushed instantly, throwing hands above his head as he tried defending himself. "Sister Ai, you jest, nothing like that happened, you have no proof, don't listen to this older sister, little one." Her intellect diminished due to her chest being so big. The two started arguing with each other, the girl looking shocked. She started relaxing though. The two looked to be close comrades and the comedic way they were talking with each other diffused the tense atmosphere around here. The young girl even started laughing. pfff. She soon moved her hands to her head, not wanting to sound rude to the powerful cultivators that saved her. The Zhang clan duo looked at the young girl, then to each other and simultaneously turned their heads to the side while blushing. Anyway, let us take this collar off you first. They removed the ring that was controlling the slave collar from the sausage-like fingers of the man, which wasn't an easy endeavor. The little magical treasure was kind of a master key. It could deliver shocks to the slaves, but it also could unlock the collars without having to pry it off their necks. While the two were doing that, another clan member moved in. He was a chi condensation practitioner and was wearing a more regular-looking robe. The thing that stuck out was the peculiar-looking hat that he was wearing. Yes, it was a regular-looking police cap that you saw on Earth. It even had a police shield emblem in the middle, signaling this man's rank. Reporting to Sergeant Ai and Teng, we have found captive people in the levels below. We have taken care of all the bodyguards and they are being held on the upper floor. This was something that their patriarch came up with. The group was called police. The name sounded quite strange to these cultivator nuts, but what their patriarch said was considered sacred. Their belief in Zhangdong was borderline cult-like. After he managed to save them, the people that were at the secret ground had a firm image of their glorious leader etched into their mind now. There were 4 ranks in this institution. The regular members were police officers. After them came the police sergeants that started up from the foundation early stage all up to the late stage. When you reached Great Circle of Foundation Establishment, you were promoted to a police lieutenant. There was also a captain that was the leader of the whole group. He was the strongest cultivator at the police station and would mostly be someone of core formation. It had been 2 years since the expedition. The two were in Moonlight City and they were the first batch of the cultivators here. Yesterday they arrived with some core formation elders to take over the city that their clan once owned. The clan that ruled it was still the Cheng clan. The patriarch from that clan had even managed to reach the early stage of core formation. They weren't afraid though. The Zhang clan wasn't the Zhang clan of old. In these 2 years, they had recovered all of their strength and even went beyond what they were capable of. They had more core formation elders now, all thanks to their glorious leader that provided them with miraculous pills and improved their cultivation techniques even more. Breaking through for those people that were stuck at the Great Circle of Foundation Establishment was just a matter of time now. Begin the rescue operation, prepare the blankets and the recovery pills for the feeble ones and gather everyone in front of this slave trading shop. We need to do a head count. Examine everyone, ask if they have families they want to be returned to. If not, follow the previously established procedures. The Zhang clan had many new rules now. The patriarch founded many new institutions. The police was just one of them. He even set many new clinics and even schools were being built for the regular people. The cultivators were a bit apprehensive about some things. Why should their Zhang clan spend valuable resources on the lowly masses? Their patriarch's words were final though, something about bringing the happiness of the populace up being quite lucrative for the well-being of the entire clan. They couldn't really go against the leader though, so everything was being set up and the all-around atmosphere around the Zhang clan-owned cities was skyrocketing. It's a shame that old Cheng clan fox and his brats got away. Yes, they must have realized that we took care of all of their spies in Spirit Spring City. But I'm not sure if they can flee far. Our captain should be on their trail. Ah yes. Captain should be able to chase them down. Zhang Ai clapped her hands, being reassured if it was that man he should be able to catch those fleeing Cheng clan members and bring them in for questioning. Since the expedition, it was that man that improved the most. Just a shame that he was already taken. The said Cheng clan patriarch and his no-good young master of a son Cheng Tong, were on a flying ship. It looked similar to the one the Zhang clan used when they were going to the secret ground, but it was smaller and instead of a dragon it had a crane on its beak. Haha, your great father, you knew that those bastards from Zhang clan were coming for us. We managed to flee with most of our treasures too. The chubby man was sitting on a big chair a bit away from the ship's helm, looking at the passing scenery. He knew well that this day was coming and it was coming soon. He prepared a flying ship and brought all the core members of the clan on it before the bastards from the Zhang clan attacked. Leave it to your old man Tonger, those idiots can have that blasted city. We'll just keep our heads low for now, but don't worry, your old man is already an expert, taking over another city won't be a problem. The man was sipping on some spirit wine, a busta lady attendant was pouring it into a tall glass while sighing inwardly. She would rather stay back in that city that was liberated by the Zhang clan. She heard the rumors that slaves like her were treated a lot better in Spirit Spring City. But she could only dream, the slave choker visible on her neck and the patriarch having the control ring on his finger. Yes father, our clan will flourish, and then when we can have our revenge against those bastards, that Zhang Shui is quite the beauty too. One of the other young masters said while sitting next to his father. Cheng Tong was only the third son, so he was sitting a bit to the side of his two elder brothers that were enjoying the view with their father. The clan patriarch moved his hand upwards and yelled for them to stop the flying barge. He noticed that there was a cultivator on a flying sword directly ahead of them. They slowed down. Soon enough they could see the man's appearance clearly. He was standing on a black flying sword and holding a large black blade over his shoulder. It was similar in length to the man himself. His hair was styled into a ponytail and it was wrapped up with some bandages. He had some stubble and a blade of grass was sticking out of his mouth. Halt, in the name of the Zhang clan. The people's eyes bulged. This cultivator had chased them down here and was from the blasted Zhang clan. The patriarch gritted his teeth but then took a closer look at the younger-looking man. He was only in the early stage of core formation and he clearly only achieved it recently. What, is it only you? You gave me a scare there, move if you don't want to die. He moved from his seat, his core formation aura filling the area. The man wasn't a core formation expert for long, but he had reached this point a year ago, so he was confident in defeating this inexperienced cultivator. Oh, are you resisting? The patriarch ordered your capture, you will not escape. Take my blade. He moved his blade over his head, water energy gathering all around him as the blade pulsed with might. He was going right into it, no more questions would be asked. The Cheng clan patriarch looked behind him, he was still standing on the ship. This would be bad. Wait, you idiot. All the treasures are on this ship, no. He couldn't explain much more as he saw a water blade moving towards him, the attack transforming into what looked to be a water dragon and roaring out as it charged at the cultivator and all of the people that were still on that flying ship. This ship wasn't made with the intention of battle and the steering was limited, there was no way to evade the fast incoming attack. The patriarch quickly mustered up his own attack to block it. He still believed that the man shouldn't be that strong, the treasures had to be protected. But as soon as his palm strike went against the raging dragon, he felt his hand breaking. Like a tennis ball hit by a racket, he bounced to the side and was embedded in the ground below. The flying ship, on the other hand, was sliced in two. The people standing on the lower level could even see the cultivators on the other part looking at them as the ship slowly slid apart. This man was, of course, Zhang Ji. He flew towards the core formation cultivator, leaving the flying ship's remains up to his juniors that were flying in a smaller ship behind him. Stop resisting. He punched the man over and over again, thumping sounds filling the area while the creatures that lived there escaped in various directions. The Cheng clan patriarch was treated like a rag doll, not even able to mutter a word. Brother, I'm not even resisting, why are you whacking me so hard, do we have some kind of old grudge? While this was happening, a familiar-looking man with white hair was standing in the now taken over Cheng clan building. He was looking at his system window, the points were going up as the ownership of the city went over to his clan. He looked out into the city, remembering his adventures here and about what happened in that secret ground 2 years ago. Ha, it's already been 2 years. Matt looked at his system screen, it had changed slightly after the fiasco that was that secret ground. He walked slowly through the large compound, there was far too much space here. He didn't know why people liked to live in such grand luxury, he still preferred smaller apartment-like spaces. They sure like to live at large, well, not like my own clan is any different. Maybe I should make some budget cuts. He laughed to himself as he was now part of the dreaded ruling class. He was still new to this, but the system was coming handy. The system showed him the all-around happiness of the people living in the city he was considered the lord of. He could see the crime rates, the death toll, even how clean the area the people lived in was. But, this place is just terrible. There was color shading to signal the places in question. Red indicated that it was dangerously low and not somewhere people should be living in. Then it went to orange, after that was yellow and finally green. The colors also varied by how bright or dark they were. Spirit Spring City wasn't as bad as this. He gave out a sigh while walking. There were many people shuffling around this place searching for resources and hidden areas that the Cheng clan was hiding. Matt didn't really bother with things like that, he left it to the juniors. He also sent Zhang Ji in hot pursuit of the fleeing Cheng clansmen. He was still somewhat amused that he got them to wear those police uniforms. He hoped that his plan to change the way the people operated in those cities would go through. He was still someone that grew up in the 21st century, he was used to things like plumbing and not having to see horse shit all over the road while walking. The sanitary situation in this world wasn't all that great, no one really minded doing their business in the bushes. People also did their deed in a bucket and then threw it outside the window or even on the street. Operation Plumbing will have high priority in this city. He flew upwards on his sword, it looked a bit different than before as he reforged it himself. He was still thinking back how much of a drag it was to learn all those techniques again. He wasn't sure why the system changed, but it looked like it removed the training wheels from itself after he was trashed by that demon dude. He started recalling what happened back then. He still felt that he should have died after that final battle. He woke up back in Spirit Spring City, naked and submerged in some kind of water tank with healing liquid. This was some kind of special healing chamber used in times of need. He didn't look as malnourished as he was after the fight, having recovered most of his muscle thanks to the nourishing liquids in that healing tank. After his discharge from the watery healing facility, he received a report about what happened back then after he passed out. The robotic voice congratulated them for passing the trials. The elders could even keep one secret book from the library when they left. This happened after he had that punching duel with the Pride Demon. All of them were awarded one book of their choosing. They could take it with them. This wasn't much of a prize for Zhang Dong, as he already had everything written down in his system library. He decided to just offer the other cultivators his manual instead, as he didn't need it. He even taught them rock paper scissors so they could decide who received the bonus manuscript. In the end, the old granny from the Feng clan beat all of them and took another wind cultivation technique for her and Feng Lina's clan. He still chuckled as he remembered how much Huoqiang was pouting after his loss. There was no reward for the junior members. Soon after the stage ended, the whole place started shaking and everyone began teleporting outside. Everyone expected to receive a good put-down by the Dark Palm sect when they got out. The heaven-graded manuals that the elders received were in danger of being discovered and snatched. They were teleported onto the same platforms that they used to get inside the training ground, but something was off. It looked deserted. They couldn't see any Dark Palm sect cultivators around at all. Everyone was startled, wondering if some powerful beast whacked those powerful cultivators, worrying if they were in danger or not. Everyone gathered up together and headed out of the teleportation chamber, backtracking as they still remembered the way that they used to walk here. They arrived at the place that the large door was and finally found some people in that room. Those people were wearing the Dark Palm sect robes, but their cultivation was rather low. When they saw the clans returning, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, or at least that was what the Zhang clan members recalled. Apparently the door started to suddenly open itself, probably because the trial was finished. The Dark Palm cultivators quickly reacted as they brought everyone above the Foundation establishment early stage into this main room. Then something strange happened. The door slammed open and a giant suction force was directed towards the cultivators in that chamber. No one could resist it, not even the nascent soul elder that was with them. Every sect member was sucked inside of it, the door quickly closing itself afterward, and only the weaker members of the sect were left to guard it. The clans still had 6 core formation experts with them besides the injured Zhang Dong and even many Foundation establishment members in the Great Circle. The remaining sect members knew that they had the sect backing them, but it would be unwise to threaten these cultivators that could easily slaughter them while telling some lie about what really happened. The clans decided to leave the sect members alone. It would be better if they didn't have some kind of nascent soul uncle coming to their clan demanding to know what happened. The sect members could explain it themselves later, without bringing unnecessary risks. But with this, they were able to keep all of their rewards and return safely. The weakened sect expedition party couldn't force them to stay there. At most they could report it to their higher-ups and have the clans searched later, but they knew that they wouldn't find anything afterward. The important thing now was to monitor the sacred ground and wait for their elder to return with good news. They would send some words to the main sect, but it would take a while to produce another large team like the one that was sucked inside the strange door. Zhang Dong was the most injured of the group. The other clans could have used this opportunity to rob the Zhang clan of their riches, but they decided to aid them instead. They guarded the injured man, that was carried by his own clansmen Feng Lina and Huoqiang, sticking to him closely as they considered him a fellow comrade by now. Afterward, everyone pulled out their transmission treasures and contacted their clans so they would escort them back. The friendly clans even helped the Zhang clan to bring their patriarch back to the city, afraid that some core formation cultivator might try their luck on the weakened Zhang clan. He ended up in his clan's version of the intense care unit, which was the strange tank filled with green liquid. He was in it for about 3 months before he woke up. Even then he was feeling drained and it took him another month to make a full recovery. He had trouble walking and eating, but at least he had lots of time to check out his new system setting. He didn't find it out till later, but he couldn't earn any more spirit points for slaying people or monsters. For some reason, this main feature was removed, but he could still absorb spirit stones and convert it to points, though the gains were worse than before. The cash shop was gone too. The icon vanished from the main window screen and was nowhere to be found. He wondered why this happened. Was it because he suffered a near-death experience, or did his level up to a peak core formation expert had something to do with it? How would he even craft more weapons or items if he couldn't buy any more schematics, he thought. This prompted him to check things out in his crafting abode. His eyes went wide as the once small crafting space was several times bigger and looked more like a blacksmith's lair now. There were large cauldrons, various hammers and tongs lying about. Also, he spotted things that shouldn't be there, like a classical-looking pill furnace. But this place was supposed to be for crafting weapons and armor, not pill making, or so he thought. The place had many more things, but also others were missing. The window to the crafting abode changed, the familiar graphical interface was gone, replaced by something else. There was no way to bring up the previously implemented shop to buy resources or crafting schematics. But there was a research window on the side. When he brought it up he could see all the things that he made and all the crafting schematics that he previously bought. There was also some kind of separate number there, it was at 0 for now and had the letter CP next to it. Soon he found out what that meant. The dancing game that he loved so much was gone. This meant that he was supposed to craft the items the old-fashioned way. Using the items that were scattered in this room along with the crafting techniques that were infused into his brain. He still was the holder of the Dao of smithing and crafting. It turned out that it wasn't just for show. He tested things out, making the simplest of daggers. His hands just moved on their own as if he knew what he was doing. Still, his movements were awkward and unpracticed, so he ended up with a middle-graded common weapon. He thought that the Daos were only good for lowering prices, but they actually made him very proficient in anything related to them. Thanks to this test, he noticed his CP increasing. He later decided to call them crafting points. He would earn them each time he created something. Was it a weapon, an armor piece, or a magical treasure? He even received them for creating pills and elixirs, but he wasn't so good at that. The Dao of pill concocting was something separate to the crafting and forging one. But this was something that he could learn later. He had all the required manuals stashed away. The crafting points could be spent on many things, like regular upgrades to the new crafting abode. Better hammers or better smelters, but the most useful things he could spend it on were upgrades for the schematics and for any crafting-related skills that he possessed. For instance, if he had basic metallurgic skills, he could craft the required amount of daggers and then use the points to make that skill better. The knowledge would flow into his mind just like when he bought it through the store. Previously he could have just bought himself the skills and techniques he required in that cash shop, but now he had to put in the work. He realized that there was a big difference in learning skills in this new way. He had to work his way through, learn the lesser skills before he could receive the better one at the end. This made him a lot more proficient in them, having built up a good foundation through the process. Also, he received bonus points if he created something without requiring the system's schematics. He also could spend the points so that he would receive a bonus to the crafted item. It could be random or something precise depending on the number of points he spent. He also had the whole library of high-quality manuals in his system. It was still there and he could absorb the knowledge whenever he required. He held back on it though, as he thought too much knowledge might fry his brain if he just tried absorbing everything at once. Besides that, he could still upgrade his cultivation level like he could before the skill tree was showing him that golden nascent soul option that was next in line for taking. Though that would take a while as he had a whole 100 points and couldn't get easy ones by slaying monsters. There were a couple of ways that he could do it though. First was just plain old capitalism, snatch as many spirit stones as he could get his hands on. He cold craft items, sell them, or even obtain a lot of cash for the more harmless techniques that he could write down from his library. The second one was playing with his clan window. He could earn passive points through improving the living conditions of his people. He would also win bonuses for things like their all-around strength, loyalty, happiness. This looked like a lucrative endeavor, as gaining points without having to do nothing was always appreciated. The 100 points he had now were all gained through this method as he was out and recovering. The third was his disciples, but he wasn't betting much on that one. It looked more like a side gig. The points that he received from them breaking through levels were rather low. The fourth one was kind of similar to the first one. He could still absorb beast cores for points or any other spiritual artifacts of that sort. So he could still hunt, or go on treasure hunts. Due to this, improving the living environment of his people started. He started creating things like schools, clinics, police stations to keep the order going. He was already at the 100% mark with this cultivation and he just needed to gather points for the next jump. For now, he could spend his time improving his skills, while the points slowly ticked up. If he managed to build up a good base of operations, he should be able to rake in those points in the future. Matt had spent the bulk of those 2 years relearning his crafting techniques. He had to actually do it manually, but the gained knowledge opened up new ways and opportunities. There was one particular nifty perk of the new system: he could reverse engineer weapons and treasures that other people made. He had a chance of receiving crafting points through that, but also the schematics for that item. It mostly depended on the ranking of the items and how the system rated his current skills. For instance, while being a novice blacksmith, he couldn't really earn anything from items that were above the common grade. He gained those schematics by depositing the item in question into a special smelter. It would burn the item up and then signal him if he received something back. He could also use it to gain a percentage of resources that the item was made from in return, so it wasn't a total waste even if he failed. So came the grudging task to work himself to a semi-reliable craftsman. There was a difference between having the knowledge in your brain and actually doing things with your hands. He fumbled around constantly, hammered items into unrecognizable lumps and atrocities, pulling his hair out at night as he burned through the resources. The system ranking was self-explanatory. It started from the novice rank, then went apprentice, adept, expert, master, and grandmaster at the end. He thought that the ranking names would be more Eastern-styled, but they were exactly like ones from a certain RPG game he used to spend countless hours on back in the day. There were also separate occupations for each crafting classes, like blacksmith, apothecary, alchemist, armorer. For instance, alchemist was more geared towards making liquid elixirs, while apothecary was your usual pill maker. The former was more popular around this world than the later. Both had their good and bad parts. The alchemist's elixirs were harder to brew. Even small deviations and mistakes would turn your elixir into black sludge, but when you made it right you received something special. In response, pill making was more lenient. You just ended up with a pill of a lower grading that had a certain level of toxicity to it. If you took too many of those toxic pills, your cultivation would suffer later on, and without some special cleansing pills, you might even remain stuck at a realm with no way of progressing in the future. But time is what Matt had plenty. He couldn't reach the nascent soul level without gathering 10 million points, and regular cultivation would just take far too long. He also feared that he could blunder while breaking through such an important realm and suffer some consequences if he did it. The system only updated his cultivation method after he upgraded it, so he didn't have the nascent soul version of his method in his brain just yet. He spent those 2 years on crafting. Due to having many manuals geared towards healing and forging, he was able to increase his knowledge in certain dados. He couldn't tell if there was a bonus in the system to having multiple dados anymore. He could see his progress in his status screen. It was always nice to have a tangible number attached. It showed him if he progressed or if he was stuck in a rut. After the 2 years, his status window looked something like this. Name: Zhangdong. Affiliation: Zhang Clan. Spirit points: 897-3267. Cultivation base Qi, Core Formation Great Circle 100%, Divine Golden Lightning Core. Cultivation base Body, Core Formation Great Circle 100%, Golden Body. Techniques: Divine Lightning Path Cultivation Art, Golden Body Arts, Thunder Light Sword, Thunder Movement Art. Dao, Dao of Heavenly Lightning, Dao of Smithing and Crafting. Other, Senior Aura, Impartation of Knowledge, Mentor's Eyes, Appraisal. When he went into his Dao section you would see. Name Proficiency. Heavenly Lightning, Greater, 100%. Smithing and Crafting, Greater, 100%. Pill Making, Greater, 20%. Alchemy, Greater, 16%. Holy, Greater, 50%. Water, Greater, 25%. The interesting thing about the status screen was that it only showed him the greater daos, so, for instance, he could click the Water Dao section and it would show him all the lesser daos that he learned. He was part of the Zhang clan, so in his free time he decided to learn some of their techniques. So you would see the Dao of rainwater in that section. Ice-related daos would also be featured in there. He earned the Holy Element Dao knowledge thanks to his upgrade of the cultivation technique. His elemental affinities were also going upwards the more he immersed himself into the daos. The only thing holding him back was the lack of time. Thanks to the various manuals of the heaven grade he could progress at a fast rate, but even then it wasn't that easy. He couldn't just absorb the knowledge from the manual and be a grandmaster at it from the start. Just like with his crafting skills, he had to make his body and soul experience the various spiritual energies from the daos. Take his time to digest and contemplate before reaching an epiphany. But after grasping that essence of the Dao he was able to process and learn the skills from it at a rapid rate. After immersing himself in the techniques he also noticed that there was a difference in rankings to them. The system gave him the bare-bones knowledge, letting him move into the novice level without problems. There were various ways that people in this world rated the level of their proficiency in skills like minor success stage and greater success stage. Matt preferred the grading of the system gave him. The RPG-like mechanics were much easier to digest. It went the same as with the crafting ranks, starting from novice all up to Grandmaster. 6 stages of proficiency. If you got it all the way up to Grandmaster, a lower graded technique could start competing with a higher graded one, even jumping one larger stage in power. He could instantly bring his skills up into the novice stage. It took some training to move it into the apprentice stage, but it was still fairly easy. Adept was the staple stage you wanted to be in. It wasn't so hard to earn it, but it let the practitioner wield his techniques with moderate competence. He set out to obtain all of his skills to this level at least. He even earned some system points for training and getting his proficiencies up. For instance, the Supreme Thunder God's penetrative Nirvana finger attack. When he used it against the demonic being, it was at most at the apprentice level. If he managed to push it up to the expert level, he probably wouldn't have had to burn through his life force to win that battle. Thanks to his Lightning Deo mastery, all lightning-based techniques came quite easy. Still, he would have to train for quite a bit to take them all the way up to Grandmaster. For now, he aimed to bring his most used skills up to expert status. He was also a bit worried that he was spreading himself too thin. It always came down to time. At least the system was helping him upgrade the skills if he needed to, which made them more powerful and easier to absorb. Back in the present, Matt nodded at some of his clan members that passed by him and gave him the usual "Oh God, it's the glorious patriarch" bow. He wondered if he could do something about this mindset. Maybe in 100 years the people could stop bowing to everyone they met. Operation Handshake would take a while. He had some things to do as he went into a secluded room and jumped into his crafting abode. I'm glad that I have this thing with me now, otherwise, I would have to spend all of my free time in here slaving away. He patted a furnace-looking contraption that was standing in one of the rooms of his new crafting castle. The area was a lot bigger than before, and it had separate rooms for crafting and forging of other items. He was standing next to a very important item. It was something like a 3D printer. This was quite the nifty little thing that he discovered while examining his new crafting base. After he manufactured an item, it would be graded. There was the main grading and the advanced one. This here 3D printer was a time saver. He could insert the created item into one part of it and the 3D printer would copy it down. It required resources to copy things. You could just put them into another slot. There was also a size limit, but he could upgrade it further to counteract that. The product that came up would be of lower quality than the original though, but he could spend crafting points to upgrade this contraption. So by now it only dropped a couple of those advanced grades. In the beginning, it would even drop from a high grade all the way down to a low grade. Took quite a bit of crafting points to get this going, but now I don't have to produce all those police and military uniforms myself. The thought back to all those sleepless nights that he spent creating the police caps. The etching of the emblems was quite time-consuming as well. Shwe finally reached the early stage of foundation establishment. I promised to gift her something if she managed to do it within the year. Damn kids progressing faster than their own master. Zhonglu was close to reaching the middle stage now. He was slightly ahead of his younger sister, but she was quickly catching up. The girl being the youngest foundation establishment cultivator that the clan had brought up. Their progress was slowing down though. It would probably take some time till they are ready to burst through to core formation. Things were hectic at the start, so he couldn't really focus on his 2 cute disciples that much. He was more concerned about points at that time. Only later was he able to actually re-evaluate his approach. He couldn't just give them random skills and techniques that he used. They both had different proficiencies and talents. Shwe was proficient in the spear, while Lu was good with the saber. He had already produced a perfect graded saber for the youth not long ago. He remembered that he was really worried back then as he didn't fully grasp his crafting skill yet at that point. It was a bit of a drag that none of them were proficient in swords. He would have to train in those himself if he wanted to pass down any input that he had. Luckily he wasn't required to do that. The kids were fine with receiving some manuals and the crafted weapons. Everyone in this world understood that people were different and your master wasn't required to give you everything. They needed to tread their own path in life. He was just supposed to partially guide them along. Well then, let me get this over with. He was already an expert blacksmith at this point, and he used a technique that didn't require much hammering to produce strong weapons. Guess I'll make it a normal leaf-shaped blade, and the tassel will have a sky blue color to signify the Zhang clan. He used some spiritual energy to move the required iron ingots to the desired spot in front of him. He learned a certain crafting skill thanks to the 7th level of that trial tower. it was a high-grade technique that required the utmost concentration. He moved his fingers like a conductor, his lightning energy flowing into the blocky piece of metal. It was heated up and quickly turned into a red-hot liquid while hovering up in the air. Then with a couple of flicks of his fingers, the lump started extending slowly, taking the shape of that leaf-like blade tip. Soon a spear shaft flew in from the side. Matt was sitting in a lotus position, eyes closed and his arms moving around slowly while concentrating. The shaft was made from special wood, it was much more resistant than regular steel. The flaming tip and the spear shaft embedded themselves into each other as the process continued. The resistant hair of a formation establishment beast was used as the tassel, the weapon coming together nicely as the process was finished. Matt whipped the sweat from his brow. This skill made things easier and faster, but it was quite taxing on his cultivation. The harder the materials, the more time he had to spend on them. But thanks to this, he saved copious amounts of time and he could train his chi manipulation while crafting as well. There, that should do it, let me just put my emblem onto it, and done. A little lightning bolt was embedded into the blade, showing that it was something that he made. He still liked to mark things that he made himself, good marketing was key. People liked to buy up his custom-made stuff like hotcakes, and thanks to that he almost had that 10 million points to reach the next level of power. Soon. These past 2 years had been more or less peaceful, but Matt knew that it wouldn't take much to break this illusion of peace. He didn't know what happened to the Dark Palm sect members back in the secret ground. They had some spies in the nearby cities to scout things out. But they weren't giving them any good reports, the area was still on lockdown. No way to know if those guys found that immortal technique back there that they were hoping for or not. He had to stay vigilant. There was a small run-in with their force not long after they escaped that secret ground. But they were mostly just interested in the things that transpired at the secret ground. He wasn't sure what the other clans said to them, but Matt thought that the Zhang clan wasn't strong enough to go against that sect just yet. But that could change soon after he obtained those 10 million points. There was contradicting intel about how many nascent soul cultivators that sect had, but it shouldn't be that many. It wasn't one of the giant sects that had their headquarters in the most spiritual energy-rich locations on the continent, but it wasn't the weakest either. One thing was clear, the only way he could hope to resist them was to reach the next level of power. He was somewhat confident in fighting a nascent soul expert at the early stage. If he compared that monster to the elder that greeted him before they went into the secret ground, then the monster was stronger. The Sin of Pride was also a dual cultivator. Those regenerative and defensive capabilities were only beaten thanks to his new holy attribute being the bane of demons and devils. He had gotten a lot stronger since then. The condensation skills in his avatar form were all trained up to the expert levels, which let him last in that empowered state for a lot longer now. But that wasn't the answer. At most he could hope to take out one nascent soul expert in a fair bout. But if there were two, or if they knew his weak point and stalled for time, he would probably lose. If I didn't train my tranquil mind up to the master level, I'd probably be a shaking mess by now. The life of the glorious patriarch wasn't that easy. He was constantly reminded that thousands, no millions of people's lives depended on him. Sure, he could be like the other rich and powerful cultivators and not care about the general populace. But that just wasn't him. He couldn't just abandon everyone and flee when things got tough. Well, I guess I should check up on the others and see how they are doing with the next stage of the plan. He strode to one of the larger rooms of the old Cheng clan compound. They had started setting up their base of operations here. His retainers were already waiting for him, ready to give their report. So, how are things proceeding, Kuo? The man was holding a communication jade in his hand and then looked to the patriarch. He was already reporting while preforming his perfect graded bow. Reporting to the patriarch. Captain Ji has apprehended the Cheng clan patriarch and is heading back here. We also managed to capture the rest of their clan members, but a couple of them fled into the surrounding forest and are hiding. Matt rubbed his chin while listening to the report. Oh? Weren't they fleeing in a flying ship? Shouldn't it be easy to just capture them all on it? Zhang Kuo fixed his glasses slightly while a tiny bit of sweat formed on his forehead. Captain Ji destroyed the ship and sliced it two halves before the rest of the pursuing team could give him support. Matt blinked and scratched his cheek slightly, thinking back to what he said to the man before he charged off to battle. Guess I shouldn't have told him to bring them back at any cost, or the part with whacking them good if they resisted. Zhang Ji was a powerful cultivator, already in the core formation stage and at a fairly young age. His only bad trait was, that he would take everything literally. He would follow up on any order with the utmost care. From Matt's point of view, the man had kind of a patriarch complex. The way he bowed and how his eyes shined whenever he ordered him to do something, was slowly giving him the creeps. I bet if I ordered him to wear a pink tutu, he would think it's some powerful spiritual treasure that I'm gifting him to further his cultivation. Though it was surprising to hear that he was getting married that time, he even has a kid already. Matt wasn't in the tower defense section for too long, but a certain power couple was born from it. It was Zhang Ji and Feng Daiyu. The woman was truly massive, the word Amazon perfectly describing her. Those chiseled abs were quite astonishing. Supposedly the two hit it off back in the training ground. He didn't know anything specific, but whenever he asked about how Zhang Ji met his wife he looked depressed. Later on, it would be revealed that the woman sneaked into his bed chambers after one of the more hard-fought battles. She didn't take no for an answer and devoured the poor Zhang Ji's chastity. The man was still pure and innocent even at 40, his only purpose in life being cultivation. The child was born out of wedlock and they only found out after the woman's belly was already large. Ji was quite an honorable man, so he decided to get engaged to the Amazonian woman that became Zhang Daiyu and was back with their daughter in Spirit Spring City. That's troublesome, but he made this mess so he should clean it up. Tell him to form a search party and bring the other Cheng clan members back. We need to show the people how we treat criminals like them. Normally what happened in this kind of world would be a clan cleansing, every member of this clan would be captured and killed. Matt wanted to change that, he wanted to gather evidence and then put people up on a trial. The death sentence wouldn't be the only thing they could do, sentencing to hard labor was also an option. Making someone a criminal slave wasn't out of the question either, they would work with a slave collar slowly paying back their debt to society. Luckily we have spiritual treasures that can tell if you are telling the truth, this makes the whole thing a lot easier. Thanks to treasures like these he didn't really need to create occupations like lawyers. The process would be nice and smooth, but others could still tamper with those treasures so they still had to watch out for swindlers. Thanks to his new gained crafting potential he could come up with various new treasures that could emulate things that he knew back from Earth. One such item was making its way into the city square. The common people were looking at the Zhang clan that used to be the rulers here, quite interested in what they were doing. There was a chubby statue being removed that was a spitting image of the man Zhang Ji whacked today. It was being torn down to make way for a large fountain, or at least that was what it looked like. Thanks to spatial technology that was also improved by Matt's crafting knowledge, they could set up the new magical fountain. The fountain was circular shape at the base, inside of it were 4 pillars with dragon heads coming out of them. On those pillars was a smaller cauldron. The water inside of this fountain was radiating blue light and even the regular people felt that this thing wasn't simple. What is that, a fountain? Are they from the fabled Zhang clan? Think their patriarch is here, maybe he'll sign my manuscript. Why would he do that? The area was abuzz while the Zhang clan cultivators finished up. They inserted something shiny into a slot in one of the pillars which made the whole thing glow for a moment. The spectacle subsided soon after, the dragon head spitting out water after the magical item got activated. Suddenly something happened, the cauldron that was smaller in size than the whole fountain but still quite large began to light up. The water inside it gave off a deep blue coloring which soon lit up the whole place. The people gasped as a pillar of light shot up into the sky. Everyone within the square could see the bright beam of light. This wasn't over though, inside the beam of light they saw a person. It was a rather handsome man, due to the coloring of the water he was in a shade of blue. He was standing up straight, his hands behind his back making him look like a seasoned veteran cultivator. The commoners gulped as the man looked quite lifelike as if he was going to jump out and give them a throughout thrashing. Greetings people of Moonlight City, my name is Zhang Dong and I am the patriarch of the Zhang clan that you see before you. To the people's surprise, the man in the fountain started to speak, it was even the widely talked about Zhang clan patriarch. Everyone moved closer, their ears perking up as they gathered, they felt truly blessed for having such an expert talk to them. Fear not, my Zhang clan isn't like the previous Cheng clan, we will treat you right. He reached out with his hand, gesturing to the Zhang clan members that were dressed in the new police uniforms. These members from my clan will keep order in the streets, they will be stationed in a separate building soon. Even while I'm speaking to you, they have rescued countless good people from slavers and hooligans alike. The man moved his hands behind his back and struck a valiant pose, the people not really knowing how to react to the whole spectacle as they didn't expect anything like this. I'll leave you with my junior sister, she will be the one delivering the news in the future. May you live long and prosper. The so-called Zhang clan patriarch then moved to the side and bade his farewells to the masses. In his place appeared quite the lovely lady. She had quite the nice curvature, was wearing glasses and had a strange form-fitting robe. It was just an ordinary female business suit, with a miniskirt that Matt fashioned after the image of newscasters from his old world. The woman bowed to the people, looking quite professional while doing it. Greetings, this sister's name is Zhang Maifen, I'll be reporting the news in this city from now on. The people of this world had no idea what was going on, the motion of daily or weekly news was something that they didn't know about. Most information was distributed by word of mouth and there were some information agencies doing it for a steep price. Following the capture of the Cheng clan members, we will be conducting a trial. The woman started talking about the new trial system, about how slavery would be forbidden and anyone that took part in it would be sentenced to hard labor, you could even have your cultivation crippled. While the lady was doing her thing, Matt moved back to the side. He knew that he needed to throw in some words there as the leading figure, he even thought he did a good job all things considered. Think I'm getting less stressed from these public appearances, when I did this back at home it was scarier. This was something he came up in his free time, what was better than a television to bring your message across? He fumbled around in his crafting fort, trying to make something that would produce an image with sound and finally was able to produce this fountain-like hologram. This would be a great propaganda tool as well. He could slowly bring his clan's image up while diminishing the image of other powers if there was a need for it. This was just a prototype that burned way too much spirit energy, but he was planning to set up more portable TV-like items into the people's homes. Maybe he could make something like the internet in the future. They just needed to expand their infrastructure. He had two options. Either to supply the spiritual power with something like cables, or fashion them in such a way that the treasures would absorb the residual chi in the surroundings. He wanted to go with option 2, but he would need to lower the energy requirement first and make the items more compact. For now, this would do. The Moonlight City restoration project had just taken off and it was going well for the Zhang clan, but they still had some pesky mice to take care of. The people started whispering amongst each other, the fountain hologram had finally been turned off, the new ruling clan and their members had left the square. No one dared to utter a word or question them about anything, they were still afraid. The Zhang clan used to rule this city before, but even then they weren't like this. They weren't as bad as the evil Cheng clan, but they still upheld the status quo. The woman in the picture explained a couple of things. That there would be something like the police patrolling the city, this was easy to understand as they were just guardsmen in strange uniforms. The other things were a bit odd. The woman said that some of the taxes would go to something called healthcare and you could sign up to a clinic and get yourself checked out by a physician without having to pay. The taxes would cover the expense instead. Are they testing us or something? This sounds too good to be true. Some of the people whispered after the threat of the powerful family was gone. They having left after doing their strange announcement. This wasn't all, besides the police and free clinics for the masses there would also be a school. This wasn't just a martial arts school in which you could earn some low-graded techniques, no. This would be something that youths from a young age could attend, learn how to read and write and even have some free standardized techniques and cultivation manuals to choose from. They even said that the promising students would have an option of being invited into the midst of the powerful Zhang clan. Yes, why would they want us to join their family, wouldn't that just lower their prestige? But what if it's true? It wouldn't be bad to have my little Wonger to learn something from such a powerful clan. Yes, if even one of my brats could join that clan I would be set for life. The people's reaction to the things that the Zhang clan was offering was mixed. They wanted to believe in the family's goodwill, but they were also afraid that those places might have some shady dealings. It wouldn't be much of a stretch if they had their kids enroll in that free school and then some Zhang clan uncle would come demanding payment, their kids could even be captured and turned to slaves. Most of these people were from the first up to the third level of chi condensation, this was the realm the vast majority of regular people reached. The bottleneck past the third level was just too hard without having the backing of a clan and their knowledge. It was a risky move to attempt it on your own. A lot of people crippled themselves while struggling to force their way through. Wonder what the other families think about this. Not like they can go against the Zhang clan, anything is better than those blasted Chens. Hope that patriarch of theirs has a slow death, his bastard kids were always bullying everyone, how many young girls' lives did the end? The people started rumbling about how the old clan was trash, their bravery kicking in at the moment the city was taken over by the new power. The Cheng clan wasn't the only family clan in the city though, it was only the strongest. This city was far too large to have only one big faction to run it, there were many smaller family clans around that were just controlled by the big overlord that was the Cheng clan. This wasn't anything new, the same thing was also true back in Spirit Spring City. You could say that the Cheng clan was the dark palm sect to these lower clans, but now it was replaced by the Zhangs. In this city, there were three other powers. There was the Singh clan. They were mostly involved in the more shady businesses, having stakes in the pleasure district and the gambling spots around it. Then there was the Quan clan. They were responsible for the food supply and the farming areas around the city. They would go to the village areas and transport the rice and wheat while taxing the farmers. The last were the people from the Sidhu clan. They had a monopoly on the medicine in the area. Most of the clinics and apothecaries belonged to them. The three factions kept themselves at bay, but if they ever worked together then they could have been able to compete with the Cheng clan. That clan in question was focused on strength, so they didn't really need to spread themselves thin with many establishments. They collected taxes from the lower three clans and protected them in response, acting like the military of the city. So they were more like a mafia family that was collecting protection money while running some shady businesses on the side. But now there was a new tiger in town. The old families used to work with the old Zhang clan, but that family didn't really exist anymore. The new patriarch was making things clear after one of the businesses owned by the Singh clan was raided. It was the place old Fatty Mew was the owner of. They didn't even come to the Singh clan to work things out before going into action. In a certain secluded place, there were three men sitting around a round table. They were looking at the map of Moonlight City, some red marks drawn on it, one in the spot of the slave trader old Fatty Mew. What are they thinking? Are they trying to squeeze my Singh clan for spirit stones? Singh Deng, the Singh clan patriarch, spoke up, his fist slamming onto the table while his brows quivered in anger. The people sitting at the table were the Quan and Sidhu clan patriarchs. The three had called an emergency meeting after the leading family was taken down. They didn't like each other, but when their livelihood was being taken away they would work together. My people reported that they want to give free medicine to those useless commoners. Preposterous. This was the Sidhu clan patriarch named Sidhu Rong, who earned his living by overpricing all medicine that his businesses made. If some renegade pill maker popped up in the city, he would be either recruited under this family or removed from the city. Damn Zhongs, they want to lower the taxes on the blasted farmers as well, and they want to re-examine the quality of the food we produce. This was the patriarch of the third family, Kuan Yin. He was also angered. The taxes would be lowered and his family might even have to pay fines if the food didn't meet the Zhang clan standards. This is just blatant bullying. We must make a decision, brothers. Do we lose face or do we strike back? Singh Deng asked while leaning back. In his mouth was a large cigar and he looked more like a mafia boss than a cultivator. He was the most ruthless from the bunch. He had no qualm in using people as slaves or selling them off for body parts. Brother Deng speaks wise words, but I don't think we can fight this clan openly. Their patriarch is just too powerful. He easily defeated Psi Fang. Sidhu Rong spoke up, the man looking like a middle-aged man with the top of his head balding but with some hair on the side. But we got word that he was injured after they returned from that secret ground. The state of his cultivation is unknown and he rarely leaves Spirit Spring City. Kuan Yin chimed in. He was holding a fan covering part of his face. He looked the oldest with an unhealthy skin complexion and sunspots. All of them were cultivators in the great circle of foundation establishment. None of them had a core formation expert in their family, but even those kinds of experts could be bought out. I say we wait it out, for now, no reason to stick our heads out just yet. Maybe the Zhang clan will come around, it might be some scheme we don't know about. Said Sidhu Rong while looking at the town map, hoping that he was right. If they still don't change their minds, then we could hire someone to take care of their patriarch. I bet if we combine our resources we could hire a powerful expert. I think Brother Deng should have someone in mind. Kuan Yin asked while looking in Xin Deng's direction. You speak wise words. It's too soon to act, and yes, there was a strong expert making a name for himself. He even slew some beasts that were at the very top of the food chain. If I remember correctly, this expert goes by the name of Lei Yinglo. Oh, that esteemed senior. I've heard of his tales. He has made a name for himself by slaughtering demonic cultivators and beasts alike, but he won't be cheap. Yes, we might have to empty our coffers out, but if there isn't any other possibility. That patriarch is just a little brat. If he doesn't give us any face, then we don't have to give him any either. The three clan patriarchs chuckled while looking at each other, Xin Deng sticking a dagger in the place that the old Cheng clan villa was situated and now belonged to the Zhangs. They chatted for a bit more, talking about business-related things while they sealed the deal on their pact. They would wait it out, for now, while gathering information on the new enemy. They weren't against a peaceful solution, but that depended on their bottom line and if the Zhang clan crossed it or not. While the three patriarchs were being their villainous selves, an old man was walking down the street. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s with a long white beard. his physique was a bit wide, making him look like he worked out at the gym a lot, but his baggy robe hid that fact quite well. The man stopped at a new apothecary shop that was also used as a clinic. He looked at the blue-robed men and women bringing in various items into the new shop, not even noticing the elderly man that was standing there. He coughed into his hand a bit to get their attention, one of the younger girls finally noticing him as she approached. "Greetings, how can I help you, sir?" the girl asked while looking at the old fart. The man's face was all wrinkled up, but he looked quite friendly. "Ah yes, my name is Wei Hung. I think you should have been informed about me, little missus." The man smiled while moving his hands behind his back, hunching forward slightly. The female Zhang member thought for a second and then a light bulb appeared above her head. "Ah yes, senior, come, we have been waiting for you." She quickly ran into the shop and clapped her hands together so that everyone would turn their heads towards the elder and her, then she spoke out. "Everyone, this is Elder Wei Hung, he will be working as the physician in this shop from now." This man had been hired to be the main physician and pill maker of this new free clinic. He would take care of the hard cases that the normal pills or elixirs couldn't cure. From what the younger Zhang members knew, this man was an experienced doctor that was recruited for this job by the Zhang elders, but in reality, he was their patriarch in disguise. Matt knew that being too well known wasn't such a good thing. If he tried walking through the streets of cities or land that he owned, he would receive the Dogza treatment. People would line up and clear a path, their faces squished into the ground fearing his wrath. This was also the reason that he used the holograms, wanting to appear friendly and approachable. Still, he knew that he couldn't just go out and do his thing anymore, he had a certain status to uphold. This is where his disguise technique would come into play. He had improved upon it quite a bit, it now being able to mask his aura as well. He wouldn't be recognized by anyone below the nascent soul level, even those would have problems in seeing through it in certain situations. Why would he disguise himself, you might ask? Well, he wanted to improve the happiness of the people in the cities that he owned, but he couldn't just do that as himself. It would seem strange if the Zhang clan patriarch just appeared out of nowhere and started teaching people basic skills or healing them with his pills and healing arts. The situation of this city was tragic, he was even losing points from the way this city was run now. He just bought a diseased animal and was supposed to heal it while parasites still festered in it. They might have gotten rid of the main culprit, which was the Cheng clan, but there were still more people fashioned from the same cloth. He wanted to pretend to be a lower-level cultivator, seeming to be at the foundation establishment middle level. No one would suspect that an old doctor was the Zhang patriarch in disguise. He could slowly scope out the area and gain some knowledge while also helping the sick and poor out in the process. Matt moved into the building. It was quite large and had more than one level. There was enough space to bring in multiple patients if the need arose. The shop had a bit of a different look than the other establishments around the area, sticking out due to the large glass door that slid apart when someone stood at the entrance. This was something Matt made in his free time, wasn't all that hard, just required a pressure plate and some technical knowledge that he now had. The electricity for things like that could easily be replaced by spiritual energy, and it didn't really take much out from a lower graded spirit stone to run those doors for multiple months on end. After you went through the sliding door and heard a chime, you could see a large reception area. A cute lady was sitting there, also hired by the Zhang clan, as they didn't really have many family cultivators to spare for tasks like these. There were a couple of junior members in here though and guards, but no one really strong. They didn't really think anyone would attack their shop in here. Zhang Ji would be stationed in this city for now, acting as the de facto governor. His lovely buff wife and their child would be joining them soon. The man was a bit apprehensive about this, mostly due to not wanting to be separated from his man crush that was the patriarch. Next to the reception area was the waiting area. There were a couple of long benches next to the walls for people to sit in, but also a wider area with some tables where they could enjoy some tea while they waited for their order. There was a little window in which some apothecary workers were inside. They would be responsible for selling pills and elixirs. There wasn't anything like a need for prescriptions in this world. Anyone could just say which pills they wanted, and if they had the money for it they would buy it. But, physicians still gave them out to people that didn't know what they needed as a service. The way things worked in her were similar to modern times. People would go take a plaque with a number on it, and then the lady at the desk would call it out, signaling that they were next in line. This was also why the small tea area existed, so people could nicely spend their waiting time. Matt would like to have a digital counter and something that just automatically printed your spot in the line, but for now, this would have to do. There were some stairs to the side, they leading up to the second level of the building and into the physician corner of the clinic. There were more waiting areas there, beds all around, and some lovely ladies dressed in white Chinese-styled robes and nurse hats on their heads, also forced upon them by the patriarch's peculiar tastes. He would be stationed on this level. He had his own room with a bed to the side where he could treat patients one by one. There was also an open area with many beds outside, making it look like one of those military hospitals with just some drapes separating the patients. Yaeun. Matt was sitting in his chair, slumping forward a bit. A crooked posture was one of his special abilities, this he managed to bring over from his old gaming days. So he was sure that no one would see through his elderly man disguise. Sure is quiet around here, no one showed up. Did that news lady deliver the message correctly? Matt expected the sick people to claw their way in, demanding free healthcare as they did back in his earthly days. The waiting lines in his home country were always so damn long and you had to wait for hours to receive your checkup. But here, there was no one there. Everyone was just lazing around now, all the items and resources were already moved inside. Maybe the news needs to spread further, or we need to send someone to advertise in the streets. He rubbed his beard, thanks to the disguise art he could grow it out quite nicely. He even had a nice Fu Manchu mustache to go with his beard. Well, I guess I'll go make some pills if I don't have anything to do now. There was another reason for making this shop, his pill concocting was lagging behind his crafting skills quite a bit. He only needed some items and he could create a heaven-grade item, that he could absorb to push his body into the nascent soul. He had worked his actual crafting skills to the very top of core formation, he just lacked the necessary resources to go further. Yeah, those sect bastards really doubled down on anything related to heaven-grade materials. It was ill-advised to create items in the nascent soul stage. Whenever a practitioner fashioned an item of that level, a peculiar aura would be produced. This aura could be felt by the nearby cultivators by miles upon miles. You would have sect uncles knocking on your door demanding you to cough the item up for some chump change in no time. Those sects sure are scared about their position, aren't they? The same thing would happen if a person reached the nascent soul stage and was discovered. The only option for someone like that was either to run from the leading sect in the area or have enough backing to fight them off. If you were a renegade cultivator or came from a weak family, you would be chased down. Either killed by the sect uncles or recruited by them and closely watched, have some slave-like contracts forced upon you while they slowly brought you over to their side, one way or the other. He was somehow able to make lower-graded earth pills at the moment, but even this feat was something that would make him into a master pill maker in this world. Anything that reached to the earth realm would be considered a treasure, the families would fight each other to get their hands on a pill of that grading. There was a logical explanation as to why a low-grade earth pill was able to help someone reach the core formation early stage. This was enough for a weaker clan to be able to duke it out with the big boys. The Cheng clan was in that category, having spent quite a fortune for a pill like that which allowed their patriarch to finally reach the core formation level before the other three families in the area. This was also how Zhang Ji managed to burst through his bottleneck. Matt managed to create a pill that pushed him into the core formation stage and that didn't have that many side effects. But this caused the already nutty junior of his to worship him even more. Wei Hung smiled at the bowing clinic workers as he headed out from his office. He looked around the empty rooms, no patients coming in at all. But he wasn't that surprised, he knew that people were naturally suspicious and untrusting in this world. Even more in this kind of town where you might be robbed in broad daylight. He already knew that his small police force was having trouble in keeping up with the reports, there was just too much shady stuff happening around here. There was a cellar into which he headed, this was a designated brewing room for him. No one would bother him here even if someone was on death's door, as cultivators were really serious about their pill making. They were quite afraid to anger a pill making master during his or her work. Well, let me get to work. He looked at the items spread out here and smirked. He wouldn't actually be using these second-hand goods for his work. He had his crafting fortress for that and a designated brewing and pill forging area in there. This crafting abode had somehow integrated itself into his system, he could upgrade it even without having to buy the next version at the cash shop like before. He closed the door behind him and put up the sign that he shouldn't be disturbed. He then closed his eyes, his body began to glow slightly and then vanished from the spot he was standing in. Matt appeared in the center of his crafting abode. The air around here was surprisingly refreshing. He had a similar copying device for his pills, but it wasn't as upgraded as the one that he used for weapon crafting. Each crafting-related profession required a different one, which really pained him when he had to spread his crafting points out. Hope it won't blow up in my face like last time. Crafting pills required a pill furnace, they came in various shapes and sizes. The one that he had in this room was a green jade-looking one. It was standing on 3 legs and had an oval shape. It had the yin and yang symbol on it from 4 sides and a lid with which you could close it. If you wanted to make elixirs, you needed a cauldron instead. He had one of similar quality in another part of this room, it was quite large and golden. What should I practice on today? Think the people would really love more of those core establishing pills. He had made a water core founding pill for Zhangji, but he went through quite a bit of exploding furnaces. The things liked to burst open and hit his face whenever the temperature was off. It was even harder to fashion this pill as it had the greater Dao of water truths inside of it. It would be a lot easier to make one that gave a cultivator a lesser Dao core instead. Good that it worked, but it was probably more due to the superior cultivation manual. He had upgraded Zhangji's cultivation method. Thanks to the library from that secret ground, Matt could combine the heaven-graded manuals with the ones that his clan members used and derive better cultivation methods. This was also another feature of the new system, well, more of this crafting abode that had a library section, a certain magical item with which you could combine texts. It didn't look like much, it looked like a desk with many smaller drawers in it. You put the text in there and then a pop-up window would appear in front of the contraption. You could spend points to combine the two techniques, add more so that the grade would improve. The costs were decreased if you put in a lower graded item and a higher graded item to receive a middle graded one from the combination. For instance, if you grabbed a mortal grade Zhang clan staple technique and popped a heaven graded one into the drawer, the system would show you if the techniques were compatible, and if they were, you could cheaply receive an earth graded manual from it. You even could play around with the settings, letting the system improve the attacking potential or defensive potential of the skill. The inserted books would be lost in the process, but for Matt, that wasn't a problem as he could write them all down again anyway. Come to think of it, that feels a bit like cheating, but not my fault that they left so many techniques back there. This worked only to a certain point, it depended on how good the best technique that he had for combining was and if it vibed well with the other technique manuals in the mix. From what Matt understood, the system checked if there were faults in the techniques in reference to the other ones used in the process. So if he threw in hundreds of similar technique manuals, the system should work out some kinks and he would receive an improved version. But there was also a margin of error and he could receive an utterly trashy technique, that would kill you the moment you tried cultivating in it. Matt was now sitting opposite his pill furnace, some herbs already in it as he heated up the crafting utensil with his chi. The purer your spiritual energy was, the better your crafted pills came out, and Matt had one of the best chi purities around. The various herbs and spices circled around the pill furnace, jumping into it while the cultivator focused. He was past the stage in which he had to insert items by hand, his mind doing all the work while he focused. Keep the temperature steady. Now comes the chilling star mushroom. Damn, added it too soon, need to add the inferno spirit grass to counter its effects now. You could see the sweat running down his forehead, one of his hands touching the furnace while the other was pointing at the circling herbs above the furnace. Soon it started rumbling, which made the young pill maker's brows quiver. He inserted more chi into the furnace, trying to slow down the explosive chemical reaction that was taking place, but to no avail. The lid suddenly popped upwards and black goo shot out in all directions, Matt's face all black and his clothes ruined and stinky. God damn it! He looked at the mess in this room. He would have to either clean it by hand or spend his crafting points on it. This new system was truly without mercy for its current owner. Should I make some low-graded elixirs to gain some crafting points, or clean it myself? While the elderly man was focusing on scrubbing the stinky black residue from his pill furnace, someone burst through the sliding doors of the clinic. Some time had passed since it was opened and it was now closing hour, but the screeching woman rushed in while holding a little boy in her hands. Please save my child, I have nowhere else to go. It was close to closing hours and the elder that was responsible for the clinic was still down in the basement concocting pills, or so the workers that were working thought. The people that were gathered here were mostly hired help or regular cultivators, they didn't develop a more lenient mindset just yet. Zhang Dong had ordered to help the people of this city and offer them service, but these two looked like beggars. The patriarch didn't realize that he worded his order in the wrong way. The workers thought that people of this city was about the actual citizens that paid taxes. If they saw a beggar they would shoo them away. Please, this is a clinic, right? Is there a doctor around? The woman wasn't someone that the news about the Zhang clan had reached, she just noticed the extravagant health clinic sign outside. All the apothecary shops and other establishments for healing that were owned by the Situ clan had already turned her down. They would never aid someone that wouldn't be able to pay those exorbitant prices that they charged. I beg you, save my little Zhuer. The people looked at each other and then to the mother. She was holding a 10 or 11-year-old child in her hands. The youth looked like he was trashed by someone. This wasn't rare around these parts, if you bumped into some people without begging for their forgiveness, it wasn't strange to be beaten up to the brink of your life. We are sorry, the doctor is busy now, come back tomorrow. One of the male workers replied while looking to the side, his gaze to the stairs going down to the basement where Wei Hung headed to. He was afraid that the old man might beat them up if they bothered him with two beggars like this. He really didn't want to earn a caning by some old grandpa. He had gotten enough beatings by his own elders, so he was adamant about reporting this to the man in charge. Those pill makers were a strange bunch. Their furnaces would explode and they would blame it on the workers being too loud, which broke their concentration. No way I'm dragging that old grandpa up here, he looked ferocious. In Matt's mind he was playing the role of a sympathetic old grandpa, but in reality, whenever he smiled his face would contort in strange ways, making the people feel uncomfortable around him. They wouldn't say a thing though. Everyone knew at least one grumpy old elder in their life and knew well how to evade their wrath. Yes, the old master is busy making pills, please leave if you can't pay for healing pills or elixirs. The woman only had a couple of copper coins on her, the rest were the torn up clothes. The child that she was holding was the only family that she had, her husband having been sold off as a slave after he gambled their money away in the casinos of Moonlight City. She was too old to be a working lady and had trouble finding a job, only doing odd jobs. Times were tough though, and the people were cruel. Even when she cleaned and cooked for them they would only leave scraps and underpay her tremendously. Sometimes they would even throw her out without anything after her slaving away for a whole day, cooking and cleaning. Her boy was a little troublemaker too, always getting in trouble and making his poor mom worry. Due to the mother working all day, the youth went unsupervised. One thing led to another and he joined the local street urchins that moved around the city stealing food and small change. Most of the time they managed to get away, the young kids far too agile and used to the back streets to get apprehended. This time they weren't so lucky. One of the older kids tried his pickpocketing skills on the wrong person that noticed it. Little Zhu was there keeping the pickpocketing target busy, but when the urchins tried running they got caught and were taught a tough lesson. The youth managed to drag his beaten body in front of the shack he and his mother were living, the woman shocked when she returned after a hard day of work. She had nowhere to go, her head down on the ground in front of the workers. There was no one in this blasted city that would do anything for free, it was always money. Her eyes were tearing up, she didn't want to lose her only son that was the only thing that she had left in this world. Please, I implore you. Shu, this clinic belongs to the great Zhang clan, they don't do business with moochers like you, now Shu. In the workers' minds, they were doing the right thing. They couldn't let other people see some beggars and vagabonds in this new clinic, they were far too afraid of the Zhang clan elders coming and reprimanding them for it. While the man in front was thinking that, the woman started getting frantic, grabbing his leg and pulling on his pants. Hey, get off me! He was about to kick the woman away, his foot moving backward for the wind-up, but as his foot was flying forward someone grabbed it. He started seeing things upside down as the person that was grasping him by the ankle lifted him up into the air. He soon could see the lower areas of the robe that Wei Hung was wearing, the grandpa having caught his kick mid-strike. What are you fools doing? The man looked at the worker that he was holding with a raised brow. He had come out of his basement dwelling, disgruntled after having to clean up the mess that he made. He then heard some screaming and noticed the crying woman on the floor grasping one of the hired helpers. What were these people doing? Weren't they supposed to help the injured people instead of injuring them themselves? Sir, these beggars just showed up, but don't worry, we will remove them from this esteemed clinic in a moment. Wei Hung's face started deforming the moment he heard them call the people beggars and that they were going to kick them out. He even noticed the beaten-up child, bruises and cuts all over his body, the weeping woman just there not knowing what to do. You damn buffoon, who told you to remove them, huh? You are supposed to help everyone, and I mean everyone. The worker was flung against the wall after the enraged elderly man chucked him to the side, not caring if he was okay or not. He then looked at the nursing staff that had conflicting expressions on their faces, not really sure what was going on. You, bring the boy up to the second level and wash his body with the cleansed spirit water, I will be there in the moment. Well, don't just stand there with your mouths wide open, move. The elder's scream made everyone flinch and scatter to work. The boy was snatched and carried off to the second level, the mother quickly following after the workers while bowing at the older man that just showed up. Damn savages! Matt cursed inwardly, not knowing that even the people from his clan and the workers they hired would be this cruel. It was even a woman with a beaten-up child, how could people show so little compassion? He just couldn't understand it, his brows were furrowed and his teeth clenching up. He would have to investigate this later, for now, the boy was more important. Matt slapped his cheeks and went upstairs, blaming himself for the transgression that transpired here. The mother was to the side as the nurses carried him to one of the empty beds in the larger rooms and started cleaning his body from the blood, grime, and sweat. The special water that they were using was something the Zhang clan was known for. It had some weak healing and regenerative abilities and was good at disinfecting wounds to boot. The mother looked at the old-looking man. He looked to be the doctor. He was a bit scary but was apparently willing to help her child. She wasn't sure if there was an ulterior motive behind this, but she would give her life for her son if she had to. "Please sir, help my little boy," she pleaded. The man just looked at her while going over. He placed his palm on the woman's shoulder, the woman experiencing a peculiar feeling when he did that. She could feel warm energy flowing into her body making her worries fly away as she felt really calm. She wobbled to the side where she was guided to the bench by one of the nurses. The man moved over to the boy that was on the table with only his groin area covered by a white cloth. Wei Hung took out a bunch of needles that were used for acupuncture. They were pure gold and looked quite costly. The nursing staff's eyes went wide after seeing them, quickly being able to distinguish the item's price. The man opened up his palm. The needles started hovering up in the air which made everyone's eyes bulge out even more as they had never seen a physician work in such a fashion before. This Wei Hung isn't simple, he must be a master. They thought to themselves while gasping. The metallic items hovered around the boy's body as they homed in on the desired acupuncture points. They were slowly lowered into his body, the man just waving his finger around while his other hand was held behind his back as he performed the strange procedure. The people then saw the golden needles radiating golden light, the spiritual energy filling out the room and making everyone gasp some more. This was the holy element type spiritual chi that Matt was now proficient in. The energy was slowly infused into the boy's body, his complexion quickly getting better and better as you could see his many wounds closing at a rapid pace. The people couldn't believe it. What was this strange technique that this elder was showing them? The young boy was getting healed at a rapid pace as if he drunk some kind of high-quality healing elixir. They looked at this elder that was concentrating, not knowing how he ended up in this small clinic. His skills were better off getting used by some kind of great sect. The needles soon hovered away from the boy's body, the procedure ending rather quickly after the divine healing energies were distributed throughout the youth's body. Matt could use a couple of healing techniques by now, but this one was the best one as he could directly insert the healing energies into the patient's body through the acupuncture needles. This increased the speed of the process and was a lot better for people with internal injuries. This technique could even heal up some plugged up meridians. He will be fine now. The old man stroked his beard while turning to the bewildered people that were staring at him as if he was some rare creature. "Also, all of you lot report to my office, I must have a word with you." The nurses snapped out of their trance and looked at the man. His face was contorted and he was clearly mad. They knew that they were in for a beating or at least an earful. "Don't forget to drag that one fool over too, slap him awake if he is still passed out, humph." He was going to give those idiots a good lecture, maybe even cut their pay for the week for this transgression. He wanted to show the goodwill of his Zhang clan, show them how different they were from the other clans, but this was the result. Crying mothers and beaten children getting refused treatment. "Well, get moving, you buffoons, or I'll dock your pay for the entire month." "Oh no sir, show mercy." The poor workers shuffled down and dragged the passed out man, dumping water over his face and smacking his cheeks till he woke up. Then they quickly rushed to Wei Hung's office. They could take a beating, they could take getting called idiots and clowns, but they certainly couldn't take not being paid. Matt looked at the child. It was covered up with a blanket and no more in critical condition. He wasn't sure what kind of person would beat up an 11-year-old like that, but he would certainly like to have a word with them. For now, he left then walked over to the mother, that was a bit out of it after he calmed her down with his technique. "The boy will be fine, he just needs to rest. He should wake up soon." The woman snapped out of it and looked at her boy, then to the scary-looking older man. She dropped down to her hands and knees, doing the usual head-bobbing maneuver that made Matt uncomfortable. He could never get used to how quick these people went down to their knees. "Thank you, senior, how can I repay you?" "I don't have anything to repay you with, I can be your slave, I'll do anything, even." The grandpa in question moved back slightly after hearing the woman wanted to become his slave and even wanting to do extra services. "What? Girlie, what are you even on about? This was free treatment, I don't need any slaves." He turned around, still trying to keep his elder persona up. He swished his sleeves and moved so that she could only see the back on his head. "Haven't you heard, the generous and magnanimous Zhang clan is offering treatment free of charge, they are truly a virtuous family. If you want to be grateful to anyone, be grateful to them." I also heard that they are accepting children from broken homes into a special school. Your child has some cultivation aptitude, you should go ask about it, and stop bowing your head already. The woman didn't look at him, just hanging her head down as if he would poke her eyes out if she dared to look at his face. But she soon moved her gaze upwards as the elder started talking about a special school and that everything here was free. My son has potential. Ah yes, with the right schooling he shouldn't really have trouble in reaching the foundation establishment realm. He checked the youth's potential, it wasn't anything great, just AC. But this was enough and slightly above average from what he could tell. Most people had potentials in the F, C range, with F being quite rare and people with that having zero aptitudes for cultivation. Though an F aptitude also showed up if people had some illnesses like blocked meridians that didn't allow for cultivation. The C potential was the top one an average person could have, C plus was the start for gifted people, this would be the start of the gifted tier. S was the most you could have, the largest potential that Matt had ever come across was the one his two disciples had, being at a B+. So this kid was top at the average mark, which wasn't bad at all. F foundation establishment. The woman got dizzy, her child wasn't even at the first level of chi condensation, the family not having any cultivation manuals at all. Though people reached that level naturally in their older teen years even without any manuals, just by passively absorbing the rich chi in the surroundings. Ah yes, he'll probably reach the first level of chi condensation soon, maybe even the second level. His body absorbed a lot of my healing energies, guess you could call that a side effect. The woman gasped once more. There were a couple of the workers listening to the conversation from the side as they gathered waiting for their punishment. Side effect, my ass, this is a big scoop. The workers started to think that maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to go into some alleys and get themselves trashed by some hooligans. When the elder healed them afterward, maybe they could get through their cultivation bottlenecks. But I need to get some things done, just stay with your son, he should wake up soon. He walked back to his office, glaring at the workers from a side profile which made them get goosebumps. It was time to punish the infidels, he needed to show how things were run here and explain to them that they couldn't just leave injured people outside in the cold. Everyone into my office. He walked in first, hunched over slightly and with his hands behind his back. He was getting used to acting like an old geezer, it was kind of fun, he could have temper tantrums and the people just thought it was normal. He waited for them to enter his large office, there was enough room for everybody to sit down in a heel-sitting position. Everyone was nervous, they had their backs straight and knees tightly pressed while sitting down in this uncomfortable position. Their boss was sitting at his desk, just sipping on his tea while everyone was quiet and afraid to mutter a word. Finally, he placed the teacup to the side and spoke up, his voice stern and domineering. Do you know what you did wrong? The people looked at each other, no one really wanted to speak up but someone had to. One worker finally mustered up some courage as he answered. We didn't follow orders and caused the elder to lose face. Wei Hung's face twitched a bit after he heard that reply, the people in the room not sure if that was the right answer but it seemed logical. The elder and Zhang clan wanted to look magnanimous for some reason, so if the seniors came to that decision it would be a loss of face if their juniors didn't follow through on that order. They didn't realize that the answer that this man was looking for was a lot simpler and he just wanted them to show some compassion. Ho ho! So, it was all about me losing face now, is it? The man rubbed his long white beard and glared at the people in the room. From his reaction, the workers knew that something was off. Damn you people, show some empathy once in a while. This isn't about saving or losing face, you fools. A teacup was flung at the wall, whizzing past the man's face that did the reply, the tea leaves and the residual water in the cup making a mess on the wall. Please Elder Hung, appease your rage, we were in the wrong, it won't happen again. The members pleaded while bowing down again. You're damn right it won't. But that's not the point, you lot better listen well now. Helping people that have nothing isn't wrong, showing compassion to strangers once in a while isn't either. You must lose that backward mindset of yours, this is not how the Zhang clan or this clinic operates. He soon started lecturing them about the virtues of life, words like sympathy, kindness, mercy were just some that he threw out at them trying to make them understand his point of view and that it wasn't a weakness to being a good person. But he wasn't sure that he was getting through to these people, that just bobbled their heads at him, their expressions mixed. And another thing, don't be afraid to call for me, there is a little button to the side of the door of the room I do my pill concocting. If you press it I will know that you need me and I will arrive shortly, you will not be punished. He tried a couple of angles, presenting them with hypothetical scenarios. How would you feel if your family got annihilated in some useless squabble about face and there was no one that helped you out? You could only die outside in the cold or get devoured by beasts, no one willing to give you a helping hand. How would you feel then? Try putting yourselves in their shoes once in a while. You might not know this, but the Dao of compassion is a powerful one. He wasn't lying, you had to be compassionate for the holy elemental energies to actually work. That's why you mostly saw only people like priests and nuns using the holy healing arts, you had to have a vitreous heart for it. Behold! His finger glowed with a golden light, the area filling with comfortable holy energies that made everyone in the room feel at peace. They could feel their fatigue receding as they were gaining their stamina back. Maybe if you show some warmth to your fellow people, you might awaken this power too. He left them with something to think about, maybe if the words didn't get to them. The show of an unknown Dao would, their eyes went wide as saucers the moment his finger started glowing. He would be happier if they realized that being nice to your fellow man wasn't so bad. But if he could get them with the show of future gains, it would have to do for now. This will be a long process. I spent too much time crafting for these past years. Thought these people were getting better, but not much has changed. You can leave now, hope you learned something. The workers slowly walked out in an orderly fashion, seeming quite confused about what they had heard. Matt in his way hung disguise just slumped into his chair, his hand going to his face as he did a normal facepalm gesture. That was stressful, but I've gotten better at things like this now. He didn't suffer from stage fright as much recently, his fear of conversation had mostly gone away by now. He wasn't sure if he just got used to talking to people or if it was the tranquil technique at play. It being quite a quality of life one, the more he used the calmer he got and the less outside factors could affect his calm demeanor. I miss the old cash shop, most of the techniques I got from that library aren't as good and I can't even get points from slaying monsters. He didn't feel as motivated to battle other people or monsters since his system had changed. He could still get cores to absorb but those items were better used as crafting materials for armor or weapons. Most of the beast he hunted were demonic ones that were bothering the people around the area that he owned. This also adding more daily point gains that were added to his system as his people felt safer. I forgot to get one of the workers to clean the wall. He looked at the shattered teacup and the tea leaves on the ground that scattered into all directions after it shattered. His grumpy old man act had gone well, the people sure were afraid of him. He raised his posterior from the chair he was sitting on and went out. The moment he stuck his head out to see if one of the nurses was around he heard someone shouting loudly. No, you mustn't. Zhuer, you've just gotten better, you must rest. Let go of me, mother, you don't understand, I need to go back. The others. Matt raised a brow as he could see the boy squirming around in his mother's grasp. He was trying to move down the bed but the woman was clinging to him tightly. The boy obviously didn't want to hurt his mom so he only tried to push her away, but the woman wasn't having any of it. No. Do you know how much your poor mother went through? You can't go. But the others, they are in danger, those cultivators are going to kill them. The boy was a bit frantic, still a bit weak as the holy healing art wasn't perfect just yet. It seemed that the men that had beaten him out would be heading to the urchins' hideout. The boy heard them talk while they were giving him the beatdown. He wasn't sure how they would track them down, but they apparently had some kind of tracking treasure with them and wanted to punish the little thieves. He was lucky enough to have played dead and them just kicking him to the side, then he barely made it back home and finally woke up in this clinic. Oh? Who is going to kill who now? Could you explain? The family of two stopped squirming and looked to the voice. It was the large elderly uncle that had healed the boy. He was standing there while stroking his beard, wondering what this was all about. Matt looked at the mother and son duo, were they doing some kind of comedic routine? The boy was still almost naked, at least they didn't remove his underwear before the procedure. The youth in question looked at the old man beside the bed. He was getting bear-hugged by his mother. He instantly knew that this man wasn't simple, his disposition and sharp stare could only be attributed to experts. But in reality, it was only Matt squinting and trying to keep his elder act together. Please, my friends are going to die, we offended someone that we shouldn't have. The boy replied to the question, his voice trailing off at the end. Oh, who did you offend? Could you tell this friendly grandpa? The workers' faces contorted at the friendly part, who was the person that threw that one worker at the wall. The poor guy then was slapped awake only to get lectured and then only get teacups thrown at him. Bow your head, boy, this senior uncle saved your life. The woman immediately pushed her son's head down, making him bow to the man. The man in question just moved his hand upwards trying to signal to the two that this act was unnecessary. That's fine, just doing what I was hired for by the Zhang clan. I'm not sure if you have heard about the Zhang clan, but they are quite the magnanimous people, yes they are. He made it sure to mention the clan whenever he could, he liked to spread awareness, branding was very important. They weren't sure why this elder was mentioning that clan every other sentence, but not like they could ask him. The boy had some tears in his eyes which he was able to wipe after his mother finally let him be. Soon he started talking and told the two the full story. Me and my brothers just wanted some coin for the little ones. The young master came out of the restaurant and he was already drunk, so we thought he would be an easy snatch. The boy looked at his mom, not really wanting to tell her that he was out in the streets and stealing. But he was doing it mostly for the younger children, they had even some 4-year-olds in his group. They weren't abandoned but their parents died one way or the other, mostly offending some big hots or getting in debt with the wrong people. He looked to his mother stuttering a bit as he saw her brows twitching. Anyway, we tried doing the usual routine. I fell in front of the young master and just started apologizing to keep his attention on me. That was when Big Brother Matt stroked his beard while listening. It was a regular stealing maneuver that you would see anywhere. Someone would bump into you then start talking loudly and shuffling about. While you were distracted, their partner would move in from the back and quickly snatch your wallet or purse from your pocket. But you got caught, right? Said Wei Hung while glancing at the boy that lowered his head at the reply. Why yes. The guard next to the master was very vigilant. He moved between the young master as my big bro was reaching into his robe. Luckily he managed to jump back before he got caught. So, they grabbed you instead? Why yes sir, I was on the ground bowing so I didn't have enough time. That's why I told you not to hang out with those brats. The mother was fuming, she had told her son not to hang out with that riff-raff. They were a known band of little bandits that robbed and plundered the streets. She didn't want her only child ending up as those thieves. This was also the reason she was working so hard. I'm sure the boy had his reasons, right? The elderly man asked while trying to smile, but made the family duo flinch in fright instead. Why yes. We only did it to feed the young ones. Matt went back to stroking his beard while the mom started reprimanding her son for being a little thief. He, on the other hand, was worried that they even had children on the streets below the age of 5 running around with no parents or supervision. Even more that they had to resort to stealing and burglary to survive. And another thing. The mom shouted out while smacking the head of her son that looked disgruntled. How about you show this grandpa where those children are? I'm sure I can talk that young master out of harming them. He couldn't let some young bratty young lord just beat up some preteen kids. He knew that those types would even resort to killing if they got offended enough. He stood up a bit straighter and tried striking a valiant pose complete with a bright smile so that the child would trust in this old uncle, but the only thing the kid saw was an old man grinning menacingly. He looked to the side to his mother, not sure if he could trust this ominous-looking elder. The mother looking between the two and finally speaking out. Why yes, if senior insists Zhuer will show you where they are, isn't that right? She looked at the young boy, a bit of worry in her eyes. She was grateful for the help that this man had given her son, but she didn't want him to involve himself further with those band of urchins. Her motherly instincts were telling her to take her son and run, but she couldn't offend the elder man that helped them out. He also seemed quite powerful. Well, let's not dilly-dally for too long, little one, if we don't hurry your friends might get hurt. The youth instantly steeled his resolve as the old man mentioned his friends getting in trouble. He quickly jumped up, his mother shaking her head as she could oppose the older man's decision. Elder, please take me along. She asked out while her boy was already close to bolting down the stairs. Sure, you can come along, don't see a problem with that. Matt didn't mind if the mom tagged along, not like she needed to do anything, and he felt confident in being able to protect the two of them. He also thought of alerting his new police task force for this job, but he knew that they were spread thin. Also, it would probably take them a while to get to this store, then take the kid out for the search. He was worried that the younglings might already be getting beaten up. Follow me, I know all the shortcuts. The little guy bolted for the sliding door, Matt just skipping along even though he didn't look like he was going fast and his feet were moving slowly. He had no problem in keeping up with the energetic child, the mom was trailing a bit in the back though. He went deep into the neighborhood, the buildings started looking worse and worse. Man, this sure is a shithole. He could see beggars supporting themselves against some building walls, their bodies dangerously thin. The buildings looked more like storage sheds after a while. the roof's probably leaking and if a storm came along they would be folded in half. Think I need to invest some money into renovating this section of town. This part of town was the slum. While skipping along, Matt brought out his system map to see in exactly what area he was in. The coloring was dark red, the worst color you could have. The health hazards in this area were the biggest. You could see human feces on the side of the roads and in the alleys. He wanted to stop and help a couple of people out. They looked in dire need of medical assistance or at least a warm meal. After he was done with this young master business, he would go back to headquarters and have a team come clean this mess up. This wasn't a problem for him at this point. He could cover the costs by making core formation level items. He could probably even trade in some of those to the richer families in this city and they would do it instead, but he wasn't sure he could trust them in doing a good job just yet. They were going quite deep into the slum area. The people were quite scary looking as he noticed a lot of them giving him the stink eye. He tried diffusing the situation with a bright smile, but to his dismay when he did that the people looked frightened instead. Guess they must be shy. While Matt was skipping through the poop-filled streets of Moonlight City, wondering if he would ever be able to wash this stench away from the new boots that he was wearing, a group of kids were shivering in the corner of a large damaged building. This looked like some type of old storage space. The wood had been eaten away by time and there were many puddles due to the water dripping in during the times it rained. A young man below the age of 20 was sitting on the back of another youth. That youth looked beaten. You could notice it by the number of bruises in his cut-up lower lip. He was on all fours and trembling. The other young man was sitting on his back with his legs crossed over one another, using the other person as a chair. Hey, stop moving. A chair isn't supposed to move you, cretin. Can't even do that right, you trash. The young man smacked the chair on the head with his hand and laughed out. This was the young master that was almost robbed by the street urchins. He was sitting on the back of the person that tried snatching his purse. This was the oldest member of the group and the big brother. If you don't stop shivering, I might decide to punish those little ones there. You wouldn't want that to happen now, would you? There were about 10 other kids all gathered together and surrounded by 5 cultivators. This were the guards of this young master. They had a little nifty treasure that helped them track these people here. One of the guards specialized in tracking as well. It could home in on a person that was recently touched by the person controlling it. One of the guards had touched the boy as he was trying to grab the young master's purse, and so that's how they found the little guy's hideout. Young master, these kids won't be worth much, I'm afraid. They all look frail and lack any cultivation. One of the guards reported while looking at the children. They ranged from the ages of 4 to 13, the oldest being the one that his master was sitting on, and he was just 14. They had miscalculated this robbery. The hidden guards weren't noticed as they were of quite the high caliber. Damn, useless as always. Why is a bunch of trashes like you even in this city, not worth the dirt under my boots? He smacked the kid that he was sitting on again, thinking about what he should do with this bunch of useless urchins. He was mad at the New Zhang clan. Usually what he would do to people like this was having his people sell them for whatever they could to the slavers as criminal or debt slaves. The new power in town had decided to ban slavery though, this being a bit of a thorn in this young master's side. Those damn Zhang clan retards, why do they prevent us from making a living? Not like you can do anything more with trashes like these. Though we could still sell them on the side, no one has to know, hee. He finally got fed up and stood up from the youth's back, giving him a kick to his stomach that sent him rolling over against a wall and towards the shivering children. "I'll leave big brother alone, you big bully." One of the younger children spoke up. It was a young girl that was now rubbing her brother's belly while looking at the young master with tears in her eyes. "Hey, you dare look at this young lord with those kinds of eyes? You there, give her a good slap." He pointed to one of his guards. The man in question just nodded and moved in the direction that the child was standing in, ready to follow his master's instructions. But as he was about to give the poor trembling girl a good smack, he was tackled from the side by another youth. This youth came from outside and was little Zhuer. "Leave my junior sister alone." Well, the youth couldn't really bring the adult man down. It felt like he hit a brick wall, the adult guard just standing there with vacant eyes. "Get off me, you little shit." But before he could smack the child away, he felt a chill run down his spine. He could feel someone looking at him. The men looked in the direction that the voice was coming from. The boy that tackled the man fell onto his butt, then quickly scooted to the side to protect his little junior sister. "Who dares?" The young master looked at the old man, not knowing who he was. He had a long beard and looked intimidating, but looks could be misleading. The young master was just a lowly chi condensation practitioner, not even that high up there at only the 8th stage. He liked spending his time drinking and partying with the ladies in the pleasure district, not really one for training. That's why he glanced to one of his guards. The man looked quite experienced and was in the middle level of Foundation establishment. The guard scanned the elder with his senses. He could tell that the elderly man was also in the Foundation establishment stage at a similar level that he was. But he wasn't alone here. Each guard here had at least a cultivation base of Foundation establishment early stage, and there were 5 of them against just one old guy. Taking their ages into consideration, the bodyguards were men in their 40s and 50s and the opponent looked to be 60 or 70. In this world, you could mostly tell one's strength by the cultivation level and the age. An old age gave you hints that the cultivator wasn't very talented and couldn't advance past the stage that they were currently in and would probably be stuck in it for the rest of their life. This indicated that they should be weaker than younger cultivators at the same realm, as they probably had more talent and vigor. The bodyguard gave the young master a nod, signaling him that he felt confident in taking out this elderly man. This youth wasn't stupid. He knew that it wasn't wise to offend unknown people. They could turn up to be some kind of old powerful monster. Still, you could offend risky targets, but you just had to make them vanish from the face of this world. I'm not sure who you are, old man, but you better scram. The young master proclaimed, while hiding behind his bodyguards, smirking from the back at the elder that was about to get trashed by his group. Oh, don't mind me, I'll be on my way soon. I'll just take these children with me and we will be on our way, what say you? Matt didn't want to cause a scene. No one was actually dead and he could make these cultivators collapse with a wave of his finger. He was planning on remembering the youth's face, maybe getting his name out during the conversation and then have his police force bring him in. Playing a superhero was nice and all, but these people had to learn to trust the new faction in town to help them out in the future and not rely on random cultivators to help them out. He wanted to have the man serve a normal prison sentence, but things weren't that easy and the kids were also thieves. Hey, did you hear that, men? He wants to take the poor kids home. The people that were standing there just burst out in laughter, not taking the man seriously. They were feeling quite content. The man was even speaking to them respectfully, probably afraid of a beating. Yes, you can take these kids for a mere 500, no, make that 1,000 spirit stones. How's that for a fair price? The youth just laughed to himself. No one in their right mind would cough up 1,000 spirit stones for some useless orphans. Oh, 1,000? Wait a moment, Sonny, I just need to check. How about these? The young master raised his brow at the old man's response. It was as if he was willing to pay that amount for these street urchins. He looked at the man who was looking at a storage ring, a glint in the youth's eye as he saw that thing. That's a high-quality spatial ring. Where did that old fart get it? The old guy then pulled out 2 swords. From a glance you could tell that they weren't simple weapons and that they were made by quite the master blacksmith. Here you go, 2 high-quality perfect-grade mortal swords. They should go for around 500, maybe even 600 spirit stones at the auction house. This should do, right? Everyone gasped as the old guy pulled out 2 shiny new swords. They were radiating that perfect-grade aura and were extremely close to something at the core formation stage. The guards in the shed gulped. They wanted weapons like those, but they were forced to use lower-quality goods given to them by the clan they were from. This clan was the Scene clan, which this young master belonged to. Bring those treasures over. The young master said while staring at the 2 weapons. He just had to have them. Trading some brats for even one of those would be a win in his opinion. But where did this old man get those from? And he probably has more things in that storage ring. The youth was already thinking about his next step. Should he risk offending anyone that was behind this old man or not? The man wasn't wearing the Zhang clan robes, so he probably wasn't with that family. Even if he was with them, nothing will happen if he just vanishes. The Scene clan had a bandit background, so they were quite ruthless in their actions. From a young age, their offsprings were taught to never allow any loss of face and to be throughout with their actions. If you saw an opportunity for getting more power, you should go for it if the situation allowed for it, even if there was a risk involved. Here you go, Sonny, now I'll just take the kids and we'll be on our merry way. The bodyguard grabbed the 2 blades and carried them over to the young master. The kid took one of them while the guard kept the other. Both of them could see that these were quality goods. Neither of them had a weapon of this quality on their person. While the old man was walking towards the kids, seemingly thinking that the deal was made. The Scene young master had other plans. He was going to risk this. No one should miss one old fart, and even if they do, they will be long gone and can blame it on bad luck. He gave his men a hand signal which the group knew well. They went to cut off all escape routes. The elder wasn't really doing much. he was now by the kids petting the crying girl that was standing next to the boy that tackled one of the bodyguards. "Okay kids, just follow this uncle outside, I'll bring you somewhere safe." All of the kids looked to Zhu that came along with this strange old fart, they looked to him if they could trust the man or not. The boy gave them a nod and a couple of reassuring words. "Don't worry, you can trust this senior," the boy said while trying to aid his injured brother, that was badly beaten on the ground, his ribs probably broken due to that last kick he received. You're not willing to let the kids go?" "But the deal was already made, young man." The old man spoke up, which prompted the kids to look at him. He was looking at the smirking young master. His men were pulling out their weapons while encircling the group, some of them standing back in the case that they fled. "You think I'm stupid? Give me that ring of yours and we might let you live, old fool." The kids started crying again, the younger ones hiding behind the older ones, the grandpa in front. The old man in question looked at his hand, his high-quality store ring on one of his wrinkled fingers. He moved his hand so that the backside of his palm would face the young master, the ring visible to the youth. "Oh, you want this little thing? How can I trust you that you would let us go after I give it to you?" The youth was getting more and more confident in his decision. This man wasn't bringing up any outside backing into the conversation. This meant that he probably didn't really have anyone more powerful behind him, but still, the old man was getting on his nerves as his tone was quite relaxed. "Stop messing around, you old fart, hand over the ring. We are done playing games." He nodded to one of his guards, the man charged forward. This man wasn't the strongest from the group nor the weakest. This would be a test, they wondered what the old man would do. Would he use some kind of defensive treasure, would he charge in and try his luck in hand-to-hand combat, or would he try to run away? The old man didn't move from his spot at all, he just looked at the incoming warrior. The bodyguard was holding a large saber with his hand, he swung it from over top his head like he was trying to bisect the elderly man that was just standing there. His weapon whizzed through the air, the children's eyes not even being able to fathom the incoming man's movements as he used some strange movement art, appearing like a blur in their eyes. The kids closed their eyes, they expected to see the poor grandpa getting split in half. They felt the wind pressure from the attack suddenly hit their faces, their hair getting kicked up. But that was it, they couldn't hear the old man screaming or groaning. When they opened their eyes they saw something strange, the old man was holding the saber's tip between his index and middle finger. The attacker's biceps was bulging out, indicating that he was trying to push his weapon downward, but the saber wasn't budging at all. "Ho ho, how ferocious, this grandpa almost had a heart attack, so fearsome indeed." The old man laughed and chuckled while the bodyguard tried his best to pull or push his saber away from the clutches of those two fingers. The elder then flicked his fingers, the saber that the man was holding got flung upward and lodged itself in his shoulder, blood spraying into the air and the man screaming out in pain. "What are you fools waiting for? Get that old fart!" The young man screamed out. He didn't anticipate the man to be so ferocious, but he still had more guards, one stronger than the other, they should be able to handle one old man. The muscular men charged at the man that in return slowly walked towards them, his facial expression not really changing. They attacked him from all directions, they had swords and spears heading for the man's weak spots, the head, the heart, the solar plexus, and even his groin. But before the weapons could land they suddenly shattered into many pieces, the shrapnel heading in the directions that the attackers made their strikes. The sharp metallic parts embedded themselves in the men's faces and bodies, quickly making them retreat and squirm out in pain. What are you idiots doing? Kill him!" The young master was fuming as he saw his men just scatter, wounds all over their bodies, the old fart just standing there and grinning. The men tried standing up, but they were seasoned warriors and knew that this elder in front of them wasn't even trying hard. He was probably hiding his cultivation level and could slap them to death if he wanted to. They groaned as their young idiot of a master wasn't realizing that fact yet. "Oh, you shouldn't be that quick to murder people, young man." Suddenly the youth felt some wind hit his face, the man just vanished and was now standing right behind him. He was holding onto the Singh clan boy's shoulder while talking. "Don't touch me, I'm the Singh clan's second son. If you touch me my father will kill you and your whole family." The youth turned around. The old man had quite the grip on his shoulder as he felt most of his power leaving him. "Oh, shut up, you caricature of a person!" Smack! The young master was slapped on the cheek, and not lightly. His body spun around, his arms floppy as the youth lost all power in his limbs the moment he received the hit. He made a nice arch and hit the shack's wooden wall and crashed through it right outside. He was instantly out cold and foaming at the mouth, some of his teeth knocked out. Matt looked down at his palm that just slapped the youth into the wall. He didn't think he would make him fly that hard. He was weaker than expected. Good that I lowered my strength, could have killed the kid. He gulped. He misjudged how strong that young master was. He was still in battle mode from fighting his bodyguards, so even though he meant to give him a gentle pat to the cheek, that would at most make him go down to one knee. He gave him a strong enough smack to make him comedically fly to the side while knocking out a couple of teeth in the process. Well, at least they are down and don't look like they will be resisting anymore. He glanced at the warriors that were clutching various parts of their bodies. The metal shrapnel had lodged itself into their flesh and probably hurt like hell. The kids were protected behind him thanks to his transparent shield, so they were all fine and dandy. Well then, what should I do now? He looked at the disgruntled bodyguards that were squirming on the ground, trying to remove metal pieces from their cheeks. He could try to round them all up, make them carry the young master over to the police station. But there were these crying children behind his back. He was slightly afraid that the orphans would just run away if he wasn't paying attention. Hey you there, what's the Singh clan second son's name? One of the bodyguards that wasn't injured looked up at the scary grandpa and quickly replied. The young master's name is Singshi, please elder show mercy, the Singh clan will surely repay you handsomely. The man quickly bowed, hoping that this crazy old fart wouldn't just kill them all. If they made it back to the Singh clan compound they could get some backup and take care of this elder. Matt decided to just use his police force for the job. He also wanted to see how they would handle the procedure of apprehending a young master. He wasn't sure if everyone was on the same page as he was though, after the fiasco with the lady and her son that his workers and clan members refused to help out. Hope they won't take any bribes, but this would be a good opportunity to see if they do. It might be better if that happened now than later. Matt didn't kid himself, there were a couple of bad apples even back in Spirit Spring City, but they were far too afraid of him to do anything about him. Still, he knew that they were waiting for him to slip up, little schemers that they were. He already disowned the clan members that left the city during the time he was at that secret ground. He couldn't trust people that just run away whenever times got tough. I need to open that school soon so then we can start indoctrine, training the kids to be good policemen, yet. Matthew knew that most people in this world like to be placed in groups. They would stay loyal to the person that gave them the opportunity to better themselves, for instance by giving them some cultivation manuals and some resources to break through a realm or two. But there were always one or two of those scheming types, that everything was just a stepping stone for their way to the top. He had the young master's name now, so he just turned around being sure to reply with a resounding snort to the pleading that the bodyguard was doing. Don't worry, I'm not the one that will be taking care of you, I will be sure to report this incident to the brand new and glorious Zhang Clan Police Department. He made sure to pronounce the Zhang Clan name clearly, it would surely send the cultivators trembling in their boots. In reality, they didn't know what the old guy was on about, they knew that the Zhang Clan was doing some strange stuff in the background, but they still thought that even they would just take a bribe and be done with it. He finally turned around the group of children. The enemies were slowly removing themselves from the old shed that was close to crumbling due to the release of the warrior's fighting aura. The kids were still scared, tears in the eyes of some, but some of the older ones had that glint in their eyes, like someone that had been through a lot. Don't worry children, Grandpa here will protect all of you, come with me, we need to treat your friend here first, then let's all go to a nice restaurant, you probably haven't had a warm meal in quite some time. The kids looked at each other. The younger ones were instinctively on board after the grandpa mentioned a warm meal. The older ones were more apprehensive as they didn't really trust adults anymore. They didn't have any role models and most of them had no older family members left alive or caring for them. The boy that Matt healed being a rare case that still had a loving mother with him. Luckily he had the boy to speak up for him this time around, otherwise, he would probably have to stuff the kids into his energy bubble. Don't worry, we can trust this senior, he healed my wounds too. Thanks to the youth he earned some trust. The other kids looked at their older brother and nodded. They knew him well enough to know that he wouldn't lie to them. They were always worried about their beaten elder brother that was slowly succumbing to his internal injuries. I guess we should give this young fellow some first aid, first. The old man proclaimed while moving over to the collapsed youth on the ground. The kids parting to the side after they got the nod from their other brother that was vouching for the old man. Let's see. Matt's eyes glowed slightly. This was quite the nifty physician skill that let you see the internal injuries that a patient had. But could also be used during battle to notice your opponent's weak points. He could see the youth's shattered ribs, some lacerations, and the head trauma. He was still conscious though, and it would probably be a problem to get him to insert those acupuncture needles into the frightened teen. Instead, he moved in closer and leaned over. He would use a less direct approach. This was akin to a regular healing art. He just placed his index finger on the youth's upper dantian on his forehead. The kids weren't sure what this man was doing, but the moment his finger touched their brother's forehead, something astonishing happened. They could see the elder's finger glow in an astonishing golden light. He was directing his healing energies through the boy's forehead and gently guiding them through his meridians, which then dispersed them all throughout his body. This was a slower procedure than when he used his acupuncture needles. This one had to go from top to bottom in order, while the needles were able to disperse his healing energies simultaneously to all the injured parts. The youths never came across such a healing method, but they haven't really seen many powerful cultivators in general. The injured youth started feeling lightheaded, his muscles relaxing as the healing energies washed over him. He felt like he was floating on a cloud, the healing art also having the boon of removing the pain while the body regenerated. Soon enough the child was healed, the kids rejoicing as they saw the wounds vanishing from their elder brother's face. He was even well enough to stand up. Looking at the palms of his hands, some of the fingers that were previously broken weren't hurting at all anymore. He only felt a strange tingling sensation like some ants were running inside those previously broken digits. What? He looked at the elder that was now standing up, hands behind his back and already in his master cultivator pose. The youth instantly dropped down to his knees and started bowing, the boy knowing well that this man had to be some kind of powerful master that they couldn't offend. Well then, little thief, you have offended some pesky people. How about you follow me along with your juniors? I'll give you all a place to stay. But don't think it's going to be free, you'll have to work for your wage. The boy stood up, his head dropping down as the elder mentioned the part about offending other people. He knew that his band or urchins had bit off more than they could chew. This was the young master of the Singh clan we were talking about. That was a scary family to have offended. Normally they would have needed to leave this city, there was no hope for them after offending a powerhouse clan like that. But this senior here was offering his help. Work? Wage? You're offering us work? The youth was even more suspicious. Who would offer work to a band of pickpockets with no background whatsoever? They had no value unless they showed some kind of talent for cultivation. Yes, just regular work. The Zhang clan is creating an orphanage in this city. You will be fed and have a roof over your head. In return you'll have to do various tasks, mostly cleaning out these ghastly streets from all this garbage. If you are old enough, you can even join the police academy they are making. You just need to pass some tests, you'll get some cultivation resources and will be able to work for them if you are a promising recruit. But, let's get out of here first, I promised you some food first. He was actually hungry himself, having quite an appetite for this world's cuisine. The spiritual energy-rich foods were a lot tastier than the ones back on Earth, he just couldn't get enough of those. The children took the man up on the offer, but they still were thinking about running away if the opportunity presented themselves. They only really trusted themselves. Though they wanted those things that he was talking about to be the truth, they didn't really like living in the slums with a leaky roof over their head, not knowing if they would have any rice to get by each day. They all wandered into the richer part of town. The elder was walking in front while some people whispered from the side. The first child and his mother were with them as well. The woman was also feeling uncomfortable due to her shabby appearance. She rarely came to this part of the city, mostly here to clean up after some young master's drinking spree, as no one really wanted to tend to vomit. Logically they were denied access to the restaurant that the old man wanted to bring them over, but after the elder produced a big sack of golden coins the restaurant owners started singing a different tune. This Gramps was loaded, the children got quite the feast as they even occupied one of the upper floors all to themselves. Man, they must have had it harsh. Matt groaned inwardly as he saw those kids devouring the food, almost forgetting to breathe between the chomps they were taking. They were eating like this was the first meal that they had their entire life, snoot and tears filling their eyes from the sheer happiness they were experiencing. Some of them even made a vow to follow this strange grandpa for the rest of their lives. Matt would probably sweat if he found out that people's devotion could be so easily bought with some food around here. While the kids were eating, he took out a communication jade. It was already close to nighttime after he headed out from the clinic, so he needed to get these kids shelter. He notified Zhang Kuo. The man knew that he, the patriarch, was disguised as the clinic doctor at the moment. He ordered him to arrange shelter for these kids and also to make a report to the police unit, noting him down as the prime witness. Things are all set now. I hope my juniors won't disappoint me too much. The kids were a bit apprehensive to go with the Zhang clan members, but the elder that saved them reassured them that it was fine. I'll be at the clinic, for now, if anything happens you can just come running to this grandpa and he will protect you with all his might. He proclaimed to give the kids somewhere to go if things got rough, but he couldn't really stay with them any longer. They would be placed in an orphanage and watched. They were still pickpockets so they needed to be punished, so, for now, they would be on lockdown. They had a program to teach kids at a gated school. They would have a dorm to live in as well. The whole project was more or less a one-package deal, with the orphanage, dorm, school and various training facilities being at one spot. The kids would get basic education and even some basic cultivation manuals to get them going. The children could slowly adapt and after a certain period had a choice to make. They could either join the Zhang clan as one of their lower-level sub-factions or just leave and do their own thing. Matt was planning to school the kids in the basics of pill forging, crafting and various other professions. He wanted to let the kids find something they were good at, so then they could find some work later on in their life. It would probably be easier to study under a master if the disciple had some proper foundations in the basics of the craft they were studying in. But let's try not to put them in too much of a debt. There was a small catch though. The kids were required to pay some of the tuition fees later on in their life. He wanted it to be free, but after some calculations, the numbers just didn't add up. Either he would need to cover the price himself, or have the people learning to repay the Zhang clan later. He went with the second option. He wanted to teach the youths a lesson that nothing was really free in this life, but also that you should repay your debts. They would have ample time to repay it though, and it was a reasonable price mostly for the food eaten, lodging fees and the teacher fees. Zhang Kuo was swift to organize the exchange. He couldn't let his patriarch waiting, and soon a group of Zhang clan cultivators was standing in front of the restaurant. They had their orders and meet with the clinic doctor in question, but they didn't know that it was their glorious leader in disguise. He got the children to come with him and that group, escorting them to the dorm they would be living in now. The new building was more styled in the earthly ways, with many smaller rooms with bunk beds. The kids would be staying here while some Zhang members taught them how to read and some basic cultivation methods. Those methods were slightly better than what other cultivators used, but still, nothing that would impact the Zhang clan's hold on its power. Matt had upgraded all the core Zhang clan cultivation methods, plus added a lot of the manuals he copied over from the sacred grounds. The new cultivators would be advancing swiftly with a high-quality foundation. Zhang Ji was already a core formation expert and Zhang Jin moved over to the middle stage not long ago too. There were many members that were on the cusp of breaking through, but everyone had to re-evaluate their foundation. With the new edition of the updated books, everyone had to go through a process of retraining. The cracked and shaky foundation pillars had to be repaired as much as they could before the practitioner could advance. This process was a whole more tedious for people at an advanced age who had this kind of shaky foundation, so mostly the younger cultivators would progress further. Some of those cracked foundation pillars just couldn't be repaired without dumping in a lot of resources. At least that would be the normal outcome, but they had their patriarch with those holy element powers now. He could somehow repair a damaged foundation pillar, so if you were deemed worthy, you could advance further with the help of Zhang Dong. The process was slow, so not everyone could get that treatment at this time. Only the elders that came back from the secret ground would get treated. From the 20 that went in, 15 returned, with 5 of them dying during the beast waves or while fighting the demon cultivator. The kids looked at the grandpa that was waving at them. He brought them over to a strange place in which they were going to stay. There were some friendly people around, mostly women that were good at tending to the kids. Now stay with the elder sisters here, they will take care of you. Listen to them and don't cause trouble. The old man parted with the kids and headed out. It was already late. The kids were moved to the rooms by the attending elder sisters that would explain how things worked there. Now the only problem was that Xing clan's young master, the police unit, was informed, and the old man that was the prime witness was now at the new police station. He was in the classic interrogation room. It even had a one-way mirror with some other police members on the other side. Before entering this place, Matt could see his policemen working. They were bringing in some ruffians that were spouting the usual gibberish about being some big shot. So, Senior Wei Hung. Let me just go over it once more. You encountered Xing Shi in the city slums area. Matt was sitting opposite some unknown clan member that was wearing his police uniform. He was still trying not to smirk at the cultivation nuts wearing more modern clothes. They just read some questions down from a parchment about the encounter with the Xing family. They clearly were inexperienced. The man kept sneaking peeks at the paper, not knowing what to ask about while taking notes. He was free to go afterward. They knew that he worked for their clan at their new clinic. The next step for them would be to apprehend the suspect involved in the beating. The suspect's biggest transgression was the half-beaten small boy that the elder healed, as the other children weren't as beaten up as that one was. But the normal officers would only bring him in, the judging would be carried out by at least a sergeant. Sing clan, this could get ugly. One of the Zhang officers said while they were gathering people. They knew about that family and knew that it was one of the stronger ones that didn't like to play by the rules. Think we might need the captain to tag along with us. Well, we have orders to go with a smaller force first, then call for backup if they start resisting or deny us entry into their living area. Another police member said while fixing his police cap. He was reading things from some booklet. They had some basic procedures written down in there, like breaking down the door if the offenders don't comply. There was no judicial system quite yet, so they didn't have to tell them their rights yet. The group of Zhang cultivators gathered. They were somewhat experienced as they were doing this back home in Spirit Spring City. But back there no one in their right mind would ever oppose them. In this town things might be tricky at the beginning stages. The leading sergeant was one of the elders that survived the secret ground mission and was at the Foundation establishment Great Circle. He took about 10 people with him and headed over to the Sing clan main mansion. They had to go through the pleasure district to get there, the mafioso-like family not caring in the slightest that they had their main house in this kind of environment. While they were making their way there, the Sing clan young master was back home getting treatment. "Ah, it hurts, my face, he damaged my handsome face. Father, you must avenge me." The youth was squirming while holding on to his face. The injury was still new and you could see a handprint plastered over one of the man's cheeks. His pearly white smile was gone as a couple of his teeth got knocked out in the process. Pills that could repair teeth didn't come cheap, so he would have to wait for some to be delivered. "Calm down, Chi, tell me again, what happened? It was an old man? Did he really just want to save some useless brats? He also had many high-quality treasures." The father was sitting to the side while some other people tended to his son. He couldn't really wrap his mind around a friendly grandpa just wanted to help some kids out. That didn't make any sense. "Yes, father, he just came and started spouting some nonsense. He even gave me 2 good swords to trade for those damn kids. Ow, my face. Then you got greedy. You should learn to measure people's strength better. Don't depend on your retainers so much." The father took a puff from his large cigar, worried that his son was such a useless little shit. Yes, it was all their fault, then need to get lashed to death. That idiot was confident in taking that elder in battle. I would have never offended him otherwise. The father nodded. He needed to make an example. Those bodyguards failed in their mission of protecting his son. They needed to get punished, and severely. While Xing Deng was about to speak up, one of his retainers walked in, moved over to him and whispered something into his ear. "They what?" He stood up instantly, his hand moving into a fist as he crushed the cigar that he was holding. "What do those Zhang clan bastards want? Why do they want my son to come with them?" He looked at his injured brat and then headed out of the room, not knowing what these Zhang clan members wanted, but he wasn't in a position to give them the cold shoulder. "Let them in, bring over our strongest warriors to come too, this might turn ugly." He wasn't sure what they wanted his son for, but it probably had something to do with the old man that beat up his second son. "Shi'er, stay here and don't come out and be quiet." He strode out, some bodyguards instantly appearing next to him half a step behind him. He relocated into the main room that he usually brought in guests. He sat down on a large chair and got himself a new cigar as well. He then waited for the other people to come over while going over the things that his son and his retainers reported. Now entering, the Zhang clan. Moonlight City Police Force. S. Sergeant. One of the Xing clan members announced the people that arrived. They were 10 cultivators wearing dark blue robes with strange hats on their heads. Xing Deng instantly tried to measure their fighting potential. His retainers, and bodyguards stationed all around the room, they were there to jump in if a fight broke out. That sergeant cultivator is the strongest, the rest is weaker, not that much of a problem. The current Xing clan forces could probably defend against these invaders. He himself could probably handle the strongest member from that group. "Welcome friends from the Zhang clan, please sit down and explain to me what you need with my son." He wasn't one to beat around the bush too much. Some other people would probably try to butter up to these Zhang clan members. He, on the other hand, wanted to know the main reason they were here and how much cash they wanted. From his perspective, this was just a way of the new clan to flex their cultivation muscles, and they probably just wanted to extort some spirit stones or treasures from them. "Let's get straight to the point then, Mr. Deng. Your son is charged with assault on a young boy and a couple of other youths. he had beaten them severely, almost resulting in death. He had some men with him that have the same charges. The commanding officer from the group spoke out. He was your regular-looking cultivator elder that looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He presented the charges that the men faced. We demand you hand those men over to us, they will be put on trial and their sentence will be decided later. I urge you to hand them over willfully, as we will use force if you don't comply. The man looked around the room, spotting the angry Singh clan members that were taking a hit to the face right about now. I'd like to remind you, that our captain is a core formation expert, and if you resist we will have to call for him. You probably wouldn't want that, now would you? The elder that was just speaking grinned widely while looking at the Singh clan patriarch. The man in question had quite the large vein popping out on his forehead just now. It was now up to him, would they resist or would he hand his son over to these cultivators dressed in blue? Singh Deng gritted his teeth while looking at the smirking Zhang clan member in front of him. It would be easy to wipe these 10 fools out, but what would happen after that? The mention of the core formation expert that they had in town was a strong enough deterrent for even this overbearing clan of mobsters. The Singh patriarch calmed himself down, then leaned back in his chair to ask more questions. What do you mean with this? How many spirit stones do you want? It's my son we are talking about. Won't the Zhang clan give me some face and forget about the whole thing? The Zhang clan elder looked to the sides, knowing well that if a fight broke out they would be at a disadvantage. He wasn't planning on just barging in and taking the boy by force, he would ask nicely first. If they couldn't come to an agreement he would just retreat and ask for Zhang Ji to make an appearance, or more Foundation establishment warriors to make a difference. I don't think you understand, this is an order coming straight from our own patriarch. You will have an opportunity to defend your son. If he is deemed innocent then he will go free, if not he will be sentenced. Sentence? Opportunity to defend? What do you mean? Explain. Singh Deng had no idea what this man was babbling about. No one really bothered with taking time in sentencing other people. If they were strong or had some backing then they would usually just pay up if they offended someone equally strong. If someone offended a stronger person with stronger backing they would be at their mercy and that was it. The cultivators at the top never cared much about the weak, they were far too busy with trying to reach that next realm. The man started explaining, he had it memorized down by now. How it worked was that the person that was found doing some shady stuff would be apprehended. If someone witnessed the transgression they would be used as witnesses. The witness would testify under oath, or to be precise under a formation that forced them to tell the truth along with the one that was getting accused. This formation forced anyone to say the truth if the cultivators' resistance was too strong. There were other ways to weaken them so that the formation would work. The Zhang family member didn't go into much detail about that part though. He mostly just mentioned that the Singh clan patriarch's son was caught assaulting some street kids and almost killed one and that one particular elder witnessed the whole thing. They now would apprehend the youth and the father could come to his court case to see it happen. Singh Deng's face contorted in various ways while the Zhang clan member explained what they were doing. He still thought this was some kind of joke and that the Zhang clan was just doing it as a sort of scare tactic. Though they could be serious as well, he couldn't take that option off the table just yet. Who is this witness? Does that mean if the witness is gone then my son walks free? The man had a particular way of thinking. He didn't even think about bribing the so-called witness, he instantly went with getting rid of him. This was one of the things these new policemen weren't thinking about, witness protection. They should have probably taken the man in and given him some bodyguards, or just kept them at their police station that was well protected. They also thought that even with the missing witness they could just force the reported criminal to say the truth with their formation. So, you want my son? When will this so-called trial be held? The patriarch in the room leaned back, the gears in his head turning already as he gathered more information about the police procedures. After we apprehend the suspect, he will get a court date, shouldn't take longer than a week, maybe 2. They already had many cases, lagging behind slightly. There were far more criminals in this city than expected and the roundabout way of dealing with them was causing the police force a headache. Would be a lot faster if they could just trash every criminal, then throw them outside the city or something. So, you're not willing to just trade, your patriarch has a strange way of doing things. He said without trying to seem too disrespectful. Everyone knew that you couldn't be impolite towards the clan leaders or against people stronger than them. He would relent, for now, he wasn't stupid, he knew if he denied them they would just bring more people next time and if he slaughtered them right here their clan might be the one being extinguished, he just didn't have enough strength to go against them just yet. Fine, you can take him, but I want to speak to Senior Zhang Ji, maybe we can work something out. He already knew who the stationed captain in this city was. He didn't think this family would be so unreasonable. They were losing out on a lot of spirit stones, they just needed to ask for some protection money the old-fashioned way. But now they were trying to imprison his son. He still believed that this was some kind of scare tactic to just milk his clan for more money. If not, he would be making arrangements for this so-called witness to disappear. From what they explained, this witness was a key figure to getting his son out of this predicament. Call she over and escort him to this so-called police station. He begrudgingly gave the order out. He hoped that spirit stones could make the Zhang clan give him some face even if the verdict was not in his favor. But while the policemen were leaving with their captive along with the Sing clan escort, he moved one of his hands up, which was a signal for a shadowy person to appear. The man was covering his face and looked quite a bit like a ninja. You could only see his beady eyes while the rest of his face was hidden behind a black mask. Find this witness and make him disappear. He cannot make it out alive. Do whatever it takes. The shadowy man nodded and vanished into the shadows, his cultivation in the great circle of Foundation establishment. He wasn't the only one though, more of those type of men started popping up from within the Sing clan estate. They had various cultivation levels, all in the Foundation establishment. This was an assassination unit that this family was known for. They had made many people that were causing trouble with this family disappear, and they were going to do it once more. Gather everyone, this takes priority. Go interrogate the men that were with the young master, get his description, visit the site where the fight happened now, go. First came the information gathering. They needed to know who they were dealing with. They didn't have much to go off of. They could get his appearance and that he rescued some street urchins. He had a potential relationship with the Zhang clan, having brought them over here. He might be a worker at one of their shops or even be a member of their clan, which would make things worse on them. They didn't worry too much as they knew dead men tell no tales. They soon dispersed, gathering intel on the senior that attacked their master. They got the description of his looks from their own clan members and gathered more information at the scene of battle. The beggars in the area were quick to tell them what transpired, not really wanting to have anything to do with this situation. They followed the trail to the restaurant that the elder brought the children to and then even figured out that they were staying at a new Zhang clan compound. They couldn't investigate too much further in as there was a powerful defensive formation keeping them out. After some time the trail brought them over to the clinic that the elder was stationed in. They asked around some more. The man was slowly getting famous. After healing the boy from his near-death injury, other people heard about it and decided to see what was happening at that clinic. Some more patients later it was confirmed that this man was quite an adept healer. He could cure all kinds of physical injuries like broken bones or deep cuts with just some acupuncture needles. This was clearly some master of the healing arts. The clinic even had potent pills that were a lot cheaper than what the Sidhu clan was offering up. The assassins waited outside the clinic in the hopes of trailing the man to where he lived and then doing their murder there. They were in a hurry, but still, they waited. They couldn't just barge into the clinic, it could have some defensive formations or hidden experts inside. Though they felt confident in taking care of anyone that wasn't at the core formation level without any problems. The man in question was tending to some patients, mostly old people with back problems. He just smiled as the elderly jumped up invigorated after their arthritis was all gone. Matt was slowly getting in the rhythm of working here. Still, he didn't really want to spend that much time acting as a clinic doctor. Even the pill forging was better than this. Ah, more and more people are coming in. Guess I'm famous now. I'll stay here till that kid gets sentenced, then I'll get a new doctor to take my place. It was all fine and dandy to help the weak and downtrodden, but he still had to worry about getting backstabbed by the Dark Palm sect or any other equally strong power. From what he gathered, the moment he reached nascent soul status all hell would break loose. The governing sects have zero tolerance for upstarts like him. They would swoop in swiftly and try to take him out. The best thing for cultivators that reached a nascent soul level would be to get some backing, otherwise, they would be in for a life on the run. But at a certain level, you wouldn't really find opposition. If you managed to get to the late stage, sometimes into the middle stage, that was enough for people to keep their distance. Even though the nascent soul sect elders were paranoid, they were still quite cowardly and calculative. No one would be actually willing to fight someone that could injure or kill them in a fair fight. All those old fogies at that level were quite selfish, so making them chase someone for a prolonged time was out of the question. But even though Matt could probably run away if he reached that level, his clan would be eradicated in the process. For now, he would just keep it on the low. No one had to know that he was in the nascent soul level. He could wait till he could get more allies. The Feng clan and Huo clan were one of those. He already invested in those two young masters. the Feng clan matriarch and the Huo clan future patriarch were already in secluded meditation. They were already aiming for that great circle level, then afterward they could try to go for the nascent soul level. Matt could gift them some good nascent soul cultivation manuals, but getting up to that power level without a system wasn't quite as easy as with the other cultivation levels. This was a more significant change than just getting a core or some foundation pillars. You actually had to shatter your core for the nascent soul to appear. The nascent soul created would look like a little version of yourself just in soul form. Even if you died at this realm, your nascent divinity would remain behind, letting you recover with time. So it was kind of second life of some sort, but forming a new body was quite tedious and mostly impossible without some external items. Kind of scared to go through it. I'll have some kind of small infant soul living in me, that's going to be weird. Time passed and soon it was closing time. The clinic would open tomorrow. He wouldn't stay here. He liked to wander around town and eat at the restaurants while trying to hold himself back from going into the pleasure district of the city. This time though, he had some unwelcome guests that were trailing him. He knew instantly that they were up to no good thanks to his rather high cultivation level compared to them. Their inferior trailing and hiding skills being useless against this here dong. Well, they sure move fast, only a day has passed. Matt looked around. He was still in a highly populated area. Should he go into a more secluded one or should he see what those people that were tailing him would do? He didn't think they would attack him in a populated area, they probably just wanted to silence him. It was probably for losing face and so he couldn't testify in the new court he was setting up. But yet, my clan sure is useless, was hoping for at least someone to notice and shadow me from the side, no one is thinking ahead. This would be a good opportunity for the police force to tail him as well. If someone attacked him they could swoop in and apprehend them. It would be a shut case and then they could even try to bring in that clan patriarch for questioning. Though taking the head of a kind of strong clan would probably result in some bloodshed, but that couldn't be helped. Would have been a good show of hand, would show people that we don't look kindly at criminals that retaliate, but alas. Matt wasn't sure about these squad of shadowy figures tailing him, they were probably one of those death warriors he read in books. They would probably kill themselves sooner than getting apprehended by him. He had to swiftly capture them, but they might do some drastic things like swallowing their own tongue. The truth-telling formation had a weakness. If the person was very adamant about it, it would start divulging copious amounts of pain. This showed that the person was lying, but would also spring in if he didn't reply to the question. A warrior trained for death would probably not talk and just die in the courtroom, so they didn't make for great witnesses. Some stronger cultivators could probably just tank the formation's painful treatment and not die. There was one other more drastic way to tell if someone was telling the truth or not, which was soul reading. This was an extremely hard technique to perform, but it let the one performing it read the truth from the person they were using it on. This would leave the person dead outright though, and you required a high cultivation level to not suffer damage to your own soul in response. When the technique was used, the two souls collided against each other in a sort of battle. The one that came out on top could read the truth from the weaker one. It would destroy that soul in the process, and the soul that won out would receive some wounds. Due to this, it was quite unsafe for the person reading it as well. It could lead to problems in the cultivation down the road, so it was rarely used, only sometimes when there was no other way or maybe if someone's life depended on it. Why do these things keep happening whenever I want to get some food? He was standing outside a restaurant, the sun already going down. He sighed and walked on. He didn't want to risk those cultivation hobos getting the people inside the establishment involved. He started going to a more secluded area of the city where the people living there wouldn't get involved too much. He hoped that the assassins that were tailing him don't chicken out, as this was an obvious trap. Who just wanders into an empty plot of land in the middle of the night? Well, these cultivator nuts are always very prideful. They probably think this will be the perfect opportunity to kill me. Too stuck up to think that someone noticed their movements and is stronger than them. Though I'd rather deal with these types than with those that won't show their fangs right until the end while letting their own family members die instead. That was indeed the worst type of person in these kinds of worlds to go against. They would act all chummy with you, being some third cousin of the patriarch from God knows where. Always losing against their own siblings, but in reality, having some kind of strange technique that made them insanely strong. They would slowly build up their power base on the down low, then pounce you when you were on your weakest just to be sure that they could take you out. While he was moving through an empty alleyway, he noticed some movement. He wanted to go further in and even outside the city if you could, but these men weren't willing to just tail him that long. Did they notice that there was something fishy? He could feel them moving in front of him. They had some kind of shadow art that made them blend in within the darkness of the night. He could feel their presence though, even without his detection technique the gap in cultivation was far too large. It felt like he was about to pick on some kids, but these men were ruthless killers. He was already past the point of feeling bad about killing people like that. He still wanted the police to bring them in, but he wasn't sure that these people would come quietly. It was creepy looking, he could see the shadows wiggling about like some kind of dark liquid was going through it. Inside that dark mass were cultivators just shuffling through the walls. They went past him probably to cut away his only route of escape. He kept on walking, letting them think that he didn't notice something, but inside he was slightly mad that he couldn't eat those nice meat buns at that restaurant he was going to go to. There were 3 people in front and 3 people behind him now, but those weren't all of them. There were also 2 people on each side up on the buildings. There were exactly 10 attackers, the weakest one was in the middle stage of foundation establishment and they even had 2 in the Great Circle, most of them were in the late stage though. Matt wasn't sure if he should be honored that they sent such a big murder force after him, or if he should feel bad that these guys were going against someone that was half step into the nascent soul realm. Should I just finish them quickly or play around? He thought back to the time in the secret area, where he was a bit too prideful for his own good. It would probably not be a good thing to not take these guys seriously, even though they had no way to harm him, they could always try taking hostages while fleeing. They could even blow up part of the city if the scuffle got too obvious. I guess I should put on my business face and wrap this up. While he was thinking that, he heard something whizzing through the air. This was something that he was quite knowledgeable of. Every serious weeb would know what these things coming towards him were. Oh, throwing stars? Shurikens. They were coming at him from all sides. He could see them spinning around in slow motion while they flew towards all of the vital points of his body. These guys weren't playing around, they were trying to snipe him with their throwing stars. He had a couple of ways to take care of these projectile weapons. He could even let them hit his body as he didn't think they could pierce through his body refining technique. He could also release his aura to slow their approach or even use his shielding technique. He went for a more rudimentary approach though. Firstly he moved his hands upwards, stretching them out while examining where the first batch of shurikens was coming from. His hands were fast as lightning. A normal cultivator would only see after images or even less than that as Matt in the form of the Elder started catching the incoming weapons with his hands. The men from the shadows didn't relent though, they kept at it, the clinging and clanging of metal quickly resounding through the alley as Matt didn't have enough space between his fingers to catch all of these projectile weapons. He started bouncing them backward, his palm strikes formed a sort of dome around the area that he was standing in. The assassins looked at the spectacle while sweat formed on their foreheads, they could barely follow this old man's movements. The stronger ones from the group could somewhat keep up, but in the reality was that killing this elder wouldn't be quite easy. They were even astonished that he wasn't going down. He clearly smacked the weapons back with his hands. The shurikens were laced with poison that on skin contact would dull the enemy's movements and render them defenseless within a short amount of time. The poison isn't working, everyone attacked together. Matt noticed before the weapons hit that there was some liquid on it, but his body was way too tough and resistant to be affected by such crude venom. There was a small pile of metallic stars next to his feet now, the enemies finally deciding to go into melee range. They charged from the back and from the rear while the assassin members that were on the roofs continued with the range attacks. He could now get a good look at these attackers, they looked quite familiar and the weapons that they kept throwing at them fit their appearance quite well. Damn, nice ninja outfits. They looked quite similar to a certain ice-slinging ninja game character, though their ninja robes were pure black with some metallic parts here and there. They had arm guards on their hands and some shoulder guards as well. The part that covered their mouth was a separate piece from their hood part and it looked like it could function as a gas mask to boot. Guess I need to be wary of any strange fumes coming out from them. The attackers had various ninja-themed weapons, there were the usual katanas here and there. One person had a hooked sword of sorts while another was holding on to that weapon that looked like a sickle attached to a chain with a weight at the end part of the chain. One was dual-wielding sickle-like weapons outright. He could even hear the top cultivators switching to other weapons which blew darts this time around. Quite the ferocious bunch, aren't ye? Did the Singh clan send you to silence this old man? I'm not sure you'll be up to the task though. The assassins didn't reply and just charged in, they knew that this man was taking them lightly and they wanted to profit on his lax attitude. The attacks were coming from all sides and they knew how to work together, no one under the core formation level could be a match for this group. But this was the problem. The man they were facing was a lot stronger than that. Just before one of their attacks was about to land and the other members were following up for a combo, the man vanished. The 6 ninjas came to a stop, their eyes bulging as they couldn't see the old man anywhere. He just vanished from the spot, not leaving anything behind. Well, the shurikens that were on the ground were flickering now as if some electricity was got infused due to something. Gah! Arg! They soon looked up. The man was holding one of their squad mates in his hand and by the neck. The other three were already falling down from the building and out cold. Always go for the support first. The men with the blow darts couldn't even get one clean hit as Matt charged upwards while using his thunder steps. He had gotten it to such a high proficiency that it looked like he was teleporting at this point. The man in his grasp convulsed and twitched as he was getting choked out with one hand. He didn't kill them just yet, as for now he just infused them with his chi to make them pass out. They wouldn't wake out for quite some time with his superior energy interfering with their inferior one. The old man tossed the enemy that was now more or less a rag doll to the side. He then hopped off the building he was standing on and kicked himself off some bricks that were at the top part of the wall. His kick caused part of the wall to crack. He was soon back on the ground. He did a flip and landed on his feet, the ground shaking under the pressure and spider-like webs forming in the earth below. He kicked up quite the dust cloud and made a lot of noise. The assassin ground still went after him. Failure was not an option and they would die anyway if they let this man go. The old man wasn't as passive anymore though. Before they could reassess the situation, his fist was flying towards the strongest member of the group. The man didn't have enough time to activate any of his defensive treasures nor to dodge this fast attack. He took a clean hit, his cheekbones breaking as he flew like a puppet with its strings severed towards the alley. He bounced and bounced as he flew further and further, finally ramming into the side of the wall, out cold and a bloody mess. Soon his friends ended up in the same way. Their faces were all battered and bruised. This elder wasn't playing around. Soon enough he was holding up onto the last member of the group. Matt pulled his mask down to reveal a 40-something man. The man was looking at him with fear in his eyes, probably not willing to die here and now. So, you willing to answer a couple of questions? I'll guarantee your safety if you do. You might even only have to work in a mine for a while instead of getting killed. Sounds like a good deal, right? Before the man could answer, the old man looked to the side, the grin from his face replaced with a frown. The assassin squinted with his eyes, trying to see who it was that came. Was it help from the Scene clan? When he heard the voice though, he knew that it was someone else entirely. Stop right there, criminal scum! Nobody breaks the law under our watch. Matt looked at the half-beaten man in his grip. He had blood on his fists and looked like the bad guy in this situation. Ah, shit! Matt was holding onto one of the beaten-up ninja wannabes. The person looked like a man in their 40s with a busted lip and a swollen eye from the smack he received from this old man named Wei Hung. He slowly turned his head to where the voices were coming from. To his dismay, the fuzz had arrived in the worst possible moment. It was as if he was the bad guy in this situation. All you could see were many people on the ground, some of them were even twitching. He even had blood on his hands, which made him look even worse. The whole situation was noticed by a couple of policemen patrolling the city. They had heard a ruckus the moment Matt landed on the ground after he jumped off that building. These two people weren't any regular police officers though. They were wearing uniforms that Matt was quite familiar with as he was the one that made them. Damn, guess I'll have to go talk my way out at the police station. This might look bad, but I bet I can explain everything when we go back. He was still the key witness in the case. The new police force should be able to figure out that the people here were trying to murder him so that he couldn't testify. Though he wasn't sure they were so good at detective work just yet. Ah, this can all be explained. I'll come peace. He wanted to say that he would come peacefully, but before he could do that, the two officers charged at him. Quiet, you scum! Let go of that person this instant. A woman's voice could be heard behind the mask she was wearing. It was quite the youthful-sounding one as well. Her partner was running right behind her, giving her some backup. So, you're not even going to ask what was happening and are just going to beat the suspect up from the get-go? It didn't look like diplomacy was an answer in this situation. The glorious Zhang clan patriarch had a decision to make. Would he let these two juniors smack him around, then maybe drag him back to the police station? He might be thrown into jail if he didn't reveal his true self, but what would happen to these two? He was the freaking Zhang clan patriarch. The other clan members would probably never let this slide. Being disrespectful to the clan leader was akin to treason. They could be thrown out, be ostracized or worse. But what should I do? Should I just run? While he was thinking about his next move, a heel was flying towards his head. He almost forgot that the two were coming for him. He stepped to the side. It looked like a very relaxed and slow type of movement, but in reality, it was very swift. The woman flew past him, missing her target, caught off guard as she flew forward with her momentum. Sister AI, watch out, this elder isn't simple. This was, of course, the duo that saved the young girls from the fat slaver. Zhang Teng swooped to the rescue, afraid that the elder would strike his clan sister while she was off balance. His hands coiled like two snakes, the strange attack making the youth's arms extend in length. But before they could reach the elderly man's face they bounced back, Teng's hands snapped backward as if getting deflected by something hard. Hey, I'm innocent. These guys attacked me, aren't you supposed to hear me out before you start attacking? He tried to reason with the two, but after knocking the snake youth back the sister that flew past him moved back into the fray. She pulled out a black tonfa. This was a standard weapon that came in various grades and sizes. Matt found himself dodging all of these attacks. The two youths were promising young talents but they were nowhere near his level of strength. The hardest thing for Matt was holding back. He didn't want to hurt any of these kids. He could probably snap them in half with a flick of his finger. Stop resisting, you criminal scum. The two weren't relenting though. He had to give it to those two, they were stupid but brave. Maybe if he played with them for a while they would tire out and then hear him out. He must have overdone it with the policeman guide that he made. Guess it wasn't smart to put that clause about going harder after criminals that were resisting. However, while he was thinking about his next move more people started showing up. He forgot that they all had communication treasures that would alert other coppers if some of their squad mates were in trouble and fighting. He was surrounded once more. This time around there were even more people as this alleyway was getting crowded. Are you serious? For God's sake, I'm your damn patriarch. He bit his lower lip, trying not to give these fools a good thrashing. But his passive attitude was probably making these idiots feel like they had a winning chance. Altogether, he is clearly at a disadvantage, he can't even attack. He was right, due to only dodging their attacks and smacking them away gently here and there. The junior members thought that the old man was just having a hard time evading them and couldn't counterattack. He looked as many police uniform-wearing cultivators charged at him from all sides. They were mostly using tonfa-like weapons. A sigh escaped his mouth, the man finally having enough of this farce. Don't get cocky now. The people were doing a joint combination attack that would rain down justice on this murderous elder. They could almost see him wincing on the ground and begging them for mercy. However, they suddenly felt a strange sensation like something was telling them to quickly escape. It was too late though, the elder's facial expression suddenly changed and he moved his leg upwards slightly. He then stepped forward, or at least that was what it looked like. This unthreatening motion was accompanied by a spike in the elder's cultivation aura. The moment that foot touched the ground a sudden repelling force was produced. The magnificent combination attack that these cultivators trained for months was instantly broken. They were all sent flying backward as a shockwave destroyed any forward momentum that they had. C-core formation. Everyone was down on their knees. The old grandpa that looked meek and weak just a second ago, now looked like a monster to these cultivators. They didn't think that this man would be this strong. They finally realized that he was just playing with them and he could have killed them at any moment. The group of people looked up, their legs shaking a bit as they stood up, not really sure what to do. Have you calmed down now? Can I finally explain mice? While he was talking he suddenly felt something. He quickly jumped up into the air only to see the ground beneath him explode into dust. The cultivators that were standing in the alley were of course hit by the residual blast, which caused them to fly in various directions. The buildings were already shabby looking but now the walls were destroyed as well. No. Is it that idiot now? Matt looked in the direction that the attack came from, his eyes squinting as he could see a man on a sword flying towards him. He knew this idiot samurai quite well. It was his number one fan Zhang Ji charging at him with murder in his eyes. You shall not hurt these people, you criminal scum. But you are the one that almost killed them with that attack. Matt noticed that this man didn't think about collateral damage at all. This explained why he was okay with slicing the Cheng clan's ship in half. There were non-combatants on that ship. Luckily none of them was killed but some of them were heavily injured. Luckily the cleanup crew had enough pills to heal the slaves on the ship. They brought them back to the cities afterward. What now? This was slowly getting out of hand. He didn't think his own people would start chasing him around town. For now he had to lead this idiot Zhang Ji out of this city, so that he wouldn't destroy it in the process of capturing him. He turned around and started hopping from building to building, the other man chasing after him while the juniors below groaned out loud due to having been caught in the aftershock of Zhang Ji's attack. Stop, you criminal! This Zhang Ji will follow you to the end of this continent. Matt was planning to leave the city, then show his trusted clan member who he really was and explain that he was doing a secret mission. But things weren't working out. this man started swinging his sword around, producing those flying dragon attacks of his. Buildings started exploding and people screamed in the streets. This guy was clearly ignoring others around him and just caring about the mission that his patriarch had given him. Damn, he is holding back a bit, but he might actually hurt someone like this. The rooftops were exploding and more policemen gathered as they followed their captain. The old man suddenly jumped really high and flew through the air, landing at an open plot of land with a lot of empty space around him. He then faced their captain. The policemen cheered their captain on as they saw the two ready to duke it out. Get him, captain! Show him what happens to people that go against the Zhang clan. He was clearly resisting, we must bring him in. They shouted from the back while slowly encircling the spot that Matt landed. They were keeping their distance though, as they knew that they couldn't get involved in a fight of core formation experts. Surrender now! Zhang Ji held his sword out and pointed it at the old man. Wei Hung in response frowned while looking around. He had enough. He didn't care if his cover would be blown and he would look like some weirdo that dressed as an old man while being the clan leader. He couldn't let these idiots do their thing anymore. You want me to surrender? Me? Zhang Ji prepared to swing his sword once more, but he suddenly stopped. No, he even took a step back. The elder person in front of him suddenly looked a lot scarier than before. He could feel the elder's power rising. It went way past the early level of core formation that he previously felt and shot up so high that he didn't even know how strong this man was. You damn idiot, what do you think you are doing by destroying this city? The man started floating into the air, his eyes started glowing with a golden hue. Lightning bolts fired off his body and you could hear the sound of thunder as he rose upwards into the sky above. How can this be? These cultivators didn't really have much experience with nascent soul cultivators, and Matt here was someone that was extremely close to the cultivation level of 1. At this time they had mistaken the old man for an expert in that realm. He was even floating, which was the staple of nascent soul cultivators. Zhang Ji started thinking, who could this man be? He had a similar air to him as his patriarch. This cultivation method was a dead giveaway. But what was the relationship between this man and the glorious patriarch, he thought. In his infinite wisdom he figured it out. This was the only logical conclusion in his mind. There was only one person that this elder could be. He quickly dropped down to his knees, his head hitting the pavement as he spoke out. Junior apologizes sincerely, I didn't realize who this glorious elder was. Matt reacted with a sharp gaze. Did he finally see through him? Well, guess the jig is up. Hope I can come up with a good explanation. Well, glad that you understand. Matt nodded while Zhang Ji replied. Yes, this junior didn't realize that this elder must be the illustrious master of our patriarch. Yes, glad that you, wait, what? This wasn't as silly as Matt thought it was. The cultivators here had limited knowledge about experts at the nascent soul level. Even though Zhang Ji was back there in the secret ground, the whole fight was quite hectic. They didn't have time to measure the power levels of those two masters that were fighting, so when Matt flexed his cultivation it could seem to be at the nascent soul level. The other thing was the blind trust in the patriarch that Zhang Ji had. He would never think that Zhang Dong would take the form of an old man and just wander around the streets of this city. He thought that his patriarch was busy cultivating or thinking about 10 moves into the future of the clan. This old man looked to have the same type of cultivation method as their patriarch, but due to Zhang Dong increasing his expertise in all of his cultivation arts, he was stronger than he was back then in the secret ground. So this mistake wasn't as far-fetched if you considered how these people operated. Grandmaster. I guess I'll roll with it, better than explaining to them why I'm pretending to be some old fart. He quickly thought back to the way a lofty master should act. Should he go with a more stoic approach, or act angry as the juniors didn't give him any face? For now he just stuck his chest out proudly and played around with his long white beard, his eyes locked on the trembling core formation cultivator. Oh, I see that you have figured it out, little friend, took you long enough. Zhang Ji just trembled and started sweating. His theory came true and he was speaking to someone that was even above the patriarch. What if this show of disrespect from him would cause trouble to Zhang Dong? What if this old man punishes his disciple for having incompetent subordinates as him? There was only one thing he could do. Matt in the form of Wei Hung hovered up in the air, not quite sure what he should talk about, but he wanted to talk about this cultivator didn't care for collateral damage at all. But before he could speak out again, the man below him acted out. He drew his sword and stretched out his hand. His face was resolute and his will was unshaken as he looked at that hand of his. This junior has made a grave error, please let this junior offer up a hand to appease the senior's anger. Matt's eyes bulged out and went bloodshot as he saw the man going for a slice. He was going to sever off his entire hand a bit above the wrist. This was some devotion to the clan right there. Matt quickly activated all of his skills to get as much of a speed boost as he could. The other Zhang clan members that were standing around the area only saw the elderly man vanish. Zhang Ji was aiming for his sword hand. He was quite devoted and wanted to let the old man know that he was really apologetic. His swordsmanship was fast and decisive, but as he was feeling the cold dark blade against his forearm, it suddenly got stopped by something. This something was the elder man's hand. He grabbed the entire blade, it not even being able to nick his skin. "You damn fool!" Smack! Zhang Ji got slapped by the old man, the man quickly tasting blood as he staggered to the side. The smack wasn't serious. If Matt was serious he could probably smack the head off his neck with one hit. "What do you think you are doing? Did you even ask if I wanted you to do this? Don't you have a small child? What would your wife and child do if their father became a cripple?" The old man started shouting at the samurai-looking cultivator, who was back down on his knees and rubbing his cheek. The other Zhang clan members just looked one from the side, not being able to add anything to the conversation and being too afraid to even try. They just looked as the old man started lecturing their captain. Zhang Ji perplexed and just nodding, not being sure why the old master was mad at him for trying to show him face by cutting off his hand. But after he heard him mention his child and wife, he shrunk back. He forgot that he had his own family besides the clan to think about. Maybe he was too hasty in his actions. "Jay Jr. was wrong, please forgive me." "Enough, I'm not mad at you, but you must start thinking before you act. Think about other people that will suffer from your actions." Matt wasn't sure what he should do now. The dismemberment of limbs kind of made him forget what he was going for in this conversation. "Listen up, those people back in the alley attacked me. They were probably related to the boy that you apprehended. Think it was the Singh clan. If you are going to run this police force that your patriarch created, you need to do it right. You can't just attack people randomly. Also look at that." The old man pointed at a spot in the distance. There stood a destroyed building that Zhang Ji sliced apart while he was chasing the old man. Some people were standing outside of it, tears in their eyes as their home was now destroyed. "Go pay those people for that house, or repair it. Don't forget to do the same with anything else that you destroyed. Also..." He turned to the sides. Every Zhang clan family member was trembling in their boots as the elder master swept his gaze through the area. "Harming yourself just to give me face is forbidden. If someone from you tries to do something like this idiot here, I'll have my disciple banish you and your closest family members from your clan, is that understood?" Everyone just twitched and dropped to their knees. They quickly shouted "Yes, Grandmaster," as a show of respect, not wanting to get kicked out from this clan of theirs that was on a fast rise. They were gaining momentum. Their patriarch was young and strong and he could only get stronger. "Now, no word can reach that I'm in this city, so you must all swear under an oath that you will not tell this to anyone, but don't die. Dying is forbidden as well. Old, don't kill anyone for trying to pry into my affair, still keep it a secret." Matt twitched. He was glad that he changed his statement at the end. He already imagined these cultivator nuts trying to silence anyone that was asking about this so-called master of the patriarch. They might even try to kill themselves over it if they misunderstand a situation and try to keep his secret by taking it to the grave. All the cultivators nodded in unison and swore that they wouldn't bring this up anymore. They wanted to say that they would take this info to their deathbed, but that was apparently forbidden by the elder master. "Now, I bid you farewell." The man suddenly vanished. Some static electricity left in the place he was standing just a moment before. The Zhang clan members gave out sighs of relief. The old monster was finally gone and they could relax. They weren't quite sure what the senior wanted them to do. They shouldn't talk about him, which was fine, but they shouldn't protect the secret with their lives. So it was fine to talk if someone smacked them around enough that it would threaten their lives? This was quite the lax secrecy oath. The night came to an end and the sun was rising again. The Singh clan patriarch was looking out through a window, already realizing that his men had failed in their task. "Damn useless bunch of fools," report. Some other clan member that had similar-looking ninja clothes as the assassins from yesterday stepped out, made a small bow with his hands clasped and started talking. Reporting to Patriarch, all of the men have been captured by the so-called police force of the Zhang clan. The scouts report that they are held in a tightly guarded facility that is protected by a defensive formation. You would need a cultivator above the core formation early stage to hope of destroying this formation, as it is very advanced. The elder that is referred as the witness is still alive. We assume that he was stronger than anticipated, probably in the core formation level. If not, then the Zhang clan helped him and lured out men into the trap. I assure you, Patriarch, that those warriors would die sooner than speak any of this. Xing Deng waved the man away, who in response dissolved into the shadows. Guess I'll have to offer them up, my son. The man rubbed his chin. He still had his oldest son, he also had more of them, so he didn't worry that much. His fatherly love only went this far. If he had to choose between one of his sons and the family business, he would choose the latter any day of the week. Time to wait it out, but damn Zhang clan, you'll regret this in the end. He was an old schemer, and time was one thing that these cultivators had in spades. If he managed to reach the core formation level, he would have even more. He could just wait for an opportunity to stab this clan in the back, or just hug some strong uncle's leg if he needed to. He couldn't really do much about it though unless he got the backing of the other two big families. Even then the possibility of winning was slim. With that patriarch of theirs still out there, there is no hope of retaliation, and they still have that Zhang Ji. He took out that Cheng idiot. From what they knew, the Zhang clan only had 3 core formation experts at the moment: Zhang Ji, Zhang Jin, and Zhang Dong. If they were hiding more somewhere was unknown, but it wouldn't be odd if they had 1 or 2 more in reserve. None of these big families in Moonlight City even had one of those experts to spare. It's just a small matter. As long as we have the Pleasure District, our wealth is secured. The Xing clan made their money mostly with slaves and prostitutes. They might have taken a blow with the slaves, but they still had the women of the night. Those women didn't fit the slave criteria, even though they were being worked in a similar way. The Xing clan had another large venture, which was being loan sharks. How it worked was like this: the women would take out a loan due to various reasons, mostly lack of food or place to stay. Then the Xing clan would hike up the percentages of the interests that came with those loans. The longer the women weren't able to pay up the interest, the longer they worked for this clan. So, it was kind of a legal way that you could keep the ladies slaving away. They also made it sure that the women didn't earn too much. If they received a lot of monetary compensation for their work, they would be able to pay back the debt too fast, but every month the interest ticked down. The longer they took to pay the Xing clan back, the longer the family could suck them dry. The prostitutes weren't the only people that they pulled in with their loans. There were various other loan slaves that they had, like ones that were used for arena fighting that was quite the popular betting addicts. He decided to at least wait till the so-called trial, wanting to see what it was all about, but just after a couple of days had passed, some bad news arrived again. Bad news, Patriarch. The Zhang clan is buying out our loan slaves. Matt returned to his quarters in the previous Cheng clan main house. This was the room that he was supposed to be staying at, and only a couple of people knew that he was running around town. He needed to think about his police force more throughout. He only wrote down some main points he remembered from some police-themed shows back in the day. His clan members were a bit violent in their approach. They kicked ass and took notes down later as well. This needed to change a bit. The collateral damage that some members caused while chasing down criminals was also a problem. The high-level cultivators were akin to Supermen just busting through buildings. One badly placed chi attack could cost someone's life in the near future. Injuries were already happening constantly, like when Zhang Ji split the flying ship apart without caring for any for the slave girls on it. I'll need to write down a better guideline for them, also about that Xing clan. He grabbed a jade slip from the side. On it was the detailed information about what that family did and where they produced all their income from. Slaves, prostitution, gambling, debt collecting, quite the stereotypical mafioso or yakuza bunch. That wasn't all that was in there. There was also information about the other families. Sidhu clan et. They sound like a pharmaceutical company from Earth, just hiking up the prices for things that cost close to nothing. Guess they are a bit better than the previous one, as they don't force anyone to buy their stuff or threaten anyone. Quan clan just sounds like a stingy landlord, though they are going a bit overboard by forcing the farmers to pay up even during drought seasons. The 2 other clans didn't sound so bad on paper. They mostly just strong-armed people to sign bad contracts or milked the populace that had nowhere else to go to for food or medicine. He would just have one of his more intelligent people crunch the numbers and see what would be a good price. It was supposed to be a good price for both parties, so the farmers wouldn't starve or the landlords wouldn't go out of business either. It would be nice if he could replace everyone in this town with his own family members, but they didn't have the sheer numbers for that. All of these cities were large and required a lot of manpower to manage. At most he could place some trusted people here and there to manage the things from the top, just keep the other clans up on their toes so that they don't suck the regular people dry. The Xing clan is considered the largest one from these 3, and they are the shadiest one as well. He found that out just previously when he got attacked by ninjas, and they weren't dudes with blue hair but actual assassin warriors. Maybe I should make my own ninja unit. He had an information and spy division, but he didn't look much into it as his grandpa was responsible for those guys. He would need to have Zhang Jin fill him in. I only gave him some techniques that could be used for things like that. He sounded ecstatic back then. He knew by now, that the cultivators were really crazy about new techniques. The moment they found something even half worthwhile they wanted to lock themselves up in a cave of months and train. So should we continue with the Singh clan, or shift our attention to the other two? There were plans in the works to lower the taxes, build free schools and free clinics around the city, but the Zhang clan hadn't moved against the other two clans that much. At most they inspected their stock and told them to shape up before the next one came along. It would cost quite a penny to transport food from their own town, but it would stir up the monopoly that the Quan clan had. The Zhang clan was also proficient in making pills, so they could slowly edge the Sidhu clan out, forcing lower prices onto the market. Not like they can threaten us if we lower the prices. If they want to survive they will have to meet us in the middle. He could outright force the three families to work for him, even doing things like killing their patriarchs if they didn't listen. But he thought that it was better to do it on more peaceful terms. He didn't want the Zhang clan to just look like another group of bloodthirsty cultivators. The people would probably be happier if they knew that the ruling clan wouldn't just react with violence in the time of some kind of transgression. Still, he also wanted his clan to earn their upkeep. It was always hard to find that fine line where the profit margins were high but the people working were still happy and content with their jobs. He was thinking about one certain thing that didn't really exist in this world. This thing was the weekend, and days off work. Something like a Saturday and Sunday that were free was a foreign concept in this world. You were supposed to work all day every day, or at least that what the landlords wanted you to do. What if he implemented a mandatory day off work, to spend with your loved ones or just chill? In his previous world, things like this were already tried. A certain business owner observed and created the weekend because the workers would work harder and spend their hard-earned money back into the company that they were working in. This was a win-win situation for both parties. Soon enough it was widespread and became the norm. No one wanted to work 10 or 12 hours a day for 6 or 7 days a week. If they did that they were far too tired to spend their money on anything and just rested, which was a blow for the economy. All up to the business owners if they give their workers a steady hourly wage. Some of them have to work the whole day depending on the workload. He wanted to boost the people's productivity while lowering their workload. He would give them more time to enjoy the world around them while still making a profit, as the workers would work harder at their jobs even though they worked fewer hours. This will also generate more opportunities. People will have free time on the weekends and will be able to spend all that hard-earned cash. Most regular people weren't really able to enjoy things like theaters or concerts, not having money or free time to do that. But Matt was planning to convert that hologram technology into something more accessible. Building a cinema wouldn't be that far-fetched. He had various crafting manuals. He could produce various weapon and armor pieces as well as magical accessories that shielded you from harm. It shouldn't be that hard to produce something like a camera or a screen that showed those recordings. He just needed to find the right materials and make it work on spiritual energy. He was even close to producing a prototype, but it was quite bulky, making it look like one of those old Timmy televisions, just 10 times bigger. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me clean up this mess with these 3 families first. After they are contained I can move along with the other plans. He nodded to himself and placed the jade slip to the side, the thoughts of using slips like these as digital storage devices already crossing his mind. The Singh clan sounds like the worst. They might be the hardest to deal with and might not want to change their outdated ways. He rubbed his chin while sipping on some green tea. It tasted quite nice along with the honey made from some spirit bees. He looked back to the jade slip and brought out the information about loan sharking. He was quite informed how things like these worked. They would hike up the interest rates the longer you didn't pay it back, though in his old world you would mostly have to put something down of worth so that the company lending you money had something to gain even if you didn't pay them. Guess the lives of these women are the thing they are after. There was a shortage of food and necessities in this city. Everything required coins or spirit stones. People died a lot and the women were forced into taking those loans to support their families if anything happened to their husbands. Though there were other reasons, like gambling and just badly made decisions or bad investments. Though these things were more or less legal in a sense. The people didn't have to take those loans, no one was forcing them. But not like they really had a choice. It was either this or getting thrown out of their houses, starvation, or getting turned into a beggar. Matt didn't really have anything against prostitution. He thought it was a good source of revenue for the city. He just didn't like that the working ladies weren't getting much for their time. The pimps were taking like 80 or 70% of that the women earned in the day. If they caught one of them trying to sell her services on the side without giving them a cut, she would be beaten up harshly. Should I just force them to make changes, or is there any other way? I guess we could try that. The escorts were low-level cultivators, mostly ranking in the ones that couldn't get past the third level of chi condensation bottleneck. So most of their loans were taken in coins. Gold coins are easy to come by, if it's not in spirit stones I think we can stomach it. Even though he didn't consider a gold coin to be much, even one was more than what a normal person could earn in a month. But if you took it into account that a gold coin didn't even compare to low-grade spirit stone at all, it wasn't so bad. A lot of cultivators wouldn't even trade spirit stones for coins as they valued cultivation materials way more. Matt had quite a lot of coins on himself. He had sold of various weapons of lower quality while bringing his crafting back up so he could cover the costs. He used up most of the spirit stone resources, but gold coins would be fine, and this was an investment for the future as he was aiming to get more daily system points after getting the happiness of the citizens up. He took out his communication jade and called Zhang Kuo. After receiving a greeting he gave out his order. I want you to organize something for me. Get some people to go to the pleasure district, mostly target the working girls. I want you to buy off their debts, the women will have to pay it back partially at least, but lower those insane interest rates that the other clans were forcing them to pay up. That's not all. They can still work in their old profession but they would take most of the cut. Also set up the usual, in case they have nowhere else to go. They had a system set up for people that had no living quarters and no families to take them in, they could stay in some Zhang clan-made shelter. They would perform some manual tasks for the clan, acting as errand boys and girls, cleaning ladies, or handymen. If they showed talent in martial arts they could even be recruited into the clan. Well then, I'll leave you to it. As always, don't try to be too forceful. Zhang Dong hung up as Zhang Kuo received the message. His brows showing a tint of sweat, the man seemed to be on top of things, but even he was getting tired from the strange requests that this new patriarch was giving him. He needed an assistant. It was a normal day in the pleasure district. One of the managers in the store run by the Sing clan was just coming it to work. They mostly started in the afternoon and worked too late at night. Not like managers like him did much, they were just there to greet customers and make the girls service the customers. If they refused they would punish them in various ways. This man in question was looking slightly bewildered as quite a bit of his working girls hadn't shown up to work. He was quick on the uptake, he whistled after some of his goons and sent them to drag the women back here. The thugs were allowed to even hurt the working girls, they just weren't allowed to damage their faces. Some time had passed and the goons returned, but the manager scratched his head as there were no women with them. Instead, all of them were carrying sacks with something in it. What is this? Where are the girls? The customers are waiting, if they don't come now we will lose a lot of coin, and what is that? One of the hired guards walked over and handed the sack to the manager. He knew what was in those bags the moment he grasped it. He tossed one of those on a table and looked as gold and silver coins spilled out. The men workers carried all the cash inside, piling it up in one spot, the manager's eyes bulging out as he didn't quite get where his hired thugs got all of this money. The girls paid off their debt, all of them. How can they all pay of their debt? Who is asking for trouble with my Sing clan? The manager knew that this had to be some kind of plot, someone was buying out their prostitutes, probably wanting to move them to another bordello. While he was thinking about calling the main house for some help, a certain man walked in. There were some female workers in the establishment right now, but they apparently didn't get the memo about the Zhang clan paying off the debts. That person was wearing a blue robe. This wasn't a police uniform but an official Zhang clan robe with their name sewed into the back part. He wasn't alone though, there were some other members behind this man and they looked rough around the edges. The hired goons shrinking back after receiving the stink eye treatment that was boosted by their cultivation level. Hear me out. The man clasped his hands and with the aid of his cultivation shouted out, quickly bringing everyone's attention to himself. We are from the Zhang clan, by the order of our patriarch we have come here. The Zhang clan is willing to pay off everyone's debt and you may stop working out on the streets. The debt will have to be paid and a small 5% fee will be added to it. But it will not increase further, we have created an up to 10-year plan for you to pay it off. Let me repeat, no incentives will be added to this debt from the point it will be taken. You may choose to stay in this line of work, but... The Zhang clan member looked at the manager of this whorehouse and smirked. The business owners are forbidden from taking more than 25% of your earnings, if they do so they will be treated as criminals and dealt according to the new laws. Also, The women workers may refuse any clients they deem unworthy or if the price that the business owner offers is too little. This was quite the hit to these kinds of business places. The owners milked the girls for about 80% of their earnings, giving them enough to not starve to death. They even lowered the prices so that the female workers earned even less, all to keep them in debt for as long as it was possible. Now the girls could outright leave or take most of the earnings with them. The remaining women that were dancing out to the side or even ones that were in the back rooms heard it all. They instantly stopped doing what they were. Some patrons were left with their pants down and cold air greeting their crotch. "Sir, is this really true?" The manager of this red light district business quickly ran up to stand between the Zhang clan cultivator and his working girls, his eyebrows going down sharply and quite a few ridges appearing on his forehead. "What are you doing, you fool? Get back to work!" He was about to give her a good old slap, showing her who was in charge, but before he could do that his hand was grasped by one of the bodyguards that came with that Zhang clan cultivator. "Halt! Ack!" The manager soon found his hand getting twisted behind his back and he was held down by his wrist. His hired thugs wanted to jump in, but the Zhang clan cultivators quickly rushed in between them. It looked like a fight was going to break out, but the goons clearly knew that they were outmatched by these stronger cultivators. They were mostly just your usual riff-raff. Their cultivation was low and their techniques were quite bad. They had no chance against trained warriors that were backed by a strong clan. The previously speaking Zhang clan member slowly walked past the business manager and over to the girl that asked the question. "Yes, young lady, we only require you to show us the binding contract that you sign and we will take care of the rest." He then produced a parchment of his own and showed it to the girls that were slowly coming over, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. "This is the contract that our Zhang clan created. Please read it throughout, but I guarantee by our patriarch's name that what I have spoken is true." Most of the girls here couldn't read, and that was also part of why they were duped by the Singh clan. Some of them could though. One of them started reading through the contract and didn't see any faults in it. "But sir, it's written here that you will find us some work, and that you'll teach all the girls how to read and write, in something called a weekend course." The man nodded while taking back the scroll that the woman read. "Yes, this is true. I'm sure you're confused about that word, but don't worry, it's something our glorious patriarch came up with." The people had no idea what a weekend was, but Zhang Dong was trying to push it through in the next couple of laws that he was working on. He would implement it here and back in Spirit Spring City. If it worked fine, he would use that as a schematic for future endeavors. It didn't take long for all the girls to leave with the contracts in hand. None of them really wanted to work in this place, but they were forced to due to various circumstances. The manager was left with more sacks of gold and torn up contracts. He was even threatened by these Zhang clan people that if they find them bothering the women again that they would be severely punished. He could only imagine how badly they would get beaten, maybe even killed. After a couple of days, word reached the Singh clan main house. They were fine for now. They had an infusion of cold hard cash in the form of the payouts, but the patriarch knew that this wouldn't last for long. They required those debt slaves to work for them for tens of years. Those debts could be cleared fast if they gave them a fair price for the services, but that wasn't really the point. Xing Deng slammed his fist into a nice-looking wooden table, the hit-making splinters fly in all sorts of directions. "They released all our slaves, they got to the prostitutes and are blocking out loans from getting through. The only thing left is the casinos." His empire was slowly folding on itself. He knew that the Zhang clan was slowly eating them up and those casinos would follow suit soon after. "I have to do something, my clan is at stake." He calculated that in a year or two he would be bankrupt. The steady flow of cash was stopping and he didn't think that the Zhang clan would strike a deal with him. He attributed it to the clan being in some kind of righteous faction, or at least their new leader being quite the idiot that didn't care for profit. Soon he called one of his retainers to give him a thorough calculation of how much wealth they had left. He also organized a meeting with the other two clans that were bleeding money due to the Zhang clan's changes in the laws. He had to get those two on board or they were all finished and would be forever suppressed by this Zhang patriarch. In a different place, a man on a large black sword was hovering up in the air. He was holding onto a demonic beast core. Below him a giant carcass was laying down. This man had clearly defeated this large monster. The core was pulsating in the great circle of core formation, signaling that this cultivator was of quite the high caliber. "Well, guess that's a wrap." The man jumped down from his sword and pulled out a machete-looking bladed weapon. He started slicing and dicing. The creature's remains were getting cut up at a rapid pace. The man was gathering up the beast's remains, separating the claws from the teeth. Those items could be sold off for quite the penny. The pelt would bring in quite a bit of spirit stones or could be used to craft a resistant robe. Not even the bones would be sparred, as the only thing that the man didn't bring along was the meat and flesh of the demonic being, that couldn't really be used by him for anything unless he was a demonic cultivator. This core should be enough for me to get my Komi's Zion. The man remembered that previously he used to bring the entire beast body and just drop it off at the doorstep of the person that he got the commission from. Now he knew better to cause trouble for the people that were paying up. He was, of course, the Zhang clan patriarch, but he was in his demon hunter disguise. His face was full of scars and he looked quite menacing, even his black robe got a couple more upgrades to look edgier than before. Matt kind of liked this persona of his, as he could act like an ass. It was a bit funny how everyone shrunk back, but this was an important act, letting him get a bonus from the bounties he was hunting. He returned to the city that he got the wanted notice from. The people at the gate just bowed to him as his renown had spread throughout the area quite a bit. He could hear the people whispering amongst themselves, which made him chuckle quite a bit. Isn't that the famous demon hunter Lei Yingluo? Shh, be quiet, what if he notices you and thinks that you were being disrespectful? Wonder if he is taking in any disciples. Why would he take someone like you as a disciple? I would be much better. They chatted with each other. The man had more or less a good standing with the normal folk. There was a rumor that even though he was quiet and ferocious looking, he had a heart of gold. He saved many people from evil cultivators or demonic beings alike. He was kind of a hero in the eyes of the common folk for that reason. But when he was going out with a bag filled with spirit stones and ready to bolt back to Moonlight City, someone stopped him. Senior Ying, please could this junior have a word with you? This wasn't anything new, people would walk up to him from time to time asking for favors with monetary compensation. He would mostly turn it down though, as it was mostly assassination requests. A lot of people thought that he was a contract killer. He lost out on a lot of cash this way, but he didn't want to get involved in strange power struggles. Though this time he was taken aback, as the target of the assassination was quite peculiar. What did you say? Yes, the clans from Moonlight City would like you to punish the ferocious fiend Zhang Dong. We believe that he is a demonic cultivator in disguise. Many young women had fallen to his demonic ways. We request your aid, great senior, you are our last hope. Oh, boy. Matt, while wearing his demon hunter disguise, wasn't sure what to make of this. The man was bowing as a show of respect. But at the same time, he was bad-mouthing him. Well, he was bad-mouthing that Zhang clan patriarch. He was apparently an evil demonic cultivator, that raped young girls and drunk their blood during the full moon. Gotta give it to them, that's some imagination. This was clearly a ploy to get his demon hunter persona that was known for killing evil cultivators and beasts to slay Zhang Dong. The problem was that he was this Zhang Dong that they were talking about. He didn't really want to commit suicide. Well, I guess I can just bring them in for trying to assassinate me. I'm my own witness, but wait. He wasn't sure how his public image would look. They would clearly deny it. Not like he couldn't just pound those two clans to the ground any time that he wanted. The thing holding him back was his conscience and his public image. He didn't want to look like a regular tyrant for the people, and this was how a dictator acted. Guess I could pretend that I take the offer, but make it look like the three clans hired him to kill the benevolent leader instead. Bet my popularity will spike, but will I have to kill off my demon hunter persona? This sounded like a good chance to milk these three clans. They were probably desperate enough to give him the bulk of their wealth in spirit stones, which he could use to finally get himself into that nascent soul realm. The problem was how he should do it. In other novels, the protagonist mostly had a clone of some sort to help them out in situations like this. At most he could fashion an automated doll, but its looks were plain, it would not pass for him in any shape or form. I guess I could go with the smoke and mirror approach, maybe use those holograms or just plant some speakers here and there. He wasn't sure about his acting abilities, but the people didn't need to see the battle happening from close up. He just needed to kick up a big fuss and make the three clans believe that the two experts were fighting it out. It would be really easy to implicate the three families in the assassination attempt, so that everyone was on his side. Matt was really surprised that he was thinking about such a scheme. Normally he would find things like these too bothersome to go through with. Now, he was just chuckling inwardly, thinking about the dumb looks on people's faces when he would be performing the show. He was slowly moving on from his shy shell. He looked at the man in his disguise, his facial expression changing into one of rage and discomfort. Oh, is this true? The bowing man bowed some more and nodded. Yes, my lord, the Zhang clan patriarch is a true demon. He turned around, making it look like he was thinking hard about something. The man could see Lei Yingluo from the side. If you are telling the truth, then I can't let this go, but it won't come cheap. His eyes shined slightly as he mentioned the part about the payment. He wasn't sure how much spirit stones the three clans had, but he wanted them to fork it all up. Ah yes Sir Yinglo, the clan leaders will discuss the pricing with you outside the city. Matt got the rundown by the servant. He would meet the three stooges outside in a secluded area. There they would discuss their dealings and the payment. He wouldn't budge on that one and wanted to drain as much as he could from the old man trio. I will inform the families that you have agreed to meet with them. The man quickly ran away, probably happy that he got a positive reply from this scary uncle. Matt that was standing there with a jade slip in his hand. The time and place of the meeting were all in there. It wasn't that far away from Moonlight City, probably due to the fact that the three families didn't have any flying swords to travel on. Soon I won't even need this thing anymore. He looked down at the black sword he was riding on. The item would lose its purpose after he leveled up, as when he did he would be able to fly around like Superman. Though flying around like that looks kind of silly. He tossed the motion of flying with two fists forward back into his mind while he headed back to Moonlight City. He had to prepare for the show. He couldn't really do it alone, so he had to pull Zhang Kuo into the mix. This man performed his job quite well and in return even got some top tips from this expert patriarch of his. Matt noticed that the stoic glasses-wearing man sometimes made bewildered faces at him, like the time he ordered them to pay off the debt, or when he ordered to set up the free school for the kids. He was loyal, but he still was an old-fashioned cultivator nut. Giving things out for free was something that he still didn't understand all that well. He went back to his temporary room and took out some paper and a pen. He liked to write down his ideas and contemplate on them first. He made a short outline about what he could and couldn't do in his little scheme. He clearly couldn't have both of his personas out at the same time. Some magic tricks would have to be implemented into the plan. Nothing too hard, as the plan could fall through if he got too excited and made it harder for himself to pull it off. Think this could work, but it will be really cheesy. He nodded and called his trusted retainer into the room, explaining his plan in detail. Zhang Kuo already knew that Zhang Dong was the famous demon hunter. His brows furrowed slightly as his family head started explaining what this plan was supposed to be. "Yes sir, wouldn't it be easier to just bring them in?" The man was clearly confused. Why do some strange charade when they could just bring those three family heads in for questioning? Not like they even needed to question them. With his own strength he could just order their execution or banish them from this city. No one would really ask any questions about it. Matt, on the other hand, felt like this could be quite fun. Plus, the people would know that the three families ordered a hit on him after it all played out. If he just ordered their deaths, the people might think that he was too overbearing and not any different than all the other aristocratic-like family clans. Zhang Kuo was vetoed on the spot. Zhang Dong handed him some treasures that would be used for this charade and ordered him to prepare. He had already prepared the most important stuff for those and now just needed to go meet with the three patriarchs that were trying to murder him. He zoomed out of Moonlight City. The rendezvous point was in a secluded area surrounded by forest and by a lake. There was a log cabin there not used by anyone. The three families didn't want anything getting traced back to them, so they set up the meeting on neutral ground. He made sure to look extra scary this time around. He had to make them feel like he meant business. That wasn't hard though. He just needed to spill some of his aura out. His looks were already extremely menacing. He made sure to not use his lightning element or holy one, as that could have blown his cover. He was hovering above in the clouds. He could clearly sense that there were a lot of people hiding around that log cabin. The three family heads must have placed their bodyguards around the perimeter to keep people out, but none of them would be his match. He could sense three cultivators in that small hut. They were all in the great circle of Foundation establishment. Quan Yin, Xing Deng and Situ Rong were all waiting in that cabin. The inside looked quite nice as they made their servants clean this place up, preparing it for the demon hunter that was supposed to come soon. The three came to an agreement. They would hire this man to kill that pesky Zhang Dong. After the man was dead, some other powerful clan could be bargained with. They wanted something similar to happen like the time where the Zhang clan was weakened after the first expedition didn't pan out for them. "Do you think the man will do it? It might cost quite the penny," said Situ Rong while rubbing the bald part of his head, that was shining from the sweat that was gathering. "Do we have another option? If we don't pay up now we will all be finished in a couple of years." Xing Deng replied. The man was hit the hardest from the three patriarchs here. The other two made their own calculations. They would take significant losses to their fortunes if they agreed to what the Zhang clan was planning. "I have to agree with Brother Deng. Those Zhang dogs clearly have something against us," the old man said while fanning himself some. He also took quite the hit to his stock. They were forced to pay the farmers more. and what was this blasted weekend thing, it would just bring in more losses for them. Their conversation was interrupted after they felt someone getting near. This someone wasn't hiding his aura at all. They had some servants standing outside, so they just waited for now. Soon the door creaked open, a large scarred man entered their field of vision, his rough appearance made goosebumps appear on their arms. Greetings Senior Yingluo. We thank you for listening to our plead for help. Kuan Yin was the first one to speak up, a bright submissive smile plastered all over his face. The other two quickly clasped their hands and bowed towards this man, they could clearly feel his overwhelming cultivation. The man in question walked in slowly, not saying much as he just observed the three morons that had called him here. So, I've heard you discovered a demonic cultivator in these parts, is this true? Matt asked with his gruff-sounding voice. Their cultivators just glanced at each other and started talking. This would be the moment of truth for them. "'Tis so, that monster Zhang Dong is a real fiend. We are sure that he has some kind of demonic treasures in his home, some of our people discovered it. Yes, we even lost family members to these monsters, they never returned back home, we are afraid that they have fallen to some kind of demonic ritual." The three started talking, trying to convince this man to act without asking too many questions. They had more than just words to back it up though. One of them pulled out some kind of curved dagger. The weapon was clearly radiating demonic energies. Matt was surprised after he grasped it. "Our people managed to find this ceremonial dagger in one of the Zhang clan compounds, then we quickly tried to inform you about it, Senior. Your fame precedes you, we are just simple cultivators, we have no way of defending ourselves against such a strong demonic cultivator like the Zhang Patriarch, please aid us. I'm sure there are more of these foul treasures in the city, but we weren't able to uncover the whole plot of that demonic fiend." The three were quite crafty, this wasn't the only demonic artifact that they had. They had their ways of doing things, bribing some servants wasn't hard. They had planted various demonic treasures in the buildings that the Zhang clan members were using, they were hidden there so that when this cultivator did his own research, he would confirm their story. This wasn't anything new to Matt, as his senses were quite high, so he noticed the strange artifacts getting placed around the buildings in the city. They were all low-level treasures, that would be easy to dispose of. Moonlight City didn't have its defensive formation updated yet, so something like this could happen. "You crafty foxes." He just nodded for now, while rubbing his chin. "If what you say is true, then the man must die." The three just nodded, their scheme seemed to be working for now. "But I'll need a substantial payment in spirit stones for it, this Zhang Dong won't be an easy opponent." They all nodded once more, already knowing that it would be costly to hire this man, but it was already a miracle that they found someone that would face that monster of a Zhang Patriarch. "I'll check if there really are demonic treasures or cultivators first, you have a day to get the payment ready." 200,000 low-grade spirit stones should cover the expense, I'll take 100,000 as a down payment, sounds fair. The three men almost collapsed onto the ground after they heard the price. "Senior, please show mercy, that price is a bit." Kuan Yin's bald head shined even brighter as he tried to plead for a lower price. "What? Don't have it? Fighting someone of that level won't be easy, you don't need to pay all of it in spirit stones, you can cover the rest with treasures or other materials like beast cores. You have a day to get it all ready." The man snorted and then walked out of the cabin. The 200,000 stones were about the amount he needed to get 1,000,000 system points. Before he would need half of that, but the system gave him fewer points now. This price was something that the three old schemers should be able to pay up, but they would probably need to empty all of their reserves, this was something he was counting on. "You leeched this city for decades, now it's time to pay up." The door shut behind the demon hunter, the servants outside just bowed and looked as the expert jumped into the air. A big black sword appeared out of thin air under his feet and then he took off into the clouds, making the people watching envious of this amount of power. The three patriarchs were left in the cabin in distress as the amount they were thinking was about half of what the man was asking for. "Damn, this man might be even worse than the Zhang clan leader, and he wants it up front? What if he fails, how will we get our spirit stones back? He didn't look like he would take the job otherwise. Luckily we don't need to use only spirit stones for it." They huddled up, they needed to split the expense 3 ways and none of them wanted to pay more than they had to. They got their accountants on the job, this was an amount that they could stomach somehow, but if the man failed they would be finished. If they cleaned up most of their inventory they could gather most of it, at least they only needed to give him the first part up front, the rest could be gathered later. Hope both of them kill each other. They grumbled to themselves, in reality, they could somehow recover from the losses if they just worked with the Zhang clan normally. They would not earn as much as before, but not like they would end up poor. They would still be wealthy, but their pride wouldn't allow them to work it out with the other party. They would rather risk it all and come out on top than cower in fear below the Zhang family. While the three families were scattering to gather all the resources, the demon hunter flew into town. He used his Wei Hung persona to move around town and discovered various demonic artifacts around the city. They were mostly low-level mortal weapons, probably the only thing these types of clans could get. Still, they got to some of the hired help, or they already had them in the bag from the start. This was a new city they were now running, they needed the help of the locals for various tasks. It wouldn't be surprising if some of the servants and workers had ties to one of the three larger families. Maybe they were in debt, a promise of lowering that would probably make them do this in a heartbeat. Not like these people feel very thankful to my clan just yet, have to give him some time. He didn't blame the ignorant masses that much, things just worked like that here. That didn't mean that he wouldn't punish anyone if they were caught doing it. He would give the people that helped the three families one more chance. After his little act that was about to happen, he would take off the training wheels. If I was a real demon hunter, I might have even believed these people. Without doing much research, Zhang Dong could fit a demonic cultivator template. He went missing from the clan for 10 long years. He returned with some strange cultivation method that made him insanely more powerful than others. He also was managing to burst through realms like crazy, being now in the Great Circle only after 2 years. Demonic cultivators were known for sucking away the life force of other cultivators, which prompted them to mostly have a higher cultivation realm than your regular cultivator. The downsides to these types of methods were, first the body count left, then the practitioner's psychological problems. The demonic energies would corrupt their very being and soul, making them act like psychopaths that didn't care about anyone but themselves. Zhang Dong was also rarely seen, this was due to him spending times cooped up in his crafting abode. When he actually decided to go out, he used a disguise like he was using now. So no one really knew what he was up to these days, but not like other patriarchal types of cultivators were very social either. Okay, let me get this over with. He removed all of the demonic artifacts that were placed around the city, then went back to the meeting spot after the day had passed. The three family heads were waiting for him, each one of them having a spatial ring with various treasures in them. Matt counted about 60,000 in low-grade spirit stones. The rest were other various materials like spirit herbs, metals, and beast cores. We will need some time to gather more assets. I'm sure after Senior defeats that foul demonic cultivator, we will have everything ready for you. One of the men mentioned while handing over his clan's spatial ring, his hand quivering as he was parting with the fortune. I'll count it later, should be enough in here as a down payment, but don't forget to gather the rest after the deed is done. The men nodded. They weren't planning on cheating the man, they were far too afraid of his power to even try that. They were curious how the demon hunter would handle this. Would he lure the Zhang clan patriarch out? Maybe he would wait for him to leave, he probably would be going back to Spirit Spring City sooner or later. They all thought that such an expert had to have his ways of taking care of high-profile targets like this. They looked as he rose up from the ground on his black sword and just flew back towards Moonlight City. The three looked at each other, wondering if he would use some kind of disguise to hide. He wouldn't just go and attack him outright, now would he? Little did they know that Zhang Dong was the demon hunter, and he was planning to implicate them in the hit. Well, time to get this show on the road. The three clan heads were still in the forest, returning from the meeting place at the log cabin. Suddenly they could hear a booming voice. This voice was familiar as it belonged to the man that they just hired. He was shouting while using his chi to make his voice travel all around the area of the city, and it even reached them all the way back here. Zhang Dong, come out. I know who you are, it's no use hiding. Everyone looked up into the sky and stopped anything that they were doing. They spotted an angry-looking cultivator in a black robe hovering right above Moonlight City. He was clearly here to cause trouble, and apparently he was after the Zhang clan head. I know that you are a foul demonic cultivator. The Sidhu clan, Xing clan, and the Quan clan have provided me irrefutable evidence. You must be cleansed by this Lei Yinglo. The Moonlight City residents started whispering among each other. They heard the man's name and instantly knew that the name belonged to a famous demon hunter. See, could it be true? But wait, this sounds fishy. Yet, would those three families even tell the truth? Sounds like a hoax. The people didn't trust those three clans one bit. There was far too much shady stuff around those three clans. While the people were whispering, the man on the flying sword looked down as if he could hear what they were talking about. What? You don't believe me? Why would those three established families lie to me? What could they possibly gain from this? Not like they are losing bountiful amounts of spirit stones due to the new laws or anything like that. Yes, no reason at all. The citizens looked at each other, their brows twitching after the man continued to talk. Was he here to fight the Zhang clan patriarch or talk badly about the three families? He was also contradicting himself, speaking that the three clans were good people and then mentioning a good reason why they would want to kill Zhang Dong. They clearly hired him to kill the Zhang clan patriarch, but what a strange fellow. The people whispered some more, the whole thing was quite odd. Now, Zhang Dong, come out from your hiding place and let our fists do the talking. I'll see for myself if you are a demonic cultivator during out battle, you won't be able to hide your foul energies from this Lei Yingluo. More people started gathering, a lot of people from the police force were dispatched, but they were sweating bullets as they knew that they stood no chance against this powerful uncle. Zhang Ji was also moving towards that area. He had to protect the good name of his patriarch, but before he could speak out he heard Zhang Dong's voice instead. Oh, why isn't it the famous demon hunter? I'm quite intrigued that those three fools got you to agree to this. But if it's a battle that you want, then a battle you will have. The voice was coming out of the old Cheng clan main building. The Zhang clan leader was probably somewhere in it, but people couldn't really see him. Patriarch, you should leave this to me. Zhang Ji shouted out. He wanted to at least face this man in battle first. Even if he would die, the patriarch could perhaps see the man's fighting style, this could lead to a win later on when he faced him. No need. What kind of person would I be if I let one of my junior members fight my battles for me? Demon Hunter, face me behind the mountains in the east. We can't get the city people involved in our fight, there would be massive casualties. Promise me this, fellow deist, if I lose you will leave my Zhang clan alone and this city as well, they have suffered enough. Zhang Ji got denied and Zhang Dong scored a couple of points with the public as he appeared to be worried about their well-being. It was a given if two top core formation experts fought above a large city like this, there would be casualties and destruction. Zhang Dong's voice that everyone was hearing was of course done with a speaker-type treasure. He was holding on to the microphone while being in his demon hunter persona. No one could really see what he was doing, he just covered his mouth with his hand and spoke into the little treasure that produced the sound. The speaker was placed in a good spot and Zhang Kuo was guarding it, making sure that the plan doesn't get discovered by other people. Very well, you have my word. I'm only here for demonic cultivators. Soon, Lei Yingluo agreed and headed over behind those mountains, leaving the city airspace. Then a sudden boom of thunder could be heard, followed by a flash of light up in the sky. The people turned to it out of instinct. They saw the Zhang clan patriarch hovering up in the sky, golden lightning shooting out of his body as he also flew towards those mountains. Matt used an old magic trick, kicking up a fuss at one spot. While everyone was trying to find the source of the noise, he quickly changed his appearance while being above the clouds where no one could see him. He then used his movement technique to get into that spot in a flash, making it seem as if he took off from the old Cheng clan main building. Everyone heard the exchange. The three families were in distress as the cat was out of the bag and everything depended on that blasted demon hunter now. Why did he have to tell everyone that they were the ones that provided that evidence? It was obvious that they just wanted to use that as an excuse to kill this man off. Suddenly a loud booming sound could be heard, some strange beams of light rose up into the air as people could feel an overbearing aura flying their way. Oh no, they are fighting, what strength! Can the Zhang patriarch win? That demon hunter is really famous. What are those three clans planning? Hope Senior Dong wins. While the people were talking among each other, Matt was punching some boulders into dust. He was kicking up a storm, shouting out loudly. He hoped that his mock battle with himself would come off as realistic, otherwise he might get embarrassed if his super sneaky scheme came to light. Think I need to work on my lines, they were quite corny, also how long should I keep this up? Everyone from the Zhang clan gathered in the city and they were looking in the direction of the faraway mountains. The aura fluctuations were quite chaotic and reached the pinnacle of core formation, which made the regular chi condensation people shake in their boots. What a battle, shame that we can't see anything. The common cultivators could profit when two experts fought each other. They could see their techniques and get inspired, which would allow them to reach a higher realm. So wanting to be there to see how those two monsters performed was quite enticing, but it was also very dangerous. One bad step and you could be flattened by a chi strike. You're not half bad, Zhang clan patriarch. You're not a slouch either, sir. Demon hunter. They were a bit perplexed that they could hear the two men talking. It was as if they were shouting out in the direction of the city or something. Which was just what Matt was doing, both of his hands placed in a cone shape. His shouts were accompanied by some cheese so that his voice would travel far and wide. Luckily Zhang Kuo was smart enough to order the clan members to set up a perimeter outside the city, so that no nosy person would bother their patriarch's scheme, which looked as if it was working. After some back and forth, the people started cheering out Zhang Dong's name. They had considered the pros and cons and they came to the conclusion that it would be a travesty with the Zhang had perished here. What would come of these tax cuts and new laws? Would the other three families gain back their position and bully them once more? An even more ruthless clan could even show up, which would mean their downfall. The three big Moonlight City clan heads were standing outside the forest. They were afraid to return, afraid that the Zhang clan people would apprehend them the moment they tried to sneak in. Blasted idiot! Did something eat his brain? Why does he have to implicate us too? They were pulling their hair out. They didn't think that the famous demon hunter would just waltz into the city and demand a duel with his assassination target. This would be fine, but he had to babble out that he was coaxed into it by them. A child would figure out during that speech that they were the ones that hired him. Calm down, if he beats him then only that other core formation expert will be left. Judging by his temper he will attack the demon hunter. Yet if he kills all of their core formation experts we will be in the clear. The three talked while hiding behind some large trees. The loud thunderous sounds could be heard even from the place they were in. Their conversation got interrupted though, by someone they were talking about. Oh? The other expert? Did you mean me? Zhang Ji was hovering on a sword above the group of cultivators. Zhang Kuo already filled him in on where the three stooges were hiding it. The location was provided by Zhang Dong, but no one besides Kuo would know about that little detail. Don't move, I'll cut you where you stand if you try to run. Zhang Ji pulled out his sword and held it over his shoulder, the long blade glistening with water chi which made everyone below him gulp in fright. The man in question wasn't in on the plan, so he was still on edge as he thought that his clan head was fighting a ferocious opponent. He had no way of telling how strong that senior Yingluo was. He was truly astonishing. The glorious Zhang Dong at this moment was leaning against some rocks. Here and there he fired off a bolt of lightning from his finger which caused more noise than damage. He was munching on a meat bun and looking at the sky, quite relaxed. Here and there he would shout out or produce a loud roar which would make the people back in the city gasp in worry. Is this enough? How long do experts fight for? I don't really want to blow these mountains up for this silly play I'm doing. He glanced around. The area looked quite silent as every creature in a 10-kilometer radius had scattered away. He was hoping that they don't cause trouble for some villagers or something. He'll have to send out a squad of warriors to check that out. Guess the demon hunter will have to go out with a bang. He wouldn't kill of his other person but he had to make him lose in some shape or form. He had one ability that didn't require him to be in the vicinity of it so he would go with that. The people in the city suddenly felt a surge of chi, the power was truly immense. Out from behind those mountains they saw a bright golden dragon emerging. It was made purely out of golden divine lightning energies. It was truly immense, a couple of kilometers in length and powered with Zhang Dong's chi. Look, what is that? It's flying into the air. That's a giant dragon. Wait, is that a deist magic of some sort? The dragon was roaring out and chasing someone on a sword. The man looked beaten up quite a bit, his hair and clothes were disheveled. Is that the demon hunter? Looks like he is fleeing from that dragon. The dragon shot of lightning bolts all around the area and flew right after its enemy. The fleeing cultivator couldn't shake it off as they danced around in the sky. Finally, the people gasped as they saw the dragon's mouth closing on the man, the cultivator dressed in black holding that mouth open as the two flew up into the air. The man looked like he was holding on for his life, not letting the dragon close its large maw on him. The two flew straight up into the air and vanished behind some clouds. Just a couple of moments later there was an explosion, the shockwave reaching the people standing outside and made their hair flutter in the wind. Everyone started looking and running to see what happened. The clouds were blocking the view but the explosion kicked up quite the strong wind which blew the white sky marshmallows to the side. The revealed the demon hunter. He was still alive but the top of his robe was no more. He was floating up in the air, covered in red, which indicated that he took quite the hit from that. You're quite a strong fellow, deist Dong. This is my loss. I have made a mistake. You are clearly not a demonic cultivator. It would be impossible for a foul demonic cultivator to possess such divine abilities like these. That's fine, we all make mistakes, fellow deist Yingluo. You may leave with this experience. It would be a travesty if our land lost such a talented master such as yourself. A disembodied voice came from somewhere sounding like the Zhang clan patriarch. Apparently, the demon hunter lost, but Zhang Dong was letting him go. My humble thanks, I should have known that those 3 clans were up to no good and placed those demonic artifacts to make you look bad. Yes, don't worry, my clan will take care of that. The two chatted for a bit before the demon hunter swished away. He flew high up into the clouds and vanished from sight. Matt would wait for the coast to be clear before returning back to his quarters. Zhang Ji and the others would take care of those 3 family heads. Their businesses would probably fall into his clutches now. The 3 patriarchs tried to defend themselves, accusing Lei Yingluo instead. They proclaimed that he was the mastermind behind everything and that he even stole their money after threatening them. They would have a lot of time to explain everything in the court. The lie detection devices had proven to be quite the handy commodity which made the trials progress at a rapid pace. You just had to ask the right yes or no questions, which forced the truth out one way or the other. The only way to circumvent this procedure was not to talk at all, but almost no one could stomach that pain. This might feel like it was a bit tyrannical, more or less torture. But it got the job done and the truth came out easily. Still, the device wouldn't kill a person. A safety device was put in place after the death warriors that the Zhang clan captured wouldn't talk. They lit up like Christmas trees from the high voltage and almost died at the court hearing. If you refused to talk, would just be incarcerated with no way of getting out, so there was no reason to take the pain unless you were covering for someone. Matt made sure to write out the penalties for any transgression. He knew how murderous these cultivation nuts were. He didn't want them killing people for stealing food or some coin. The crime would fit the bill. The death penalty would exist for certain nut jobs like the demonic cultivators or cultists. Mostly you would get a jail sentence with some hard labor added onto it. Matt returned to his quarters after the night came. He was uninjured as the blood was fake. It was a contained explosion. The chi blast that resulted from it was dispersed into the air. The city seemed quite peaceful. Most of the goons and thug types were too afraid to cause trouble after what happened this day. The police were patrolling the city and the pleasure district was quite barren. It would take some time before some of the more raunchy establishments resumed with their work. He took a sip from his tea and sat down on a large beanbag pillow. He had one made just so he could laze around. Well, I'm making progress. The daily points are going up. He looked through his system window. The city was progressing and he could see the red areas changing from red to yellow, yellow areas going blue and blue areas changing to a nice shade of green. This showed him that things were improving. Getting everything into a nice blue color was the least he wanted to achieve. All green would be just a nice bonus. The city needed more work though. It was one thing to make it safer for the citizens and lowering the taxes to keep them happy. It was another thing to provide them with a steady job. This city needed something that they could use for profit. Like Spirit Spring City that had the Zhang clan which had a good business in pill making. There was a plan of bringing some pill making masters over here to train people, setting up another division that would produce more income. There also was a plan in making other things, like daily necessities like plumbing. The construction of factories that would hire people to produce parts was already on the way. This would be a long-term plan, but they were hoping to replace some outdated products with some easily manufactured treasures that worked on spiritual energy. Well, guess it's time to go back to Spirit Spring. Wonder how things are going back there. Think Grandpa says something about a clan get-together or something. He said that it was for the junior members. Sounded like some tournament, probably to show off your disciples. Matt looked at the ring that he was holding. In it were the spirit stones and loot that he got from the 3 clans. He then looked at his current amount of points, a bright grin appearing on his face. Well, think Gramps can just go there instead of me. Think it's time to get ready to reach a new level. He calculated that if he grabbed the remaining spirit stones that those 3 stooges offered him, he would have enough to absorb and get those 10 million points. He needed to return to his home city and get ready. He would soon be in the nascent soul level. He needed look over those nascent soul techniques he got from that secret ground. There was also something that he wanted to talk about with his 2 friends Huoqiang and Feng Lina. Well, that Benkei guy wasn't that bad, can bring him over too. That last guy felt a bit opportunistic. We'll have to think about that one some more. Well, guess I'll head out in the morning and tell Gramps that they should go without me. I'll just tell him that I'm busy with cultivating and can't be bothered. Gotta love the perks of being the clan leader, can shove babysitting onto others, hee hee. But I guess if I'm going to talk to those 2, I should think about a good name first. The man continued sipping his green tea while looking at the system screen, thinking that after he rose up to the nascent soul level, things would get hectic. A month had passed since the Zhang clan recaptured their old city. At the moment the clinic people were bowing to an old man that had a Fu Manchu mustache and beard. They were giving him their farewells as he was leaving the clinic and leaving it to a new physician instead. He had stayed in the city for a bit longer, making sure that the police station was up and working correctly. He wasn't sure if his people would be as lenient as he hoped them to be, so he made sure to stay and correct them during the judging processes as well. They weren't perfect, but it was in working condition. He would check up on them later, but it looked like they were doing fine and sticking to the guidelines that he had written down. Thanks to the changes in the city, the Zhang clan mine enterprise had gotten quite a bit more workers and they were quite cheap. They of course were the incarcerated criminals, now wearing slave collars, some of them having their cultivation crippled or lowered. Matt made sure that the criminals actually earned their keep and not just lazed around in prisons bored out of their minds. It was time to move on. He nodded at the workers and headed out. His next stop would be the new Zhang clan estate, which was now occupied by Zhang Ji, the new city mayor, who was also the police chief. His Amazon wife had already moved here along with their child. He was just here to bid the two farewell. Zhang Ji, I'll be leaving this city to you, be sure not to destroy it too much like last time. He chuckled to himself. The samurai-styled man blushed a bit as he recalled the day that he destroyed a couple of houses while chasing this patriarch's master. Don't worry about master, you probably won't see him again, he likes to keep to himself, so no need to feel down about it. He gave the man a reassuring pat on the shoulder and a patriarch brand smile to go with it. A small energetic 1-year-old was getting held up by a large lady. Matt just petted her head, which made the toddler smile. Patriarch, you should go visit the old matriarch once in a while. She used to talk quite about your time in the secret ground before I left the old clan. Zhang Daiyu said while holding the child in her hands. She was previously a member of the Feng clan, but in this world women took on the names of the clans of their husbands. Oh yes, didn't want to bother her too much, I bet she is busy cultivating and all. Matt gave out a weak laugh, not really knowing how to reply. He was somewhat interested in the Feng clan matriarch, but he didn't really know how to court her. He had zero dating experience and the women in this world were far different than the ones back on Earth. Oh, think she should be attending the Dao festival at Jade Grass City. They always host it every 5 years and all the clans attend it. You should go visit it, Patriarch. The woman gave Matt a little wink before heading out with her child. He soon bade both her and her husband farewell as he was ready to head out. He already knew about the festival, but to be precise, it was more of a tournament for the juniors to attend to. It was also quite a popular betting event. It was more or less a place to show of the skills of the younger generation. The age cut-off was at 21. His 2 disciples were going to compete in it, along with some other young members that made it to the foundation establishment level. You could compete at the age of 16, but no one was counting on you to win. Reaching the foundation establishment stage before the age of 20 was quite rare, but not that difficult if you had a clan backing you with cultivation resources. Zhang Dong gave the 2 the okay to take part in the tournament, but he would probably miss it as he wanted to finally upgrade himself to the nascent soul level. He counted the resources he had and came to the conclusion that after absorbing all of those spirit stones, he would probably need to wait a couple of days. After that, the system would give him enough passive points from the clan building section. He didn't really want to go there and be stuck in some foreign town. This was quite the serious jump in power which needed to be done in secret. He knew that the Dark Palm sect goons would be knocking on his door if they found out. He had just the spot to level up though. It was in the medallion treasure that blocked out any energies from sipping out of it. He could upgrade himself in there, then train some nascent soul techniques. I'll probably be able to craft a heaven-grade weapon after I jump that realm. To make a heaven-grade weapon you needed a couple of things. First were the materials that were very hard to come by as those sects liked to buy or steal them off everyone. The other thing was that it was extremely hard to produce a weapon of a higher realm than at what the blacksmith was at. It would be possible with some external help or some specialized treasures that fed the crafter's spiritual energy, that was required to produce a higher tiered item. So you would need like a team of core formation experts providing spiritual energy to the master blacksmith that was forging the weapon, or substitute it with some item that gave that crafter the required chi energy for the crafting process. Also, heaven-grade items were a lot harder to process for a weaker cultivator, took quite a bit of time to hammer that special spirit ingot into shape. It was even harder if you didn't have a hammer that was also in the heaven grade, thus it was much easier to try it after reaching the nascent soul realm. Matt headed out. His flying sword was upgraded to a perfect graded earth treasure, and with the boost in his cultivation he could make the trip in under a day now. He could probably do it even faster if he actually pushed his cultivation to the limit, but he wasn't that much in a hurry. The people in the villages that saw him whooshing by just bowed out of respect, eyes wide open as the passing man produced shocking thunderous sounds. He made sure to fly high up in the sky. If he did it close to the ground he could do some damage to the fields and livestock. He left Moonlight City early in the morning and arrived at Spirit Spring City early in the night, the familiar scenery filling his field of vision as he made his return. Still quite the sight for his sore eyes. He breathed in the chi-rich air. The many springs in the city were glowing with light along with all the lanterns. The place looked the best at night, the illumination made it look quite otherworldly. He slowed down his descent, taking in the sights, no one stopping him. The guards just bowed and turned their heads and went back to work. This city was his home and he was slowly treating it like that. The people also started growing on him. His old grandpa was quite the funny character. Even at this age he was sneaking out into the night trying to woo the young ladies that fell for his charade. He tried talking him out of it, but in return he got bombarded with questions about his own relationship problem. After he was settled in at his patriarch position he was always bombarded by his clan members with the question about getting married. His grandpa wanted an heir to the throne or something. He even got many marriage proposals from other clans. His friend Huoqiang was quite forceful, trying to push one of his sisters on him. The only clan from the area that didn't send any eloping requests was the Feng clan. That was due to the fact that the person that was suited to marry him was the matriarch herself. She blocked any schemes that her granny had about sending the letters. Feng Meiling finally gave up on that notion and just tried to bring it up whenever she met anyone from the Zhang clan that could pass the message on. Matt was the type of person that the more you bothered him with something, the less he wanted to do it. So he locked himself up training his skills for the past year, trying to evade the looming danger of marriage and responsibilities. He descended into the main hall, the spirit water gushing all around him and revitalizing his soul. He expected his two disciples to pop out and ask him some questions. The two buggers always kept nagging him for pointers and insights into their Dao. Now that he actually took the time to practice his techniques he was able to point the two in the right direction, that B and potential wasn't just for show as the two absorbed the knowledge like sponges. Luckily training and cultivation was a slow process, so he didn't have to spend that much time with the two kids. The one to greet him this time around was his cousin and the mother of his disciples. Greetings Patriarch, glad that you made it back. How was Moonlight City? They chatted for a while. He found out that he just missed them by a couple of hours. The kids and other clan members headed to Jade Grass City for that festival thing. The two were quite saddened that you didn't come with them, but don't worry, they know that their master is a busy man. Also don't worry, the spear arrived and Shuer was quite happy with it. Ha, well, glad that they are keeping their noses out of trouble. Zhang Dong replied while talking to his family members. The woman was close to reaching the core formation level due to the betterment in the cultivation techniques and her latent talent. Can't be helped, but I'll give them a little surprise after they return. Think that the festival will take a week or two, right? Zhang Ji nodded and wondered what this surprise would be. The two parted ways soon enough and Matt headed back to his room. He jumped into his cushy bed and looked up to the ceiling. His eyes on that status page as he was counting down the days till he hit that 10 million. He already had a couple of magic techniques that he wanted to learn. He already absorbed the knowledge thanks to his system, but performing techniques meant for a nascent soul cultivator could harm a core formation practitioner, so he couldn't really train them just yet. One of those skills was a giant sword formation. He would summon thousands of chi blades that shredded into his opponent. The sword formation had some variations but was quite draining. There was one ability that let you summon a gigantic lightning bird. It looked like a phoenix only made from electricity. The old techniques could also be upgraded and used. His avatar form would reach new heights and the condensation technique would probably allow him to momentarily fight even stronger foes. He just needed to wait a couple of days for his points to gather. He had already absorbed all the spirit stones and beast cores that he could, and now it was time to wait. But not like he was in a rush. There wasn't anything dire happening at the moment and the kids were out of the house, so he had lots of time to train and get stronger. Soon. Half a day before the patriarch of the Zhang clan returned, his family members were all packed and ready to leave. They were slowly boarding the large flying vessel. This flying ship wasn't the same one that they used when going to the secret ground. It was a new and improved version with more space and better defensive formations. This one looked like an elongated galleon. The characteristic dragon head was at the bow of the ship. This flying contraption also lacked any forms of sails and was propelled thanks to spiritual energy and something called a floating stone that was placed in the middle of the ship as its core. The various formations etched into the spirit wood would propel it forward while placing the cultivators inside in a thin membrane. The membrane was more of a shield that kept the winds out during a fast flight. It was even strong enough to repel cannon fire. Though there was a limit on how much damage it could take and would give out under prolonged bombardment. There were cannons lined up on the side. the crew knew well how to use them in the times of battle. The middle part of the ship still had a steering wheel, but this flying galleon wasn't made for fast maneuvers as it was mostly designed to go forward in a straight line. At this time Zhang Shui and Lu were sighing, they were expecting their master to come back to Moonlight City and come on this trip with them. The two of them didn't get to see their master all that often, most of the time he handed them a new technique here and there, with his teaching method they could learn the basics of the new techniques in a flash. He was a very busy man though, they didn't get to see him often and he very rarely gave them practical lessons. Most of them consisted of them waiting for him to show up and then getting left with a splitting headache during the transfer of knowledge via his index finger. They were quite grateful that they gained so much knowledge, but the two wanted to get closer to their uncle, never having time to just chat or repay him in any shape or form. This was why they were looking forward to the Dao festival in Jade Grass City. It was held every 5 years and it was more or less a spot to show of your young disciples to the world. They wanted to make him proud by winning it, or at least making it into the top 10. There were no age brackets, so a 16-year-old could be facing someone 5 years older. That was quite the difference in experience. The two had quite a high opinion of their patriarch's skills. This was confirmed when they fought against their peers that were sticking to the water-based Zhang clan techniques. Those techniques didn't stand a chance against theirs, even though they were also refined by their patriarch. Wishmaster wasn't always so busy all the time. Zhang Shui pouted a bit while looking at some people that were carrying provisions onto the ship, her brother standing next to her, the two youths looking quite different than they used to. "Don't be like that, sister, he is the clan head, we are lucky that he even agreed to teach us." Zhang Lu replied, but he wasn't that convinced in his own words, longing to be praised by his master that was the strongest person in the clan. The youth changed through these 2 years, mostly due to practicing that special body refining skill. His frame changed and he gained quite the attractive jawline and muscular body shape that quite a lot of ladies were fond of. On the other hand, the sylph physique that Zhang Shui was practicing turned her into an otherworldly beauty, her features turned from cute ones to more refined ones, her figure got enhanced quite a bit to boot. Whenever she walked she would make the men and boys crane their necks in her direction, but luckily most knew who her master was and were far too scared to approach her or try something funny. The two were quite popular in their home city, but neither of them showed an interest in the opposite sex. The two just were quite the cultivation junkies and their master was just feeding them more and more skills just to get them to leave him alone while he himself immersed himself in his own cultivation and crafting. "I heard that master was going to be returning today, but he must have been held up by something." "What, are you not happy with me coming in his stead?" Zhang Jin made his appearance. The old man seemed invigorated. He had broken into the middle stage of core formation and the late stage wasn't a dream anymore. The improved cultivation techniques that his grandson gave him were working wonders on his old bones. The downside of his recent boost in vigor was his attempts in courting more women. Due to this the men of the family looked at this elder with awe while the women held him in contempt. "It's not like that, Grandpa." The two smiled at the older man who just moved onto the ship. His arrival indicated that they would be taking off quite soon. The two nodded and headed inside. They weren't the only promising youths from the Zhang clan that were on board. There were other participants, even some of their old friends from the 9th platoon, but people like Zhang Ai and Zhang Teng wouldn't be making it as they were busy with their police work at this time. Zhang Jin moved to his cabin before liftoff. Zhang Dong's female retainer Zhang Ye was waiting for him just to check up some things before they all left. "Grand Elder, are you sure that it's wise to keep the nature of the Dao festival a secret from the patriarch? He doesn't seem to be informed about it that well." The old man looked at the lovely retainer and rubbed his chin before replying. "Yes, this will be for the best." He paused for a moment before continuing with his answer. "Donger isn't that good with politics and he doesn't seem to care much about face. It will be better if he doesn't go to that city. I'm afraid that his kind heart could be his undoing." "Don't worry, I'll be there. Nothing bad will happen or my name isn't Zhang Jin." The woman waited for a moment before cupping her fists and walking away. Being the patriarch's personal retainer, she didn't like keeping secrets from him. But deep inside she too thought that the new clan head was a bit too soft. He very rarely showed off his superiority. If he did, it felt kind of forced. You wouldn't notice it normally, but if you stayed around him for a prolonged time, his act would start to fall apart. The two parted, the ship started floating up and everyone outside of it was ordered to step back. The close families came to the dock area to wave at the promising youths that would be taking part in the friendly exchange. Though this was a friendly competition, some rivalities came to be during it. Things could even turn bloody. Sometimes deaths occurred. The cultivators in this world took things like honor and respect very seriously. If someone was defeated by a person that was seen as someone weaker or of lower status, it would be quite a hit to the face of the defeated cultivator and their whole family. Sometimes disputes broke out outside the ring, even the seniors fought sometimes with each other when their pupils suffered an embarrassing defeat. The Zhang clan wasn't afraid though, they had gained some fame lately mostly thanks to their patriarch. They also had some backing now in the form of the Huo and Feng clan, so anyone from the clans there would think twice before trying to start anything with them. The people cheered at the youths that just waved from the flying ship that was leaving. Show them what the Zhang clan is made of. Make us proud. Be a Zhang. People kept shouting while the junior clan members held their noses up high. They were the elite members of their generation heading off to battle the other strong families. They were in high spirits, their techniques were all overhauled by their new clan head and they reached new heights. The ship's speed wasn't all that great, at maximum, it could go at the speed of a core formation middle stage cultivator. If you overheated the engines it could reach the late stage. It would take a couple of days to reach the destination. Jade Grass City was located a bit further away than Moonlight City was, and it was a neutral zone not ruled by any particular clan. There was a reason for that, it was under the control of the ruling sect in the area, the Dark Palm sect in particular. This was mostly the reason that it was picked as the gathering spot, as the weaker clans felt that the stronger clans wouldn't do something overbearing if they were being watched by the sect overlords that ruled the land. The Dark Palm sect members stationed there weren't really the core members though, they were mostly composed of outer sect disciples that didn't really have any pull in it. Due to this, the sect people acted a lot more snobby as they had an inferiority complex that came from the fact that they were outer sect disciples. Because of this they always found a reason to show off, or act as if they had something stuck up their posterior. But they were still part of the large sect, so the people that were exposed to this behavior had to always give them face. There was about a week till the competition started, but it was advised to arrive a couple of days early. There were some procedures that every clan had to go through, each competitor had to get a number assigned to them and there would be a preliminary test held before the fighting started. The tests were quite easy, there were various treasures that measured the cultivator's strength, chi amount, and there was even a course to measure your agility. This was a must, as if they let just anyone participate in the competitions they could spend a month or more. This world was large and the number of cultivators was immense. The number of small clans was quite immense and everyone could participate if they made it through the preliminary round. This was a big chance for the smaller clans to shine. The large sect had their members stationed there, and even though they were just outer sect disciples, there were some sect elders with some pull. If a junior member showed some promise, it wasn't odd for them to get picked as a disciple by one of the elders. If they were exceptionally talented they would be sent to the main sect area to train. The ender that the disciple belonged to would be praised and rewarded accordingly for finding a talented person for the sect. While the clans and their contestants were slowly gathering into their flying vessels, a peculiar scene was playing out in the city that the Dao festival would be taking place. A particular elder with the dark palm insignia on his robe was pacing back and forth. He was a man that looked to be in his 50s, he had dark hair and quite the long crooked nose. It bent upwards and then made a sharp turn to the left, giving the man a peculiar look. No good, no good, why is that person coming? This is just a small festival for those clan trashes. He was holding a communication device, he had just received word that an important person from the main sect area would be arriving to take part in this year's festival. The man didn't know why, but one thing was clear: he couldn't offend this scary cultivator. If he did, his life would probably be over. We must get everything in order. Damn, is there enough time to prepare everything for his arrival? The man activated the communication device and started calling his underlings. He had to prepare a grand welcoming party for this important visitor. They needed to get the best food ready, the best lodgings, the best everything that they had. The problem were these random clans that would be swarming the city in a couple of days. They were a random factor. Any one of those people could end up offending the important people from the main sect. Be sure to assign as many people as you can to our special visitor. We can't let anything happen. I don't care if anything happens to those useless clans. You have my permission to get rid of anyone. The man put the communication device to the side. This was quite a big problem, but also could be a blessing in disguise. This was a high-ranking member from the main sect. If he made a good impression on him, he might get a promotion. He was a big fish in a small pond now, but he longed for better cultivation manuals and an even higher position. This was all attainable at the main sect area. It boasted the largest chi condensation and had a vast library of knowledge. If everything goes right, I might finally be able to leave this backwater sinkhole. The Zhang clan flying ship moved through the air. Most of the people were just sitting in their cabins cultivating, but some of them were out and about, looking at the scenery that zoomed past them. It was quite the sight. the closer they got to their destination the greener it got. The city the festival was being held was famous for its lush grass fields. Spirit grass was a staple in this area and it was a very potent pill concocting ingredient. This was why it was procured by the ruling sect from the area. They wouldn't let a green gold mine like this be conquered by any of the backwater clans in the area. The spirit grass export and price was regulated by the Dark Palm sect, making sure to have the people that they deemed unworthy to have to pay up more. This was an important ingredient, but it wasn't super essential. That's why only lower level members from the Dark Palm sect were stationed here. It brought in quite the penny but wasn't as important as some other assets that the sect was defending, like a spirit stone mine that was far more of a flexible asset. This wasn't the only thing that grew in this city though. There were vast rice fields, that added to the greenery. The whole area was more or less fertile land, that allowed most plants to bloom and grow. The name coming from the vast fields of green, that made the outside look like green jade. The Zhang clan ship was close to reaching their destination. The youths on the deck were slowly coming out from their secluded meditation. There weren't that many of them, the clan only chose the most promising members that would participate. Some of them were well-known figures that made their fame from partaking in the expedition 2 years ago. The two most prominent ones were of course the Patriarch's disciples. Both of them had reached the Foundation establishment realm before the age of 20, which was quite the achievement. Their salt and pepper hair turned mostly white after they formed their perfect Dao pillars. Now they only had a large patch of hair at the forehead area that was pure black, the rest was snow white. Their mom didn't come this time around, leaving everything up to their grandfather. Next in line was their senior brother, Zhang Tai. He was older than them but still made the cut. He was still quite talented. His potential was at AB grade, which wasn't much below the two siblings. Thanks to his achievements he had earned better cultivation methods and the Patriarch even gave him a more fitting cultivation method as well as some manuals to aid him in with his swordsmanship skills. That was all the members that were from the old 9th platoon, the rest were recruited for police work and sitting back in Spirit Spring City training up new recruits. There were a couple of other promising youths, but most of the juniors that were at the expedition were too old to participate now and the ones here paled in comparison to the 3 previously mentioned youths. Junior sister Shui, how do you fare? Zhang Tai walked over to the edge of the ship. His junior sister was standing there and looking at the lush greenery. The young man had a slight smile on his face, but it quickly turned around after he saw Zhang Lu standing next to her. "Ah, I don't get a greeting, senior brother?" Zhang Lu asked, a cocky grin plastered all over his face. The two had built up a kind of rivalry over the past 2 years. In the beginning Lu wasn't a match for Tai at all, but now they were at exactly the same cultivation level and were more or less equal in strength. This was a slight hit to the face of Zhang Tai, having someone younger be his equal, but considering that the person in question was the Patriarch's disciple, he could somehow stomach it. "Well, if it isn't junior brother Lu, don't get your hopes up too much, I'll be taking the number 1 spot." He stuck out his chest, hands behind his back as if he was trying to imitate that Zhang Dong pose. He also glanced at Zhang Shui's expression from the side. The younger girl caught his eye as the man was gunning for her affections. This was something her older sibling knew and didn't agree with, thinking that this senior brother was far too pompous for his lovely sister. "Haha, I see senior brother has cultivated a sense of humor, I'll be sure to congratulate you on your spot, after I'm the tournament winner." Sparks flew between the two young men. The girl just covered her face with her long sleeve and started laughing. She took quite the joy from these two. They bickered and fought like an old married couple, which was quite fun to watch. "Oh, you want to have a go at it?" Zhang Tai shouted out, his finger pointing at Shui menacingly. "I'll be your opponent, anytime." Lu replied while getting ready for some fisticuffs. "Brother, senior Tai, please calm down. Use that anger against the other clans that will be participating." She tried to defuse the situation, a bright smile on her face the moment Tai got a glimpse of it. He felt a devastating blow to his heart. His face went slightly red and he turned away, worried that the beautiful junior sister would find it funny and he wanted to come off as a gallant gentleman. "Ah, if junior sister says so." "Ha, you always chicken out when Shui is around." Tai turned to glare at his junior brother once more. This time around he was more willing to give him a good trashing. The two released their cultivation aura, which alarmed all the other people in the vicinity, but they weren't going to jump in or anything. Most of the youths were just interested who from these two would come out on top. "Brother Lu, you can do it. Brother Tai, don't let that junior speak to you like that. Fight, fight, fight." The two of them moved their palms up. Zhang Tai was holding his hand out, blue energy slowly enveloped his mitt. On the other hand, Zhonglu placed his palm in a 90-degree angle. Lightning energy started crackling as he was preparing to receive his senior brother's attack. But before the two could clash, a booming voice filled the entire ship, which made the two fighting peacocks' ferocity deflate like a poked balloon. "What are you two idiots doing? Cease your squabbling." This was Zhang Jin flexing his aura, which made the two youths drop down to their knees in an instant. The crowd on the side that were egging the two on just a second ago dispersed, doing it only after cupping their fists at their grand elder. The two didn't get to leave unscathed as a lump appeared on their heads after the elder gave them a good smack. "Now, sit down and be quiet you two, we will be arriving shortly, can't have the other clans see you two idiots bickering." Zhang Jin glared at some other elder members from the clan that were previously in the crowd. They didn't do much to stop the fight as they thought that it would be too bothersome. Also, no one really wanted to offend the patriarch's disciple as that was a fast way of getting yourself in trouble. The whole place quieted down afterward. The city was just a couple hours away and they could already see more of those lush rice and spirit grass fields. Some villagers were there, they bowed to the flying ship. Regular people would perform these acts of courtesy. Flying ships were a sign of power as you had to have quite the amount of cultivation resources to buy or build one. Soon you could see the more refined architecture. Many large pagodas were sticking out also in that green color which made the whole city look like a piece of jade. All the buildings were made this way, the pavilions and the palaces all had a green tint to them. The cultivators apparently liked the green jade theme that went with this city. At the front was a massive gate, people were lined up on one side and moving in while on the other they were moving out. This city was a coastal one to boot. From the front, it was surrounded by greenery while from the back by a giant mass of water. By the sheer size of the body of water you would think that it was a giant sea, but this was only a really large lake. Things were larger in this world, so the lakes that were the size of an earthly ocean were quite common. This city was larger than Spirit Spring City and Moonlight City that boasted a population count close to 10 million each. It was about twice the size of those, but it was still smaller than some main cities or the capital city that had a population of over 100 million. The population was densely packed and the buildings were built high up, which allowed for such a huge amount of residents in one place. But such a high population brought in the usual problems, like a high poverty rate and rampant disorder. This was fueled by the fact that most ruling powers didn't care about the commoners and let them handle their own disputes. As long as they paid their taxes and were courteous they were left alone. This made what the Zhang Patriarch was doing back in his two cities stick out like a sore thumb. The news was slowly reaching the outside areas. It had a mixed reception with the crowd. Mostly positive from the poorer demographic, but they were also unwilling to trust the rumors. Their spirits were already broken, so they wouldn't have faith in the news of a just clan that would tend to their needs with minimal recompensation needed. Still, the curiosity was there. If things got too rough they might not be against trying their luck out there. On the other hand, the ruling forces were even more skeptical about the whole thing. For them, it looked like some kind of ploy to get people's attention. It seemed like the Zhang clan was trying to lure the downtrodden people in with the promise of milk and honey, then do something unfathomable once they were in their clutches. They just couldn't get their heads around someone trying to help people with minimal or no gain in mind. That would just be something a fool would do. If it was true though, they just chucked it up to the Zhang Patriarch being far too young and uneducated for his position. The Zhang flying ship moved around the city, which allowed all the people to get a good look at it. They had to fly around to land on the big shipyard in the lake, some of the other clan ships being already stationed there while others were just arriving as them. The descending ship slowly landed in the water, an anchor getting thrown out. The ship could very well function as a normal water-faring vessel. They were finally here. People started descending and a man dressed in a baggy robe with a clipboard in his hand came out to greet them. He was wearing quite a large pointy hat and his beard was long and excessive. "Greeting fellow deists, from the insignia I can see, that you are probably from the Zhang clan, right?" Zhang Jin nodded and let one of his retainers get the paperwork ready. They would get some accommodations and a guide just as any other clan. He didn't think they would get much though. His clan was still considered one of the averages ones. The word of their patriarch's strength was still being questioned, which made them quite the underdog. It didn't help that he was rarely seen and most of his accolades outside were under his demon hunter persona. The junior members of the clan looked out of their ship. They were standing on the deck of the boat. There were other flying vessels slowly descending into the water below. The last part of the descent made the waves splash to the side, which made their own ship shake. There were quite a bit of them anchored here. Many unfamiliar clan insignias could be seen, ones belonging to small and one to the middle-sized clans. The Zhang clan was still considered a middle-sized clan, Clans like the Singh family from Moonlight City would be considered a small-sized one. Still, some of them had enough spirit stones to buy themselves a sky-faring flying vessel. This was a good occasion to show of their clan members and make some connections with the other families in the Dark Palm sect area of influence. The country this was taking place was called the Azure Dragon Empire. The Long Clan and the Azure Emperor were the ruling factions, but there were various other powerhouses scattered around it. In this world, the density of spiritual energy determined where people would set up their settlements. The more you traveled towards the Long Clan occupied area, the denser the chi condensation got and the easier the cultivators could progress. The empire was divided into smaller state-like areas where various powerful clans and sects ruled. Due to this, sects and clans wanted to set up their bases as near to the Long Clan area as it was possible, so those cities were always built close to the state borders. The further away from the border you got, you'd find weaker and weaker sects and clans residing there. The so-called states didn't really have any particular names, they were just areas ruled by a powerful clan or sect. The area that the Dark Palm sect was occupying was about in the middle of the map. The land further in was the spot that was occupied by the truly strong forces, ones that even this sect wouldn't be dumb enough to offend. But in response, the space that they occupied was deemed inferior for them, letting this sect grow in power while the powerhouses further into the empire fought with themselves, leaving sects like the Dark Palm one alone to do whatever they pleased. They wouldn't care one way or the other what happened to them, they would only react if someone tried moving onto their territory. Thanks to this, these kinds of sects could flourish. They were deemed strong enough to not be worth the hassle of losing any troops if it came to blows, the nascent soul cultivators being a strong enough deterrent. Yet, the probability of them getting stronger was quite low as the better resources were all further into the empire, things like secret grounds were far more common there. There was also a thin balancing act that the more powerful sects had to go through. If they suddenly ordered a large chunk of their nascent soul cultivators to attack a sect like the Dark Palm sect, another powerhouse could use this and move in on their turf. So, unless something drastic happened, they wouldn't keep to themselves. Jade Grass City was one of the spots affiliated with the sect. They had a small force stationed here and even a direct line to the main sect. Though it would be used for emergencies, for moments of a revolt or if a particular strong beast attack. The bustling of the crowd could be heard everywhere. Some people on flying swords were also buzzing about. They were all people in high places and with connections. Normal cultivators were forbidden from flying on their swords above the city. Zhang Jin was still on the ship. One of his retainers was outside handling all that paperwork and showing them the proof that they were truly from the Zhang clan. There was a small fee you had to pay to participate. This small payment was already too much to stomach for some smaller clans. There were about 50 junior clan members from the Zhang clan. Mostly everyone was 20 or 21, and in the early stage of foundation establishment. There was no reason to take chi condensation cultivators as they would never make it through the preliminary round of the test, failing at the first one where the all-around strength was measured. This was actually a high number, all things considered. Thanks to increasing the ranks of their cultivation techniques, the Zhang clan was seeing a new renaissance. Their younger generation was profiting the most as it was easier to change things up before you reached the foundation establishment level. Creating superior pillars was far easier than reinforcing cracked or flawed ones. Zhang Jin knew well how things stood and that his clan would be sticking out with how much they had progressed. But he was betting on that. He wanted to show that his family was getting stronger. This would make people think twice about offending them. He was well aware of the looming threat of the sect, but he knew that they wouldn't do a thing unless it was related to a nascent soul level threat. At the foundation level, they had nothing to fear. They still had only 3 core formation cultivators, which was nothing in the eyes of their overlord. Though, if they showed up with 50 core formation experts, the Dark Palm sect would probably start playing a different tune and engage them in combat. The accommodations were ready as the Zhang clan retainer moved back to the ship and gave the news to the Grand Elder. He in response clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Okay, you rascals, stay close together, and don't get separated from the group at least till we get to our hotel, then you'll be free to explore the city. The youths beamed with excitement. It was very rare for them to leave the main clan city, and they were mostly cultivating diligently at their homes or cultivation caves. This would be a nice chance to see the world and have some fun. They all were snapped back to reality after their Grand Elder spoke once more. But be cautious, I'm sure you are all excited, but remember where we are. Be courteous to the other clans and the sect, don't cause trouble for me or the clan. If you offend someone from the Dark Palm sect or a strong clan, I won't be able to do anything for you. The youths looked at each other. They knew well how this world worked. They were all highly regarded cultivators in their home city, but here they were more or less just country bumpkins. No one would bat an eye if they got stabbed in the back after offending some scary uncles or overbearing young masters. Still, don't bring shame to the Zhang clan and the patriarch. This clan isn't a bunch of cowards. Don't let me see you tarnish our reputation. It was one thing to be honorable and civilized, it was another to just let people spit in your face. The elder's words were clear: if you meet someone from a stronger affiliation you should bow your head, but if it's someone of an equal status you are not allowed to defame the clan. Losing face was not allowed. This was also the reason that Zhang Jin didn't want Zhang Dong to be here. The juniors seemed to have more common sense than his grandson, that if push comes to shove would probably offend their sect overlords. Zhang Jin knew how to maneuver things which got difficult. There was no shame in bowing your head to someone stronger than you, it was the way of this world. He feared that his grandson would blunder and cause a scene that could cost him his life. He wasn't quite ready to take the next step. Well then, let us depart. The youth started moving in an orderly fashion. There were also members of the elder generation with them. They were all quite proud of how their youths were progressing. They knew that at their age they weren't nearly as strong. They were slowly guided towards the main lodging area. People in various colorful robes were gathering there. The youths didn't recognize the patterns or insignias at all. The cultivators were from various sects and clans that were scattered around the area hoping to make a name for themselves. Have you heard? Apparently this time around the winner will receive 50 middle-grade spirit stones. 50? But that's like 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. I'm getting even more pumped up. While going in you could overhear people talking. Besides the name recognition that you would gain from winning the tournament, you would receive quite the hefty sum of spirit stones. This amount was enough to fund your own small clan. You could probably build a small city with that amount as well. The top 10 participants would earn prizes and even be allowed to join the Dark Palm sect if they so wished for. This wasn't anything strange, it was normal for clan members to study at sects. They were sworn to secrecy, but that didn't mean that they couldn't protect their family members and improve their status. The sect wouldn't bat an eye if they shared some rudimentary techniques with the lower clans though, but the higher ones were forbidden from getting passed on outside the sect. The building the clans were staying was huge. It was a giant pagoda in an octagon shape. It looked to be able to house tens of thousands of people inside of it, with various levels outfitted filled out with diverse equipment. There was a dining area, an auditorium for lectures and even a casino. Betting and gambling was quite popular in this world, probably due to the fact that it was a way to gain easy money and all these cultivators liked taking high-risk, high-reward bets. The thing was over 100 stories high. There was something akin to an elevator installed. There were various platforms outside the pagoda balconies. They would slowly float upwards after you pushed some spiritual energy into them. They were only designed to move in a certain way so you couldn't use them like a flying sword. The requirement of spiritual energy was quite low, thanks to that almost everyone could use them. This was all thanks to something akin to spiritual energy batteries that were embedded to the floating platform. The platform only required a small jolt of energy to get moving. The clan was situated at about the 30th floor. Due to the fact that they had to switch those platforms constantly, it took them 30 minutes to just reach their lodging. The higher the level of the hotel, the more pristine it was. The pagoda was thinner at the top. That's where the penthouse suite was. It boasted the best chi gathering formations and was made from the best materials on the market, but it was reserved for the utmost important guests. It had quite the view as well, letting the person staying there enjoy the jade green scenery below. At this time some people were staying in this apartment. They were brought here by the Dark Palm sect elder that was panicking just a couple days ago. 2 people were in this penthouse apartment at the moment. One was a handsome young man. He had the usual long dark hair and he was wearing a golden robe. The most peculiar thing about him was the jewel sticking out of his forehead. Its color was purple, which was associated with royalty in this kind of world. The youth was clasping his hands in front of an older man. This man was sitting in a large armchair and just glancing to the side out to the scenery. The man was wearing a similar robe to the youth, but it was even more extravagant with various gems and sparkling metals attached to it, a large dark palm symbol glistering in the back. The man's outer appearance was quite normal. He had a classical beard that wasn't all that long, just long enough to cover his chin and cheeks. He had salt and pepper hair and didn't look anything out of the ordinary, though when you looked into his eyes they would send shivers down your spine. It were the kind of eyes that made you cover in fear of what was hidden behind them. The man with the gem in his forehead looked to be in his 20s, but in reality, he was already 50 years old. He was quite the famous young master from the Dark Palm sect. He looked quite handsome and was adored by everyone, or at least that's how it looked on the outside. Thanks for letting me tag along with you, Elder Ming. The man bowed with his hands clasped. the Dark Palm sect elder was on a little errand here and this young master had used this opportunity to join him on his journey. It's nothing really, didn't think you'd find this place that interesting little Kai, I'm just here for the items at the auction. The old man sat back and sipped some green tea, the tea leaves being the highest quality that this city could offer, the water and tableware being the same. The tea is satisfactory at least. The young man straightened up and looked outside the window, his eyes narrowing. Ah yes, the auction, to be exact. I wanted my disciple to participate in that little festival those little clans are having. Oh? The Dao festival. The sect elder's brow moved upwards slightly, but almost immediately went down. Well, I won't pester you for details, but if your disciple is taking part then be sure not to sully the sect's name, he has to win. The man waved with his hand at his junior member. Even though this was the son of the patriarch, this elder outranked him by quite a bit. His cultivation level was something that made him a king among men already. Well then, Elder Ming, rest well, I'll see you tomorrow. The Dark Palm member named Kai exited the room that this elder of his was staying. He knew when this Elder Ming didn't want him around, so he had enough tact to back off, on his own. He was stationed a floor below, which was still quite the expensive-looking apartment. This man's full name was Yang Kai. He returned to his quarters. The view at the city was grand, but the man in question wasn't really impressed by it. Give me your report. There was another man in that room. Yang Kai was sitting on an expensive couch, his legs spread apart in a nonchalant way. The man opposite him was a rough-looking gentleman in a less expensive Dark Palm sect robe. Yes, young master, the target arrived not long ago. They are staying at this Grand Dragon Hotel on the 40th floor. Yang Kai licked his lips slightly after he heard that the person that he was here for was already in this hotel with him. He had to stop himself from just going directly there, that would just make him look bad and he would lose face. It was not yet time to strike. Good, now I just have to wait for this festival to start and then. The bodyguard was silent, his eyebrows quivering after seeing quite the devilish expression on his face. Tell my disciple to prepare, he is not allowed to lose or he will be severely punished. But not like any of those backwater clans can hold a handle to him. Now, leave. He waved with his hand at the guard while smirking to himself. The moment the man left, Yang Kai stood up, his gaze moving over to his spatial ring. He pulled out a thin scarf, it had a cherry blossom pattern sewn into it. He placed it soon up towards his nose and inhaled with vigor, his eyes closed but his eyelids quivered back and forth during the inhaling. You got away once and I thought that I lost you, but now here you are. If I wasn't stuck cultivating at the sect I would have come sooner, but that's fine, he. The man licked his lips in a gross fashion, the scarf he was holding looked a bit scuffed up. Soon you will be mine, this time I won't let you run away, even if I have to. The man didn't finish the sentence and moved the scarf back into his spatial ring, his head shaking. Oh my, I'm getting too excited here. Yang Kai sat down to meditate, the chaotic thoughts in his mind calming down while the night ended. At dawn you could hear people walking, all the shops were opening up and the day was starting. The Dao festival wasn't only for the clans, but a lot of people saw it as a chance to make some coin or spirit stones. There was a big marketplace, with various cultivation materials and trinkets gathered in one place. Usage of magical treasures during the fights was allowed, so was taking pills. The use of weapons was allowed as well, everyone could bring weapons of their choosing, using dual swords was also allowed. It didn't matter if the quality of the weapon of one participant was lower than the others, that was taken into account as your personal strength. It was the same with the defensive treasures or any magical trinkets. The cultivators knew that life wasn't fair and that everyone was born unequally. Having resources to back yourself up was something that these people agreed with, but due to this, you didn't see poorer practitioners winning that often. The preliminary round would start tomorrow, so everyone from the clan had some free time today. They could use it to tour the city or just stay and cultivate if they felt that it would give them an edge over the competition. Most of the youths were quite interested in the new environment and decided to form a couple of smaller groups. In front of those groups stood one of Zhang Jin's retainers. The Grand Elder had other things to take care of besides being a chaperone for these kids. Listen up, you are free to visit the city. Fighting with anyone is forbidden. Remember that this isn't Spirit Spring City and Elder Jin won't be able to help you out if you offend someone. Don't worry, the other clans are also forbidden from causing trouble before the festival starts. Anyone that doesn't follow the law will be banned from the competition, so use some common sense and don't bring shame to our Zhang clan. Yes, Elder. The young adults all replied in unison, the loud shout even alerting some other tournament participants that were standing on the side. Some of them already whispering as the Zhang family was slowly gaining notoriety, mostly because their patriarch apparently soundly beat the famous demon hunter a few weeks ago. The acclaimed Lei Yingluo was someone with quite a high status, his strength was already legendary. He had built it up by slaying demon beasts and cultivators all in the late and great circle stages of core formation, which was quite a feat in the eyes of anyone without a nascent soul cultivator in their camp. Also, Zhang Dong made it sure to order to spread this information through the land so that he would gain some clout. As long as it wasn't something pointing people to think that he was in the nascent soul stage, it was fine. Even this feat wouldn't really be taken seriously by the Dark Palm sect. The famous demon hunter was just a renegade cultivator with no backing, so they didn't fear him much. Junior sister, why don't we visit some sites in this Jade City? I heard they have really nice tea shops. After the Zhang clan elder went back to his room, the first thing Zhang Tai did was walk over to Zhang Shui to ask her out. There were some other people around them. The youth would like to get someone on one time with this lovely younger sister of his, but their relationship wasn't quite there, so he had to settle for some deadweight to come with him. Tea shops? Why don't we go to the Jade Arena instead? Maybe some experts will be fighting today. Zhang Lai chimed in. He was also with another small group of people. He smirked at Zhang Tai, who was trying his best to not shout out in protest. This disciple of Zhang Dong was mostly just messing with his older brother. He found the courting that this senior brother was doing quite silly and loved to push his buttons. Tea shop. Arena. Sparks started flying between the two youths some more, but before Zhang Shui could make her mind up, someone else spoke up. It was a female voice. Hey, leave Sister Shui alone, why would she spend time with you boys? A group of girls appeared out of nowhere. These were quite the cute and lovely junior and senior sisters that were also participating in this Dao festival. There were fewer girls than boys at this event, with a ratio of 5 to 1. They quickly shuffled between the youngest female member, that was Zhang Shui, and started pulling her away. Yes, this is time for us girls to bond. You boys go to your arenas or fight all you want. They all chuckled to each other. Shui did the same and let herself be escorted out by her clan sisters. The group of young beauties wasn't going out alone. They had a couple of clan elders go along with them. It would be unwise to just let a group of beauties go out without any bodyguards whatsoever. Though, all of those girls were quite decent fighters, they still needed some backup if things got out of hand. The girls left. Zhang Tai had his hand outstretched in the position where Zhang Shui went down the floating platform, his hand soon falling down and going limp as he gave out a sigh. One of the members from his group came closer and gave his shoulder a pat, then spoke out with a smile on his face. Don't worry, senior brother Tai, there is no way that junior sister Shui didn't notice you. I bet the next time you'll be able to share some tea with her. Yes, there will always be a second chance. His buddies cheered him up, while on the other hand Zhang Lu just walked away while snorting. It was enough to see his senior brother mope around. He would poke fun at him at another chance. For now, he also wanted to leave and see the city. He had some other Zhang members with him to keep him company. Ha, while brother Tai sulks, let us depart to see the city. That Jade Arena is said to have quite the ferocious fighters, even core formation experts do battle there. Zhang Lu proclaimed and departed down onto another floating platform. The trip to the first level of the Pagoda Hotel was quite tedious and took the same amount of time as before. Outside, the small group of youths rejoiced and departed. They were all young men in their prime and they had a whole day of free time to play around. They all knew that they had a serious competition coming up the next day, but being young made them think that they could take on the world, and they didn't think that they would actually have any problems with the preliminary round. I heard that they have quite the nice tasting wine in this city. The rice they make it from is rich in spiritual energy too. The youths looked at each other. They were planning to check out that arena and then go out drinking. Still, they had two elder members from the clan tagging along with them, but they knew these two uncles would probably give in if they offered them some alcohol as well. Yes, let us head out. Zhang Lu shouted out with a smile on his face. His friends smiled at each other and left. Soon they joined the sea of people and made their way towards the arena building. Even during the day, it was open. It was quite the popular area for betting. But while Lu was taking a turn into another street, he felt something hit his chest. Acknowledge. A cute voice cried out as the youth realized that a girl crashed into his chest. The youth cultivated his body refining technique to quite a high degree, so the young lady rebounded off him and fell down on her butt. Lu instinctively reached out with his hand to help her out. The peculiar thing about the girl was the color of her hair that was light pink. Her skin tone made you think that she was out tanning or spent a lot of time on a beach. The young man looked at the equally youthful girl that was rubbing her head. She had just bumped into him and was now down on the ground and on her posterior. The girl was peculiar looking, she could be described as flashy. Long nails with something that looked like little pink and purple gems stuck to them. Her hair was done in a twin-tail type of hairstyle, her lips were rosy and she was wearing golden earrings. Her robe was unusually short, normally the female cultivators wore ones that went down to their ankles. They parted on the sides so that they had some wiggle room to move their legs around. The skirt of the robe that this girl was wearing could be considered a miniskirt. The young man's eyes stopped at the lower area as he could see quite the plump thighs, he then traced his gaze upwards and was greeted by quite the lovely mountain peaks. He gulped hard and managed to gather his senses, reaching out with his hand as he tried to help the girl up to her feet. Forgive me, are you all right? He wasn't sure if this girl was older or younger than he was, but they looked to be in a similar age range that didn't require any honorifics. The girl finally looked up without saying a word, her green eyes met with the youth. They didn't break eye contact for a good couple of seconds, which after the girl finally reacted. She jumped up to her 2 feet with haste, her twin tails bounced around along with her upper chest part, her short robe having to strain itself to contain all of that weight there. Oh no! I'm going to be late. Zhonglu moved back a bit, the girl just bolting off into the distance and quickly vanishing from view, leaving the youth and his clan companions stupefied. What? Brother Lu sure is a smooth talker with the ladies. Haven't seen a girl run away that fast in a while, must be some kind of talent. Zhonglu got a bit red in the face after his friends started teasing him, they quickly quieted down after he gave them all his death glare, but then they laughed out once more as this made things even funnier. Let us move on, the arena isn't far from here. Zhonglu proclaimed as everyone moved out, the youth rubbing his chin while he thought about the cute-looking girl that he bumped into. That robe pattern looked familiar, where did I see it before? He was sure that he saw a similar-looking robe on someone before, but he wasn't quite sure who was it. He was positive that he didn't know the girl from anywhere, but that robe and skin tone was unusual to see in this world occupied by jade-like beauties that like to look like ghosts. Zhonglu turned away from that motion after his master gave him a lecture about the importance of sunlight and how a healthy skin tone was vastly more beautiful than looking like a bedsheet. She might have been from that clan, oh well. He tossed his thoughts to the back of his head, but while walking forward towards the arena he found himself constantly getting reminded of the girl's chest area, guess the master's tastes were absorbed by this disciple. Though, while the group of youthful cultivators went on with their day, they didn't notice that someone was following them. A bouncy tail of hair was peeking out from the corner, with the same girl that Zhonglu bumped into peeking her head out. Her eyes were sparkling as she looked at the back of the young man that she bumped into. She clenched her tiny fist, a smirk covering her face as she whispered out. I'll show you that the ancestors weren't wrong. Stupid big sis. Back at Spirit Spring City, Zhang Dong was pacing through his room. It seemed as if he was looking into a random direction where there was a wall, but in reality, he was looking at his status screen. He had absorbed anything he could, without tapping into the clan's reserve spirit stone stash and was now waiting for the system point count to go past 10 million. God damn, it's really happening, and I'm not even stuck in some kind of death and life battle this time around. He had a dumb grin plastered all over his face. He was sure that he would reach the nascent soul stage soon and it would be happening in a couple of hours at exactly 12 at midnight. That was the time when his clan building portion of his system did its update and he would receive the required points for his advancement. It's still the middle of the day, the suspense is killing me. He was equally happy and scared, this would be his first jump in big realms. The previous small level UPS all happened while he was still in core formation, this would be the first time he would be reaching a new point of existence. There was also one particular change that he was afraid of, that was actually getting one of those nascent souls, or infant souls if you went with a more direct translation. Guess I'll have a little baby soul living inside me, well that will be weird. Well, can't be weirder than cultivating a whole universe in your own body like they do in some other works of fiction. Matt crossed his hands over one another and tried to recall any other strange cultivation methods. In a lot of those, the cultivators would perceive some kind of world inside of themselves, building palaces or large seas of spiritual energies, or even worlds with greenery inside. He had a similar thing inside of him in the form of the Deo pillars, but they were already there along with his core even before he arrived in this world, so they felt kind of natural. What I got from the other cultivation manuals is that, you are supposed to shatter your core to produce a nascent soul instead of it. The cultivator might die in the process of doing that if they aren't careful and fully prepared though, but in my case, the system should take care of everything, right? Matt was kind of banking on the system to get him over the hump. When he upgraded his cultivation method to the Golden Lightning one, the system did the hard part for him. It was as if he practiced this cultivation method instead of the previous one the moment he spent his points of it. So he was sure that his cheat ability would push him through it one way or the other. He just needed to make sure to hide the fact that he reached this degree of power. First I'll lay low for some months and train up some of those nascent soul techniques at least to an adept rank. He already had picked up a couple of techniques that he wanted to practice. They included better sword techniques, better movement techniques, and so on. He was also banking on producing better versions of his old techniques. He still got the cultivation manuals of them. After upgrading his main cultivation method, he would probably receive the manual for it. He could then start mixing it with the other manuals he received from the secret ground. You didn't have to mix attack techniques with the same sort, you could pick and choose. One technique would be used as a basis, while the rest would add to it. For instance, he could take his improved Golden Nascent Soul cultivation manual and pair it up with another heaven grade technique. If it worked, it would produce an improved version of the skill that used parts of his main cultivation method. An Inferno Palm Strike technique could thus be transformed into a Golden Lightning Palm Strike that would fit his needs a lot more. All the possibilities. Though I shouldn't spread myself too thin. I could well spend years training new skills. It's fine if I get one or two and just focus on them for now. I'd also need boatloads of crafting points to get new technique manuals. Wish that store was still working. Matt was still feeling disgruntled after losing his cash shop. It would be much easier to just find a proper skill from there than play around with that upgrading machine in his crafting abode. I'd probably already be in the Nascent Soul a year ago if I still got points for killing demonic beasts too. He shrugged and went outside his room. The people that he met bowed to him in respect. He headed down into the secret part of the main Zhang compound where the spatial treasure in the form of the medallion was hidden. After the years the clan had figured a way to bolster it, but it was something Matt didn't like doing as he had to pour copious amounts of his spiritual energy into the thing. The dimensional regalia only accepted pure holy element energies which only he possessed. The more of it he inserted into the thing, the more it grew in size. The increase was quite meager though. If he pushed 50% of his cultivation base into the spatial treasure, the rocky area would grow by only a couple of meters. Though it grew in all directions, after 2 years he managed to add another couple of kilometers in diameter. The guards greeted their patriarch. They were already informed that he would be going into closed cultivation inside the dimensional regalia. They were ordered to keep anyone out and only bother him if there was some kind of emergency, like an attack from another clan or something in that range. He entered the large room the medallion was placed in, quickly vanishing inside of it. The large dorm was still standing there, along with some other structures that were nowhere instead of the makeshift tents that the clan used when they were preparing for the expedition. The dorm-like building was enlarged and another level was built atop of it. They even added a cafeteria for the recruits that were still being trained in here. Nice to be the leader, everyone had to clear out of here. The innermost clan members were training in here, hidden away from prying eyes. Matt had written down each book from that library and placed it in here in a well-protected vault. Normally you would see people guarding it, depending on your clan rank and your potential you were allowed inside of that vault. The vault library had 4 levels, each of them having manuals and books ranging from chi condensation all up to nascent soul ones. The last area was only open to people at the top, which was the Patriarch and the Grand Elder. Well, the energies from stepping into the nascent soul level will be blocked by this treasure. This was the biggest reason he was here. The dimensional regalia blocked any aura from seeping outside. He would be safe in here to cultivate in peace, and unless someone stronger than him got their hands on the treasure they wouldn't be able to even come inside without his approval. What time is it now? He glanced at his system clock, which was quite handy for occasions like this. Still have a couple of hours till I get my points, guess I could prepare for the next stage of the plan. He still needed to make that heaven-grade weapon. He was waiting to pass his realm first, then he would start crafting. He didn't have that many materials for his training though. The blasted Dark Palm sect was keeping tabs on even the crafting component that could be used for heaven-grade weapons and treasures. But luckily throughout the years, old Grandpa Jin had managed to procure some goods for him. It was also one of the reasons that it was taking him 2 years to finally reach this point. The spirit stone expenditure was immense. Well then, time to say goodbye to the crummy core and welcome the baby soul. Back in Jade Grass City, Zhonglu and his friends were moving through the stalls. They had some food in their hands, something that looked like to be a shish kebab on a stick. All of them were munching while walking forward, wondering if they would get to see a good show at the arena. Wonder if someone good will be battling, would be nice. Yeah, someone like our patriarch, we missed his fight with that demon hunter. The leader taught him a lesson, he was 100 years too early to even try that. The young men chatted around. Zhonglu didn't talk all that much as he didn't know these junior and senior brothers all that well himself. His old 9th platoon buddies weren't here and the only one from them was someone that he was in a feud with. Ah yes, shame that I could not see Master's fight, supposedly the demon hunter was just misguided, but Master was magnanimous in his decision and let him live. The other young men nodded, their eyes shining brightly as they heard Zhonglu call their patriarch, Master. They thought that it would be an honor if they were also his disciple, this was also a reason that they were pumped up. If they managed to reach a high standing in the tournament, or even beat this Zhonglu, then maybe Zhang Dong would notice them and give them some pointers. We are here, Brother Lu. While they were chatting and eating, they finally arrived at the spot. They were greeted by a large gate, behind the gate were stairs that went upwards. There were some people in front of the gate, you had to pay the toll to get inside, which the youths did. After slowly walking up, they saw a large open space. In the middle of that area was a large square ring made from some kind of brick-like material. On the west and east side of that ring, they saw many regular-looking seats. There were already some people sitting there and cheering for some warriors that were battling it out. On the north side, besides some more seats closer to the ring, stood a large tower. In that tower were the more expensive seats for the more influential customers. They came from the south side, and above them was a more narrow-looking tower, and on it was the booth with the announcers that commented on the fights and introduced the fighters before each fight. To their immediate left, you could go under the seats. Inside were various booths and stands for betting purposes, but you could also buy some refreshments. The young men looked at each other, people were going back and forth from within that area. Well, I'm not really interested in betting, don't even know the fighters, how about you brothers? Zhonglu asked, not really keen on spending his allowance that his mother and master gave him. He would rather spend it on something like interesting treasures. He knew that Zhang Dong was quite a skilled craftsman. Maybe if he found something curious, his master would praise him. He always said something about needing more treasures for deconstruction. Some of the men went in to take a look, but the complicated board that had some numbers and names on it was quite confusing. Though they found something quite interesting, if you signed a contract you could participate in the arena. You didn't even need to face other cultivators, in particular, you could fight untamed beasts or even have small skirmishes with your clan members against other clans. Quite interesting, though the Grand Elder told us to not cause trouble and not fight. They all looked at each other, the warrior inside of them was telling them to go for it as they all wanted to prove themselves in a fight. But the Dao festival was coming along, what if they got injured or used up too much chi during combat? There was also the threat of their opposition seeing their hidden techniques, then having something in store for them if they ever clashed. Let's just see who is fighting, maybe after the festival is over we can try our luck in here, you can apparently earn quite a sum if you keep winning. They headed out and found themselves a good spot to sit in, the area was slowly getting filled up and they were lucky enough to get enough seats for all. They could see someone getting carried out by two buff-looking uncles, they were holding him by his wrists and ankles. The person was just dangling like a rag doll, probably the loser of the bout. Zhonglu looked inside the ring. There was one person standing there, he was waving at the people, a large smile plastered all over his face. He was wearing a red robe and had similar short red hair. The robe was peculiar in the way that it had no sleeves and you could see the young man's quite thick muscular arms. Oh, looks like the fiery youth has taken another victim, can no one stop him? You could hear the loud voice of the announcer that traveled around the arena. Apparently, this youth had been on a winning streak. Can no one stop the blazing inferno? Already 4 people have failed. Zhonglu squinted with his eyes, getting interested in this youth. He looked to be of similar age as he was. By the looks of it, he was also in the same cultivation range as him. One of the laws of this arena was that opponents had to be close to each other in cultivation realms. They wouldn't allow someone in the early stage of foundation establishment to fight someone in the Great Circle, unless the weaker person could use some treasures to lower that gap or something similar. I will be your opponent, you shitty brat. A large burly man with tree trunks for arms jumped into the ring, his descent causing a commotion in the arena. Oh, if it isn't a brave challenger, let me remind you that everyone is allowed to challenge the winner of the previous bout. Fighters that are participating in this year's Dao festival are also allowed. Just remember to register, if you want to participate. Apparently it was some kind of challenge event, where anyone of a similar cultivation realm could confront the previous winner. The more someone won, the more money they would get. You could also steal the previous winner's stash and then call it quits. The winning person could fight up to 10 bouts, but after winning all of those he wasn't allowed to participate anymore. This was a safety measure for the arena owners. This law was created to lower the losses if some kind of overpowered master appeared. The no fighting before the Deo festival decree was apparently abolished in this neutral zone. You could participate at your own risk. The large cultivator charged at the red-haired youth. He in response moved his forearm upwards to block the man's punch. Ha, idiot! I'll snap that toothpick in half. The red-haired youth had a good physique, but his enemy was far larger than him. You'd expect that giant fist to snap his arm in half, but this wasn't what happened. The fist flew at the forearm that started glowing red. Soon it was engulfed in flames. It was too late for the attacker to stop, and when his fist collided with the fire, an explosion occurred. The large man was forced backward, his hands smoking, his flesh charred. What were you saying? The fight wasn't over just yet, but the burly man's right fist was out of commission. The two were apparently close-range specialists, the burly man probably being a body refiner. Zhang Lu observed from his spot. The red-haired man charged in. He had both of his hands clad in flames with some strange patterns showing up on both his arms. Each time the two clashed, the burly man got pushed back. He was even using his damaged arm to block some hits, his face contorting in strange ways as the pain struck. Quite the willpower there. Zhang Lu thought while complimenting the older man, who showed quite some resilience. This wasn't enough though. Soon he was pushed back, well, more like he flew in a glorious arc and left an imprint of a human on the arena wall. The defensive formation activating so that the residual rebel didn't hit the audience members. Oh no, the challenger is down. Only 5 more to go. Can no one stop this fire demon? If you think you are up to the challenge, please register with one of our staff members. Apparently, the people around here measured your strength before the fighting took place. They couldn't just have random people jumping in from God knows where. Someone could also set up easy fights for himself and cheat. This was possible but hard to pull off. Also, if you got caught cheating, you would be severely punished. Brother Lu, maybe we should register. Some of the Zhang members got excited after hearing that fighting in this arena was allowed even for festival participants. This was quite an alluring proposal. Zhang Lu never got much practical training, mostly training his techniques alone, and his sister wasn't quite up to par when they sparred with each other. He as the older brother couldn't really go all out in fear of injuring his younger sibling. We could do that. We will be holding a short intermission. Please place your bets or register if you want to participate in the event. The announcer proclaimed while the red-haired man at the arena crossed his arms over one another, even a bigger grin plastered over his face. Ha, let's go. The young men all nodded at each other. The more elder members that were keeping tabs on them weren't that thrilled about what these youths were doing. It looked like fighting before the festival could cause unneeded injuries, but it also could be a big confidence booster for their clan members. They let it slide. For now, they were just registering and weren't fighting just yet. Every one of the Zhang clan youths, Zhang Lu included, got a certain engraving on their palm. It was the rank that they were deemed worthy of fighting with. They also noticed that the exact same emblem, the emblem looking like a tiger, was next to the man's name that was currently in the ring. Huo Kong, the Huo clan. Zhang Lu read his name that was on the betting board. He knew the name of this clan. They had fought together with them in that secret ground, but he didn't know this young man. He wasn't in there with us at that time. Guess he stayed behind. The Huo clan was a larger family that owned 5 cities and other various assets through the lands. It was one of the largest clans from the Dark Palm sect area, with more resources and manpower than what Zhang clan could produce. Oh, is it a brother from the Huo clan? The elders said that we are allied with them, and our patriarch and the son of their patriarch are close friends. The Huo clan and the Zhang clan had formed an alliance after what happened in the secret ground. They weren't the only ones, as the ladies from the Feng clan also became their supporters. This was quite advantageous for the Zhang clan, who had gained 2 powerful backers and business partners. Zhang Dong had sold quite the amount of treasures and crafted weapons to both of those clans, who gave him beneficial prices. Guess we should cheer the brother from the Huo clan on. The youths felt a sense of camaraderie with this fire family, mostly Zhang Lu that fought with them against the countless beast waves. I should exchange greetings with him. Master had quite the favorable opinion of that clan. Thinking nothing about it, Zhang Lu moved closer to the edge of the arena wall, closer to where the youth was standing and waiting for the intermission to be over. The youth suddenly heard someone calling out to him, his eyes fixated on a certain white-haired youth with a patch of black hair wearing a blue robe. Greetings, brother from the Huo clan, we from the Zhang clan send our regards. He was being formal with his greeting as he wasn't sure who this person was. the order of not causing trouble was still on his mind. Huokong, while still having his hands closed, looked to the side, one of his brows moving upwards as he looked at the man that spoke out. "The Zhang clan? You're from that small clan?" he replied in a mocking tone, the grin never vanishing from his face as if he was trying to start a fight. Zhang Lu and his companions got taken aback by the way the youth was speaking. He was clearly being condescending towards their clan name. Small clan. Guess if you compare it to the Huo clan then that's true. Zhang Lu thought to himself while trying not to get offended, but he had to fight against his natural disposition of wanting to jump in and give the Huo clan member a good smack. His friends that he was with were slightly less composed than him, picking up on the tone he was speaking in, knowing well that by calling them a small clan he was saying that they were weak. "What did you say? Are you looking for a fight?" None of these people fought together in the secret ground, so they only heard tales about the other clan from others. So there was no real sense of camaraderie there. "Ha, talk is cheap, if you want something just face me." The man moved his right hand outwards, pointing it towards the blue robe-wearing group of young cultivators and beckoned them over by moving his palm towards himself. The Zhang clan members were furious, veins started bulging on their foreheads as they just wanted to jump in and fight. "Oh, what is this? The contestant is challenging someone from the audience. Are they brave enough to take him up on the offer? Or will they cower in shame?" The veins on their foreheads started bulging, even more, the moment the loud announcer's voice boomed through the whole arena. Now it would be quite difficult to back off, they would suffer public humiliation, loss to their own face, and would bring shame to the clan. "Brothers, let me handle this. I'll show him how the Zhang clan warriors fight." One of the members from the group stepped out. The youth had sharp sword-shaped eyebrows and looked to be in his 20s. This was a talented youth from the group, even though he wasn't the strongest, he wasn't the weakest either. He looked at Huokong that was just standing there beckoning them over, looking like he was without any care in the world. Zhang Lu was the de facto leader of the group, being the strongest and also having the best backing out of the group. Lu remembered the words of the elders of not causing trouble, but he also recalled the bit about not backing down from a fight and not causing any loss to face if it was a manageable opponent. "Do you feel confident, brother?" The sharp eyebrow youth smacked his chest, which produced quite the loud thumping sound. He then moved over to one of the arena officials to show him his mark and that he was eligible for the fight. "Oh, think we have a new challenger. Will this young man be able to douse the burning inferno, or will he also get burned by the blaze?" The announcer was overdoing it a bit with the dramatic introductions and comments, but he was there to pump up the people in the audience. This looked to be working as people cheered. A path was made for the blue robe-wearing youth from the Zhang clan, people shouting out as they got their bets ready. "Give us a good show, eyebrows. Burn him alive. You can do it, blue robe bushy eyebrow brother." The young man tipped over to the side as he heard people commenting on his eyebrows. This was his most prominent trait though, besides them giving him a sharp look, they had quite the volume to them as well. "Shut up, who you calling bushy eyebrows?" He shook his fist at the audience that just laughed at him in response. He then jumped into the arena to face the red-haired youth, his aura getting releases, blue spiritual energy covering his robe. Huokong just shrugged and held his fists out in a what looked to be a traditional boxing stance with both his fists up in the air with his forearms blocking the view of his face. The announcer shouted out, which prompted the match to start. The two fighters eyeballed each other from a distance, probably trying to get a feel of their opponent. "Oh, didn't know the Zhang clan studied the Dao of waiting, such a powerful technique." Huokong chuckled while taunting his opponent, who in response got red in the face and started showing his inexperience. He shouted out and charged forward. His foundation pillars vibrated and pushed their chi into his legs. It looked as if a puddle of water formed under him, and instead of running forward it looked as if he was sliding on the water that was getting produced on the arena floor. He glided forward like a figure skater, just moving his legs slightly while gaining momentum. The red-haired opponent gathered his chi into his hands, which produced a red glow. Some strange patterns started appearing on his forearms that looked like they were made from fire. Huokong was going for a similar approach as with his previous opponent. First, rile him up and make him do the first attack, then he would block it and inject his fire-type chi into their body while defending. This was quite the simple battle plan, but worked quite well against easily irritable opponents with a chip on their shoulder. The moment came soon. The Zhang clan youth circled around Huokong while using his peculiar water gliding movement technique. He was gaining momentum for his next attack. Soon he took his chance and jumped, doing a nicely timed flying kick at his opponent's head and aiming at it from the back. His foot was shrouded in a watery energy that molded itself into a sharp blade, the youth charged forward while shouting. Take this tidal wave scythe. Suddenly the scythe bubbled and increased in size, the foot was coming in an arch from the side, and if Hokong didn't dodge, his head would be flying into the air and probably killing the haughty youth in one strike. Ho ho! Not half bad, but... Before the kick could slice the red-haired youth's neck, he moved back, not to the side but behind. He leaned back while not bending his knees, making look as if he was defying gravity and doing a peculiar popular dance move back from earth. The water scythe swung past him while producing quite the strong aftershock, which got dispersed by the shielding formation that the arena was set up with. This was a standard shielding formation that had to be installed to protect the audience members from any stray chi attacks that might come their way. The kick swung past Huokong that was now open for a counter. He had quite the good opportunity to deliver a blow. He moved both his hands back as if he was going to do a handstand. While using his momentum from the previous back dodge, he tried landing a kick that was clad in fire energy at his enemy that just missed with the big swing that he did with his foot. Luckily, momentum wasn't only something the Huo clan youth was knowledgeable about. The bushy eyebrow brother managed to spin around in time to receive the fire kick with his hands, dispersing the attack somehow. He didn't go unscathed though. He noticed that the enemy was trying to inject his fire chi into him to disturb his cultivation. He quickly activated his pillars that worked tirelessly to eject the invading spiritual energy. Huokong was surprised. He expected to get a clean hit in but only managed to send the other youth flying backward. He knew that his attack was somehow effective as the opponent with the sword eyebrows started sweating from the chi expenditure. So you weren't a total pushover, but this doesn't change anything. The red-haired youth went on the offensive. His muscles bulged slightly as some kind of strange runic-looking patterns appeared over his body. You could hear an explosion as he flew forward. This was his movement technique that produced small controlled explosions under his feet to produce short bursts of speed. After the first exchange, the crowd cheered out in unison. The Zhang clan member that were at the side were hoping that their brother would show this rude cultivator that they shouldn't be trifled with. But gasped out after seeing his water scythe miss the mark and him getting blown back several meters from the counter. Oh, that was a nice try, but the blazing youth doesn't look impressed. The two continued clashing with each other. It looked like they were equally matched at the start, but soon enough you could see the water cultivator getting pushed back. His robe started catching fire, his water chi having trouble in dousing the spirit flames that were far more difficult to deal with than regular flames. Still, Huokong was surprised. He had a reason for calling out these Zhang clan cultivators, and it was a personal one. He hoped to show a one-sided massacre against this man in front of him, but his opponent was showing quite a high amount of skill. He was still confident in his victory, but he wanted to show the large gap in their techniques and aptitude. Instead, the no-name sword-shaped eyebrow opponent showed everyone that he could keep up with him. Don't get cocky, this ends now. Suddenly the fire cultivator's power spiked. Did he activate some kind of special skill, or was he hiding some reserves? No one was sure. The abrupt change of pace surprised the Zhang clan youth, that received a heavy hit to his stomach. He was unable to see the trajectory of the fist coming for him and was blown back by the strike by several meters. The red-haired man cocked his fist back, red energy gathered, and it looked as many tiny fireflies were quickly getting absorbed into the palm of his hand. The Zhang clan youth knew that he was about to get hit by something big, so he used a defensive technique that produced a water shield. The previous strike took the wind out of his lungs, so this was the most he could do. Take this, Inferno Dragon Strike! The moment the fist got thrown forward, a surge of fire chi flew towards the defending cultivator. The fire started taking shape and turned into a dragon. The dragon head gave out a roar that sounded more like an explosion. On the other side, the Zhang clan member had both his hands stretched out and he was getting surrounded by a thick bubble of water. Boom! Another explosion occurred, steam and wind getting kicked up while the vision of the audience members got blocked. Oh no, is this it? Can the watery youth defend against this strike? Everyone scooted closer to the arena trying to see if the fight was over, or if there would be some kind of comeback. After the smoke cleared, they could see the red-haired youth looking at something. At the spot he was looking at stood the Zhang clan youth. His bare chest was showing and his hair was in a mess. He was still standing and breathing though, looking as if he managed to power through this attack. Huff, huff, huff. He was panting hard, one of his eyes closed as he burned through quite a lot of his spiritual energy to defend against this attack. His opponent was clearly annoyed that he couldn't end the fight right there. He even had to push a lot of his spiritual energy into that attack, but the annoying opponent was still standing there. Oh, he is still standing. What a twist! The people cheered out, shouting out the nickname of Eyebrow's brother in unison. The youth in question was far too tired to grimace about his stupid nickname. That's enough, don't risk injury brother, leave him to me. The Zhang clan youth twitched and then looked to the audience, and there his clan members were standing. Zhang Lu sent his voice out next to his brother so that he would hear his message. He was feeling a bit apprehensive, but he felt that he wouldn't come out unscathed if he battled this youth further. Huo Kong looked at his opponent that stood up straight and clasped his hands. This is my defeat. He didn't really wait for his opponent to reply and just turned around to leave, the audience getting a bit rowdy at the surrender, but they knew that this water cultivator's spiritual reserves were all used up and he couldn't really continue the fight. Humph! Huo Kong spit to the side and looked at the youth leave, then watched as another member from that group stepped forward. The youth was different in the way as his hair was mostly snow white, with a patch of obsidian in the front. Guess it's not so easy to bully our Zhang clan, now is it? I'll be your next opponent. Huo Kong looked at his next opponent, the youth was staring at him, just standing there. He had to agree that he had miscalculated slightly and that these cultivators weren't pushovers. Still, he didn't feel like he would lose even if each one fought him one after another. Oh, the friend of the previous contender wants to avenge him. Let's give him a round of applause. Zhang Liu's eyebrows twitched as everyone looked in his direction, he could feel people's eyes on him. This wasn't anything new as he was used to getting watched by his own clan members, still, he didn't like the feeling of getting gawked at. What a handsome young man. Think he has a partner? He looks to be quite young too, probably some young master. What beautiful snow-white hair. You could hear the women talking, Zhang Lu was quite the handsome young lad. Alas, he wasn't concerned with things like that, finding cultivation far more important than a relationship. He tried to ignore the swarm of drooling groupies that he had just earned and looked at Huo Kong. Why don't you recover some of your stamina before we fight, you will need it. Zhang Lu spoke out while looking at the red-haired youth, who in response scoffed at him. What? Do you think I need to recover to fight someone like you? You're being overconfident for a little Zhang clan whelp. Lu wasn't trying to be patronizing, he just wanted a fair fight and was trying to even the odds. On the other hand, Huo Kong thought that he would lose face if he were to take a recovery pill. He only fought a meager opponent and thought that he didn't require any outside help. I'll show you your place. Zhang Liu's face twitched, finally getting slightly angry. He didn't know why this man was so condescending towards his Zhang clan, but he would show his opponent that they shouldn't be trifled with. Fine, show me my place then. He squinted and jumped into the ring while leaving an afterimage behind, the display of speed making Huo Kong back off slightly, startled by the display. He's fast. He instantly realized that this new opponent was far stronger than the ones he faced in the previous bouts. He wasn't discouraged though, he just gathered his energies. His whole body glowed in a bright red hue as the same runes appeared all over it. Oh, what's this? The opponent seems to be very fast. Oh, is that lightning? Does the challenger cultivate in the Dao of the Storms? This was an honest mistake, the Dao of the Storms was an actual cultivation method in this world. It was a lesser Dao, lightning was just a side product of it though and not the main component. Zhang Lu was already in the foundation establishment realm and in its middle stage. While being in the Qi condensation realm he couldn't really utilize the more complex techniques that Zhang Dong was using. Now though, he had quite the repertoire of them, they mostly being the same ones that his master used. They were just versions that required less spiritual energy to use and were weaker in response to that. Huo Kong didn't wait for his opponent to make the first move like he did with the previous ones. Instead he jumped in, his fists ready to deliver cultivation-shattering blows. At least that's what he was attempting to do, but found himself dodging to the side as some sort of spear of concentrated spiritual energy flew towards him. The attack exploded against the arena floor and delivered a residual static shock to the fire cultivator. This was a weaker version of Zhang Dong's lightning javelin, the skill's specs got lowered to accommodate a lower cultivation realm. It packed less of a punch but was still a good earth-graded technique. Huo Kong didn't have much time to rest as he felt a shiver run down his spine, he quickly did a 180-degree turn and put up a cross-shaped guard with his forearms. He made sure to push his fire chi into this block, soon he received a palm strike that sent him flying backward for about 10 meters. Zhang Liu's hand was crackling with blue lightning energy, his opponent managed to push the invading energies away while a drop of sweat ran down his forehead. Nice block, wonder if you can block the next one as well. The crowd exploded in cheers, the combat prowess of this new challenger was over the charts. They thought that no one could beat this fire youth, but this white-haired one was managing to push him back. Oh no, the challenger's strikes are fast and swift like thunder, is this the end for the Master of Inferno? The commentator started coming up with more silly names while the audience shouted out and cheered on some more. Zhang Lu wasn't underestimating his opponent. After the first clash he felt the massive amount of spiritual energy that his opponent possessed. It was still this high even after he went through 6 bouts without much rest. If he made a mistake and got too confident the momentum could quickly shift. That's why he was planning to go all in and end it fast. He moved his palm forward and tilted it slightly to the side while pointing it against his opponent. His feet were giving off sparks as he was ready to activate his movement technique. Huo Kong was looking at this display in distress as he knew that this opponent would be a tough cookie to crack. In response to his opponent's fighting stance and forward movement, Huo Kong put his fists up. His body started glowing red and his muscles bulged, steam coming out of his pores which made him look quite peculiar. His hair started catching on fire and his eyes glowed red. He was apparently charging up some secret skill or ability to try and win this next exchange as he noticed that his opponent was going for the kill. The two jumped forward, the ground under them cracking slightly as they took off. Both fighters were going for an equal exchange, power against power as they charged towards one another. Before they could do that though, something interrupted them. That's enough. Both of them felt immense pressure pushing them down to the ground and it also immediately cancelled out their own spiritual energy. The two stopped in place a couple of meters from each other and looked to the side, to where the voice came from. There they saw an elder-looking gentleman that had a characteristic mutton chop beard and was wearing a standard Huo clan elder's robe. Elder Qiao, this is... Quiet. By your father's orders you were not to start trouble, and here you are offending the juniors from the Zhang clan that we are allied with. The man jumped into the ring and moved while talking. He looked at Zhang Lu and recognized his fighting style to be quite similar to the one Zhang Dong had. Oh, what is this? Someone from the senior generation got involved? I must remind you that if you interrupt the fight all the winnings that the young lord battled for will be taken back by the arena staff. Also, there will be a fine for breaking the rules. Elder Qiao snorted at the announcer and moved closer to the red-haired youth, giving him one good smack on the head. He didn't care about those things, this brat would be paying out of his pocket anyway. He turned to the white-haired youth that looked quite confused, but he somehow remembered this man from the time at the secret ground. Ah, junior greets senior. He did a polite bow towards him, making Huo Qiao nod in response as he didn't feel like he had to explain himself to someone of the junior generation. Let's go, your father will decide on your punishment. Father. Wait, why don't we discuss this over some spirit wine? The youth rubbed his head while looking distressed. He sounded quite meek now. His bravado was thrown out of the window the moment his father's name was mentioned. I just wanted to show the clan's superiority. Father always talks about the Zhang patriarch so favorably. He trailed off with the last part of his sentence before getting dragged away. Zhang Lu and his companions just looked at the strange display while scratching their heads. Due to the unforeseen interruption we will be holding a small break. This bout will be seen as a draw and all the bets will be annulled. They woke up from their stupor after the announcer's voice was heard. Zhang Lu then left the ring not really wanting to continue with the fighting as he didn't want to make a bigger scene than it already was. Though as he was trying to leave the arena he was surrounded by some ladies. They were all cute young girls that saw his fight and he made a big impact on them. Hey big brother, you were so cool, why don't you invite us to some tea? No, why don't we go visit some stalls at the market instead? Where are you from? Are you from some powerful clan, big brother? The girls assaulted him with various questions, they even moved closer and started yanking on his sleeves. They knew that this man was quite strong for his age, probably some kind of rich master as he even had a whole squad of similar-looking cultivators to guard him. The other boys grimaced as this Zhang Lu was stealing all the thunder, they also wanted a piece of that action. While Zhang Lu was feeling distressed a certain person approached from the back. This is the perfect chance. The person in question was the girl that Lu bumped into a couple of hours ago. She had followed their group all the way here while hatching her devious plan. This was the best opportunity to pounce on her prey. Her pink twin tails bounced about in the sea of people as she got closer and closer. Lu moved his hands upwards as he backed away. The girls looked like predators that saw a tasty snack. They were already seeing themselves rolling in spirit stones if they married a young master of this caliber. He looked to be strong, noble, and good-looking, and by how expensive his robes looked, loaded as well. He was also quite young, below the age of 20. They all were crafty vixens and knew that at this age it was easy to lure the boys in. Suddenly Lu felt someone grasp his hand, it was quite the soft and small hand, but there was quite the amount of power behind it. He soon felt himself getting yanked behind. The pulling power the person used was quite astonishing. He found himself getting captured by someone with light pink hair. The female was quite small, not much over 150 centimeters. You wouldn't think that a small frame like that could produce so much power, but he found himself flying as he got tugged backward like a rag doll. "Follow me if you want to live." He wasn't sure what the small girl was talking about, but he wasn't in the position of replying as he got pulled out of the arena. He soon started running with the strange twin-tail girl. He recalled that he bumped into her previously. Maybe she lost something during the exchange and wanted to talk to him about it. The girls that they left behind shouted out something, so did the Zhang clan members that were together with Zhang Lu, but they soon got lost in the crowd of people. The small girl was surprisingly agile, managing to find the best route through the sea of people. So the two youths found themselves outside. Zhang Lu looked down at the woman. The youth had a growth spurt in the past 2 years and was now of a similar height as his master and was quite well built as well. This made the short girl look even smaller. Though from what he could see, even though she was quite short, she was plump in places that mattered. He wasn't sure what the girl wanted, but she had a strange smirk on her face. Can I help you with something?" "Why yes, you can guide this big sister through the city, but first, wait here for a second." She suddenly ran away, leaving the bewildered youth with a question mark above his head. He looked around and wondered if he should just leave, but after a minute the pink-haired girl was back. Sorry, did you wait long for me?" But you just..." "No, you just arrived?" "Well, no use standing then, let's go." She grabbed his hand once more and dashed into the city, going for the more area where all the shops with clothes were. Zhang Lu just sighing inwardly as he remembered that his master told him that the Feng clan women were quite peculiar. He had since realized that this girl was one of them, so he didn't want to be rude towards an allied clan. So continued his first day at the new city. The rest would be filled with shopping and eating sweets. Zhang Lu wasn't sure what was going on. He got yanked around by the small yet busty girl through the city. They visited various places and he found himself holding a pile of robes while the pink-haired young lass was trying them on. He had a hard time seeing anything past them. By the number of clothes he was holding, the shop clerks was even giving him looks of concern. He wanted to tour the city, but this wasn't the way he imagined it. Every time he tried to speak up, the girl butted in and pulled him to another location as if she was in some kind of rush. They visited places like restaurants, tea shops, even went over to the area close to the big lake. The view was quite nice, but he couldn't even take it in before he was yanked by the ball of energy that was this young lady. "I don't even know her name." In time the young man could see that the sun was setting. This was the time that he was supposed to go back to his hotel. He even received some messages on his communication jade, asking about if he was okay as he just vanished from the arena. "I think I should go back." He looked at the strange girl, that was holding various shopping bags. He himself was carrying quite the mountain of them. He did have a spatial ring of his own, but its size was limited. His mother forced him to cram it full of clothes and food. He had barely any space left for his weapons and pills in there. When the youth spoke out, the girl looked back at the young male that she was with a big smile on her face. "Back? We still need to walk around the beach, and go to a hot spring, then you would peek, tee-hee." She chuckled to herself as if she had some kind of dubious plan thought out. Though her companion was slowly getting fed up with it, luckily he wouldn't need to put up with the girl's antics for long, as a certain old-looking grandma that he was familiar with decided to show up. "There you are, I've been looking all over the city for you." The person was an old elderly-looking lady that looked like a baked potato that was out in the sun for too long. This was Feng Mailing, a member of the elder generation of the Feng clan. What? How did you find me, Granny?" The pink-haired girl's face sunk. She looked like she was afraid of this old lady that was slowly moving towards her with a cane in her hand. The moment she got closer, she delivered a smack with that same cane of hers to the short girl's head, making her drop some of the shopping bags she was holding. "Stop causing trouble for the clan and the matriarch, we will be returning this instant." Zhang Lu looked from the side, as the old lady grabbed the short yet busty girl by the collar of her robe and started dragging her out. While the two were passing by the bewildered youth, the old woman stopped and looked at him. "Those robes, Zhang clan. If I remember correctly." Zhang Lu shook out of his stupor and cupped his fists, giving the old woman a friendly bow, thus dropping all of the clothes and bought goods to the floor. The elder lady rubbed her chin a bit while the pink-haired oddball was squirming on the ground. "Ah! You're the Zhang patriarch's disciple, is he in the city perhaps?" Zhonglu smiled a bit as he was recognized and when his master was mentioned, but then sighed out inwardly after the question was asked. Regrettably my master had something important to attend to, so he won't be coming to the festival this year. In his stead my Grand Elder Jin will be attending. The old lady's eyebrows twitched quite a bit when she heard the name Zhang Jin, but she didn't comment on it. She just nodded and said her goodbyes. Is that so? The matriarch will be disappointed if she hears that. Don't worry, I'll take this troublemaker with me, send my regards to your patriarch and never mind. She broke off the sentence and pulled the girl with the twin tails along the floor. The girl was adamant about leaving. No granny, I'm just following the ancient text of the ancestors. I'm just following the ancestors' wishes. The granny's face showed a grimace while she kept yanking on her robe. Did you forget what the matriarch decided on Nuana? You aren't supposed to follow the texts literally, now come you need to get punished. What? I didn't do anything wrong, Big Sis is the one that's wrong. The squirming shorty replied while not being able to resist the core formation elder's might. That's matriarch to you, now come along. The two finally vanished into another street leaving Zhonglu with a bunch of female clothing in his possession. He rubbed his neck slightly and then used the communication jade to call for some people to help him carry all of these possessions. What was that? He spoke out loud while waiting for a clan member with an empty spatial ring to arrive. He was meaning to return these trinkets that the girl bought when he saw her next time. Back at Spirit Spring City, Zhang Dong was looking at his system screen. There he saw the system timer that showed him what time it was. It was only 5 more minutes until midnight. He was sitting in a lotus position far away from the buildings that were in this small pocket dimension. He was looking at the clock, the seconds ticking down as it was time for the points to arrive. Finally, I managed to craft some new pills while waiting for this day to be over. He spoke out while sitting down. He was ready to push through to the nascent soul realm. Though, by pushing through, he meant pushing the yes button on the upgrade cultivation tree and just letting the magic happen. Ah, it sure is nice having a system like this. Supposedly it's very difficult to reach the nascent soul level. If you follow the instructions badly or aren't fully at 100% with your cultivation, your core might just explode without creating a soul instead. The plan was easy. Upgrade to the nascent soul, then create an item in the heaven grade so that he could absorb it and get his body refining technique to the next level as well. He didn't feel like there should be any problems with it in any way. The place he was in would block his aura from seeping out. No one should notice when he reaches the new realm of power, leaving him secured from his enemies. That Dao festival thing should be over by the time I'm finished here. I told Grandpa to invite the other clans for a visit when it ends. I'll tell them my plan, it should work. He glanced at his clan building part of the system. The points were there, but it had some other uses besides just gathering passive points for his system. This other use was something he was banking on, and that would allow him to beat the wall that was the Dark Palm sect. I just need some time and soon we'll have nascent soul cultivators in the truckloads. He grinned, wondering how those overbearing sects would react to a sudden reveal of multiple nascent soul elders. They'd probably pee their robes. How would he achieve this? The system somehow decided on the areas that he was the owner of. He could put buildings and raise its level for more points. That was just one of the functions. The other one concerned his clan that was in the faction tab. If he brought up his faction, he could see the whole structure with a little icon of him right at the top. The whole thing looked a bit like a pyramid with him at the top, then the clan members going into the lower parts. He could even click parts of this pyramid to get more in depth. If a faction member had enough trust in him, he could read their stats without needing to use his analyzing skill or touching them. This was quite handy, as he was able to tell if someone was shady by just the amount of trust they had in him. Still, they could just not like him without any ulterior motives. The other good part was, that similar to his disciples, he could spend his system points on his faction members. He could actually directly increase their cultivation level with a click of a button. This was the option that was most important. Pushing through to the nascent soul level was immensely taxing on the practitioner. The cultivation techniques in this world were also of low quality, bringing a lot of random chance into the mix. Matt had figured out that anything below the immortal grade brought huge risks. Even heaven grade skills weren't all that good and brought risks with them. Well, my cultivation method is in the immortal grade, so it should be safe even without the system's help, and after I level it up I'll be able to combine it with some other cultivation manuals. He was hoping on boosting the other cultivation manuals like the ones the Zhang clan practitioners used with his new nascent soul one. If the combination worked, he could be able to get a cultivation manual at the immortal grade as his own was already in the higher grading of the immortal grade. Wonder if it's compatible though, lightning and water? Maybe some kind of storm nascent soul, or would that be more in the wind Dao area? Mixing lower and higher grades mostly produces something just slightly better than the technique that was worse though. I could also try coming up with something myself. This was also something the system rewarded him for, he could try to create his own techniques. If it was something that wasn't in his library, the system would give him some crafting points. He had created some variations in his skills like that, mostly weaker ones. He was knowledgeable enough about his own cultivation method that he could come up with those. The foundation establishment techniques his disciples were using were created by him, without the use of the system. It's harder to do it myself, but if I do it my progress in the skill is much faster, but also could be incomplete. There were no guidelines that let him move through the proficiency in the technique he created himself. He'd need to test it out by himself and see how good it was before the system gave him a rating. But anyway, I should focus on the task at hand. Midnight is here. He heard a little ding sound. The system could be set up as an alarm clock. His points moved past 10 million and he was ready to finally go beyond the threshold. He was stuck at the Great Circle for 2 years, he wasn't able to get a nascent soul item to push his body refining a stage further either, but now he was going to do both at once and no one could stop him. He quickly started sliding his finger on his system window, going to his skill tree and clicking on his Divine Golden Lightning Core cultivation method. Divine Golden Lightning, updrige to Divine Golden Lightning Soul yes/no? His finger hovered above the yes button as he gulped. He looked around the area. He made it sure to be on the edge of the floating island in space as he didn't know if this level up would be an explosive one. Here we go. He pushed it and saw as his points dropped down to a couple of thousand. He could feel the knowledge of his new skill flowing into his mind, the ways of creating a perfect Divine Golden Lightning Soul lay bare to him. He tossed his head back, his eyes shining with a gold hue as lightning power gathered all around him. Here it comes. He clenched his fists, energy surging all around him as nothing happened, absolutely nothing. Matt blinked a bit stupefied. He had clearly got the information for the nascent soul cultivation method. It got injected into his brain, like it always did when he got new techniques or knowledge. The problem was that the system didn't push him through the threshold. Wait, do I need to do it on my own? Or maybe spend more system points? Phew. Matt scratched his head and looked out into the void of the small pocket dimension he was staying at. He thought back to the times that he upgraded his cultivation method. Each time I did it the change was instantaneous. I could feel my lightning getting reforged along with my body as if I studied the improved version of the skill my entire life, but nothing happened now. He crossed his hands while still sitting in the lotus position, his eyes moving up as he thought about what could be the problem. Maybe it's because it's a jump in a larger realm and not a small realm. Also could be because of the system change. He looked into his system library and could see the technique written down in it. He already absorbed the knowledge from it after pushing the upgrade button. Matt then brought up his status screen. Nothing had changed, or at least he couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. That was until he clicked his Cultivation Base Chi section of his status. Cultivation Base Chi, Core Formation Great Circle 100%, Divine Golden Lightning Core, Upgrade available, 500000. His eyes went bloodshot as he looked at the number of points he had to spend to level up. He needed close to 2 years to get 10 million and now this stupid system wanted even more. Now, even though he had built up a base of power and he was getting a good amount of them through his clan building, he would probably have to wait at least half a year. Think I'll have to do it the hard way. No way I'm waiting for that long, I should be able to do it manually. He gave off a sigh. This would be somewhat difficult. The technique to push through was quite intricate and didn't allow for mistakes. I have to guide the divine energies through my meridians and my dantian like this, then slowly nourish my core till it expands. If I do it too fast it could break, crippling me in the process. That is if I'm lucky. A broken core could end up fatal for the practitioner if they don't manage to create even a slither of a nascent soul. If I nourish it too slowly, I could fail and also get crippled, though I'd only get stuck a bit past half a step into the nascent soul, but the texts say that this type of cultivation is unstable and would lower my lifespan dramatically. I'd be stuck in that realm for the rest of my life too. He groaned out loud. Both of the options were quite bad, though the second one was a bit better. He would still be quite strong, just stuck with his life depleting. If I nourish my core with the divine lightning it should expand and then slowly pulsate and break apart, revealing a soul underneath. After that, I should reach the nascent soul stage and have my lifespan and strength multiply dramatically. At least the manual is quite throughout. It also mentions the fact that a practitioner should only try this if they reach the true apex of the Great Circle, which would be the half-step realm I am in right now. He recalled what he knew and what he read from all the other cultivation manuals. He had enough to compare to. His own technique got upgraded to the perfect grade of the immortal grade. The technique is quite throughout in its explanation. There is not much left to chance like with the heaven grade manuals that I got from that library. Thanks to how good his cultivation manual was, he didn't really need any outside help to burst through this level. The lesser ones sometimes forced the practitioners to take pills or some magical treasures that could circumvent some inefficiencies. For instance, one of the fire-based nascent soul manuals that his friend from the Huo clan took required him to procure a rare fire lotus. Without it his chances of breaking through were slim and he would probably get crippled in the process. From what he could deduct, only cultivation guidebooks in the immortal grade didn't require outside sources for breaking through. Though you could still aid the process, which would lessen the chance of failure even more. There always was a chance of something going wrong, so best to prepare for all necessities. I have to think this through. I'm a goner if I make a mistake, though the success rate of this cultivation technique seems to be quite high. I already have the best kind of foundation thanks to the Divine Core upgrade. My foundation pillars have also changed to perfect divine ones. Matt decided to write his manual out. He wanted to read it a couple of times and prepare for everything. He wouldn't just wing it. What if he made a blunder and ended up a cripple or dead? The chance of success was high. He was still afraid of failure, but he didn't see a problem in giving it a try. This will take a while though. Maybe I can make some kind of pill to help me out. Also there were some formations I could set up to aid me. The Dao of crafting was on his side. He already got the forging and treasure creation part to be at the topmost of core formation, even edging it into half a step into the nascent soul. There were various things he could create that would help him keep his spiritual energy from going berserk. The night passed while Matt made his battle plan and prepared for his ascension into the nascent soul. The day of the Dao tournament preliminary round finally arrived and everyone was ready to take their test. The first one would calculate their all-around power. This was done by a large bell treasure. How it worked was, the practitioner would deliver a palm strike with all their might. Depending on the number of chimes the bell struck, their power would be measured. If you wanted to pass this test, the large bell had to sound at least 3 times. This was something a practitioner in the foundation early stage should be able to produce. Though if they had a flawed foundation they would find this test challenging. 4 to 5 chimes would indicate a middle stage degree of strength, 6 to 7 a late one, and 8 to 9 would put you in the Great Circle. If you managed more than that while being in the foundation stage, it would indicate that you had quite the talent. The contestants gathered around multiple of those large magical bell treasures. The number of people taking part in this test was staggering and it would probably take the whole day for everyone to get tested, maybe even longer. There were only 5 of those bells. Each contestant had to stand in a line and wait their turn. People were segregated by their clans and how they registered earlier. Some clans or sects with more pull could pay a bit extra to get a better spot. Some even could outright circumvent the whole testing process, if they had enough prestige or influence. Zhang clan was somewhere in the middle, not being considered a really strong clan or a weak one either, just an average, maybe slightly above average one. That was mostly thanks to the personal strength of their patriarch, which defeated a group of core formation cultivators while defending Spirit Spring City. Also, when he defeated the demon hunter about a month ago. Though most people were skeptical about the state of the other clan members, thinking them to be mediocre at best. Ding, ding, ding. 3 chimes. Passed. Ding, ding. Only 2, failed. There wasn't really a limit to how many people a sect or clan could bring here. You could even participate as a solo cultivator. If you could fork up enough spirit stones, the organizers were more than happy to let you give it a shot. They didn't care if you were even eligible for it. They didn't care if you made yourself look like a fool by not being able to sound a bell even once. But this was still a place where you could show of your aptitude. So, a lot of people were willing to have a go at it. Qualifying past the preliminary round was already seen as a boon. Some clans or sects would take a renegade cultivator into their midst if they managed to get past the tests. Due to this, the number of people increased several folds. Some were participating and some were scouting for prospects. The participants didn't get an exact time for their test, so they needed to wait in line for hours. Luckily for the Zhang clan, they were somewhere in the middle prestige-wise, so they wouldn't need to wait till the end of the day to take their test. Hey, Isn't it that person from the Huo clan? One of the Zhang clan members spoke up. He noticed Huo Kong stepping up to the bell. The Fire clan being one of the more established ones, they had the luxury of taking the test a lot sooner than most of the other families and sects. The red-haired youth had a solemn expression on his face. He looked a lot less chipper than how he looked when he was beating up people in the arena. He walked up to the bell and looked at it, then just moved his hand backward while standing up straight. He infused his palm with some spiritual energy and propelled it forward, striking the measuring treasure dead center. Ding, 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 ding. He received 6 chimes without trying all that much, the last one being a bit faint. The people in the area gasped out, as this indicated a strength level in the late stage. This was of course if you calculated it by average cultivator standards. So he was this strong. But it didn't look like he was even trying. Maybe he could get 7 of those. The Zhang clan people looked from the side, already knowing that this youth was holding back. There wasn't really a reason to go all out against these measuring treasures, unless you were barely eligible for the tournament. It was always better to keep your secrets hidden, than use your best moves when facing a strong opponent. The testing continued. The Huo clan youth showed a good amount of strength, but no one else was able to produce 6 chimes. The rest was able to make it sound between 4 and 5 times, which was still quite good for their age. The day continued and more sects and clans kept ringing the bell. The clans that had enough renown were able to make their members pass without any problems. There were some youths that only managed to sound it out twice though, but they quickly left the stage in shame. Zhang Lu was slowly getting bored of waiting, but soon he noticed another familiar person going up to the stage. The person being the girl that he met in the city, and he still had her clothes tucked in a spare spatial ring. It was time for the Feng clan to make their appearance. It was a female-only one, so it made quite the waves. But not in a positive sense, as most men in this world weren't really into the dark skin that the women of that clan had. You'd mostly see women getting called fairies and approached by horny youths. This time around though, the dark-skinned girls were giving the boys some strange looks. The men gulped while looking at the faces buried under copious amounts of makeup. What are you looking at? Want this big sister to keep you company? Hey, those guys are kind of cute, we should talk to them after the test. Hey, aren't they from the Zhang clan? That one with the bushy eyebrows is so my type. They puckered up their lips while looking at some men from the crowd that they deemed attractive. The men in question having mixed feelings about the whole thing. The Feng clan, Zhang clan, and Huo clan were all in good relations. The Guru gang saw the male members from the other 2 clans as potential Daoist partners. While the girls were chatting among themselves, their elders were slowly getting impatient. They didn't come here to find potential partners, but to showcase their clan's power and superiority. The girls soon got to it, while their elder encouraged them by giving them a smack on the head. The current elder that was responsible for the Feng ladies, wasn't anyone that the Zhang clan members knew. The matriarch or the granny elder that everyone was familiar with wasn't here either. Soon the bells started ringing and the girls began passing with flying colors. The clan was mindful enough to not bring anyone with them that wouldn't be able to pass the first strength test. Zhang Lu looked with interest at the girl that he had a short encounter with, moved up to the stage. He didn't think that she would be participating in the test, but there she was. She walked over slowly, making everyone take in her rather cute facial features. The bouncing of her chest only added to the neck craning that most of the youths were doing now. Feng Nuana arrived at the large bell, which made her look even smaller. She looked quite fierce, like an angry puppy. Her eyebrows furrowed and her palm moving closer to her own body as she took a wind up. A gust of wind was produced the moment she smacked the large bell with her small hand, producing quite the amount of dinging sounds. The added wind pressure made her skirt dance around, the boys from the side just gawking. Ding, 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 ding. The treasure stopped at 7 strikes, which caught the attention of many participants as this was the highest number in their age range. This was already a power level of someone at the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. This girl was 21 at most, so this was quite the feat. Big sister Nuana is the best. She is the pride of our Feng clan. Yay sister Nuana! The girls cheered out loud while the other clans and sects looked at the tiny girl performing the feat of strength. The girl in question crossed her hands over her quite voluptuous chest and stuck it out proudly. She moved her head up high and took in the praise that the other clan members were giving her, looking quite satisfied. Before coming down from the stage her eyes met with Zhang Liu's and she gave him a little wink. Are all those Feng women like this? Zhang Liu looked around the area to the other girls, but he grimaced some more due to the overuse of makeup that made the girls kind of unappealing. The short one at least looked decent enough and her skin wasn't as dark as the rest of the others. Master said that jade-like skin wasn't all that great, but I'm not sure about that. The female cultivators all made the cut. For now, all of the cultivators from the Huo clan and the Feng clan had made it through the first test. But they were in the minority as shortly after they left the stage, the other participants started failing. Get ready, you will be taking the test, don't embarrass the clan. The Zhang clan youths stood at attention as they were the next in line. The clans that followed after the Feng clan weren't doing all that great. Their members were mostly at the 4 or 3 bell range, some of them couldn't even get past 2. This was probably due to the lower quality of their cultivation techniques. Show them why we from the Zhang clan are on the rise, young warriors. The elder gave the youths some inspiring words. They were still getting underestimated by the other big families in the area, but this would soon change. One of the youths moved onto the stage, but no one was really paying that much attention as people were interested in the more powerful clans that took the test at the beginning. Though even from them, there wasn't a young master that broke past 6 chimes and Feng Nuana was still holding the top spot. I'll go up, first brothers and sisters. The youth with the sword-shaped eyebrows decided to make his move. He would show that even he, a regular member of the clan, was quite gifted when compared to the other families. He looked at the person that was standing next to the measuring treasure. It was a man that was wearing quite the long robe and a long hat. The man was old and had a scroll in his hand. On that scroll he had all the names of the Zhang clan members that would be participating in the test. You may proceed. He noted the name of this clan member while yawning slightly. It was the middle of the day and these workers didn't really have any time off, and there was still a massive line of people after this still waiting. He didn't really care about this average clan. Half of these people would probably not make the cut or just barely make it in at 3 chimes. Ding, 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 ding. He looked at the bell that started ringing. There were clearly 5 times that it rung and that would put this youth in the talented bracket. This was quite surprising for an average clan like this. The man with the scroll noted the number of bell sounds next to the youth's name, thinking that they probably had their most notable junior member started off. 5. Not bad, next. The young man with the sword eyebrows moved down the stage and another one with a similar blue robe moved up. His palm started glowing in blue color before it descended on the measuring apparatus. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding. Oh, 5 again. The elder official wrote down the name and test results again and watched as the blue-robed youth moved down the testing area. The youth looked dejected, making it seem like he was expecting a better score. 5 was already quite high in the man's opinion, so why is this youth like that? The man figured out why the young male looked sad, as following him his other clan members took the stage. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. The youths continued having stellar results. Apparently they were all above a regular foundation establishment cultivator in the early stage. Is the measuring device broken? The man was starting to worry. Did something happen to the treasure? How could a plain clan like this have youths this strong and below the age of 21? His eyes popped out even more after a certain young lady moved up onto the stage. She was quite the beauty with long white hair, a patch of black to the side. A lot of people from the side craned their necks, while whispering to each other. Who is that, such beauty? What clan is that? I must get that fairy's name. This was Zhang Shui moving up to the stage, her palm already crackling with deep blue lightning energies. It descended on the measuring treasure, a sound of thunder echoing through the whole testing stage. Ding, 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 ding. 6. At such an age. The elder that was writing down the results on the scroll gawked. He had the names and the ages of the participants written down here. The age of this young lass was only 17 and she was already stronger than all of the 20-year-olds that came before her. Only 6? I thought I could get 7. The cute girl looked a bit glum. She wanted to at least tie for the first place with the girl from the Feng clan. Still, at the age that she was the undisputed champion. Good going, junior sister. She went down from the stage while Zhang Tai moved up. He smirked a bit after seeing the reaction of the people around them. It was time to show them that this Zhang clan was here to make waves. He gathered up his energies and focused. His palm started shining with water-based qi. This qi was far purer than the one his brothers utilized. It soon descended on the bell in question and the chiming began. Ding, 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 d. The last one didn't manage to go through, leaving his result at 7 and tying it with the Feng clan girl. Though, people would put him above her at 7.5 as it almost sounded the last one out. Ha, that should do it. The other clans and sects started to slowly gather around the area that the Zhang clan was getting tested. The amount of foundation establishment youths that managed to have at least 4 chimes was staggering, and this last one almost produced 8. Zhang Tai moved down the stage and smirked while looking at Zhang Lu, signaling him with his gaze that he was challenging him. Lu just looked back at him with a smirk of his own. The two were close to each other in strength, but that was only due to Lu not using Zhang Dong's techniques that gave him stat boosts. He had learned a lesser version of the technique that Zhang Dong used when he was battling the nascent soul pride demon. This wasn't the avatar form and the condensation technique stack onto each other though. Matt had combined the two to produce a much more efficient one for himself, that didn't turn him into a ripe tomato after draining him of his stamina. His disciple was handed a lesser, but still, it let him increase both his strength and speed by an equal amount. Matt had to give it a grandiose name, so after much consideration, he ended up with Embodiment of the Thunder God. He added the lesser term to the one his disciple was using as it was weaker, and he planned to add a superior or true prefix if he managed to upgrade it past the core formation level. The safe way of using this skill with no drawbacks was to only have it increase your stats by a half. But you could also double or triple your fighting prowess with harsher drawbacks. Zhang Lu wanted to use this technique, focusing it only on his palm along with his regular striking form. He gathered up his energies, the lightning started crackling while everyone watched from the sides. His hand started getting coated by a blue aura, electricity crackling around it, and it looked as if his hand had turned into lightning energy itself. The youth had similar looking hair to the young woman that was there just a minute ago. The people concluded that the two were probably siblings, as this youth was also on the more handsome side. Before Zhang Liu's palm could descend on the bell that would make it produce 8 or more chimes, he heard something. This was the sound of his grandfather's voice, getting sent next to his ear. "Listen, Lu, lower your cultivation." The youth clicked his tongue at the order, but he wasn't willing to go against his grandfather's word. His palm smacked against the measuring treasure in a similar fashion as his sister did. Ding, 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 ding. He reached quite a high number of 7 hits still. It was a bit less than what Zhang Tai had managed. It was quite the result though, putting him and Tai along with Feng Nuana at the top of the charts. "Ha, I win this time, little Lu." Zhang Lu scoffed at Tai that was smirking at him. He would have gotten at least 8 chimes if his grandpa didn't force him to lower his score. He wasn't sure what it was all about. From his standpoint, standing out was a good thing, as it would bring glory to the clan and his master. It would show that they are the best and the strongest around. While the testing continued into the night, a certain youth with a small gem returned to the large pagoda hotel. He cupped his hands in front of another man. This man was Yang Kai, and he had an even larger jewel stuck in his forehead. Disciple greets master. "N. So, how were they?" The man was seated in a lotus position and was doing some cultivation exercises. He wasn't even facing his disciple while he was talking to him. Just as master expected, they were quite weak. The best one only reached 7, this disciple managed to attain 10 the last time he was tested. The man didn't reply while his disciple just bowed again and left, knowing well that this was the signal for him to leave. He felt a bit apprehensive of taking part in this stupid festival, but his master's orders were paramount. He didn't have to go through the preliminary round, at least, thanks to this being a Dark Palm sect hosted event. Guess those country bumpkins must have made master angry, but those 2 fairies looked enchanting. Wonder if master will let me have them if I perform well. The first test came to an end and the day came to a close. The first test was mostly there to get rid of contestants at the lower spectrum. There was no place for people that weren't at a base foundation establishment level. The second trial would test the practitioner's bravery and resilience. The youths would gather in a room with a special treasure. This treasure would give out a menacing killing intent that would be akin to a demonic beast at the middle stage of foundation establishment. The task was quite rudimentary. The contenders would have to receive the killing intent and move forward. If they could move past the placed treasure, they would make it into the next round of testing. This sounded quite easy, even easier than the first test that you had to actually present some bodily strength. In reality, killing intent from demonic beasts was quite invasive. It would cause a person to freeze up and pass out, the demonic aura invading your body and soul. Most early foundation establishment cultivators would find it troublesome. Thus this test was mostly in place to weed out people with a shaky foundation. Badly flawed pillars didn't give a warrior enough protection against this type of mental attack. But there were specialized techniques that blocked killing intent from affecting the practitioner's mind. How many of them passed again? All of them passed. The person that was responsible for test the earlier day asked about the results of that Zhang clan. They had made a good impression in the first one, so he was curious about their results, which were quite shocking. How can they all have passed? Resisting such a high amount of demonic killing intent isn't even easy for more battle-hardened warriors. There was one standard way that people got used to killing intent. It was quite easy, you just had to face off against many demonic beasts or cultivators, or take part in battles. You would steadily get used to fighting and build up a strong mind that would block things like killing intent from even stronger beings than you. But these were young kids from a middle-sized clan. Did they lock them away in some demonic beast-infested woods or something, was what this person was thinking. Can you tell me how it happened, exactly? Sure brother, it was quite astonishing. The person responsible for the second test explained everything from his point of view. The rooms that were used for the tests were quite large and could house up to 100 cultivators at a time. This was mostly due to the treasure that produced the killing intent having a wide range. The Zhang clan participants gathered all together. They weren't the only people in the testing chamber though, with them were 2 other clans that each had 25 people. The Zhang clan had close to 50 participants. The treasure that was giving off the ominous aura was placed at the other side of the chamber, with the cultivators opposite it in a straight line. The treasure in question looked like a small statue of a demonic beast. Inside of it was a demon beast core and it was fashioned in a way to release the killing intent. The man that was responsible for the test didn't think much about the whole thing. The only thing out of the ordinary was the number of people from the Zhang clan, that were still participating. Normally it would be about half of that, just like the other clans that had 25 people with them. The item was activated and the test started. The juniors were supposed to each the other end of the room where the treasure stood and just walk out of the door behind it. This would indicate that they passed. The whole test also had a time limit of 30 minutes. The man recalled seeing the participants from the other clans. Their faces sunk and they started looking quite pale after getting hit by the demonic aura. They sluggishly moved forward, one step at a time, some of them were even barely dragging their feet forward while resisting the killing intent. But those Zhang people were strange, they looked fine but they weren't moving forward. I thought that they had passed out while standing at first. To my surprise, they started walking nonchalantly. They looked fine, like the demonic aura wasn't affecting them at all. This was all thanks to Tranquil Mind, which was an already widespread technique around the whole clan. It had 0 drawbacks and allowed everyone to think calmly under pressure. It also mitigated killing intent that wasn't over a certain degree, making this test a cakewalk for everyone involved. Some of them struggled at the end, but they all made it out within the first 10 minutes, the best person from the other clans only managed to leave after a full 15 minutes. The man that asked about the information rubbed his chin, trying to digest the information. This Zhang clan is strange, think we should keep an eye on them. Even people from out Dark Palm sect would have trouble with this test. The man was slowly getting curious about this small clan. This wasn't anything serious from his standpoint just yet though. There were more tests after this one, it was still up to debate if more of those Zhang clan juniors made the cut. The next one would actually test their battle prowess and was also the one that weeded out most of the junior practitioners from the tournament. The next test was named the Corridor of Puppets and the name kind of said it all. The participant would walk into the corridor that was quite lengthy and wide. In the said corridor, he or she would find multiple puppets that were similar in power to cultivators in the early and middle stages of foundation establishment. He or she was then supposed to get through this wide passage while being attacked by the angry automatons. The dolls were quite merciless in their defense, they would quickly surround you delivering punches and kicks. It was quite brutal, so the festival organizers had a team of medics on standby. There were numerous of those automatons around which made slipping past them hard. This wasn't all though, there were various traps placed around the area as well. They were mostly there to hinder anyone from just running past the automatons. This wasn't supposed to be just a test of evasion and speed. The participants had to dodge, block, and even attack to somehow manage through. This should eliminate at least half of those Zhang clan brats, maybe even more. The man smirked, the day of the test had arrived and it was now close to the end. He went inside the building that his companions were grading everyone. He quickly spotted someone that he was familiar with, this man would fill him in on the results of that clan that he was interested in. "Brother, could I have a moment of your time?" He went over, giving a standard greeting and then explained everything to the man. The Zhang clan. Wait, you mean that Zhang clan? The man's tone changed when he was talking about that family in question. The curious man was even more intrigued. Oh, did something happen? Don't keep me waiting, brother, now you got me interested. The man responsible for the third test of the aforementioned corridor of puppets recounted the events that transpired. The other junior participants were more or less doing the same. The higher-rated clans had more passing while the lower-rated ones barely managed. Then this Zhang clan came along. They had the most participants still in the run. Most of the others had from 10 to 20 members still in it at most. This was quite normal, as even though each clan helped their junior members out, they mostly focused their resources on a small number of elites. These elite junior members would end up victorious while the lesser ones would stay behind. The Zhang clan was different in the way that all of their participants were well-rounded. They had their top members with Zhang Tai, Shui, and Lu, but the rest weren't slouches either. If you compared them to the rest, they were in the elite category, and they were many of them. So, the test started with a bang. A white-haired youth just bulldozed through the corridor without letting any of the puppets even touch him once. He evaded all of the traps and probably set a new record if there was one being kept. Afterward, they continued. No one could match the youth that was first, but they still did their best. The later members didn't come out unscathed, leaving with bruises and disheveled hair, but all of them managed to power through this test as well. The weaker members had it rough, some of them had to be carried off for healing. Still, all of them made it through, making them have the largest group of people left for the last trial. This was the second to last testing ground. After this one would come an area that was a mix of all the previous tests. The number of people that the Zhang clan had put them at quite the advantage though. The last trial was a close of space, a secret ground of sorts. It was a giant maze area where everyone would be put in. It encompassed the entire city and was built right under it. Every participant would receive a small token. This token represented his life. The purpose of this test was for the junior members to battle it out, with their tokens on the line. You needed at least 3 of those tokens to pass. If you managed to procure enough, you would get marked. The tokens would start giving off a sort of marker aura, that would alert everyone to your location. The people with enough tokens could then move on to the exit while trying to evade the other participants that would block their way. So even if you lost your token, you could still recover everything from another person. Like with the other trials, this also had a time limit. You could win by getting 3 tokens and waiting it out to the end. A reasonable tactic was to wait close to an exit and just steal the tokens from the person that was trying to get out. With so many of those Zhang clan juniors, they have a clear advantage. The last test was a battle royale, but people could form groups. Due to the number of practitioners that made it through the previous tests, this clan had a strong advantage over the rest. Still, the other clans and sects can also form a bigger group to go against them. This would probably be the thing that would happen. The names of participants and to what faction they belonged to would be hung out in front of the trial ground. It would open a few days later, leaving enough time for other clans to make some deals. This was also something that was advised and approved by the people that were hosting this tournament. Being able to form alliances was also a measure of strength, so it was all fine. The curious man decided to see how it turned out, but in secret, he went to place a bet on the clan that in his opinion had quite the potential. The number of people that were left after the preliminary rounds at the end, mostly came up to about 100. There were close to 500 participants left, so you'd think that about 160 of them could make it through. That was a naive way of thinking though. Even though you only needed 3 tokens, most of the participants would take more than the minimum amount required. There were even times where the contestant count dropped below 50, when some strong clans with a couple of geniuses made a pact. The next trial would be beginning soon. The ones that made it out, in the end, would be hailed as the big winners and the future elite. The rest only to be forgotten and used as stepping stones for the new wave of young masters. The day before the last test, a group of cultivators was sitting together. There were various faces, young and old, but they came here for one reason, to make a deal. One man, in particular, stepped out to the center stage. He looked like any ordinary old cultivator uncle with a beard and dressed in your standard cultivator robe. I am glad that you have chosen to participate, brothers and sisters. The man spoke in a relaxed tone while looking at the people in the room, one of them quickly replying to his statement. Not like we have much choice in this, those 3 other clans will be a problem. You speak the truth, not sure where that Zhang clan came from, but even the Feng and Huo clan are supporting them. Yes, they clearly want to steal all the top spots for themselves. The other people in the room chimed in. This was a hastily organized meeting with a couple of the more influential clans that were still in the competition. Together we have about 200 juniors, this should be enough of a fighting force to take care of them. There were about 20 clans here, together they had a bit over 200 junior members that were still participating in the preliminary round. If we join hands we can defeat the others, easily. Yes, the only problem is that there might not be enough tokens for everyone. How do we go about this problem? Everyone nodded. There were close to 500 people taking the whole test. The person participating had to have 3 tokens to pass the stage, but there were only 500 of those tokens to pass around. They needed close to 600 for all of their people, so someone would need to stay behind. Well, my friends, how about we do it like this? Everyone picks out 1 or 2 juniors from their group, that you think aren't up to par. And they will just give up the tokens, to their more superior brothers and sisters. How does that sound? The people started murmuring, which sounded like a good strategy that wouldn't cause much internal strife. The other option would be to get rid of the other clans and then have the juniors compete against each other normally. The group started rubbing their chins and whispering among each other. The second option sounded worse but would be seen as a lesser evil against their junior members. Their young members would probably hold grudges against their elders, if they were told to just drop out of the competition. But if they went with the second option, the number of contestants would drop even further. Also, injuries could happen rendering more of their juniors out of commission. The people inside the room debated the pros and cons of both options. In the end, it was decided that the first one allowed for the maximal number of members. The clans would rather try their luck in the main tournament, with more juniors participating than gamble in this last test. Already being able to take center stage with all the other sects and clans watching, was a grand achievement of its own. While those clans were having their meeting, 3 other families were doing the same thing. They didn't hide though and were right in the Pagoda Hotel. Zhang Jin was on one side with a couple of senior members from his clan, sitting down with a teacup in his hand. Opposite of him sat a Huo clan elder with mutton chops for a beard, his name was Huo Jiao. The third member was a granny that looked like she spent her whole life farming in the sun, her name was Feng Meiling. They had gathered here for the same reason as the other clans that were plotting against them. The 3 seniors were crafty old foxes and had foreseen the other families going against them. I guess we have no other choice. I wished that we could have had a regular competition for out juniors without us old seniors getting involved. Zhang Jin spoke out while setting the empty cup of tea on the table. Well, you have to see them from their perspective, brother Jin. Huo Jia replied while leaning back in his chair. Yes, your Zhang clan has gathered quite the number of promising youths, maybe you can talk your patriarch into giving our juniors some pointers. Think you owe me a bit of face since the last time we met. The granny spoke out while squinting her eyes at Zhang Jin. The two had some history, the old man having claimed this old lady as one of his targets back in the day. Oh, ho, senior brings up old tales from my younger days, I was just young and curious. The man coughed into his hand while looking to the side, he didn't think that his old love interest would be in this city. The woman didn't age well compared to him, he was a bit younger as well. Back in the day, she was quite the beautiful older sister, he met her on one of his travels. Zhang Jin had quite the silver tongue and managed to court favor with the woman. He also left without saying a word after having his fun. Thanks to his high standing and the 2 clans not really wanting any trouble with each other, the whole thing was forgotten, but the old woman still held a grudge. Yes, but I heard you didn't learn much after that, how many poor women have you devoured? Well, I guess Patriarch wouldn't be here if you weren't like this. She already knew that Zhang Dong was someone from a side family, that came to be due to Zhang Jin's fooling around. The old lady wasn't letting up, Huo Jiao was to the side just scratching his neck, not sure what to do with these 2. He was slowly getting worried that the old woman would jump at the Zhang clan senior and claw his eyes out or something. He coughed into his palm and tried to get their attention as he spoke up. Let's focus on the junior members and on the competition, it's not the time for these personal squabbles, you 2. The 2 looked to the man, he had the highest cultivation base here, and even though Zhang Jin had improved with the help of Zhang Dong, he was still nowhere near the senior in terms of power and strength. Ah yes, the competition, think we can all agree on a truce and to have our juniors work together. Zhang Jin was quick to jump back to the conversation about the Dao festival, not really wanting to talk about his love life. Well, that's obvious, we can't let those idiots take the spots from our juniors, not sure what they are thinking. Guess they don't know how strong our clans have gotten since that time. The granny grumbled and also chimed in, During these 2 years the 3 clans had leveled up. This was all thanks to the share of cultivation resources. Who could have known that your patriarch has such a useful skill? That would explain his behavior back in the library. Huo Jiao thought back to that time 2 years ago and how Zhang Dong was rushing all over the place poking and touching books. He thought that he was just looking for something, but he was actually remembering them with some kind of bizarre technique. They found out later after he had sent some of the techniques from the library for their personal use. There were various manuals handed over to them, for which the whole Huo clan was grateful. Their patriarch was flabbergasted and immediately formed an alliance with the Zhang clan. The techniques that they received were by far the best ones that they had ever seen. They also went along with the Dao of the Flames that they practiced. The same thing happened to the Feng clan, though their matriarch didn't really need them to form a similar alliance with the Zhang clan. She already held Zhang Dong in high regard and would have done it if he just asked. Though your patriarch has a peculiar naming sense. Huo Jiao laughed. Oh, think the Triforce Alliance has a nice ring to it. Zhang Jin replied while also chuckling slightly. The scroll that they all signed that day also had a 3-triangle pattern. This was, of course, a symbol from a popular game that Matt had played back in the day. Well, I see that we all agree. I'll have some of my clan members pass the plan to the junior members, you should do the same. Zhang Jin said while leaning forward slightly, but as he was about to stand up from his seat to excuse himself a person walked in from the side room. This person was quite the beautiful lady with light pink hair, the hair was styled in a ponytail. Some of that hair was still bouncing up from the front and slightly covering the woman's eyes. Grandpa Jin, why didn't Zhang Dong come? I wanted to show him how much I have progressed. This was Feng Lina, the woman hadn't aged a day and was still of a nice caramel complexion. Yeah, I wanted to spar with brother too. A large muscular red-haired man walked out as well. This was Huo Jiang, Zhang Dong's self-proclaimed brother. He treated Zhang Dong as a senior brother, but he was actually older by about 10 years. The two looked dejected while looking at Zhang Jin, the old man not sure what to say as it was due to him that his grandson wasn't here. He was still adamant about letting him know about the whole Dao festival, not wanting to bring him into the area where he could offend some Dark Palm sect members. Donger was in secluded cultivation so I didn't want to bother him with the small stuff, it's better if this old man takes care of the junior members from time to time, ho ho ho. He laughed out loud while standing up and giving the two that walked in a bow with cupped fists. I'll be sure to mention you two when I see my grandson, he had been quite busy since we started reclaiming our old territory. If you say so. Feng Lina replied while trying not to pout. The woman was quite interested in this Zhang clan patriarch that had offered her own family various cultivation manuals. But this wasn't all, she was quite fond of his rather unorthodox ways. He was quite the peculiar man that didn't really act as others acted. He was in a rather high position, but he seemed quite innocent on the inside. Haven't really seen him much since those 2 years, he is always away or cultivating, hope he isn't evading me on purpose. The woman's head dropped down. Matt didn't really visit any of his new friends all that much, still having his introvert ways of not trying to intrude on people without having to. If left alone without any responsibilities he would probably lock himself in his crafting abode. He didn't really have the urge to meet people, the responsibilities of being a patriarch mostly being the ones that made him go out. Didn't he send you a new battle fan recently though? Feng Meiling interrupted as she saw where her young matriarch's thoughts were wandering. The new pinnacle earth weapon arrived just a couple of months ago. Yes. Lina pulled out a fan, it was quite beautiful and looked like the tail of a peacock. It shined brightly and looked like it was made from green jade. This was a lot stronger than any weapon that she possessed, Matt managed to produce it with an advanced grade of A+, making it something that was at the top of perfect graded earth weapons. Feng Lina waved it around proudly while her grandma and Zhang Jin smiled, seeing that the lady was cheering up once more. But the happy mood didn't last long as Huo Jiang spoke up. Oh, he made one for you too? Look at these babies. The man pulled out a set of red gauntlets that looked as if they were made from red rubies. He struck a battle pose showing them off while Huo Jiao tried not to facepalm from the side. How can a man with so many wives have so little tact? The 3 elders in the room squinted at the red-haired man while Feng Lina's expression sunk once again. The elder members from the 3 clans dispersed after a small commotion. The matriarch of the Feng clan almost got into a scuffle with the Huo clan young lord. Luckily the others managed to quell her anger, the man in question not really sure why the lady was mad at him. He even offered her the spot as his 100th wife again, telling her that if things with Zhang Dong didn't work out, she could join his harem. This, of course, didn't go well, ending in the Feng matriarch trying to deliver a strike to the Huo lord's nether regions. While this was happening, down in the Pagoda Hotel the Zhang clan juniors were getting ready for the last trial. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, their grand elder Zhang Jin went over to tell them about the plan and the alliance. So it's like this, young ones. Zhang Jin laid it bare, telling everyone to work with the Feng clan and the Huo clan if they came across them. He didn't beat around the bush too much as he didn't have the spare time. Still having important business to take care of later on. Remember, when the final trial opens you will be randomly spread out throughout the testing grounds. If you are lucky you will have your brothers and sisters with you, but if not, you might find yourself against multiple opponents. The Feng and Huo clans have agreed to aid us, the other families will band against us, so if you see anyone from our allies, aid them. The trial area had a teleportation formation implemented in it. It would put the juniors at random locations in a maze-like area. There were many traps and even some of those dolls were waiting to give the contestants a trashing. This wasn't all though, in the area were hidden treasures like spiritual herbs. This was placed inside the area to give the participants some incentive to fight. The resources were limited and you could keep everything that you managed to find. The short briefing ended and the juniors bowed. They weren't against working together with other clans. They weren't so sure if they could trust the other clans that well. They didn't know the other party well enough for that. The Feng women were strange and hard to approach, the Huo cultivators overbearing and haughty. Still, this was the order of the Grand Elder, so the juniors would try to follow it as well as they could. Luer, Shuer, join your grandpa for a talk. Before Zhang Jin left the juniors, he made sure to get his grandson and granddaughter for a little talk. The two just looked at each other and nodded, not really thinking much of it. They all gathered in a separate room that was prepared for the highest-ranking member from their clan. It looked quite nice, but compared to the penthouse one it looked quite shabby. Sit down, have some tea. They got offered some snacks and tea, their grandpa just trying to create a nice enough atmosphere. What he would say would probably not fly well with these two youngsters that had progressed at an amazing pace. But he had to at least try to convince them to see things his way, if not he would have to go with plan B. Lu, Shuet, it would be wise if you dropped out of the competition after the next trial. Zhang Lu coughed out as he was sipping on the tea. His sister had a similar reaction as she choked on a cookie that she was nibbling on. The two were quite shocked, not understanding the meaning of their grandpa's words. Why would he want them to drop out now? Grandpa Jin, what is the meaning of this? How can we show the other clans our superiority if we don't participate? Zhang Lu slammed his palms down on the table in protest, the table rattling due to the force. His sister covered her mouth with the sleeve of her robe as she didn't want to show the crumbs on her mouth while also replying. Yes, dear grandpa, I would like to hear an explanation too. How could we, as the patriarch's disciples, do such a thing? The old man looked at the two youths. The two looked a lot different now than they did 2 years ago. They looked a lot more mature, those white locks only added to their mystical appearance. He didn't think it would be possible for anyone below the age of 20 to be at their power level. That master of theirs really did bring in all the best techniques to the table, and in that lay the problem. Now calm down you two, let your grandpa explain. The thing is, you might bring unwanted attention to your master and the clan if you continue like this. The two twitched slightly as they heard their master getting mentioned. Zhang Lu sat back down after he stood up to smack the table and continued to listen. You might think that spreading the glory of the clan is a good thing, but in reality, it might bring it to ruin if we aren't careful. Your master is a powerful man, but he isn't strong enough to shoulder this burden, not yet at least. I have seen his cultivation manual. I've seen yours and it's far more immeasurable than you might think. If the powerful sects realize what we are holding and its true worth, we might face annihilation. The two youths gasped in shock, not really sure if their grandpa was serious or if he was being a bit too melodramatic. Would the sects really attack if they found their master's cultivation method to be of a high quality? So that's why grandfather stopped me back then. Lu said while moving his head down and thinking. You could have easily attained first place, but you would have attracted a lot of unwanted attention. Still, I don't agree. It would be shameful to not fight at our best. Lu retorted, not wanting to throw a fight as his pride didn't allow him. Shui was also of the same mind, thinking their grandfather was over-exaggerating. Though she also understood where her family member was coming from, but if they had some of that strength things should work out. Well, I'm not telling you two to lie down and take it, at least try not to use the more powerful techniques like the embodiment of the thunder god. But your grandpa would be glad if you thought about what is good for the clan. Luckily the inside of the trial is sealed off so no one will be able to see you fight. But after the main tournament starts all eyes will be on you. What continued was an attempt of the old man on getting the two youths to see it from his standpoint. Bringing honor to your clan or yourself was fine and all, but it wasn't worth your life. The two weren't all that convinced. From their experience things seemed to work out in the end, but they would take their grandpa's words into consideration. So, you're not convinced, well at least try to not stand out, your opponents shouldn't be strong enough for you to go all out. The man gave off a large sigh. He could force the two to drop out, but he also wanted them to make their own mistakes. The probability of something going wrong wasn't all that high, there were only a couple of people that could contend with his young grandson at an equal level. One of them was even from their own clan, the other was the Huo clan young master. It should be fine if Zhonglu doesn't use the more overpowering techniques that gave off that strong lightning Dao. He also tried making Zhang Shui wear a veil or something to cover her face. His men were telling him that the girl was garnering quite the following due to her looks. I will probably be receiving a lot of marriage requests if this continued, but now like that's a bad thing. Forming bonds with other clans was something positive, but from this elder's standpoint not a lot of clans could actually bring much to the table. Their patriarch was already a cultivation technique encyclopedia, the only thing they really lacked were more materialistic resources, like spirit stones or spirit herbs. It would be nice if she fancied someone rich, but she doesn't look that interested in the young men around her. Well, you two should think it through, don't worry if something happens, your grandpa will save you. The two youths looked at each other and chuckled a bit, Zhang Shui being the one to reply this time around. Era? I only thought that grandpa saved fair maidens from other clans. Zhang Jin got taken aback by the retort, his womanizing ways having reached even his two grandchildren. Don't make fun of your grandpa, you two rascals. The three family members chatted for a bit more before parting ways. The two youths returned to their quarters while contemplating about their grandfather's words. They knew where he was coming from, but even then they didn't feel like they should give up and throw the fights. Why did they have to stain their honor by acting in this way? This would bring a loss to their master's face if they lost a battle that they could have easily won. Zhang Jin was left in the room alone, contemplating on what he should do. Should I force them to forfeit? No, that could impede their progress later on and leave some demons in their hearts. They cherish their master too much and won't allow a loss to his face by quitting. The old man looked into his spatial ring and pulled out a magical treasure, that looked like some kind of shield-shaped talisman. Might have to use this if trouble arises, hope that there won't be a need for it though. The probability of things going badly is low. The man huffed and looked out into the scenery, the window from his room letting him see the well-lit city in the night. His face going more solemn as a certain person entered his room. Are you ready? The man asked while Zhang Jin nodded, his eyes sharp as he rose from his seat to head out. Who do you think I am, youngster? I was born ready. He replied with vigor while the other person rubbed his palms together. Good, let us venture forth into the unknown. The two men looked at each other, their expressions resolute as they headed out of the room and then out of the Pagoda Hotel. Now this is what I call a secret ground. Zhang Jin proclaimed while holding a small bottle of alcohol in his hand and taking a sip out of it. See, I told you that I know where the good stuff is, Senior Jin. Next to him was Huo Jiang, his muscular arm wrapped around a thin waist of a serving girl that looked like she was enjoying herself. He, senior brother, where are you touching me? The young woman replied in a coquettish tone, not really moving from the spot she was sitting on as she let the young master from the Huo clan have his way. The two hornballs had decided to check out what the red light district had to offer in this Jade City. The two were prominent members of their clans, so they had a lot of gold and spirit stones saved up for occasions like this. Let the young generation have their fun at the tournament, while we of the older generation face these ferocious foes, said Zhang Jin while plopping his head between a rather busty girl's bosom. His face was all red from drinking too much alcohol already. On the next day, everyone from the three clans that were in the Triforce Alliance gathered together. The elders wanted the younger members to at least be able to recognize their allies before they headed to that closed-off trial. The tension was in the air and everyone was ready to do battle. The juniors were taking everything very seriously. Unbeknownst to them, the Zhang Grand Elder and future patriarch of the Huo clan were deep asleep. Having fought a ferocious battle throughout the night, tired and bruised. While Zhang Jin was trying to soothe his hangover, the youths and some other clan elders were gathering at the last trial area. There would be close to 500 participants. The entrance to the last trial was in a large building, the large doors had a phoenix and a dragon pattern on it, the two beasts seemed to be entangled in battle. The large door was still closed as it was an hour before the competition, the people would use this time to make their battle plan. The three families that would be working together gathered at one spot. Everyone had characteristic robes, the Zhang clan members had blue ones, the Huo clan had red ones and the Feng clan girls were mostly in green. Though the women that looked as if they stayed in the sun for too long, were hard to miss. So the other two clans wouldn't really have a problem with discerning them from the other practitioners that were participating. First came the supporting elders that exchanged greetings, the group of juniors was facing each other in a triangle, curious gazes coming from all directions. The Feng girls started whispering with each other while sneaking in glances at the boys from the two other clans. In response the youths gulped, the young ladies had strange expressions on their faces as if they wanted to gobble them all up. First to speak out was a Huo clan elder, that people weren't particularly familiar with. Listen up, remember each other's faces, if you find your brothers and sisters in distress help them out. The other sects and clans will be working against our group, so don't forget to work together and after passing the trial you will be able to test yourselves against each other. The elder was an experienced person and knew how youths like these thought. Their competitive spirit would surely soar in a situation like this. He wanted these kids to at least work together in this trial, letting their ambitions dormant for the time being. Some of them might already be antagonistic against each other. Closed-off trials like this brought out the beast in some of the cultivators, as it was the perfect chance to let old grudges unfold. Don't be arrogant enough to think that you are strong enough to succeed on your own, just look. The man pointed to the other participants in the area. There was one thing that stuck out, just like them they were gathering in groups. Some bigger than the other, one being at least twice the size than their own. This looked like the main enemy camp, the youths there were already giving them the stink eye. I guess they are taking us very seriously. Zhang Lu chimed in while standing next to his sister, his senior brother that fancied his sister was also there probably being there due to that. Well, we probably gave them quite the scare during the other tests. Zhang Shui chuckled while smiling at her brother, the Zhang family members not that worried as they took this in a positive way. From their perspective, the other clans and smaller sects saw them as a powerful enemy. Was there anything better than being seen as a power to be feared in this world? Do we really need the help from these other clans? Think our Zhang clan can manage on its own? Zhang Tai voiced his opinion from the side while looking at the cultivators from the other clans. Not really convinced that he or his clan members that were quite strong needed to team up with other people. The more allies we have the better, senior brother Tai. Also, these two families have close ties to our patriarch, so it would be rude to deny them help. Zhang Shui replied while moving. The moment Tai heard the patriarch get mentioned he quieted down. He recalled that their patriarch had some dealings with the Feng matriarch and the man that was next in line for the patriarch position in the Huo clan. It would be disastrous if the juniors went against plans that their elders had, for various reasons. Is that so? Tai said while looking at Zhang Shui that was slowly walking towards the Feng clan side. None of the three factions had yet mingled with each other, even after their elders stopped talking. Greetings from the Zhang clan fellow sisters. Zhang Shui smiled at the dark-skinned ladies. The girls looked at each other and moved forward, the girl that approached them looked to be quite the beauty. Some of the Gurus moved forward, they looked friendly enough. Before they could reply though, a tiny blur rapidly squeezed from within the group and arrived right opposite Zhang Shui. Who do we have here? The person that came out made the other Feng women move to the side, it being their elder sister. Zhang Lu blinked rapidly as he recognized the short girl that took him for a tour of the city. Though he was mostly used as a serving boy that carried her clothes for the whole day. Ah, greetings little sister, Zhang Shui sends her greetings. Shui tried to be civil in her reply, but she was getting strange vibes from this small girl. Little sister. Who you calling little, you pipsqueak? The small girl puffed out her cheeks and stood up straight, her voluptuous chest pointing forward as if she was presenting it against Shui's. The two girls started staring at each other, one was hostile while the other was bewildered not knowing where the animosity was coming from. Excuse me, senior sister. The small girl crossed her hands over one another and nodded, she looked satisfied after getting called a senior sister. That's better. While this was transpiring the other youth started with curiosity, Zhang Lu moved over to his sister as he tried to pull her away, knowing well that this pink-haired midget was a strange one. Shui. I think we should. Before he could finish the sentence the small girl pointed her finger at him while shouting out. She then rapidly pointed it at Shui and then back to Lu again. You two, what's your relationship? The siblings looked at each other before eyeing the strange girl again. Lu is my older brother. Zhang Shui replies, getting the strange suspicion that this small girl was interested in her brother. The girl in question dropped her pointing finger, it looked like she was thinking about something. But just as soon as the finger was dropped, it was put up once again and pointed at the Zhang clan young lady. Enemy! The small girl proclaimed, her eyes moving into tiny slits as she glared at Zhang Shui that took one step back. Excuse me. Younger sisters are always the enemy. Feng Nuana glared more as her eyes went up and then down. The smaller girl analyzed the looks of this so-called new enemy, not liking that striking appearance at all. Such a ferocious foe, but mark my words, I'll never surrender. You will be a fitting rival for this senior sister. While the small girl was shouting out, the other junior members from the group moved closer. The other Feng clan ladies moved in and bowed in an apologetic fashion as they tried to defuse the situation. Oh ho ho, senior sister is really energetic, don't mind her. Yes yes, she is just glad that so many handsome brothers and beautiful sisters had gathered together. Yes, you there little brother, do you want to have a chat with this big sister? One of the Feng ladies took the chance to move next to one of the Zhang clan men that were to the side and just looking. The man looked at the dark-skinned big sis, her looks were quite exotic but she had a certain charm to her. Soon, the young women from the Wind tribe were mingling with the other clans, even pulling the Huo clan into the mix. Zhang Shui moved back feeling like it would be better to not get associated with the angry-looking little girl. Her brother moved in front to shield her, Feng Nuana seeming in a better mood after her so-called enemy started backing away. Did something happen between you and my sister? Lu asked wondering what this was all about. The girl in question just smirked and moved closer. She looked up to him with a smile on her face and before the youth could react, she wrapped her hands around his. The youth jumped slightly as he felt something soft pressing into his arm. Hey, what are you doing? Let go. No. He was quickly shut down while the small girl rubbed her bosom into his arm, the inexperienced youth going red in the face instantly after getting assaulted by the Feng girl. The girl in question smirked and made sure to eye Zhang Shui that was backing away, her nose moving upwards as if she was looking at a bug. What's that strange girl doing with Big Brother, does she really fancy him? She thought to herself while backing away, but when she did that she bumped into some. Hey, who dares? She bumped into this person's back without realizing as she was preoccupied. The voice was quite manly and the back that she bumped into was quite wide, so the person behind her had to have a large physique. After turning around her eyes met with a set of red hues that looked like small embers. The youth's face contorted, his frown turned into a gaping mouth as he started. Ah, excuse me, I wasn't paying attention. The girl made a little bow in front of the youth, not wanting to seem rude. She was afraid that this could turn to something more as the man in front of her sounded quite annoyed. But instead of that, the man continued to stare for a second or two before snapping back a hand moving to his head as he scratched it. Ah, don't mind, everyone makes mistakes. The man tossed his head back and started laughing out loud. Shui remembered him from the first test as he had scored the same number of chimes as she did. This was, of course, Huo Kong that was panicking on the inside. This was the first time he had seen such a beautiful girl in his life, none of the women in his clan or the fiancés that his clan tried pushing on him compared to this young maiden. And nice weather we are having today? Haha. What do I do? He thought while panicking. He was a person focused on personal might and had no knowledge or experience in talking to girls. Luckily the response that he got was a cute-sounding laugh, followed by the girl's lovely voice. Yes, it's quite nice. Brother is from the Huo clan. Huo Kong nodded quickly replying to the question. Yes. I am Huo Kong the fiercest from our clan. Era? The fiercest? Quite the title you got there. The girl laughed some more, thinking that this older brother was quite funny. This was mostly due to how the youth looked. On the outside he seemed to be a seasoned warrior with a large physique. But there he was panicking as if Shui was someone to be feared. The girl kind of knew why he was acting like this, attributing it to him being inexperienced with girls. Suddenly everyone was mingling with each other. Zhang Tai got surrounded by quite a lot of people, being the person with the best score on the first test. He also scored quite well on the other ones and was well known by now. Quite a few Feng maidens were trying to chat it up with him, but some from the Huo clan were there too. Zhang Lu was trying to wrestle away from the Busta midget but wasn't having any luck as the girl was surprisingly strong. For some reason, she had it in for him and the youth wasn't sure why. Time passed and soon the doors from the last trial were opened. A couple of older-looking people walked out that belonged to the testing crew. Everyone was guided inside. The last test would be starting soon. It would probably take a couple of days till it finished. The 500 or so people were led to a large hall where they stood and waited. Everyone was keeping to themselves in the previously created groups. Only a couple of people could be seen alone without any factions backing them up. This hall was mostly empty with torches lined up on the walls that shone brightly. The trial participants had walked down into the unknown for quite some time before arriving here. The place they were led to was apparently deep underground under the city. The hall was quite immense and the ceiling was at least 20 meters tall. There were large square pillars holding it up with bright lit torches that seemed to be burning without the need for oil. There were several men standing on the other end of this hall. They wore a familiar set of robes that these junior participants were already familiar with as they belonged to the people responsible for the testing process. Everyone looked to them as it was time for the last test to start, a lot of the youths feeling those butterflies in their stomachs. Welcome, you have managed to best your peers, but now the real trial begins. There was something like a large gate close to where the testing personnel was standing at. The strange thing about this gate was that it wasn't leading anywhere. There were wide stairs leading up to it but nothing behind it, not a tunnel or anything of the sort. The youths looked at each other while the people that worked for the Dark Palm sect chuckled on the inside, laughing at these backwater cultivators' lack of knowledge. Suddenly the large circular-shaped gate that was embedded into the wall started vibrating. Everyone could feel massive spiritual energy radiation coming off of it. Some Chinese symbols started appearing on the rocky surface of that gate, a burst of energy making the whole thing light up in one go. Suddenly something that looked like water exploded forward, startling the young contestants. What is that? It looks like a pond of water but on the wall. This was what some people called a portal. It was shining with deep blue light, the surface looked like a pound which was waving around. While the young people were gazing at the strange phenomenon, the people in the room spoke out. This is what we call a transfer gate. You will walk through this treasure and be placed inside the last trial ground. As you might have heard, the place you will be transported to will be unknown. If you are lucky, you might even appear near a treasure. The youths looked at the strange-looking treasure that looked like a teleportation gate. It looked a lot different than the teleportation array that was located in the secret ground. The senior member picked up a rock for a presentation and threw it inside the watery-like surface. The item that was thrown vanished inside and the surface just rippled like it was made from water. As you can see, you just need to go through it, so don't be afraid. The man laughed a bit after seeing how these young cultivators reacted, most of them never having seen a teleportation treasure like this. Something like this was a well-kept secret among powerful clans. Being able to teleport was a big advantage if it came to battle. Mostly due to logistics, you could easily transport resources to your warriors and army without having to leave your well-protected fortress. You didn't need to worry about enemy attacks hitting your transport line either. This wasn't something widely spread though. Even this place only allowed people to teleport within the trial grounds and at a random fashion to boot. The Dark Palm sect possessed the knowledge to build teleportation gates like this, but there were very few of them around as they just used up way too many resources. This one was only valid for the trial period as it couldn't be used for long-range teleportation between cities. The sect only had the teleportation treasures situated in their core cities and strongholds. Please proceed to the gate in an orderly fashion, but don't go in, all at once. A line was formed and the youths started vanishing while the teleportation gate rippled as if something splashed inside of it. In time everyone found themselves alone in various sections of the large trial ground. It consisted mostly of wide corridors with faint light, but some were pitch dark. The less fortunate people ended up in the middle of traps or around automated dolls that started chasing them the moment they got a glimpse of the enemy. One of those unlucky people was the Zhang clan prodigy, Zhang Tai. At first, he thought he hit the jackpot, ending up close to some spiritual herbs that were just growing to the side. The herb that he spotted was giving off some strong spiritual energies and had a nice mint smell to it. Was this the fabled 7-star sage? He thought before moving up to it, hoping to pocket it with him. Spatial rings were forbidden in this area, the cultivators could only bring as much as they could carry with them. But just as he was about to pluck the herb from the ground, he noticed something staring at him. After he pushed some spiritual energy into his eyes to get a better look, he saw quite the army of wooden dolls. They weren't the humanoid-looking ones that were at the corridor though. Those didn't have sickles for arms and swords for legs, these here were clearly enhanced to kill. He quickly grabbed the herb and bolted away, not really keen on finding out if he was able to handle these automatons on his own. The moment he snatched the treasure though, the group of battle puppets chased after him. Zhang Lu, on the other hand, was dropped off in an unsuspecting corridor with nothing in particular around him. After traveling for some minutes, hoping to find something, he noticed some strange fluctuations right above him. Before he could react to the strange phenomenon, he saw a large posterior right in front of his face. Bewildered by the display, he didn't react in time and got hit by it and tumbled to the ground. He started wiggling around and could hear the person on top of him gasp, with a rather cute voice. The person on top of him quickly jumped off his face. He groaned as he felt a foot hitting his stomach as the female to who the posterior belonged to jumped away. He gasped yet again, the moment he saw who the person was that landed on him. Pervert. This was the small Feng Nuana, that was blushing slightly while holding her short skirt from her robe down. She had apparently been teleported in the same place that Zhang Lu did, as her clan was the one next in line right after the Zhang clan. This place was quite large as it covered the underground area under the whole city that housed millions of people in it. There were many corridors and the chances of meeting at the start were slim. The whole test had a time limit of a week, so the contestants had the incentive to find others and strip them of their tokens. After this, they could either wait out the whole extent of the trial or try to find one of the exit teleportation gates that were scattered around the large maze-like area. But you wouldn't find more than a handful of those, so waiting it out was quite a valid strategy. The test finally started. The young adults inside started looking for their allies and enemies alike. They all had some baggage in the form of food and weapons with them. This would be a true test of their survival skills. While everything was unfolding, a certain white-haired man was sitting with his legs crossed, staring at a scroll. Well, think I got all that I need now, let me just got through this one last time. This was, of course, the glorious Zhang clan patriarch, Zhang Dong. He had written down the whole cultivation process on the paper, with pointers on how to go through into the nascent soul. He had managed to fashion a small formation to help him with controlling the spiritual energy in his own body. He also produced a helpful pill that would boost his vitality and concentration during the task. There wasn't really more that he could do, being already a step through the door. He just needed to take the next one further in. Okay, this is it, time to become one with the world and one with myself. This would be quite the quality change for him, as he would be gaining something called a nascent soul. This would fully awaken something called the spiritual sense. At first, he thought this was something similar to the aura detection technique that he used before, but it wasn't quite that. If he understood it correctly, it would push him towards being one with himself and one with the world around him, making him able to sense other energies and truths that the world of cultivation had to offer, and not just other cultivators. Here goes nothing, wonder what Gramps will say when he finds out. He chuckled to himself. He knew that no one expected him to reach this level so soon. If he succeeded, he would be the youngest nascent soul practitioner in the world. From what he knew, the world record wasn't even under the 100-year mark. People at the Great Circle of Core Formation would prepare for years before attempting a breakthrough. Guess maxing out your cultivation level wasn't all that easy. But I guess the techniques they use are also faulty and have more restrictions than mine. He smacked both his cheeks with his palms to pump himself up and sat down in a traditional lotus position. Golden lightning crackled around him and his body started radiating a massive amount of spiritual energy. The space around him warped and he slowly started floating off the ground. The lightning that was coming of his body collided with the ground, some strange patterns emerging from under his floating form. The area shined brightly as the electricity was absorbed and then redistributed back into the man floating above. This was the formation that was working to help with Matt's spiritual energy usage, pushing it back into him so that not much of it was wasted on the surroundings. His cultivation was fully utilized as he felt his power rising and rising. He could feel his golden lightning core shaking as it got bathed in his divine lightning energies. His foundation pillars also reacted, humming together as they resonated with his cultivation core that began expanding in size. His core took in his divine lightning energies while his whole body surged with power. Matt could feel his body changing, his core got bigger and bigger and he knew that the moment it shattered it would unearth a soul underneath. He wasn't hasty though, making sure to follow his battle plan and slowly perform this procedure like a surgeon doing an operation. The time for action came soon enough. The man opened up his eyes, which were noting more than golden saucers filled with lightning energy. Now, shatter! He tossed his head upwards and shouted out. The last surge of chi ventured forth through his meridians and invaded his core, shattering it into pieces in one go. The process wasn't painful, but it wasn't anything enjoyable either, as sweat ran down his forehead. He could suddenly feel it. There was something deep inside of him. He tried looking at the thing that was now there. The soul that was formed looked at him back and he felt like he was looking at himself from within. So, this is my nascent soul. The soul looked like a tiny person, a small version of himself. The odd thing about the tiny person living inside of him was, that he wasn't 100% similar to his current appearance. From what Matt could tell, the soul living inside of him had features that he possessed in his old life, like his eye color. It was as if his old persona had mixed with his current one to form this strange-looking nascent soul. Still, he had broken through, power was surging through his entire body, power like he had never felt before. He grasped his hand, the surrounding space contorted to his might as his golden lightning energies burst forth. Massive winds were produced by this simple hand gesture that didn't really have his full force behind it. He was feeling rather peculiar, he could feel it, he could feel everything around him, it was as if he was one with the world. The whole small floating island rumbled due to the energies that were emanated, the source being a floating Zhongdong who had his eyes closed. He was moving further up into the air, going out of the range of his formation. The golden arcs of lightning energies started flying in all directions, scorching the ground underneath. The man was too occupied with his ascension to the higher realm, not knowing that he was destroying the spirit herb fields that were painstakingly planted by his fellow clan members. Though a strange phenomenon took place. After the herbs turned to ash, new ones started sprouting as if the roots absorbed the divine lightning energies. This allowed them to regrow themselves with an added boon. Matt had just reached this realm and he was still in the process of reinforcing his cultivation. Just as expected, the immortal grade dimensional regalia treasure contained all of his energies, as the people outside the pocket dimension had no clue that their patriarch reached a new height. If they knew what was happening, they would probably pass out from excitement. He stopped looking inside of his body, moving his attention to the world around him. He could feel the plants, it was as if they were breathing. His senses all got enhanced, he felt that he could hear a water drop fall from many kilometers away if he really concentrated. He was now floating up in the air, without the need of his sword or the aid of his technique, just sitting with his legs crossed. Hey, well, that was neat. He rubbed his head, not really sure what to say or think. He looked at the charred earth below him and the strange golden herbs that were growing here and there. I'll have to take a look at those, but first. He stood up while floating in the air. He was now in the higher realm. The fabled nascent soul was in his grasp. There was one thing that he needed to do first though, and this was the perfect place to do it. He looked side to side, making sure that no one was watching. After making sure that he was alone, he stuck out his hands right above his head. It looked as if he was trying to do an overhead press with his hands stretched out. Then he closed his fists together and flew upwards. Yes, he was just testing out his new flying technique. He zoomed up high and then right down, both his hands in front of him, while the wind pressure made his hair shake about. This soon subsided as a golden aura surrounded his body, shielding him from the wind pressure. He was just like a little kid now. It was as if one of his childhood dreams had just come true. It was one thing to fly on a sword that was more of a stationary platform, and it was another to do it on your own without outside help. He rocketed around the small floating island. He couldn't really utilize his new flight as the area that he could fly around was small. If he tried going into the void, he would quickly feel the lack of air and the drop in spiritual energies. He tried various positions. The first one was just the default one that was probably the most popular one. The next one he tried was with one of his arms stretched out and with the other arm bent backward. He then tried bending one of his legs during that position, then he tried holding out his hands to the sides with his palms outstretched. He even tried flying with his feet in the forward position and then while standing out straight with his hands behind his back in his serious senior pose position. He finally decided that he had enough and landed on the ground. This wasn't any old landing though. No, this was the fabled superhero landing. His palm smashed into the ground, producing a thumping sound and cracking the earth under him. Both his legs bent as if he was doing some type of crawl, a blush appearing on his face after he did it. Well, that was equally epic and equally silly. Also, I think if I wasn't so sturdy I could have broken something. This type of landing was quite cool to look at, but it seemed quite dangerous. He hoped none of his clan juniors would try to imitate it if they saw him do it. He stood up and dusted his white robe off. He had a new one at this time. It was different in the way that it had armor integrated into it. It was a new design that went more for functionality than looks. He ditched the flowy robe parts, trying not to imitate the popular robes in this world. To this day he didn't understand how those people could fight with those wide sleeves and robes that were longer than their own legs. This was something added to his first robe. It had two modes now. The first one was just his regular white robe, while the other one made him look like a lightly armored knight of sorts. It left him a lot of wiggle room with his legs but kept his torso well protected. He didn't want it to be too bulky, otherwise, they would impede his movements during combat. He turned the second mode on while he was going past his realm, as it offered some nice bonuses to his stats like more energy and more resilience. He turned off his battle mode and went over to one of the spiritual herbs, analyzing it to see what was the deal with it. He got its name, which was Radiant Spiritual Sage, which was a rare variation of the sage herb that his clan was cultivating for pill making. This. I should test it with some pills and see what it does if I exchange the regular ones. He looked at the destroyed herb fields. Not many of those radiant variants were there, most of the old greenery was just destroyed in the process. Maybe if he did some research he would be able to copy this creating process of this rare herb variant. He pocketed the herbs and then thought back to his flying experience, still not sure about the best pose. How do those other nascent soul guys fly around? Haven't really seen any besides that one guy by the secret ground, and he only floated a bit with his hands behind his back. He rubbed his chin and contemplated the best pose to take. He couldn't make a fool out of himself. Thinking that his regular hands behind back pose was good for slow floating, it looked the most honorable and menacing at the same time. Well, I guess I could fly with my hands behind my back while looking stoic, but that will be probably a bit uncomfortable in the long run. After having his fun with his new flying skill, that was several times faster than his old sword flight, he decided to see how much his power increased. He took out a pinnacle-graded earth treasure that looked like a large tower shield. This thing was made with defense in mind, so it would act as a good test item. He propped it up against a log that he inserted into the ground close to the edge of the pocket dimension. He then walked back a couple of steps so he was standing about 10 meters away from the tower shield. He then clenched his fist tightly and took on a fighting stance. Okay, let's see. He pushed some of his spiritual energy into his fist and cocked it back, quickly punching forward. His punch produced immense wind pressure along with golden lightning energies, the sound of thunder reverberating throughout the area. He thought that he would probably put a dent in the shield, as it was quite a crafty. Instead, he watched on in surprise as the thing broke into small pieces along with the area around it, exploding in the process. He whistled and looked at the big chunk of earth missing. Thanks to standing next to the edge of the pocket dimension, not much of the area was destroyed, but he could see some of the shield chunks floating in the distance of the void. This will take some time to get used to. He fired off a couple of more ranged attacks. The lightning dragon that he could create now was several times larger than what he was able to produce previously. Same thing with his avatar form that made him at least as tall as a popular kaiju from the movies. He felt full of vigor and power. If he faced the demon from that secret ground this time around, he could probably defeat him with one well-placed hit. He was still fresh and had to reinforce his cultivation level. It was a miracle that he was actually able to do everything according to plan. No one was attacking the city or knew that he pushed himself into the new realm. Everything seemed to be working out. Okay, let me work on some of those heaven-grade techniques a bit, then I'll craft that heaven-graded weapon and get my body refining up. Think a dagger should be fine and don't really have the resources for anything big. Getting to the nascent soul level was one thing, being both a body refiner and a chi cultivator at that level was another one. He felt like he would be undefeatable if he got both of them up to at least the late stage. He wasn't sure how long that would take, but with his increased lifespan now he had a lot of time on his hands. No need to rush things, I got all the time in the world. As long as we stay hidden, that Dark Palm sect shouldn't notice anything, and it will be too late for them after I get stronger. If I manage to help Lina and Chiang to reach this realm, even if that sect finds out, we should be able to defend ourselves. Well, time to get to work, this is going to take a while. He had many things to do, upgrading his techniques was one thing. Crafting a new set of weapons and treasures was another thing. He was even planning to use some black market connections in some more shady areas to get more nascent soul level resources later. He could always change his appearance and no one would actually believe that he was 32. Only old monsters above the age of 100 were in the nascent soul. It shouldn't be traced back to him, even if someone noticed something off with his disguise. While Zhang Dong vanished into his crafting abode, the last trial back in Jade Grass City was in full swing. There was a lot of fighting happening among the junior members, as quite a lot of them had gathered into large groups. The larger camp that was created by the more powerful clans was the one on top, managing to sweep past the more unorganized factions. The Triforce Alliance wasn't far behind, but some of their members had already fallen in the process of trying to gather together with their allies. Not everyone was with the main group though, the trial ground was way too large for them to find each other in just a couple of days of time. The people also had to fend for themselves against the other contestants. There was no magic teleportation formation that brought people out if they were critically injured, so deaths could happen. At this time Zhang Lu and Zhang Tai along with a couple other clan members from the other two factions were chatting. Still no word. No, brother Kong and sister Shui still haven't been spotted, we were separated from them during a fight. One of the Zhang clan youths replied while talking to his clan brother. One of their main powerhouses in the form of Hokong was missing and Zhang Shui that wasn't a slouch wasn't there either. This was troubling as they didn't think that the two could take on that large clan alliance on their own. Okay, let's move out, let us form two large teams and let's search the area for more of our brothers and sisters. If you find anyone, be sure to alert the other people from our alliance. Zhang Lu and Tai were the two de facto leaders, they tried to mix the teams up in a similar fashion to the platoons that they were in at the secret ground. Some fighters along with ranged support and healers, Feng Nuana was sure to stick to Lu like glue so they headed in a different direction than Zhang Tai did, the older brother concerned about his sister that was probably alone. Don't worry Shui, big brother is coming. Hold still. A female voice could be heard accompanied by some groaning. Ugh, that feels strange. The man groaned out while panting. Quite the cute sound there, for such a strong senior brother. The woman chuckled while some rustling could be heard. Hey, stop teasing. I'm trying my best here. The man replied in a shaky voice. Don't worry senior brother, I'll be as gentle as I can, just stay still for a moment, but you sure are quite large down here. The cute female voice proclaimed while more rustling was heard. These two people were Zhang Shui and Huo Kong. The girl in question had her hands outstretched and a sphere of water was surrounding the man's abdomen. The youth had a sword wound on the side of his stomach that was slowly getting closed down thanks to Zhang Shui's healing arts. She couldn't use the holy element as her master, so she had to use the water arts from her clan. They weren't bad either, they just worked in a different fashion. Yes, those are quite the nice abdominal muscles there, you must have worked on them diligently. The girl was apparently impressed by the man's physique. The girl was around muscular men, in the form of her own master and her big brother, that due to his body refining was turning into quite the beefcake himself. So she was now quite fond of the whiter types, finding the manly ones superior to the more feminine dandy-looking ones. I'm just glad that we got away from that group, we were lucky that those things started chasing after them instead of us. The two ran into each other a day after the trial started, they formed a team but soon were discovered by a large troop that was gunning for their tokens. They were lucky enough to run through an area with a hidden treasure. It looked to be a sword surrounded by circular rocks, but when the people that were chasing after them tried touching it the rocks started shaking about. They turned out to be humanoid-looking golems, at least 3 meters tall and with heavy hammer-like fists. While the large band of monsters was trying to protect the weapon, Zhang Shui and Huo Kong made a run for it. Some of the enemies were indisposed so they decided to force their way through one side, the young man taking some hits as he pushed through the other participants that were blocking their way. He ended up injuring himself, getting a couple of cuts here and there but nothing that Zhang Shui couldn't heal. I'm feeling a lot better now, my thanks junior sister Shui. The young man smiled awkwardly while looking at the white-haired beauty. He was quite enamored by the young girl's beauty and even more after he continued interacting with her. She wasn't haughty like some women with this type of beauty, she didn't seem too impressed in him being from a powerful clan either. She felt genuine and just all around friendly, he didn't feel like she had an ulterior motive like some of the women that were after the prestige that his clan had going for it. No problem senior brother Kong, the elders told us to work together and I think they were right in doing so. There are really a lot of enemies in this trial. Zhang Shui stood up after healing the red-haired man. She thought he was quite funny as he was always trying to evade her gaze and was blushing furiously whenever she touched him. He felt like a little puppy for some reason, she was used to getting stared at by the opposite gender. The gazes were quite different, mostly ones of attraction or possession. It made her feel like the men saw her as some kind of trophy and not like a real person. This man, on the other hand, seemed too pure to even put her in that bracket. Which was quite funny from her point of view, the man's demeanor didn't fit his fiery appearance. He was quite the beast while fighting, she already saw that but the moment the two were alone he looked like a scared kitten. Senior brother, I don't think we should remain in this spot for too long. I bet those other people will try catching us again, we have to find out clan members there are too many of them for us to handle on our own. Zhang Shui proclaimed while looking to the corridor that they came from, there were 2 other paths they could take. Shui could use her master's detection technique, so she could somewhat spot people at the distance. But it wasn't as if this place was laced with traps and high levels of danger, like in the secret ground they were in. So she couldn't pick the right path, as well as the elder members did back then. Think we should go with the left one. Jiang Shui said while focusing her senses on the two paths. The right one looked to be more dangerous. Yes, junior sister, we should move, but don't worry, I'll protect you with my life if anything bad happens. The man proclaimed while smacking his chest with his palm. Shui just chuckled into her robe sleeve and nodded. Well, that's quite reassuring, senior brother Kong. The man just smiled awkwardly at the girl and moved in front of her. He would be the vanguard as he was better in close-range combat than the girl. The two had spent some time together, and this junior sister was quite the talented spear user. She even had some powerful range spear attack that could wreak havoc from the backlands. The two both already had 2 tokens each as they had battled some other participants here and there. Most of their time was spent on running away though, the two knew that they couldn't really battle 20 cultivators at once. While the two moved through the similar-looking corridors they started chatting, not really having anything better to do. So, you are the son of that Huo Jiang. Did he ever mention anything about a senior called Zhang Dong? The man had introduced himself as a young master from the Huo clan while shouting at the attackers, so this much she knew. She knew that name as he was a close friend of her master. He even made a pair of beautiful ruby gauntlets for the man. Did you say Zhang Dong? Shui looked at the man. She could tell from his body language that something was wrong. He even twitched a bit the moment he heard her master's name be mentioned. Yes, I'm sure they should be good brothers to each other, am I wrong? Zhang Dong, brothers. The man mumbled something under his breath while spacing out slightly, then turned his head to the side to see Jiang Shui behind him. Could I ask what your relationship is with this, Senior Dong? The girl didn't really know why the man seemed down after her master's name was mentioned. She was now curious about the reason. Zhang Dong is our clan's patriarch, but you probably already know that. The man nodded, thinking that it would be hard to forget that man's name after what happened back home. Well, he is also my master. The girl stopped, quite proud that she could call that man her master. Her current disposition was all thanks to his superior techniques. Even though he was a bit distant, he was still a great master that both she and her brother looked up to. She would defend Zhang Dong's honor if she had to, so she squinted a bit as the man in front of her started acting strangely. Is there some kind of problem, senior brother Kong? The red-haired youth stopped and looked back, his lower lip was trembling a bit. The man started thinking, the girl that he was fancying was part of that Zhang clan, that was a problem of its own. Now it was even worse, as she was a disciple of the man he learned to despise. There was a reason for that, it started after his father returned from the secret ground. He was the oldest son of Huo Jiang, also the son of the official wife and not a concubine. He had the highest status, but he still knew that his place wasn't set in stone. He tirelessly worked himself, training like a madman to be the strongest cultivator possible. He knew that his father was in line for the patriarch spot, but he still wasn't the only one. There were many clansmen going for that spot. He had uncles and aunts that could replace his father at a moment's notice. The expedition to the secret ground was one such thing. He didn't have any proof, but he was sure that one of his family members that were next in line, probably set things in motion. It was lucky that his father made it out alive from that death trap. Normally he would be proud of his father that proved himself to be one of the strongest. But his father changed. The moment he returned he couldn't shut up about the Zhang clan or this Zhang Dong that was now apparently his sworn brother. Every day it was Zhang Dong this, Zhang Dong that. His father wouldn't stop. He even coerced the patriarch to form a binding pact that would last for many years. Apparently he used some techniques that this so-called Zhang patriarch gave them. Huo Kong was highly skeptical about this. He thought that the Zhang clan was of lower status and that this man probably tricked his father in some way. He wanted to even offer his older sister up as a bride. Kong protested this but got trashed by his own dad after saying some hateful words about Zhang Dong in a fit of rage. Due to this, he had a chip on his shoulder and a dislike towards this Zhang clan and its patriarch. Thanks to Shui, he had just recalled why he disliked them once more. He had almost forgotten it due to his hormones. Huo Kong wasn't one to hold back though. He didn't like the whole cloak and dagger approach that other people used. In his opinion, only weak and cowardly people sneaked around, the truly strong let their fist talk instead. Problem? Yes, there is one, to be totally honest. Jiang Shui looked at the red-haired man. He looked as if he was going to say something that she didn't like. But before that could happen she felt a disturbance. Someone was coming their way. Brother Kong, we will have to postpone our talk. I can sense other cultivators coming and I don't think they are friendly. The man stopped, he wanted to ask a couple of questions about this girl's master. But apparently this would have to wait, he put up his guard and got moved forward. Zhang Shui ran next to him as the two bolted further into the corridor. Some shouts heard behind them as the enemies were closing in. Here they are! Quick before they can escape! Halt! There is no use running, just accept your fate and give us your tokens and you can leave. The two could hear the people shouting at them, but they didn't trust them to leave them be after giving up the tokens. Huokong wanted to stop and fight, but there was a large group behind him. Even though he felt that he could take on multiple opponents at once, he wasn't sure if he could take on 10 of them. Go to hell, you cowards, the only thing you can do is ganging up. He called out while gnashing his teeth. His lovely companion grimaced as she could feel the enemies closing in on them from multiple corridors. Were they being led into a trap like pigs to slaughter? She was sure that if they continued on their path they would run into another group of those cultivators. There was nowhere else to go but forward though, would they have to fight it out in the end? Suddenly she felt a familiar aura signature, it was behind a wall quite close to where they were at. She took this opportunity, hoping for the best as she shouted out to her red-haired partner. Senior brother, help me destroy this wall, there should be something good on the other side. The man just looked at the spot that the woman was pointing out. He didn't really mind, but he wasn't sure that they could destroy the wall or how thick it was. He also couldn't detect people behind it, the walls were quite good at blocking their senses. That wall. Fine. The man's muscles bulged, and some strange patterns covered his muscular frame that made him look as if he was on fire. He then took off, charging at the spot that the junior sister pointed with a shoulder tackle. He looked like a mad bull covered in a blanket of flames, hoping that the spot that he was going for wasn't too thick, otherwise his shoulder would be in a dire state. Zhang Lu was together with a couple of his clan members. Zhang Tai had gone in a different direction as they were still looking for more of their clansmen. Lu had gone through a couple of small skirmishes with other practitioners, so he already had an additional token, only needing one more now. His group was resting at the moment, they were at one of those spiritual herb gardens and they had just taken care of a trap formation that was previously here. These herbs aren't of good quality though, we can get better ones back at Spirit Spring City, still, it's not good to waste resources. Zhang Lu and his clan brothers examined this so-called spirit herb garden. They were from a pill-making faction, so this wasn't anything out of the ordinary for them. Zhang Dong had also nabbed scriptures and books that described the way of producing rare variants of certain herbs. So these ordinary spiritual herbs weren't valued that highly by these youths. The few members from the Feng clan and the Huo clan saw it differently as they pocketed as much as they could get their hands on. While this was happening, Lu felt something or someone coming. There was a familiar aura coming their way, but it looked to be behind a nearby wall. Wait, is that? Hey, look out, get away from that wall! The youth shouted out, trying to get the attention of the people that were standing closest to the wall. The two people that were standing there, quickly jumped back. They knew that something was wrong and trusted Zhang Lu enough to heed his warning. Just in the nick of time as an angry-looking Huokong busted through that chunk of rocks. It's that guy! Zhang Lu noted while seeing the man covered in red energy, but soon after he could see his white-haired sister following after him. This wasn't the end though, as many other angry-looking youths, with drawn weapons, charged through after them while shouting various things. Don't let them escape! Get them, brothers! The group poured through the hole that was slightly larger than a human. At least they tried to, the hole wasn't that wide and some of them ended up getting stuck. Zhang Lu used this chance to move towards his sister and the red-haired man that he fought previously. Ha, I knew you were alright, Shwet, oh, and you brought a friend. He looked at the burning man that cancelled his skill after charging through the wall. His hair was slightly scuffed and he had rock debris all over his body, that looked like scorching coals. Huokong just eyed Zhang Lu, he already knew that the two were siblings due to the similar features like the robes and their white hair. Humph! He just scoffed at Lu, still not happy about the things that transpired back at the betting arena. The two youths looked at each other, the shouts of the charging enemy cultivators making them postpone their argument. We'll settle the things between us after this trial is over, for now. Huokong turned around, his fists surging with red chi. Let's take care of these trashes. Zhang Lu just smirked and nodded, letting his fist crackle with blue lightning chi as if he was imitating what Huokong was doing. Zhang Shui just looked between the two boys while chuckling. She herself pulled out her brand new spear that her master made and brandished it against her foes. The mix of clan members that was on their side, also charged in. Don't let them get through that hole, we can pick them off one by one. The hole that the group was coming through was quite small, so they only had room for one person at a time. This could be used to their advantage. Soon a barrage of ranged chi attacks rained at the group that was pouring through the wall, forcing the group into a defensive stance while the rest of them remained stuck behind it. Quickly, charge through, Ak! An enemy cultivator was sent flying by a well-placed lesser lightning javelin. Zhang Liu's group had the element of surprise on their end as the enemies didn't expect to find anyone on the other side of the wall. They were still outnumbered though, and the hole in the wall would just act as a temporary deterrent. The enemies on the other side could do two things, either risk it all and try to battle it out right here right now, or pull back and reorganize. Being the haughty youths that they were, they went with the former and decided to blast the path open so more of them could fit through. Ak, what are you doing? The problematic thing about that was that they had some of their people crowding at the small opening. The rocky wall was quite robust, made from hard-to-break-through materials. This resulted in some collateral damage in the form of some lesser clan cultivators getting hurt. The youths from the other side belonged to the more powerful group, so they didn't care that much about the well-being of the lesser clans that were temporarily helping them out. Zhang Lu looked at the spectacle and smirked. Those guys have no teamwork whatsoever, compared to us. He glanced to the side. Zhang Tai and the rest of their group were charging through one of the corridors. This looked to be it, the two largest factions against each other. The so-called Triforce Alliance was outnumbered but not outgunned. From the 50 Zhang clan members 30 or so remained. Brothers and sisters, let us show them what the Zhang clan is made of. Everyone shouted in unison and two groups with 15 people each were formed. This was one of this clan's specialties, the spirit serpent formation that everyone was required to train from this point on. This was one of the formations that was utilized in the secret ground, that this clan had ventured forth. This along with the flood armor formation was now becoming a staple of their training regiment. The two formations could be switched between and grew in strength with the number of cultivators in it. Zhang Lu was used as the core of one of the formations, while Zhang Tai was in the other. The larger group of cultivators could see two water serpents entangling with each other and then releasing a deep blue beam of condensed chi in their direction. They were quick to react, putting up various defensive treasures and techniques to block the incoming attack, but after one hit they already knew that this wasn't something they could take on easily. The energy beam made everyone scatter to the sides. The place everyone run was in was a more wide open area. Still, the two blue serpents had barely enough space to maneuver around here. This was also the reason why the Zhang clan didn't combine into one large formation. The other two clans were keeping busy as well. Their teamwork wasn't as grand, but you could see various wind-based attacks getting thrown by the Feng ladies. The Huo clan rained down on their enemies with their scorching fists, quickly turning up the heat. The whole area turned into a battlefield. Anyone not involved in the two alliances was quick to escape. What's with these bastards, how are they so strong? How did that little Zhang clan become this strong? Are they getting backed by some sect? Stop yapping and fight, we are getting pushed back, attack them you fools. The trial ground rumbled and massive amounts of foundation establishment techniques collided against each other. Small craters riddled the ground and walls, showing just how much power these youths were already able to wield. After a couple of exchanges, an expert would notice which side was the favored one. The larger alliance started to slowly falter, the stronger clans were using the weaker ones as cannon fodder. This was a massive hit to morale and resulted in the breach of their defenses. What followed was a domino effect in which their offense collapsed. They were then pushed back by the overwhelming might of the trio of clans. Do you know who I am? My uncle is the Arg. A small palm landed on an enemy youth's abdomen that propelled him far into the distance. The man slammed into the wall out cold and with foam coming out of his mouth. The small palm belonged to a certain pink-haired lady that just smirked after defeating one of the main young masters from the opposition. Ha, serves you right. The girl hopped up to the twitching body of the opponent that she defeated and pulled out his token. She could see that the fighting was almost over as her clan members and allies were doing the exact same thing that she was. She looked to the side, spotting a certain white-haired youth. Hey, hey! She shouted out in a loud voice towards him as she bounced forward in his direction. Zhang Lu twitched a bit and turned to see the small girl rushing towards him. She came to an abrupt stop. This produced quite the enchanting bounce. Ah why yes, can I help you with something Sister Nuana? He asked while not being sure what to do about this bundle of energy, or where to look to not seem rude. This is my fourth token, this big sister is magnanimous enough to share it with you. Don't be shy and take it. She held out the token in front of him, her nose sticking up high as she presented it. I'm fine, I already have enough of those, maybe one of the other brothers or sisters from our clans can use it. Zhonglu had the pleasure of wandering around this place with this strange girl. From his perspective, she was quite the oddball. The girl was nothing like the people that he knew, she was different from his sister or mother. The other girls that he came across were also more refined and reserved compared to this one, but this gave her a certain amount of charm. Ah, I only have 2 tokens, I could use that one. A certain Zhang clan member came over, he had unusually large sword-shaped eyebrows that were quite voluminous to boot. Feng Nuana just gave the youth a death glare and threw the token to the side while tapping her foot on the ground furiously. On the other side, Zhang Shui and Huo Kong were finishing up as well. They weren't alone though, they were in the company of Zhang Tai that was in the process of glaring daggers at the red-haired man. Who is Dhi? Before he could ask his question he was assaulted from the side. A girl wrapped her arm around his from one side and another did the same from the other side. These were quite the Tan Feng clan girls, the man they were holding was quite the looker and was also the strongest person beside Zhang Lu. Senior brother Tai, why don't we go look for some treasures together? No. Senior brother, wouldn't you rather do it with this junior sister instead? The Feng clan women weren't ones to beat around the bush, the man that was deemed worthy of their time would be chased after. The poor guy was surrounded by young women while Zhang Shui and Huo Kong excused themselves. Tai's clan brothers weren't sure if they should be feeling envious of their senior brother or pity him instead. Nu, W where are you touching, T that spotted. His shouts reverberated around the trial ground as he got pulled away by a group of Guras. The next time he was seen, he looked quite drained, his hair disheveled and his robe torn. The last trial's major battle came to a close but it was still not over. There were still people that managed to get away, people from other factions that were hiding in the shadows. The treasure troves were also open for exploration, but the major obstacle for this trio of clans was vanquished. What remained for them was to either wait it out till the time run out, or to find the exit and end it early. The time was up and the last trial was over. The participants that were still inside the testing area, were forcefully removed by the teleportation formation that was embedded into the trial area. Even though some of the young cultivators were able to last till the end, not all of them were left with the 3 tokens. Some of them somehow managed to scrape by while hiding from the stronger participants, hoping to nab a token in the end, but to no avail. A group of youths was slowly appearing in the large auditorium-like room. This was the same room through which they entered into the trial through the large teleportation gate. The number of people that were in this room was a lot smaller than previously. The people that were removed during the trial had already gone back to their hotel or clan members by this point. The youths from the 3 clan alliance were there as well, with them all together they finished with about 50 members. This would be considered about half of the contestants in the final tournament. The rest was a hodgepodge of other clans and sects, the people that remained were either very lucky to evade the overbearing 3 clans, or somewhat capable. Zhang Shui was standing, just looking around. After the big battle, the youths didn't really have many problems in the trial. They run into some of those puppets and traps while traveling, but it wasn't anything that they couldn't manage. She was walking along with her brother that was getting bothered by the short, tanned girl. This self-proclaimed big sister was quite the oddball. She looked to the sides trying to find her sibling but spotted her red-haired male friend. Huo Kong looked back at her as everyone was teleported into this area but into random locations. This man had proven to be a good ally to this Zhang Shui, so she just smiled at him as he was looking in her direction. The man opened his eyes wider and the young girl could see his cheeks turning into a redder shade. For such a big lug, he sure is quite innocent. Zhang Shui thought to herself while trying not to laugh. She then spotted her white-haired brother that was inching away from something. This something was a busta-looking pink-haired girl, she was shouting something at him while the youth looked like he wasn't sure what to do. That girl is sure peculiar, but big brother should take care of that himself. I'll tease him about her later. She thought that this Feng Nuana was quite an interesting person. She didn't act as anything that Shui had ever seen, she was one of those eccentric people that she heard about. The small girl was a bundle of energy and apparently had it in for her big brother. She was the strongest member of the Feng clan, so the other girls didn't bother her older sibling. She also scared away any other girls that tried approaching him. Liu's younger sister could only look on from the side and giggle. Even if her older brother gave her pleading looks, she wouldn't help him out. Shui moved her eyes to the side, she saw another peculiar thing. It was her senior brother Zhang Tai. He was covered in lipstick marks and his robes looked to be torn. Apparently he had spent the rest of his time in the trial ground running away from a gang of Gurus. The girls were relentless, but he managed to safeguard his chastity. The number of girls was probably this large due to not being able to bother Zhonglu that was occupied by the Feng clan's strongest junior member. Senior brother sure is popular. Shui wasn't really interested in him that much. She knew that the man was vying for her attention, but she wasn't all that interested. There were a couple of reasons for this, mostly she didn't like his double-sided nature. He was nice to her and all, but when it came to others he quickly transformed into a haughty young master type. He also didn't have the body type that this little sister admired, being more on the toned lanky side. Think I just need to wait for one of those Feng sisters to nab him, he looks to be very popular with them. Everyone that made it through the lat trial rejoiced, they had made it till the end of the road. Only about 100 participants remained now. The people responsible for the last test came out, one elder stepped out as he started talking. Any fighting past this point is forbidden, please head through this corridor if you have managed to acquire the 3 tokens. The man pointed at a door, if they went through it their tokens would be counted and their names would be recorded. If you didn't, please use the other passageway, also relinquish any tokens you might have on you. Sharing tokens among yourselves from this point forth, is forbidden. Anyone not adhering to this will be forcefully removed. If allies wanted to share tokens with each other, the judges wouldn't mind if it happened during the trial. For instance, if 3 people had 1 token each, they could hand them over to one person to pass the trial. This was also how some of the contestants made it through, either by making deals or threats which were still approved. The tired group of youths nodded, the winners went to the corridor to get their names recorded and tokens counted. The losers returned theirs to the judges and left in shame. Everyone that made it through would have a number assigned to them. The tournament was an elimination one. This meant that by winning a fight you would move up in the brackets. This was a different method than what Zhang Dong used to test his fighters before moving on to the secret ground. He mostly did that as he thought that an elimination tournament would have a large luck component to itself. Zhonglu, number 42. Zhang Clan, tokens check out, please take your number and move along. Lu was handed a number and moved along. From what he knew, the actual pairings would be given on the day of the Dao festival. Papers with the numbers would be put into a closed container with an opening on the top. Someone would then pull them out, making the pairings be random and also give the audience something to look forward to. Feng Nuana, number 43. Feng Clan. He snapped to his senses, the little girl was still sticking close to him and he wasn't sure what to do with her. He didn't have it in himself to get angry at her, and whenever he tried hiding or running, she always managed to sniff him out. In the trial area, he always managed to bump into her whenever he tried to ditch her. Think she is sticking to me so closely, so that I don't try to run away, what is up with this girl? He was getting concerned, but he only needed to power through this tournament and then he could return back to his clan. The girl was from an allied clan, but he didn't think that she should be able to bother him at his home turf. The girl had violent tendencies, but he didn't think that she would do anything stupid. While he was thinking, the girl in question wrapped her hands around his once again, the familiar feeling of something soft against his arm was felt again. Gah! What is it? No need being shy, I know you like when big sis does this, you always get red in the face. Feng Nuana proclaimed while tightening her grip on Zhang Liu's arm. The young man went red in the face, while furiously denying this preposterous claim. Who is shy? Who gets red in the face? Let me go this instant. He tried shaking her off, but the more he moved the more he could see those peaks jiggle. He was still a young man and was quickly subdued by the cute girl's advances. While this was happening, he heard a cackle from the side. Turning his head, he saw a smirking Huo Kong. Well, isn't the mighty Zhang Lu quite the ladies' man? Think you and my father would get along? Huo Kong laughed, his rival looked troubled, which instantly made him feel refreshed. Just don't forget about the festival tomorrow, you two lovebirds. Feng Nuana looked to be happy about being called that. Lu, on the other hand, was fuming from the side. Senior brother Huo, should you be saying such things, yourself? Huo Kong looked to the side while still smirking, only to catch Zhang Shui's face dangerously close to his when he turned. He instantly backed away while stuttering. The white-haired girl just covered her face with a sleeve and snickered. Oh my, the mighty senior is so bashful. Kong's face contorted while Lu laughed out from the side. Soon everyone left towards the exit with all of their numbers assigned. Zhang Tai was the only one that quickly bolted into the distance, followed by some Feng sisters. The girls were apparently still on him. Senior brother Tai sure is popular. Lu said while rubbing his head, the shorty that was stuck to his arm was now getting pulled back by the old lady he met in that shop. He was finally free and could stretch out, his arm had quite the girl smell to it now. His sister moved over to him and inhaled, she then poked her own nose. Cherries. Zhonglu grimaced and backed off, his sister was looking at him funny and he knew that she wanted to tease him. The two and the rest of their clan members headed back to their hotel to rest. They had limited free time, they had to recover their used-up spiritual energy and heal any injuries they had. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, the elders escorted their juniors back to their quarters. The real festival would be starting soon and the possibility of getting attacked wasn't nil. There were also rumors about some people having their souls drained, there could be demonic cultivators in this city somewhere. So, they had to be more vigilant than ever. At the headquarters of the Dark Palm Outer Sect building, an elder with a crooked nose was standing up straight. Opposite him there was a man with a gem in his forehead, it was glistering with an eerie light that was giving the crooked-nosed elder the creeps. Young Lord Kai, the festival will be starting in 2 days, your disciple already had his number assigned and everything has been prepared for his arrival. This was the governor as well as the man in the highest position from this Dark Palm Outer Sect. He was still trying to make a good impression on the young lord, but the man that was standing a bit further back was even more important. Even though Yang Kai had a high position, he was still only a core formation cultivator. The man that was standing in the back was the actual VVIP, even though the man with the gem had a strong backing, the elder behind him was an actual nascent soul powerhouse. Elder Ming, the auction house is still gathering the items for auction, it will open up in 3 days. The man was worried as he couldn't hasten the auction. That establishment had a strong backing and took a neutral stance. Thanks to this the quality of the items that were put up for sale was quite high. Mazers even at the nascent soul could procure worthwhile items for themselves, but this was quite rare. Even though the Dark Palm sect had a zero-tolerance policy for letting others have heaven-grade treasures, it had to allow some powers to sell them. This auction house was a large chain store and was owned by a rather strong clan with their own nascent soul monsters. Even the Dark Palm sect couldn't strongman them around. Still, the auction house was only interested in profit. They didn't care what happened to the item after they sold it. If the Dark Palm sect wanted to chase the buyer down afterward it was up to them. Thus it was rare for people without a backing to go for items of that quality. If you tried it, you'd find yourself on this sect's hit list rather quickly. Is that so? The man just nodded while leaving the area, the atmosphere got lighter when he left. Even the man with the gem gave out a sigh of relief. Elder Ming is always so calm on the outside, hope everything goes well at the auction. Yang Kai looked at the elder member from his sect leaving, a glint in his eye. Well, if not, then I bet there will be an interesting spectacle to watch. The door shut behind the nascent soul elder. The man with the crooked nose didn't give away his emotions, but he was glad that that man left. He noticed that the young Lord Kai gave out a visible sigh, making him think that he was feeling the same way as he did. This man was someone that liked to gossip and gather information on various things, so he spoke up and tried to probe this young lord a bit. Elder Ming is such a composed man, isn't he? Heard that among the Grand Peak elders he is one of the more virtuous. He smiled while looking at Yang Kai that looked to be taken aback by what this crooked-nosed man just said. Composed? Ha, that's a nice joke there. Elder Ming makes my old man look like a docile little puppy in comparison. The cultivator looked to be amused, the man that asked the question was bewildered by the answer. The elder that just left was quite stoic, he never talked much or complained either. But apparently he was a lot more ferocious than even Yang Kai's father, just the mention of that person made this outer sect elder shiver in his boots. Young master must be joking, how could Elder Ming be that fierce? Yang Kai's eyes twinkled a bit and a smirk appeared on his face. He leaned back in his seat and got more comfortable. He would tell this ignorant outer sect elder what was really going on. Well, you might not know it as you're not part of the intersection, but let me tell you something, never go against Elder Ming in any way, don't even meet his eyes if you aren't willing to lose your life. The outer sect elder was taken aback as he gasped. Was this Elder Ming so vicious that he would give you a good thrashing for looking at him the wrong way? What, you think that I'm lying? The man moved his hands in front of his face and waved them around in protest while replying to that question. My young lord, how could I presume such a thing? Yang Kai just smirked while taking a swig from some spirit alcohol that one of his bodyguards handed him. I don't blame you, if I didn't see it with my own eyes I would probably have a hard time believing some of the stories concerning him. The young lord started relaxing and drinking, he got a lot more chatty as well. He started recounting some of Elder Ming's misdeeds and they were quite ghastly. The man even wiped a whole middle-sized clan from the face of the planet, just for a trivial-sounding offense. From the stories, the outer sect elder found out that the man was awfully pedantic. Everything had to go by the book, so if someone of lower status offended him in any way he wouldn't just let it slide. Either they apologized right away in the appropriate fashion or they were in for a bad time. You'd better tell your people to keep things nice and tidy around Elder Ming, or he might blame you if someone offends him. The crooked-nosed elder shivered and started sweating profoundly. He soon excused himself from the room that they were talking about and alerted his most trusted aides. He heard some tales about this nascent soul monster, but he thought they were highly exaggerated. But apparently most of those grim stories were the truth. He needed to put more people on the job and keep anyone that might cause trouble away from this overbearing elder. What if he blames me if someone steps on his foot? Then decides to chop my head off along with the rest of my bloodline. The man went pale and headed out. He wouldn't be sleeping much for the duration of this auction. He had to make sure that no one offended this merciless sect elder. At the break of dawn in Jade Grass City, you could hear people shuffling around. Everyone was putting up various stands with all sorts of items. Food, trinkets, and even low-level magical treasures could be seen everywhere. This was the true beginning of the Deo festival. The residents were ready to earn some cold hard cash. Milking the tourists was one of the main reasons that this event was set up. The clans would have a stick measuring competition and the residents along with the Dark Palm sect would profit. The tournament would start before noon and depending on how long the participants fought, it could take more than one day to finish. Everyone knew the rules before going inside the ring. There would be a main judge at the side of the ring that was of core formation strength. His or her job would be to determine if the opponent couldn't participate and to point out the winner. There were no life-saving formations that would prevent death, only a shield that blocked any outcoming attacks going into the audience's stance. The judge was required to jump in if the fight got too spicy. The juniors that were participating were considered the best of the best at this point, so no one wanted their future leaders to get hurt. Still, accidents did happen, anyone could lose their life in a nerve-wracking bout like this. The youngsters mostly weren't that good at holding back and if you tried, you might be the one to die instead. The place that the tournament took place looked similar to an old Roman Colosseum. It was just much larger than the old earthen structure. The center stage was the size of a soccer field and it was circular in shape. There was a body of water separating the battle stage and the audience area. There were a couple of 2-meter-wide bridges leading to the stage through which the contestants were guided into it. The audience stands were layered and could fit thousands of people. The more elite members like from the Dark Palm sect had their own VIP area that had the best spot to overlook the battles. The participants would face each other on that large stage. Due to the size of it they had enough space to maneuver and use their foundation establishment techniques to their heart's content. Even though the distance from the battle stage was far, the eyes of cultivators above a certain level allowed most people to see just fine. Is everything ready? Zhang Jin asked while standing opposite another older-looking fellow from his clan. Yes, Grand Elder. Thanks to the Huo clan's young master's help you will be able to enjoy the VIP seats. The young matriarch from the Feng clan will be joining us as well. The man proclaimed as the Triforce Alliance had managed to pull some strings. They had to pay quite the hefty price in spirit stones but they had one of the better seats in the arena. Good, we'll be able to see the youngsters taking all the glory in style. Zhang Jin smirked, knowing well that his junior members were the top batch in this tournament. He was still a bit worried about kicking up too much of a fuss, but some good advertisements would also be very profitable. What about the other thing? The old man asked while walking forward, ready to head out to the festival ground. Ah yes, various clans and sects from the area wanted to have a word with you. They probably want to garner some favor with us after their members lost to our junior members in the trials. Zhang Jin nodded, he agreed thinking that it was probably the main motive. Yes, but be careful, some of them might have some ulterior motives. Be sure to check their background, be careful who you invite. There was still a possibility of some snakes trying to slip their way into their graces along the way. Even though the junior members were doing great, that didn't mean that their elders were powerful. The other clans could try prodding them to see if they have enough power to defend themselves. The patriarch wasn't here to show off his strength so Zhang Jin would have to cover for him if something happened. They should know that we are allied with two prominent clans, so I don't think they will cause trouble. But stay vigilant and report to me immediately if something happens. Zhang Jin didn't really worry about the lower sects and clans. He was powerful enough to defend himself now and had a couple tricks up his sleeve. The problem would be if the Dark Palm sect got involved. But he was an old cultivator. He was confident enough in being able to maneuver in this sea of schemes and politics. This was the reason he didn't want his grandson Zhang Dong around. He knew that the Zhang patriarch wasn't so good with people of a higher status than him. Don't forget to stay in contact with the main house though, you never know. He didn't want Zhang Dong to come here, but he knew that if something went down that the patriarch was the only one powerful enough to do something about it. He already knew that the boy was edging towards the nascent soul level. He almost passed out when he showed him the full extent of his power. That finger attack that he demonstrated was something that he wouldn't forget till he died. There weren't many opportunities to meet nascent soul cultivators. So Zhang Jin wasn't sure how his grandson compared to an established master at that realm. Zhang Dong told him that he should be able to last a couple of minutes against someone at the early stage. This was already a shocking discovery. How could someone in the core formation stage and slightly above the age of 30 accomplish something like that? In Zhang Jin's opinion, Zhang Dong was quite the monster himself. Who in the world heard of a person below the age of 100 with such power? He didn't know that it would be wise to reveal him to the world just yet, so he would have to consider his options before calling his grandson for any help. The old man sighed out while looking up into the sky. The day was nice and warm, the sky was a nice shade of blue and there were almost no clouds around. This tournament would be over within a couple of days. He really didn't want to consider choosing between his young clan juniors and his grandson. But in reality, there would mostly be one right move he could take and he didn't like the thought of that. In front of the large Colosseum-looking structure were many vibrant festival stands. People were shouting and trying to get people's attention to sell their wares. The youths from the three clans were heading through the street all together. After the last trial, they had gotten closer to each other even though only slightly. Zhang Shui was covering her face with a veil that only let people see her charming eyes. This didn't stop anyone from staring though, as they could tell from the way she conducted herself that she was a beauty. She was walking next to some of her clan sisters. Not many remained after the 3 trials. Huo Kong had his own entourage, but he was sneaking glances at the junior sister that he met in the trial. For some reason, he had suddenly seen the light and wasn't thinking about vengeance against this Zhang clan. His reasoning being, that no clan with such a gentle beauty could actually be evil. The things that his father said must have been true in the end. Zhang Lu was stuck with Feng Nuana. He had a concerned look on his face. His arm was already a designated boob rest for the short girl, this making the young man have mixed feelings. He also wanted to know who taught this fiendish arm lock technique to this small girl. Was she a demonic cultivator in disguise? Only someone like that could have came up with a ghastly technique like this. Zhang Tai was surrounded from all sides by the Feng gang. The tanned girls were giving any other women that glanced at their target the stink eye, successfully keeping any other potential contenders at bay. Soon everyone arrived. The Dao festival would be officially beginning. People poured in like water and quickly filled up the seats. This world didn't have much entertainment with the lack of the internet or TV. So things like fighting tournaments were all the rage. It was very popular among men that were attracted to the contest between 2 warriors. It was less popular with the women, but they did enjoy seeing the good-looking young men participating. The contestants were led to a side hall while the people in charge were preparing the drawing. The numbers would be announced out loud and a person would write the names of the fighters on a large board. The fighters in question wouldn't be there for the process as they were ordered to wait. If their turn came, they would be guided to another room to wait for their turn. This was a long process, so most of the people weren't really paying attention. At the time of the drawing, Zhang Jin was sitting in the VIP booth that he and some of the other elders occupied. He could see Huo Jiang along with his most trusted retainer and bodyguard Huo Jiao, his beard looking pristine as always. The two were sitting together while looking at the stage, wondering when Jiang's son's number would be pulled. On the other side was the Feng clan elders. Feng Lina and Feng Meiling were there together paying attention to the number 43 that belonged to their family members. There were some less important elder members from all the 3 clans sitting in the back and chatting as well. That little rascal has taken a liking to the Zhang boy, even though we told her to not follow the old teachings anymore. The old lady shook her head a couple of times before looking to the young matriarch. The tanned lady was wearing a jade green robe that went well with the green motive of her clan and this city. This was a more modest robe than what she normally wore, and there was a reason for that. After the explanation Zhang Dong gave her, she started pondering her life choices. One of them was wearing revealing clothes that showed off her peaks, that the old scriptures showed as being the proper attire for their clan members. She didn't abandon the old teachings altogether, picking and choosing as the man said that there were some truths in there. She just needed to find the real ones herself. The tanned appearance of the Feng clan had nothing to do with makeup or tanning though, it was a side effect of their body refining technique. This was also why Feng Lina's complexion was a lot lighter than the skin tone of the other Feng clan ladies. Her technique was of a higher quality and she didn't suffer such a big side effect as the others. The same could be said for her younger sister who was using the improved version as well. Don't see anything wrong with that Zhang Jr. seems to be quite the virtuous fellow. Feng Lina proclaimed while fanning herself a bit with one of her fans that she received from Zhang Dong as a present. Oh? Did you look into him already, or is it because he is the disciple of that man? Feng Meiling sniggered while looking at her matriarch whose face twitched. If your little sister gets closer to his disciple you'll probably see him a lot more as a result, which wouldn't be bad. But wouldn't it be better to just send that marriage request? The old lady probed as she already had attempted to send one of those requests but was stopped by the matriarch each time. If they followed the old teachings the matriarch would aggressively go after her love target. Feng Lina moved her face down and blushed slightly. After deliberating about the old texts and that they weren't all that cracked up to be, she just felt slightly silly about the things that she did back in the secret ground. She also felt like the man in question should do some pushing of his own accord, but besides a couple of techniques and items that Zhang Dong had gifted her, she didn't see him all that much. She was well aware of the way cultivators lived. They spent most of their days cultivating and trying to get stronger either to better themselves or help out their family. She was also scared of getting rejected by the man she was interested in. Thus she was left with waiting it out, but this approach was proving its ineffectiveness. Well, how about after the festival finishes we head to Spirit Spring City together, young lady Feng? Zhang Jin butted into the conversation that the two women were having. He was quite proficient in things like this and also felt that it was high time for his grandson to have some kids himself. I'm sure the patriarch will gladly accommodate the whole Feng clan and the matriarch, just leave everything to this old man. He smiled at the two women. Feng Meiling raised her brow a bit but then nodded as this wasn't such a bad idea. So it's decided then, we will stop at the Zhang clan for a week after the tournament is over. The two elders were agreeing with each other, the young matriarch in question just sat there quietly while deliberating some more. Well. I don't see a problem with that. She covered her face with her fan and smiled slightly, thinking that checking out the Zhang clan city wasn't such a bad idea. Though while she was smiling to herself thinking about the robes that she should wear while meeting with the Zhang patriarch, someone from the side butted in. Oh? What are you talking about? Are you heading over to senior brother after this? That's a great idea, I'll be able to have a glorious battle with him. Huo Jiang slipped into the conversation, which made his retainer grimace from the side while turning his head away in shame. Meiling and Lina just glared at him, Zhang Jin just nodded while chuckling. Ha! Sure thing Lord Jiang, just don't destroy our little clan during that glorious battle. He laughed out loud while moving his attention back to the tournament. The contestant numbers were still being drawn, the process was going slowly. The names of most of the members from his clan weren't yet drawn. He didn't know why but he was getting a bad feeling, like something could go wrong at a moment's notice. Must be my imagination, this is a sanctioned and well-protected place, the boy shouldn't have any problems of coming up on top in this tournament. Just hope he doesn't give away too much on the way there though. Shui will be wearing a veil so it should be fine. The old man leaned back, hoping that his bad premonition was just him being overprotective in his older years. While the Triforce Alliance members were talking and bickering with each other, someone was looking at them. Right opposite them was another closed-off booth for very important members, it was a lot more exquisite than theirs though. This was the room that Yang Kai was occupying, there was a special tinted glass blocking anyone from viewing inside of it. There you are. The man thought to himself, he was alone in this luxury room just sipping on some spirit wine while enjoying the view. His eyes were in the direction of the two Feng clan members that were talking with each other about something. Should I just go there? No, it's too soon. I'll let my disciple play with some of those brats first, or should we make it more interesting? The man leaned back in his high-quality chair, his gaze plastered to someone in that other VIP booth. His face showing a grin as he thought about something interesting. Who would she be inclined to help the most? The man had a list of participants of the Dao Festival tournament with him. He glanced at the ones coming from a certain Wing clan, his eyes stopped at one name in particular. Feng Nuana, this one is from her family, perfect. He quickly called a Dark Palm sect retainer and sent him out with a plan. He just leaned back and relaxed waiting for the show to start, the tournament would probably not be done correctly due to his interference but he didn't care. Who could go against this young master? Elder Ming won't mind, this place belongs to the Dark Palm sect. I can do whatever I want, he just cares about the things in the auction house. The papers were getting pulled and the names on the large blackboard were getting filled out. Suddenly a person ran up to one of the members that were scribbling the names on the board. The worker looked at the messenger and quickly nodded. He looked up at the names that were already there as if looking for someone. After a moment he found the name he was looking for, it was already there but there was no one written in yet as an opponent. This was quickly changed as he wrote one peculiar name into that bracket. In the main resting area where all the participants were standing about nothing, in particular, was happening. Most of the people were keeping to themselves while sitting in a lotus position. Everyone was circulating their qi through their body to relax and put themselves in the best possible condition. Even Zhang Tai was left alone by the gang of tanned girls as he convinced them that he might suffer in the coming bouts if he doesn't get some space and time to relax. After some time passed, the first two contestants were pulled to the sides, they moved to the two waiting rooms. They were ordered to wait there and go out after the door opened up. Zhang Lu and the rest finally heard people cheering from afar, the first bout was on its way. It took about 10 minutes for it to end. One of the contestants was carried off on a stretcher to Anther room while a cultivator that they weren't familiar with sat back in the waiting room. He looked a bit beaten up but still had a smile on his face, he managed to win it in front of so many people and was proud. I wonder when my turn will be. Lu wondered if he should take a peek at the fights before his name got called. They were ordered to wait here, but they still were a couple of large windows that allowed them to see and hear what was happening. Not like they were trapped in here and if they were someone that won a match they could just go out before the next round altogether. Luckily he was one of the people that got called out sooner than later. He quickly moved to the inner waiting room and soon heard his name getting called out. After walking through the large doors he heard a massive amount of cheers and could see a large number of people just shouting. Coming from the east gate we have Zhang Lu from the Zhang clan. Give him a round of applause for our young warrior. Lu blinked as the voice sounded quite familiar. This was true as the announcer was the exact same man that was doing the commenting during his bout against Huo Kong. His opponent was already out and standing, luckily it wasn't someone from his clan or from the two other allied clans. His opponent looked to be a youth with short brown hair, just a regular-looking young cultivator. Zhang Lu could tell that his opponent wasn't up to par and it didn't take him long to deliver a strong blow to his opponent's abdomen. The adversary quickly passed out while spitting out his lunch, the audience gasped as it was a one-hit KO. Did I go too hard? He shrugged while leaving, the people cheered while the announcer praised his strength. I can leave now till the next round starts, no use waiting here and Nuana is still in the waiting room. Zhang Lu used this chance to slip away while Feng Nuana was stuck in the waiting room. He joined some other people that won their fights. The people gave him odd looks as they were shocked due to the man's one-hit win. Time passed and more bouts happened. Lu saw people ripping up some small papers constantly. Those were the betting slips that didn't pan out for the gamblers, the ground was littered with them and it was only going to get worse. Should I got bet on myself? While thinking to himself he heard a familiar name getting called out. Fellow deists, from the east gate we have the lovely Feng Nuana. He craned his neck back to the stage, the shorty was going to fight with someone. Her opponent wasn't out yet, and people were drooling at the stacked girl that walked out onto the stage. She shouldn't have problems with the regular juniors from any clan, don't think that anyone besides Tai or that redhead can beat her. He waited for the announcer to give the name of the opponent while looking at the stage. Liu's arms were crossed over one another as he waited. From the west gate, the glorious, the gallant, the magnanimous, and the brilliant young master Deng Cai. He has graced us with his presence and is a warrior from the inner Dark Palm sect, please give him a round of applause. Zhang Liu's raised a brow slightly as that introduction was slightly overdone. He didn't know who this opponent was, but apparently the announcer had a favorable opinion of him. The people in the audience went quiet instantly after the name of the next participant was announced. The uncomfortable silence was then replaced by faint whispering. Wait, did he say, inner Dark Palm sect? What is a person like that doing here? One person asked. Why would someone of that status be here, are they here to cause trouble? Another person asked. How should I know, this was supposed to be an event for the clans and not for the main section. This looks fishy, probably something big is going to happen. People continued speculating while Deng Cai slowly went over the bridge, the shield flickering on as he entered the stage. He had a faint smirk on his face, hands behind his back while not paying attention to what these commoners were whispering about. He looked at the opponent that he was facing, it was one of the two girls that he was slightly interested in. So it's that one, so master wants me to play around with her. Deng Cai sighed inwardly, his plans were slightly different. He wanted to show off during the tournament against the so-called best of the warriors that those clans had to offer. He would let the fair ladies see how awesome and strong he is, garnering their affection in response. But now things were different, his master had ordered him to play with this busta yet short girl. He knew Yang Kai's character and what this actually meant in reality. Hope I don't break her too much, oh well there still is the second one, and she is more my type than this one. The young man looked to the audience, there were a lot of gazes on him. He was someone that liked to appear magnanimous on the outside even though he was quite rotten on the inside in reality. But if his master ordered him to be violent he would follow the order with decisiveness. The two combatants were now facing each other, the mood was tense as the people that were watching didn't know who to cheer for. They kind of had to go with the young Dark Palm sect master, otherwise, they feared that the sect would think they weren't respecting them enough or giving them enough face. The young lord smiled at the short lady opposite him, he was quite the handsome young man even the girls in the audience had their hearts skip a beat after getting a load of that hunk. What a beautiful fairy I have as an opponent, but don't you worry this Lord Cai is quite benevolent when fighting against such beautiful opponents. He gave her a slight coquettish grin while still standing with his hands behind his back. Feng Nuana's eyebrows twitched as she had her hands out in a more traditional battle position. She as well as her big sister was someone that used combat fans as a weapon. This tournament allowed the use of personal weapons, the only thing that was forbidden was having spatial rings or pills that boosted your battle strength. She was kind of mad as she noticed that her opponent wasn't taking her seriously at all. Which made the small girl fume in anger, which was shown in the form of a giant pout on her face. The girl moved her hand out and pointed at the young man she was going to fight, rage in her eyes. Who are you calling a beautiful fairy you idiot, you think this big sis would go for shallow compliments like that, hey? She gave the man a malicious glare, her battle fans getting moved in front of her face as she got ready for a fight. She didn't know why, but this guy was pissing her off. He was way too smug and if she remembered correctly, smug and overconfident males weren't good partners. You were supposed to go for the awkward boys, the more troubled they looked the better match they would be. Deng Cai was taken aback, he was giving the girl his best young master smile and he even blew his bangs upwards for an enchanting effect while talking. How could this woman not be affected by his charms, there must be something wrong with her. Was what this man was thinking to himself. No need to be shy lovely fairy, how about we play a little game? The man proposed still standing there with his hands behind his back while the people in the audience continued whispering among each other. I'll give you 5 minutes, if you manage to strike me even once, I'll admit defeat. The man stuck his chest out while posing proudly and swished his sleeve to add to the effect, thinking that this made him look really gallant and charming. Hey! Stop spouting nonsense you dandy bastard! The small girl fumed with anger as her face got red. She really didn't like how this guy was running his mouth, making it seem like she wasn't even worth his time. She was still part of the young master template, so this was quite the hit to her face. She was oblivious to the Dark Palm sect behind this man and didn't really worry about things like that. Feng Nuana gripped her 2 battle fans tightly and swung them forward. Her mortal-grade weapon shone with a green light and produced a blade of wind in the shape of a scythe. The ranged attack flew with astonishing speed at Deng Cai that was still standing there without a care in the world. Die you bastard! The short girl had quite the potty mouth and continued shouting at the man while producing more razor-shape wind blade attacks. The young master with the gem on the forehead on the other hand just dodged. He made it look easy as he dodged the wind scythes, each one of them missed and sliced into the rocky ground leaving deep scratches on it. My, you're quite the interesting girl, but this is child's play for this young lord. The man continued bouncing side to side while using some strange movement technique that Feng Nuana couldn't get a read on. The girl just as the rest of her clan members was a ranged specialist. She continued pelting her opponent with wind blades, the sheer amount of them was astonishing. The number would leave a normal opponent bleeding and defeated by this point. This man, on the other hand, looked to be enjoying himself as he just soared through the battle stage. The crowd gasped, they weren't expecting such a one-sided battle. The girl was ranked in the top 10 of the current young generation that was taking part in this tournament. But compared to this man she was like a tame little kitten, he wasn't even retaliating, just dodging everything with ease. Up in the VIP booth where the members of the Triforce Alliance were sitting, the elders were sweating bullets. They didn't know where this Dark Palm sect disciple came from, but everyone here knew well who he was. What is the disciple of that bastard doing here? Feng Lina moved forward and stared at the center stage. Her younger sister was assaulting her opponent with various techniques, but they didn't look to be effective at all. The granny next to her rubbed her chin and also chimed in. Could it be a coincidence? I don't think so, this youth wasn't there during the trials. His name wasn't called out during the draws either. Zhang Jin replied while also standing up from his seat. He didn't like this one bit, this situation was strange. He didn't know what this was about, but it was probably something relating to the Feng clan. The disciple of that Yang Kai was probably moved to fight this young matriarch's sister for a reason, but what could that be? Do you have any ideas about the purpose of this? Did you offend this disciple or his master in any way? Feng Lina moved her face to the side and went a bit pale. She remembered one person from the Dark Palm sect. She didn't give him much face and stormed out the moment he made a marriage proposal out of nowhere. The matriarch did refuse him, I was there with her that time. Feng Meiling replied while following the rest to the edge of the VIP booth as everyone was trying to look at the fight. Think this might have been the reason we were sent to that blasted secret ground 2 years ago. Though we haven't heard anything from him since then. The old lady vaguely remembered the Dark Palm young master, he had a strange look in his face. She was the one to apologize after the whole predicament happened for her matriarch. The man had a weird smile that gave her the chills that time though. Maybe you should tell the young one to give up. That young man is clearly just toying with her at this point. The old man spoke up while rubbing his chin. He started measuring the young man's strength and was quite surprised that such a young lad existed. He was clearly in the late stage of foundation establishment, even edging on the Great Circle realm. Is this boy really below the age of 21? Zhonglu and Shui were already progressing fast, but even those two might not be at that realm in just a couple of years. Was this youth lying about his age? Even if his age was a lie, he was from the inner sect. The same sect that owned this whole town, they would probably not care or be too afraid to punish him for it. Tell her to give up. The Busta matriarch looked to the granny next to her, the older woman grimaced and then shrugged. I think it would be easier to find a phoenix feather than to convince that sister of mine to surrender. Feng Lina was getting worried, it would be great if the battle just ended. Her silly sister didn't look as if she had any chance of winning. At least not if she used the regular Feng clan techniques that were widespread. But would her pride allow her to go down without a fight? Oh, that's a nice breeze my little cute fairy. Deng Cai chuckled to himself while doing a somersault backward and landing on his 2 feet. The audience bursting out in cheers at the nice performance. Master didn't really give me any specific instructions, so I'll just embarrass her this way, best to not damage her before I have my fun. He licked his lips, which gave his opponent the shivers. Feng Nuana narrowed her eyes and stopped showering the man with the wind scythes. She moved her hand backward, her legs bent while she leaned forward. She looked now like someone that was intending to throw a discus from ancient Greece. The man noticed that she was gathering some spiritual energy into the fan she was holding and just whistled. He was just going to dodge and then deliver a small attack of his own as the 5 minutes were almost up. Nuana gritted her teeth and she felt a drastic decrease in her spiritual energy. The moment she threw her fan forward without releasing it, you could see a phantom of an emerald hawk behind her. Deng Cai felt like something was off as the greenish-looking ranged attack flew forward him. The bolt of energy transformed into a hawk-like bird that charged towards the young man. The speed of this attack was several times faster than of the wind scythes. Cai's eyes bulged as he dodged to the side, evading the speeding bird just in the nick of time. This was far from over as the green hawk flew upwards and quickly changed its trajectory. It was chasing after its enemy and gaining more speed with each passing moment. This one is a bit tricky. The man thought while constantly dodging the energy bird, the attack radiating a strong dao of the winds. But enough was enough, it was apparent that he couldn't evade this thing forever. He moved both his palms forward and chanted something. People could see a faint phantom of a giant mountain behind him. A giant slab of rock appeared in front of Deng Cai just a few moments afterward. It looked like some kind of mystical wall with some strange runes and patterns etched into it. The green spirit bird collided with the slab of spirit rock, producing quite the loud booming sound. After the smoke cleared, people saw some cracks on the defensive technique, but it was still there. They couldn't say the same thing for the energy animal that was now gone. Nice try, little fairy, but... The man couldn't finish his sentence as he felt something off. While he was defending himself, he had lost sight of his opponent. This was something that Feng Nuana was counting on. The small girl was already following her previous attack with a close-range one, her battle fan moving towards her opponent. Go to hell, you bastard! Why, you little The man kicked the ground, making it quake from the sheer amount of power. He was slightly late on the uptake as the battle fan that was covered by a layer of green spiritual energy sliced right next to his face. The two finally jumped back after the exchange, the small girl clicking her tongue as she didn't manage to get a clean hit on her opponent. Deng Cai, on the other hand, was seeing red, as the spot between his eyebrow and nose got sliced and he was bleeding. He moved his finger to the wound. It was a shallow cut, but he could feel a stinging sensation. His hand shivered and his eyes trembled as he looked at the blood that was now on his fingers. He looked away from the blood and to the person that managed to injure him, his face going red with anger. "You dare? You fucking bitch!" The red liquid dribbled to the ground. There wasn't much of it, but this was enough to make this Deng Cai break out into a fit of rage. My face, my beautiful face, this is inexcusable." Feng Nuana was still ready to go. She was dejected that the hit didn't go fully through, but she still managed to land a hit. She didn't know what that guy was mumbling about, but someone that lost their cool during a fight was mostly an easier opponent. "Stop whining, you dweeb, this is only the start," she proclaimed while charging forward. The momentum was on her side and she would use this chance to tip the scales in her favor. Her opponent was still stunned from the bloody gash that was on his face and looked to be enraged. Making someone lose their cool during combat was one way to win, and Feng Nuana wanted to use this opportunity. She wasn't that bad at close quarters combat as some people thought. Her clan was known for their long-range repertoire, but that didn't mean that they were defenseless at close range. The girl already managed to get one shot in from a close attack, so she would try for another one. The energy from the tips of her fans expanded upwards, turning them into a dangerous slicing weapon. Before her opponent could turn to counter, he saw a green light right next to his eyes. "You dare!" He managed to evade the small girl's next attack, his long hair bouncing into the attack as it got severed in the process. The man coursed out. His seemingly weak opponent was now giving him a hard time. His feet started shuffling and a brown aura started surrounding his frame. The man's elemental Dao was closer to earth as he was using the Dao of the mountains. Feng Nuana was ferocious with her attacks, but soon enough Deng Cai regained his composure. She managed to slice up his hair and parts of his robe, but the youth surrounded himself with a layer of rock that was indistinguishable from his own skin. Even if she delivered a hit to his body, she could only see cracks instead of blood, as if she struck a massive boulder without managing to crack it. The man was clearly above her in cultivation and skill. She used her movement technique to quickly jump back, it making her look like she was gliding on the vines. "I have no idea what a dweeb is, but you will regret what you did." The man dusted himself off. The cracks on his rocky skin vanished as if he was regenerating. Thump! Deng Cai stepped forward, the ground cracked underneath his foot and you could see spiderweb-like fissures forming on the floor. Feng Nuana moved into a defensive position and moved backward as she knew that he was coming. The young man blasted forward. Every step he took cracked ground with his footprint was left. The more steps that he took, the deeper the holes in the ground were and the faster he was moving. This was also a type of movement technique, but instead of evasion, it was used for offense. The practitioner would build up spiritual force with each step they took, while building up momentum that allowed them to move faster. The longer they used this movement technique, the faster they would become and the more damage they would deliver to their target if they managed to strike. At the time Feng Nuana was skipping backward while using her soaring wing step technique. This technique allowed her to just skip along the ground, each little step propelling her far away from her adversary. This was a graceful technique that conserved a lot of energy while allowing her to dodge with minimal movement. The audience gasped and cheered. They were now seeing a game of cat and mouse. The young lady was jumping back into the sides, evading the man rushing at her with all his might. He was like a locomotive that couldn't be stopped. Any spiritual techniques that the girl tried throwing at him just bounced off without doing any damage. The man was clearly proficient at defense, but his speed wasn't anything to scoff at as he was slowly gaining on the poor girl. Zhang Lu was also looking at from the side. He could see that the annoying girl was in trouble. If she can't deliver any damage, then she is done for. He looked at her opponent. The young man's eyes were glowing red and the gem on his forehead was also looking eerie. Due to the nature of his movement technique, he was gaining speed fast. Soon enough he was upon her, his hand moving out to strike. Pang! Feng Nuana moved both her fans in front of her chest to defend herself. The palm strike that was thrown by her opponent struck right at her weapons. The mortal-grade weapons cracked a bit while she herself got thrown to the side by the pressure of the hit. This wasn't over though, as before she had time to recover, another strike in the form of a kick was thrown her way. Ack! She defended herself yet again with her battle fans, but the one closest to the foot just fractured and its pieces flew everywhere. She was even infusing them with her spiritual energy, but that didn't do anything to lessen the blow. Her arm felt numb, but she wasn't defeated yet. Her second fan was still there and could be used for a counter-attack. Feng Nuana gave it a shot. While her opponent was in a blind rage, she spun her whole body around. She was using the momentum that she gained from her enemy's kick while making her body spin to receive less damage. It looked flashy, and now her remaining fan was getting swung right at Deng Cai's face. The girl's green wind energy collided against the young man's brownish earth energy, kicking up a storm. The people stood up from her seats, their eyes glued to the large tournament stage. Was that all? Feng Nuana gulped as her enemy just grasped her wrist before she could fully swing down with her battle fan. The energy from her attack got lowered and didn't manage to go through the Dark Palm sect member's defenses. She was now stuck. She couldn't move her arm, so she tried delivering a kick to the opponent's face while she was still slightly above the ground. Humph! Acknowledge. Before her kick could go through, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Her mouth opened wide and she gasped out in pain, the hit propelling her back. She didn't fly much though, as the man was still grasping her slim wrist and wasn't intending to let go anytime soon. "You're not going anywhere, you harlot." The short girl didn't have time to even reply as she felt a sharp pain on her face, her cheek in particular. A metallic taste filled her mouth after the slap, her eyes going wide as she protested. She wanted to retaliate, her legs and hands squirming around, but to no avail as the man's defenses proved themselves too tough to break. "Not so chatty now, are you?" The sounds of slapping resound around the stage. The people in the large Colosseum structure could only gulp as they saw the overbearing young master hit the poor young girl's face over and over again. The person with the biggest shock was Feng Lina. Her hands were grasping the balustrade. It was made from hard steel, but even it was bending in odd ways as this woman mangled it in fury. "How dare he, to my little sister!" The people to her side looked to the one-sided battle, then back to the woman that was watching the whole thing in fury. They knew well what she felt, but this youth had a large backing behind him and this was a sanctioned battle. It wouldn't look good on their part if they got involved. The other danger was offending the man that was standing behind this disciple, his master, who was someone with powerful connections. "Lady Lina, please calm down, things like this happen. The boy was just stronger than her, he might be overdoing it slightly, but if he doesn't target her life then it's not our place to intervene," Zhang Jin said while moving closer to the woman that was close to jumping down from the VIP booth. She was even getting held back by her grandma that was sweating bullets and not sure herself of what to do. "Why yes, listen to the elder from the Zhang clan, wounds and pride can be healed, but we cannot offend the Dark Palm sect." Feng Lina was still mad, but the threat of the Dark Palm sect that was looming over her head was a good enough deterrent to make her stop. There was also another option that they could go with, that was milder even though they would take a hit to their face. While the Feng matriarch was contemplating her choices, her little sister was tossed to the side. Ugh! Her face was all red from all the slaps she received, it was even swollen. Her battle spirit wasn't broken just yet though, her eyes were still staring daggers at the haughty young master. "Oh, still defiant?" Deng Cai said while smirking. He moved two of his fingers up to his face. The previous gash that was there was covered up by his rock armor now, so it couldn't be seen, but he still could feel the wound throbbing. "You think this is over? You damaged my face, so I'll do the same to you." He moved closer while outstretching his hand, his palm visible as something formed on it. It was a small rock that quickly expanded and got thinner. Soon it changed into an impromptu dagger with a razor-sharp edge. "After I'm through with you, your own mother won't recognize you." The man got nearer while Feng Nuana tried standing up to defend herself. Her legs were shaky though, the slaps weren't just regular hits, they were boosted by the man's spiritual energy. Her own chi got dispersed while the enemy's spiritual energy invaded her body and caused chaos inside. But before Deng Cai could go through with his dastardly deed, Feng Lina finally shouted out, her cultivation base of the Great Circle of Core formation blasting out. "Halt, that's enough. This battle ends now. The Feng clan admits that Feng Nuana has lost this bout and we request for it to end." She shouted out so that everyone here could hear her. The judge that was overlooking the whole thing looked at the VIP booth from where the voice was coming from and could see the woman that roared out. This wasn't anything out of the ordinary but didn't happen too often. An elder member of the participant could announce their defeat if they felt that their junior was in danger. Most of the time this didn't happen as everyone took the matter of pride and face even more seriously than the life of a junior. The judge didn't really have a reason to refuse the request. He was about to stand up and give his verdict. Even though Deng Cai was an inner sect member, he still was only a junior, so he would have to follow the judge's order here. I announce this match. Halt, this match will not end. An even more dastardly aura filled the area, this one blasting out from another VIP booth that was right opposite the one the Triforce Alliance was residing in. The people in the audience were feeling dizzy. They were lower-level cultivators, so when people at the pinnacle of core formation bombarded them with their aura, they felt like puking. The judge looked up to the other person, his eye twitched a bit. He soon cupped his fists and bowed. He sat back down in his seat as if nothing happened. Continue the match, both of the participants are still able. He murmured a bit, not being able to go against Yang Kai, that was a high-ranking Dark Palm sect elder and from the direct line of the sect patriarch. Feng Lina and her grandmother stared at the man that spoke up, recognizing his smug face from the time 2 years ago. This was the same man that tried proposing to the young matriarch. Both of them were present at the time, but due to their ancestral teachings, they refused his advances. Now their decision came back to bite them yet again. Yang Kai waited for the right time to speak out. His disciple was now giving that Feng clan girl a good beating. His master was quite okay with the tough handling of the lady. He didn't see anything wrong with it, as he only cared about things related to him. Other people that got in the way could be used and abused. There they go. The Feng matriarch finally got involved in the fight, throwing in the towel to stop it, her aura filling the whole Colosseum. The guards that were keeping watch were alerted to the spike in spiritual qi, and it was a lot of it. The woman was already at the great circle of core formation, so even the people from the Dark Palm sect would have some troubles of handling her without someone at the nascent soul to totally overpower her. It's time. The man smirked and moved his finger out. His spatial ring glowing faintly as a mirror appeared in front of him. He moved his face to one side and then to the other. He grinned widely so that he could see those pearly whites of his, and he made sure not to have any pieces of food stuck there. Yes, he was mostly just checking if he looked presentable. No woman could resist this smile. He nodded to his reflection in the mirror and put it back into his spatial ring. His VIP room had a window that blocked prying eyes from seeing inside. This one-way glass started slowly sliding down as it revealed the Dark Palm Lord inside the VIP room. The people didn't notice it yet, as this room was positioned above the audience. Yang Kai then cleared his throat and took in a good amount of air before shouting out. Halt, this match will not end. His intentions were made clear and the Feng matriarch's eyes went bloodshot. The judge that was overseeing the whole thing just bowed and returned to his seat, not wanting to get involved in this young master's scheme. It would be rude to stop a match between two youths just yet. Look at that girl, she is still standing, she has yet to show us her true potential. The man said in a calm voice, but it was backed by his cultivation so everyone in the area could clearly hear him. Feng Lina and the rest of the people that were in her VIP booth were taken aback. The man clearly had way more pull here than they could ever have. This was his home turf and they were just some country bumpkins. Still, the young matriarch couldn't just let her sister be brutally mutilated, or maybe even worse, die. She bowed slightly while cupping her fists and bowing towards the man that shouted out. She might be able to get out of this predicament if the man called Yang Kai could be reasoned with. The matriarch from the Fang clan greets senior from the Dark Palm sect. The man just nodded while trying not to grin too much. This was more or less a signal as he allowed the woman to speak. My foolish sister is beneath the junior she is fighting and has clearly lost. Please allow us to end this match, senior. The man looked at his disciple that was holding on to the girl's hair. He had the impromptu rock blade in his hand and was ready to start cutting. He had stopped for the time being as the aura that Feng Lina released had caught him off guard. He was still only in the foundation establishment, so he could handle someone at the core formation level. The shield that was protecting the ring only partially held the aura attack at bay. Now he was just watching the show. His rage had subsided slightly, but he would still like to carve out something on this girl's face. His cover of a wholesome young master was already out of the window, so he didn't care anymore. Yes indeed, she was a foolish child, but she managed to injure my cute disciple and I'm not sure he is willing to let things go that easily. He looked at Deng Cai that just nodded and moved his blade to the girl's face, inching it closer and closer. Please wait. I'm sure we could work something out, show mercy, oh great senior. This time Feng Meiling moved in, bowing her head while almost hitting the railing in the process. To Cai's surprise, he saw his master moving his hand upwards that indicated him to stop before he could touch the girl's skin. Work something out you say? Yes, we could do that, how about? The man paused for a moment, making it look as if he was contemplating this matter very seriously. His eyes were closed and he was even rubbing his chin with his own thumb for a dramatic effect. His eyes then shot up and he did a little clap, indicating that he had some kind of idea. How about we have a small wager? If you win, my disciple will leave your clan member be and the match will be over. He then licked his lips and continued to talk, no one brave enough to interrupt his speech. But if you lose, you'll have to give me something substantively more valuable than that little girl's life. The Feng matriarch went quiet. She didn't know what the wager would be or what the thing that this man wanted was, but she had a hunch about what it was. How would we go about this wager? She asked, quite curious. The man swished his long robe sleeve and just looked back with a sneer. Oh, nothing too serious. This whole thing started as a squabble between the junior generation, so it would be best if they handled it. The woman still didn't know where this man was going with it, so she just stayed quiet and listened to the explanation. What I mean is, have another from your members fight my disciple. They just need to win against my disciple, anyone is fine if you can get them to fight for you. The man moved his hand outward, making it look as if he was trying to hug someone as he finished talking. The gist of it was that he wanted the Feng clan to get someone to face his disciple in battle. If that person won, they would all be free to go. He didn't think that anyone from these clans could actually beat his disciple, so in his eyes, this was a surefire win. How about I give you an incense stick of time to make your arrangements? The man grinned once more, not really caring if the other side could coax someone to fight for them. The Feng clan didn't possess anyone stronger than Feng Nuana, so they would have to seek help elsewhere. The old Feng Mailing looked to her matriarch and then to the other two elders from the Triforce Alliance. Zhang Jin and Huojiang were the only two people that could help them out. The problem was if they would offer their help and potentially get themselves in trouble with the Dark Palm sect master. They didn't know how strong the juniors from their allies' camps were, and even if they won, would that Yang Kai keep his promise? The two men were being quiet as they were thinking about what to do. They heard the whole conversation and both of them had an able fighter for this task. The Huo clan had the young master that was also the son of Huojiang. The man wasn't really too eager to exchange his son's life for this Feng Nuana that he didn't know too well. The Zhang clan had both Zhang Tai and Zhang Lu that would probably be the only ones capable of giving the Dark Palm sect young master a good fight. The problem was the same for the Zhang clan though, were they willing to potentially give up the life of one of their promising youths? If you thought about it rationally, there wasn't. The Feng clan was weaker than the Huo clan and had fewer resources. The Zhang clan was on the rise and would probably overtake both of these clans in no time. The only thing stopping them from growing, would be a strong sect like this one that Master belonged to. Still, these three clans had an alliance. This would probably doom their contract to fail and soil their future relationships if they didn't do anything at all. Before any of the two men could voice their worries, the Feng matriarch spoke out. You two don't need to trouble yourselves, this is something that the Feng clan has to resolve. The two men looked at each other and then back to the young woman. She might have sounded resolute, but the two knew that she was shaken. She couldn't hide that quivering lip and her saddened tone from these two. The woman turned to face the grinning man and asked. What would the senior want to exchange for the wager? The Feng clan doesn't really have many things to offer to someone from a distinguished sect like yours. The two Feng elders kind of knew what the man wanted, but was he really that kind of person to still demand it? Yang Kai stopped smiling. The question was asked and people were looking at him with curious gazes. Everyone was wondering what this man wanted. Why was he bothering someone from a weak clan out in the open and making a huge scene? Were people at high positions just strange and eccentric like this? The thing that I want is... The man cleared his throat and pointed at the Feng clan women. He was quite far away but everyone knew at who he was pointing out as his sentence ended. You. Feng Lina didn't move back, as the finger was pointing right at her. Her granny just shook her head side to side while thinking back to that strange marriage proposal the man made 2 years ago. Well, the time is up, let me hear your decision. I also might be willing to forget about the whole thing if you just offer yourself up to me. I will face him. Before Feng Lina could reply, she heard a voice from the audience. The person that the voice belonged to sounded resolute and young. Everyone looked to the person shouting out. It was a certain youth with mostly white hair and a patch of black strands in the front. Yes, this was Zhang Lu that was calling out to the VIP booth. Let me fight, elders, I'll be sure to win this wager for you. I bet my master would agree with me if he was here. Zhang Jin almost got a heart attack as the thing that he wanted to avoid was now out in the open. His young grandson was probably the only one from the bunch that had a realistic chance to win this fight. The problem was not the winning part, but the actions that strange Yang Kai would take if his disciple actually lost. The dark palm master in question just looked at the youth with a raised brow. Zhang Lu shivered as he could feel the man's oppressive aura wash over him. He was getting probed by the man. Yang Kai just smiled after noticing the low level that this youth was at. Well, I see that we have someone that is willing, think we can get this over with now. The man was quick to react as things were going his way. His disciple would defeat this wannabe white knight and he would go home with the prize. He wouldn't take no for an answer now and was hoping for a good show from his disciple. Please wait, this. Feng Lina panicked, this was Zhang Dong's disciple. She couldn't let him get harmed while she was around, this wasn't going her way at all. I'll go with you, let us just stop this. The woman trembled and was ready to give up, she didn't want to get any more people involved in her private matters. She felt that it was more important to get these juniors home safely now, than her own life. She didn't feel like the man would harm her, at most she would have to become his concubine. This was something she was willing to do, her sister's life was more important. I think you are misunderstanding something here. Yang Kai spoke out while sighing. This making Lina and the people around here even more confused. But you said that you wanted me. The woman pointed to herself while question marks appeared over her head. No. I was clearly pointing to that lovely lady, why would I want someone like you? The people in the audience went silent, the same thing happened to the elders in the VIP booth. Everyone looked to the person that was standing next to the Feng matriarch. She was the only other woman there and was standing next to Feng Lina when Yang Kai was pointing out with his finger. The only person that wasn't surprised was Deng Cai, he knew his master's tastes quite well now. Yes, he was a man that liked his women a bit older.